Welcome to my channel. Warning: this fiction contains gore, profanity, traumatizing content. Viewer discretion is advised. Have fun. The Games of Slayers. Authors: cosmickel. Genres: game lit, portal fantasy, Isekai, progression, strategy, multiple lead characters, action, adventure, tragedy, high fantasy, male lead, non-human lead, reincarnation, secret identity, strong lead, supernatural, summary. Money, fame, power, freedom, and more. These are things everyone wants. And those willing to die for those desires? They are simply known as slayers. Rokun has a simple desire: power. Can he become strong enough to get his memories back and endure the hell that the world of Reapers brings forth? What to expect: characters with twisted morals and values. A main character whose morals and values become twisted over time. A main character that starts off underpowered. Deaths of established and developed characters. A lot of mystery. Themes that may be uncomfortable to some. Overpowered characters later down the series. Prologue: Fatal Alteration. Vroom. Boom. An endless amount of vehicles erupted into fiery explosions as they collided with each other. The blaze engulfed the entire vicinity, casting an ominous glow. Amidst the inferno, a mysterious figure emerged. Cloaked entirely in vibrant crimson, from head to toe, the individual's hair swayed, revealing prominent horn-like protrusions upon their forehead. Clutching a scythe with an iron grip, he swung it mercilessly, extinguishing lives with each blood-curdling scream. Argh! Help! From the lifeless bodies, he grabbed something, but it wasn't anything physical or anything any human here could see. Whatever it was, he consumed it. A man had managed to crawl out of his vehicle and observe this. Flabbergasted, he dropped to the ground. What the hell? A monster. A rift opened? Wait. Scythe, and horns. You are a demon. After finishing his meal, the demon turned towards him. I am no demon, I am a reaper. And I will have my greatest feast tonight. Directing his attention to afar, he muttered, Rakuten, you are mine. In another part of the country. Hey, I would like to rent Garuto Story 4, please. Luna smiled at the employee who was behind the counter. He blushed a bit as he hurried to grab the game to hand over to her. Like clockwork, he gave her a 60% discount. This girl here is Luna Tirina, and she is pretty damn attractive too. She had long curly hair and light brown skin. Hell, she even had the body of a model, If you put your imagination to the max. Okay, maybe I am over-exaggerating a little. But, she is hot. Anyway, Luna turned towards me with a huge grin. God, she looked like a politician that got everyone to believe a cover-up. Taking advantage of simps, huh? I shook my head in slight disappointment. She took big strides toward the couch. Well, my father always said to take advantage of every chance you are given, so I did. Like usual, every time I smile at him, he gives me a big discount. Humph, it makes sense knowing him. This game cafe was relatively big. There were a lot of couches and game consoles all over, which I called gaming spaces. Right now there were only 3 gaming spaces that weren't being occupied. If it wasn't for that unnecessary loud music and bright lights, I would consider here the best place on earth. Despite that, even if I disliked this aspect of this place, it was the only game cafe in the town that didn't look like dog shit. We headed to a space that had a small couch. She threw her body on the couch as she entered the game CD into the game console. Well, hurry up will ya? Coming. Don't choose my favorite character. I rushed to the couch and grabbed a controller. Not to my surprise. She took Princess Sarah. She was even giggling like a generic evil overlord. Heh. Just you wait. I will get payback for this. My fingers smashed on the controller triggers faster and harder than before. Sweat began pouring from my forehead. It seemed Luna was holding up for a while. Hell, it looked like she was going to break the controller. Damn it, Luna. Don't embarrass us here. My character was on 2 HP. when he jumped over hers and finished it with his ultimate move, giving me sweet victory. Hell yeah, I won. I laid back, feeling satisfied with my victory. She sludged on the couch. The heck bruh? You said no ultimate ninjutsu? You lied to me. She barked at me. I shrugged off her kind words. Pfffff. Don't be like that. Anyway, I am bored with this game. She shook her head furiously and started demanding a rematch. Whenever she got on like this, I knew I couldn't stop her and I couldn't lose deliberately. Fine. I gave in to her will. After a match that felt like it went on forever, she somehow emerged victoriously. She jumped around non-stop. Her long silky black hair with red highlights flowed in the air like leaves during fall. I am the best, you hear me? Kneel before me. Why you cocky little. I cooked up a crooked smile at her. Conversely, though, my mind was swarming with revenge. She's so immature, but that's what makes her so great. That's why I love her so much. Smiling at her, she tilted her head cutely and asked, "Hey. Who said you could smile? You should be fuming with rage for revenge." Revenge? Why would I do that? You're too cute to get vengeful at. I jumped at her with a mischievous smile and started tickling her. Of course, I am taking revenge, and this is my revenge. Ha. Ah, hey. That tickles. She began dancing around with pitiful eyes begging me to stop. Hey, none of that here. Kids nowadays think they can get it on anywhere. An old man glared at us with frustration. My fingers stopped moving up Luna's back and underarm. The old man then went to attend to someone. Where did he get the idea that we were trying anything like that? Before I could finish my thought, Luna's fingers gripped my side ribs, creating a chaos of tickleness. Stop. I began squirming around frantically. No way. She intensified her finger movements as she giggled menacingly. But. The man said. Her mouth seductively moved to my ears. Who are you gonna listen to? Some random guy or me? Tilting my head more to her, I said the most obvious response in the world a man would give. Myself? Taken aback, she flinched. Yeah, but, I mean like between me and him. She raised her voice like she had been betrayed. Neither. I mean, obviously, I would rather listen to her, however. This is Luna. Sometimes she says cringe stuff and blurts out the most random stuff. For example, one time, we were eating ice cream and when I finished, I tried some juice. She waited exactly when I began drinking to say, I think I am pregnant. Congrats, you are a father. Causing me to nearly choke. And all she did was laugh as if she was dying. I mean, she was legit slamming her hand against her thigh out of amusement from my suffering. Tears were coming from her eyes and she had the nerve to gasp for air, shouting, I am dying. The betrayal, embarrassment, and anger I felt at that moment only allowed me to smile. Anyway, back to the present. Wait, did I describe a toxic relation now? I hope not. I don't think it is. Is it? No, I mean, I am happy with it. Honestly, where am I going with this? I should stop wasting my time on Twitter. It's messing with my mind. Her hands slumped on my shoulders as she pushed her chest on me, moving her arms across my neck. Oh, come on, she said in a low tone. She really is beautiful. I looked at her with a grin. Turning her head in embarrassment, she looked away. Why are you smiling like that at me? 'Cause I love you. And the breasts. Those perfect size breasts. It ain't huge, it ain't small. Big enough for it not to look saggy, just perfecto. Simp. She declared. Nani? I said simp. How would that make me a simp? PFT, I don't know. I know it's a word people spam a lot. So I wanted in on the stupidity. She shrugged her shoulders. Seriously? Geez, you are as immature as you can get. By the way, Luna is older than me by a year. That's right, she is 17. And she is a bit taller than me. By half an inch, I think. It's weird, a month ago I was 2 inches taller than her, but oh well. It simply means her thighs have more length for me to grab on. Those sweet thighs. While resting her head on my shoulders, she suddenly moved her eyes to a man on the couch. Yeah, that dude looked weird. A red long-ass hooded coat with red pants. It looked pretty cool but too much red. I couldn't see much of his body, barely could see his face, and only his eyes were visible. She moved her head a bit. Hey, what the hell do you want? Eluna. Anxiously I whispered to her, hey. Are you drunk? Don't just say things like that. He has been staring at you for a long while. At first, I thought I was imagining things. I wanted to be sure, and well, I am positive that for 7 minutes now he hasn't broken eye contact with you. Huh? Wait, Luna has been keeping attention on that man the entire time? How? And for 7 minutes. I was going to ask if she was sure, but Luna's observation abilities were always weirdly great, even at times ridiculously accurate. In other words, I couldn't hide anything from her, not that I would need to. But sometimes a man needs to his privacy, you know? Even now, he didn't respond to her and his eye contact remained stuck onto me. This guy. Hey, Luna. Let's go. But it's your birthday. Yeah, I know, but I don't feel comfortable with this dude here. I should have scissors in my bag. If he tries anything, I wouldn't hesitate. I would give him 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs, might as well make it a rhythm though. Yeah. Let's go. She gave in. We left the game cafe together. As I turned to look back, I made eye contact with him. His eyes shot a crippling fear that caressed my back. Talk about sending chills down my spine. I am definitely never coming back here. While Luna was walking in front of me, she rested her arm leisurely on my shoulder. You can't cook to save your life, can you? What's with bringing that up? I clicked my tongue. Well. She ran in front of me, took a sharp stop, and faced me like a magical girl in the process of a transformation. She grabbed her waist and displayed a strict expression. "'Cause today'm teach you the ultimate recipe for the best food in the whole world. TCH, peasant. What the heck was that? Doesn't she know posing like that only looks cool in anime and not in real life? Has she not seen the shitty anime films? And peasants? Taking that tsundere role a bit too serious, aren't you, or is that? Kami no, what is it? The type of deer that likes to be treated like a princess. Can't remember. All deers are trash anyway. Please don't ever do that around me in public again." I walked past her as if I didn't know her. Disowned. With a feeling of defeat, her shoulders and back sludged. Hey. It's supposed to make me look cute. Why do you kill my confidence? She dragged her words. Quickly turning towards her, I smirked and did an L symbol with my fingers on my chin. Because it's me. Rokundioda. Why is she just staring at me with raised brows and blinking slowly as if to say, the hell is that? Be impressed. Her mouth erupted with laughter. Ha ha Dioda? The hell was that? Do you even know what you just said? Dio is his name. And it's Kono Dioda. You are supposed to say, Kono Rakundia. By my defense, I legit just started the anime. Luna continued to laugh. We continued to walk for some time, chatting. 15 minutes later. Ugh. Huh? Were those screams from the game place? Perhaps I heard wrong. I moved my head toward the game cafe. I am sure there was a blood-curdling screams. Luna asked worriedly, hey, what's up? Why did you stop? Luna was on my back, so I raised my head to meet her brown eyes, which were the same complexion as her skin. Her hair got in my face so it was hard to see. So she didn't hear it? Maybe I heard wrong? No, I am sure I heard something weird. Putting on a smile for her, I said, nothing. Like hell. I had a shivering feeling in my spine. Something doesn't feel right. Either way. It has nothing to do with me. My siblings are at home and none of my friends visit or hang out around this area at this time. I guess it's a good thing Luna didn't hear it. She would have called the police and run to help. I am not interested in doing something so absurd. Being a hero? Don't disgust me with that shit. After walking to a bus stop, I placed her down and walked in, taking a seat on the right. By the way, I was carrying her because of some bet I lost to her yesterday. Luna led the convo. What's this feeling? My hands are trembling and I have a deep uncomfortable feeling in me. Rokun. Luna's eyes fixed on me worriedly. Oh? Sorry, I was just thinking about how I am going to be an adult soon. Ha ha, I slid a lie. Oh? Huh, it just hit me. I am like 17. Yeah. I nodded. What's she getting on? So what happens when I turn 18? Wouldn't that make me a pedo? Holy shit. That is a serious question. I am going to be a victim. Is that even how it works? Is there a loophole to dating an 18-year-old? Surely there must be. After all, we have been dating for 4 years now. Indeed, this is a significant concern. I cast a serious gaze at her and crossed my fingers. So it would seem. You will become a pedo. Ah. You're the worst. She raged as she shook me violently. What was she trying to accomplish? During the violent shaking, my eyes caught something outside the window. I swore I saw the same man for a second. The man in all red. I turned my head quickly to the back window. Surely he couldn't have disappeared? The bus wasn't moving that fast. My eyes began trembling with anxiety and fear as it fell upon him. The same man in red was now standing on the sidewalk. Huh. What's with all this shit? I turned back towards Luna and slumped. What's with him? He reminded me of that night. That same night my mother died, the exact feelings of fear and hatred. My memory recalled seeing my dead mother on the floor, gasping for air, as she turned pale. My heart, it's getting louder. I am scared. If I get Luna worried. I can't. No, I must be just. Hell no, I know what I saw. That wasn't my imagination. But it would be impossible for him to be there, wouldn't it? Must be my hallucination, but hallucinations for what reason? Is my brain just playing games with me? Hey, Luna. Yeah. Did something happen? I look forward to your ultimate cooking recipe. I smiled at her. Sure. She showed me a huge grin. Smile, Rokun, smile. Always smile, 'cause if you smile, then those you love wouldn't be worried. After walking out from the bus, Luna quickly ravaged through her backpack. She took out a marker and drew cat-like whiskers on her face. This girl. I can't just handle this life. Don't you think little John has grown out of being fascinated by whiskers? Maybe, but it's not for him. It's for that little troublesome sister of yours, Elizabeth. I scratched my chin. Elizabeth really didn't like Luna. Yet, Luna always tried to befriend her by pestering her. At least little John and Sarah get on really well with her. Big sis Luna. From inside, little John's face was glued to the window. He quickly disappeared. The next minute he was dashing out from the front door, making his way to Luna. This guy. He didn't even look at me for a second. What a little bastard. That's son Johnny. He was given my father's name. Anyway, he is the youngest of all my siblings, a 10-year-old troublesome ass who is small for his age, and a little chubby. The most noticeable feature of him was the silver hair that flowed in the middle, surrounded by his black hair. By the way, he was running at Luna as if she was a bag of cocaine. Maybe it was because of her shiny thick legs? Even I can agree that her legs are phenomenal. I began nodding to myself as if I was given a divine revelation that explained everything. Little John, who was completely drunk on Luna's beauty, leapt and leached to her leg. This bastard. Think I don't know your tricks? Playing innocent, you little pervert. It must be because of genetics. I just hope he doesn't grow up to be like father. I hope I don't become like him too. Like hell I would. Having a child and then abandoning your wife along with them? I will never be like that. Big sis Luna, please give me a piggyback ride. He begged Luna. Sigh, I should calm down. Getting bothered about not having a father when it has been over a decade plus, it's silly. Yeah, it doesn't matter, it doesn't hurt me, So what if other kids had fathers? I have more freedom. Yeah. Dot. Damn that man to hell. I greeted the little guy. Good night to you, John. Say son Johnny? As if, sometimes I do, but I hate that name too much. Night night, bro. He greeted me. I like the little kid. I am his big brother, after all. Who else can he look up to as a role model but me? That's right, I must be a perfect example for him, for them. Luna picked him up. How are you little John? I'm good, Piggy Ridey. He vigorously nodded his head. Something is up. He is normally super active, but why does it seem like he has been supercharged on caffeine? And those two little kids aren't. Okay, I will give you a piggy ride. She placed him on her back. I approached the door, and asked, Sarah and Elise, what did you guys feed to John? I tried to open the door, but it was locked. Luna made vehicle sounds as she ran around with little John on her back. He looked like he was going to die from excitement. My God. I want to keep a serious face, but how can I after seeing a scene like that? I began to chuckle. Faster. The mermaids are coming. Luna, a ZE moonblast. He shouted as he thrust his arm forward like a general. Yes sir. Elizabeth finally opened the door with cake batter in her hair and clothes. She is 14 years old, and about 5'4". Her hair was a little longer than her shoulder, it was straight with sharp endings. Also, random portions of it were silver. Right now she is dressed in a sleeveless black shirt and orange short pants. She tried to put on a smile. You came home early today. Well, you complain when I don't, and why was the door locked after little John ran from inside mere minutes ago? Yeah, but it's your birthday, so I thought you would stay out longer. She ignored my question. Needless to say, I didn't really care. I will find out later. I am in a good mood. It's not a big deal. As I tried to walk in, Elise blocked the door path with her leg and shoulder, stretching her body like she was a joke. What are you doing? I questioned her motive. Even Sarah has not reached here yet and, sniff. Why do I smell burning food? I asked. What is burning food? Her smile contorted. Pushing her aside, she fell on her ass. As I walked in, there was Sarah. Her hair was completely silver from 4 inches above the hair roots. She had her hair in one big puff with a long black bank coming down to her right eyebrow. She had an apron on. Compared to Elizabeth's mature look, she was the cute-looking one. Mom did say Sarah was a splitting image of her. Sarah moved her eyes around anxiously. She was looking for an excuse to make. On the stove was a black sponge. I am guessing it was supposed to be some half-assed cake. The counter had a bowl of icing? Well, it looks like there was one. The floor had a lot of flour along with icing. And the fingerprints of icing were the same palm size as little John's. You see now. I was like summoned to another world while making food to slay the Demon King. And by the time I reached back, it was burning. Sarah did a performance. I stared at the smoke coming from the completely pitch black charcoal thing. Then moved my gaze toward her and stared, not saying a single thing. Bowing her head low, she said remorsefully, I am sorry Rokun. We were just experimenting. Elizabeth placed something on the table, a white cake box. We bought this cake for you, ignore that thing on the stove. So they put all their time and effort into cooking this, and gave up and ordered this cake, huh? I guess they didn't have enough time to finish cleaning the mess. I walked to the stove where the burnt cake was. Above the cabinet were candles that were thrown and hidden there. Cake. Make way, we have come to slay Big Bro's cake. Little John bellowed as he pointed to his sisters. When Luna walked in with Little John on her back looking aloof, Elizabeth looked away from her and her demeanor went cold for a second, then returned back to normal except for her eyebrows' constant twitching. So, she is trying her best to make a happy scenario for me, putting away her hatred for Luna. I pulled out the flat burnt cake thing and placed it on the plate. Sarah waved. Oh, hi Luna. But bro. We can get rid of the cake for you, so there isn't any to do it yourself. Eli's inputted too. Yeah, I mean, look at this cake here. It's the real deal. I heard it tastes like heaven itself. She puffed her chest with pride. A tear dropped from my eye. You guys. Thank you. Huh? Big bro? Dot. I placed the plate on the table, pulled my chair, and cut the failed thing. You tried to make a pancake? I looked at Sarah. Well, I didn't know what to make, and Elizabeth knew about pancakes. Well, some of it. I knew a little bit of it and Little John knew a little. Mother's favorite food. I smiled. Yeah, she made it a lot for us. Elise gave a slight smile as her eyes wandered to the ground. But we ruined the only damn thing she taught us on your birthday. She grimaced as tears began to fall from her eyes. Little John stayed quiet. He wasn't really close to Mom, but every time he saw Elise cry, he too wanted to cry. Despite her hard and cold attitude to people outside of her family, she always tried her best to care for her younger siblings. Sarah was a very strong-willed person. Despite her timid look, her feelings were always hardened, never showing too much emotion. She only cried when in a lot of physical pain, and even then, the crying always looked artificial. Well, I was the one that always made it for you guys lazy asses while you all watched TV or played on your phones, after all. I tried to grin. Luna remained quiet as she took a seat opposite me and smiled. Your siblings care about you a lot. Yeah, they do. They always did. I took the pancake and bit down on it. Like ashes, my teeth cut through it easily. The disgusting burnt taste sanded itself upon my tongue and filled it with disgust. Oh shit, it tastes like, I don't know, just really bad. But crap, vomit. My stomach revolted and almost caused me to vomit. Brother, bro. Knack. Big bro is eating burnt food. Take the cake if you don't want it then. Little John, clearly upset by me eating their hard work, tried to sneak his way to the cake box like a thief. Elise stared at him with hostility while making sure to keep her smile. Little John quickly backed away and hid behind Luna. I managed to eat every single part of the pancake. Putting down my cutlery, I turned towards them. Thank you, Sarah, Elizabeth, and even you, Little John. Sarah gave a wry smile as if she was witnessing torture. Elise smiled like she had accomplished something great. She pressed her hand on her chest. You guys. I moved my eyes to the warm depths of Luna's. Sarah suddenly seemed distressed, as if something was out of the ordinary. Huh? What was up with her? Boom. With a bright flash of yellow, a sudden brightness blinded me. And a shock wave blasted me across the room. Thud. Ugh. I slammed harshly against the wall. What was that? I am not sure what happened. I struggled to stand up. The room was in shambles, walls were torn apart, and the air was thick with smoke. Dust and debris littered the floor. The sound of the explosion was still ringing in my ear. Despite that, I could hear everyone trying to get their footing, surely disoriented by the sudden attack. Rokun. Sarah? Johnny. Rokun, where are you? Cough cough. Elizabeth? Sarah? Where are you all? It was as if a truck drove in at light speed, clearing everything in its way. Then I heard a voice of an old man. Sarah. Oh right, the fake's names. Don't bother looking for Sarla. She was the one that got hit by Zeus's thunderbolt. Who the hell is that? And Zeus's thunderbolt. And the fake names, how does he know about that? Who are you? And why did you do this? You better not have harmed Sarah. I said I hit her, and yet you say, I better not have hurt her? I guess you're in a state of panic where you can't think right. Well, whatever. He drew his hand to his right, and a yellow thunderbolt returned to his hand. What in the hell? Am I seeing things? He threw it outside again. But for what purpose? Who is this man? The man moved his sharp gaze onto me. My eyes met his right hand. A long scythe was being gripped tightly. Who is this monster? Or demon rather? I suppose you are the Grim Reaper? I tried to put on a brave face, But my trembling lips gave me away. Fear consumed me, tightening my stomach and making my heart ache and scream in agony. Why? Why? Why did it appear here? Why did it target us? There are so many damn people in the damn world it could have killed instead, but it chose Sarah? Me? Grim Reaper? Ha ha. I wish. I am simply a Reaper. So he is a demon. What do you want with me? My throat was getting dry, and I struggled to squeeze out those words. He widened his right hand, expecting something to return, and like previously, the weird thunderbolt returned to his hand. And just like before, he sent it again at full speed. I don't understand, is this some hobby of his? Is he just sending random thunderbolt strikes at people? He just stared at me, ignoring my question. Then, my eyes fell on his arm, which had a scar that was spelled as, Arthur. Was that his name? Whatever it was, it didn't matter right now. Keep calm. If I find out what he wants, maybe I can persuade him to go away. You have been following me for a while. Why didn't you confront me then? I asked. He didn't answer me. Instead, he looked around. His eyes fell on my struggling siblings, but there was an animosity in his eyes. It almost looked like he felt sorry for them. I don't get it. He makes no sense. Come on. He must have targeted us over misinformation. Maybe somehow, he mistook us for another family? Like hell he did. But maybe it's some mistake. I am desperate here. He touched my chest with nothing but pure hatred in his eyes. Then he formed a gun signature. Huh? What is he? Suddenly, my heart felt like it was torn apart. Was it a heart attack? But why now? His eyebrows furrowed as he jabbed his finger into my chest. Hey! I am the one who is going to kill you, Rokun. Nah, Rokuden. Bang. Before I could hold my chest from the sharp pains in my heart, he calmly gave the room a fresh coat of color with my blood as an intense pressure of air pierced through my lungs. HK. So this is how I die, huh? I guess this is what I deserve. My vision went blurry and my consciousness began fading. Though dying, I saw Luna, Elizabeth, and little Johnny pushing debris off themselves. An agonizing and horrific scream shrieked and echoed. I saw a glimpse of Luna, her face wrapped with horror. Her silky black hair with red highlights waved in the air so wildly yet so beautifully. Thud. My body slammed onto the floor, practically lifeless. As I embraced death, I had this realization. I have experienced this before. No, many times before, all playing out in different ways. Chapter 1-2, A New Beginning. While stationed in absolute emptiness, screams and shrieks echoed around me. Wake up! You can't die. They were calling for someone, begging for the person to say something back. Unfortunately, no one could answer their plea. Rokun. Rokuden. Rokuden. I didn't know the names they called, nor could I see them. Regardless, their voices were soon drowned out by a greater one. Words of arrogance rang out in my head, like a queen among peasants, she said, a new world is needed. Like a flip of a switch, everything changed. A blinding riot of colors appeared below me, pulling me towards it. What the hell is that? A mere second later, I fell into it. Thud. My head collided with a rock. Crack. Arg. Hell. My head hurts. Gripping my bloody head, I opened my eyes. The sun was setting, but that was impossible. It was nighttime a second ago. Where even am I? Standing up, my chest felt heavy, and my face was marked with tears. Why the hell was I crying? Weird. I gazed around, what I saw made me feel as if they betrayed me. What is this? My legs lost their will, dropping me to the ground. What the hell is that? In front of me was a giant monstrous and hairy spider. It was maybe 6 meters tall, it had 6 huge eyes and the mouth was pieced in 4 with purple blood pouring from it. Thankfully, the thing was dead. Its abdomen was sliced open. The blood must have baptized the weird grass since it was all purple around it. I was surrounded by dead giant spiders, and if that wasn't bad enough, On top the spider heads looked like everything above the waist of a monkey. The disgusting fresh smell crippled my nostrils and curled my stomach to vomiting. Unable to keep my stomach from disavowing everything in it, my knees dropped to the ground. Ugh! Yet, no matter how much I moved to puke, nothing came out of my mouth but a pool of saliva. Huff! Where the hell? No, this must be fake, right? I was. Where was I a second ago? I can't remember anything before waking up here. What is going on? Even the plant I was laying on was something I had never seen before. It was shaped like a jellyfish. An upside down one. It had a round sponge bottom, and leaves that were similar to tentacles. The long leaves made up 80% of the plant's height. Smelled milkish. Huh? And another one. Someone shouted. A voice? Someone? But where? Looking up above, a silhouette quickly came descending on me. What the? I threw myself recklessly to the side. Thud. Huh? What was that? A plume of dust and the floor erased. A silhouette of a huge man was in front of me. With a swing of his hand, the air obeyed, and a shock wave blasted all the dust and floor to the neighboring trees. What is this guy? Fear crippled me in place. I gulped. A giant of a man stood before me. He was maybe 6'5". His skin color was pink, and he had a slight scar on his eyebrow. Why does he have two white rectangular cone-like curved horns? A huge scythe quickly cut through the air and drove near my neck, hungering for my blood. I am innocent. I shouted at the top of my voice as I squeezed my eyes shut. Saying I am innocent was maybe the worst thing I could say, but with this much fear running through my blood, I couldn't think of anything else. Huh? Wait, you're not one of those fishers. Hot air was exhaled on me. Fishers? I don't get it. Peeking a bit. His scythe was resting suspended in the air near my neck. No. I don't fish, I barely managed to say. What the hell are you talking about? But you just, he leaned in closer. The hell? Not a trace of Imperia in you. And why the hell can't I read your soul? You just came from a rift too. Imperia? Rift? What is this man babbling about? Either way, you must be some monster in disguise. Raising his blade, he sent it down gunning for my head. Huh? I am not. Like I would just allow him to kill me. I quickly tried to run away from him. Ting. Huh? In front of me was a man with black hair. Donned in a long black coat, he had a skull mask on the side of his face. Looking up, he was holding the blade of the man. He then looked at me. You are new around here? He wore armor that appeared to be made of leather and steel just like the big guy. But he was much shorter than him by maybe 6 inches. Neil. What are you doing? The guy who tried to slice my damn head off asked. What does it look like, William? Saving some kid that you were about to slaughter. A kid. He came from this rift. I am positive about it. He was literally laying below it. What he was pointing at was a portal of some sort, radiating a spectrum of colors, ranging from red to blue and green. The radius was 4 times the length of that blood-hungry guy here. Pulling his scythe back, the man he called Neil looked at me and furrowed his brow. He clicked his tongue. He squatted down and asked, What's your name? My name? Yes, your name, you monster. The man with the scythe barked. What a piece of shit. Yep, your name. The Neil guy nodded childishly. I don't know. You don't know your name? You gotta be kidding me. Seriously, Neil? Quiet, I am talking to him. He waved his hand in dismissal. Why don't you know your name? I just don't have any memory whatsoever of anything much. I don't know how I got here. I don't know where I am or what I am, and I don't know how the hell you guys have those weird horn-like things. Poking his horns, he pondered, then responded, Huh? These aren't horns. We aren't demons, you know. They're called soul races. Besides, you also have them, quite a bit of silver hair too. Staring at me, the other man muttered, Silver hair. He dyed it? I doubt. Our hair can't be dyed that color. His hair literally reflects light differently, as if it's coated with steel. Well, if half of his hair wasn't black. What's so special about my hair and it's silver? I picked a strain on my hair. It really is silver like steel. Well, you look quite old enough to go adventuring on your own. But finding here on your own, huh? The other man crossed his arms. Are you sure he's not some fake? There is a lot of trickery in the world, you know. Standing up, Neil stretched his back and replied, nah. Huh? How are you sure? Because I say so. Ha. Neil smiled and shrugged. Huh. He is so odd. I think he is somewhat scarier than the loser with the huge scythe. There is just something uncanny about him. Yet he is the one who saved me, didn't threaten me and genuinely showed somewhat concern for me. Thank you for saving me, Neil. I am very grateful to him. Neil looked at me, surprised, and then grinned. Oh. Sure, scruffgaveshquack. A disgusting, piercing, cacophonous screech split our eardrums. What was that sound? Turning my back, a humanoid gorilla with full black hair was pushing himself from the rift. Gripping the ends of the rift. He shot his hostile gazes at Neil. Pulling itself more through the portal, below its torso was revealed, it was that of a massive spider body. When it finally pulled its entire body out, it was so large that it made the spider monsters look like children in comparison. Maybe standing 16 meters tall, its immense shadow covered us. An ominous and demonic grin quickly swelled from its face. Opening its mouth, it split into 4 pieces, and attempted to rupture our ears with another disgusting screech. Ah, damn it. It's charging straight toward Neil, and I am right near Neil. So that's the last one, the William guy muttered. Yep. It looks quite lively, Neil chuckled, as he touched the ground. A mass of pure black thick and clumpy semi-liquid erupted from his fingers before swimming around and infesting every corpse around him. For something that's about to die. The dark substance formed a blanket over the dead monster's spider, then vacuumed into their wounds, rushing in. In an instant, their eyes flared open. Standing up, they all faced the giant monster. Every single dead monster maybe added up to over 56. My eyes must be lying to me about this. I refuse to believe this is real. Did he bring them back to life like some necromancer? Don't look too terrified. They aren't back to life like a bunch of zombies. They are simply meat puppets. Grabbing my sleeve, he threw me high in the air. Sorry about this in advance. Neil waved at me goodbye. I am going to die. Piercing through the air, I went through a couple of tree branches before falling shoulder first to the ground. Thud. The bones shifted and twisted upon impact, causing them to emit a sickening sound that reverberated through the air. Damn it. Hell, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Calm down, calm down. Is it broken? Damn it. I have to get out of here. Where can I go? No, I just need to run, just run. As I ran, I only sprinted past more monster corpses. Blood was sprayed on those weird trees. Trees with roots above the ground mischievously attempted to trip me. The trees had holes in them like skin pores. And their leaves were shaped like triangles. The branches were even worse as they were almost like skeleton arms. If you turn your imagination to the max, you would say they were hunted. Where do I run? Where? Where? I am scared. I don't want to die. Then suddenly I heard. Shurkucker. What was that sound even supposed to be? It didn't stop at that one scream. It was screaming at the top of its voice, probably in an attempt to drown its prey in fear. And unfortunately for me, it worked. Too well. Each cry drove me into a deeper state of despair than I was in before. My breathing ceased. My muscles cramped up. Shurkucker. Shurkucker. Hugging my knees, I wanted to wake up. I wanted to cause this couldn't be real. I want to know who I'm at least before I die. What's this feeling? Of something staring at me? Hesitantly, I lifted my head. You got to be bloody joking. No way in hell. Looking at me was a giant monkey spider monster bleeding from its missing legs, the scaly shells of it broken off. Its entire chin was dripping saliva as its eyes widened with excitement. He began caressing his own body in a deranged and contorted way. Scratch. Hell with you. With pure instinct, I sprinted away. Not wasting any time, it quickly locked the trajectory of its sharp-bladed legs onto me, swiping down to decapitate my neck. However, I quickly dodged and rolled, evading the swipe. But, it managed to swipe some of my hair. The bladed leg was for sure an inch away from my head. That was too damn close for comfort. I kept running as fast as I could, even outrunning it. That boulder. Ahead of me was a huge boulder that was angled off the ground. It had enough space in which I could fit myself under. Maybe if I. But, no, I didn't have time to think. Like a crab, I crawled under the space of the huge boulder. Maybe due to its wounds and missing leg, it was too slow to keep up with me, giving me enough time to fit under it. But that didn't mean it was going to give up, or so I thought. The heavy stumps became less. "Mammy, wake up." A young child with golden hair begged her mother, who had a deep hole in her stomach. From what I could see, the hole was clean, like a wide blade of some sort pierced her. What? Slowly I peeked more. What is she doing? Run. You idiot, get the hell out of here, you damn fool. The girl's face was consumed with fear when she noticed the spider freak. Her teddy bear slipped from her hand and her next course of action was to desperately run away. That spider found its prey. The spider chased after her with its missing legs. Yeah, get the hell out of here. I am sorry. If it comes back, I am sure it will find a way to kill me. I should get the hell out of here. Dragging my body out from the spot, I looked back for a second, feeling remorseful. Maybe this might haunt me, but I am not some idiot. My life is more important than a stranger's. I took heavy strides opposite where the girl ran. Where am I going? I don't know. I don't know if where I am heading would have more monsters or even weirder stuff. That's the screams of the girl. Why does my chest burn so much? There was and there is nothing I can do about it. Please. Who? My eyes widened as I turned to a woman's body. It was the same woman who I thought was dead. She was coughing up blood. It seemed she was relying on borrowed time. She looked different than those guys, very different. She was 90% opaque, just like the girl had golden hair, and had a V-shaped head appendage that originated from the middle of her eyebrow. I looked at her body to distract myself from her outrageous request. Shut up, you better not. Please save my daughter. Reaper. No. Save her? How? How can I save her when I can't save myself? She is just a little girl. Why? I can't save her. I am not some all-powerful being. Why? Do you hate us this much? What is she talking about it? I am the mother of 4. I don't care. I don't have time to waste here. As I moved forward, she said something that caused me to stop in my tracks. She is the only child that is alive from the 4. She is nothing but a child, 10 years of age, so please. How can you ask me to sacrifice my life for your daughter who is going to die anyway? How can someone be so selfish? It's stupid to ask, but I don't care. I don't. If you try to leave, I will scream so that it will come and chase you down. Maybe alerting any alive ones around too. My heart went cold, and a shiver ran down my spine. This woman was insane. The hell. Hell, she knows I would die along with her daughter. No, who the hell does she think she is anyway? Why don't you go ahead? If I help her, I would die anyway. I mocked her. I was annoyed by her pure, utter stupidity. Has she given up on something to say? I continued, do you think of me as some idiot who will give his life to save someone I don't even know? I don't care if you define me as evil. I will think of myself as a normal living being. I have to admit, it's sad that her daughter has to die, but it's better she dies than both of us. Why isn't she saying something? I gazed at the mother, whose eyes were wide open with no life. She died. The entire time she was talking, she was barely managing the energy to mutter out words. If you are going to make threats, then at least be able to go along with them. Damn it. Spotting the spider, I threw a rock at its hard shell, causing it to turn its attention to me, spitting venom. Green juice flew in the air, landing on me and bathing me in its filth. My skin made sounds like oil in a hot pot. It was burning up, exposing my muscles. Damn it. It hurts. But what she is going through right now is far worse. My tears probably taste way better than some child's. I forced a smile. Backing off from the girl, it walked to me, maybe finding me suspicious. I looked at the little girl. I didn't make it in time, it seems. It tore her arm off and she was bleeding non-stop. The world is unfair. May I die here? I wonder, would it be an unfair death? I don't think so. I think I would deserve it. From today. May my name be Tian. Back in my world that was the name of a famous, courageous man who would risk his life for anyone. I choose that name to make a mockery out of it, cause I am no brave bastard. Words flew from my mouth. My world? Tian? I knew nothing of it. It was something I made up on the fly. Cause I am positive wherever I am from, it isn't here. Maybe it's somewhere different. A different country. Somewhere where evil like this doesn't exist. Chapter 3, Undeserving Gratitude. Ironic of me to straight up offer myself to this spider. This ugly ass thing was pissing me off. Just kill me already, you piece of shit. Cough cough. Oh? She regained consciousness. How was she alive after losing that much blood? Hey! Get the hell out of here! I shouted at her. I know she was in pain, but the longer she stayed here, the more useless this ridiculous sacrifice of mine would be. In pain, she fell to the ground and looked at me with trembling eyes before running away. Would she live? That's something I doubted from the bottom of my heart, but at least I didn't have to deal with seeing a little girl get ripped into shreds in front of me. The spider freak began circling me like a wary predator. It was getting annoying. Was my willingness to die confusing? What? Did it derive pleasure from suffering? So, seeing me being calm was not to its taste? I do admit it would be funny if what I said was true. However, I know I wasn't that lucky. Not to mention, I was trembling right now. Maybe it had to deal with that poison it spewed on me. Finally taking action, it sprung itself onto me, unhinging its spider mouth to the max. In one bite, everything above my torso would be gone. Its filthy saliva dripped down as its chainsaw-like teeth came closer to my body. I hate you, spider. From behind the spider, the same girl came back? Is she kidding me? I completely accepted my death so that I wouldn't see her die, so that she may escape with her life. However, things were different. Around that little girl was strong air pressure swirling around her, like some vortex. She stretched her arm out. What is this? The pressure around her was growing bigger and stronger. Similar to an explosion, the air pressure radius drastically increased all the way to me. It was even pushing me back intensely. It was hot. Boiling water hot. What is this girl? Hell, never mind that. The spider monkey monster turned to focus his animosity on the little girl. Well, whatever she is or what she is doing should benefit me. Hey, ugly ass. What are you looking at? I shouted at it to gather its attention. The monster was as dumb as it looked. It redirected its concentration onto me. Around the girl's arm, the wind pressure increased and then what came forth was a swirling ball of purple flames that then dropped to the ground like paint. Protect me. Mom. An image of her mother composed of purple flames formed around her like a shadow. It stretched vigorously like an angry spirit and lifted from the ground before towering over the spider and boating it to the ground. Boom. I was not expecting this. What is she? Caving in the ground, the spider struggled against the massive flame demon shit. It's hard to believe what I was seeing, but I had been seeing crazy all day. The little girl began breathing heavily as her nose streamed down blood. Knowing she would die, she came back to save me? When I wasn't even willing to risk my life for hers. I really am shit. If you could do this the entire time, why did you only choose to do it now? There must have been a reason. I don't know what this is. It's my first time ouch. It's my first time using Imperia and even Adursku. I have become just like Big Sis. Her eyes, which were deprived of life, began losing their light. Her eyes closed as she fell head straight. I am going to die saving people. Just like you, Lumina. As she fell, she was smiling, a full smile. Save someone. The flame demon that represented her mother evaporated. I ran towards the little girl to catch her before her head hit the floor. Just like anyone would have predicted, I was too slow. Thud. Damn it. I wish I was faster. I reached her and began to shake her. Hey. Get up. She didn't respond at all. Her pulse was almost gone and her breathing was incredibly faint. To die in such a disgraceful way. Her eyes moved to me a bit. My mother. I will. I picked her up from the ground and walked toward her mom's location. With each step I took, I hated myself more. I wanted to die with each damn step. My tears fell on the girl's half-dead body. Why? Why me? You are so young. You could have given your life for anyone else. But you chose something as worthless as me. Because you risked your life for me. I didn't. Even my reason for distracting the spider for her to escape was selfish. I don't know what it was, but seeing that dead woman with her eyes wide open, someone who wished for another kid to risk their life for their child, observing that stroked something in me. And for some reason, I wanted to listen to her. And so, I listened to her as if she was my mother. Like I wanted to hear her tell me to do something. What's your name? She asked me. I don't have one, but I came up with Tazin. I think that was what I said to the spider freak. You. What about you take on a different name with a different meaning? What's your name? I didn't want to ignore her, but seeing how she might die anytime, I wanted to at least know her name first. Sariel Himavri, it means life and light. It shows how I am hope. So will you be willing to take my name? I wouldn't be worthy to inherit your name. I was quite serious. Someone like me wouldn't be. I am giving you more than my name, I am also giving you my life, or rather, Milas. I wasn't sure what she meant by Alice, but I guessed it was another word for life. What are you talking about? You already did. Your name shall be Sariel Himavri. Now kill me and add Milas to yours. What? Read me. No, I don't understand what you mean. Please. Her head was on the verge of tilting back. What was she talking about? Grshhh. That monster. As if she was a puppet who had its strings cut, her head leaned back, having no more strength. She died. You. Why did you? From her, a cherry red misty sphere object which had a tint of purple drew from her chest and proceeded to press onto my lips as if it was trying to be consumed by me. I opened my mouth, allowing it to be devoured by the devil, who I was. After committing this great sin, what else could I be? What I just ate was her life, wasn't it? I am not even sure, it's not exactly how I expected the objectification of the concept of life to look. A great amount of energy flowed to every single cell of my body, feeding it strength. Placing the girl gently near her mother, I gritted my teeth. My ears reverberated from the drums of my heart. I may not know who I am. But I will become someone. This will be my new beginning, I will be strong. Strong enough to save someone when they are crying for help. Strong enough to save children like you. I will be the light of life and hope for those in distress. I am Sariel Himavri. She died smiling. Strong enough to kill anything and anyone that threatens the innocence of the world. I will become a hero. As soon as I said hero, deep in me, a strong disgust stopped me from continuing. I wasn't sure why it happened. Fine. I will become a god. Maybe I am getting a bit over my head here. I stood back up. Maybe I shouldn't be putting my hopes up too much, but this feeling in my heart wouldn't stop me. Behind me was the same spider that was half crushed to death. I didn't expect it to survive after getting bodied so hard that a massive crater was created. Nevertheless, My main focus right now was that ugly monster behind me. I dashed towards the giant spider monster, taking out my shirt, twirling it as thin as possible. It stretched its head out in rage as it tried to move its body, sending its sharp legs to cut me in half. Unlike before, my body was faster. Dodging the leg, it sliced nothing but the air. I slid to its right, which only had 2 legs, the left had 3. It baffled me that it could sustain all that weight on those legs, but it must have been the reason why they were so wobbly. I wrapped my rope shirt around its leg and pulled it with all my force. Easily, its leg bent to my will, making it fall to the ground. Its legs danced in a frenzy and it quickly proceeded with its old trick, puffing up its mouth to spit. Quickly, I jumped onto his monkey body, and as it opened its mouth, I stuffed the shirt in his mouth with a punch. Falling back, its head crashed against a rock. It didn't do any damage, but its face being wrapped in horror made me glad. Die. I deepened my fist in its mouth. This was taking too damn long. It had a spider body and a mammal top, along with nostrils, so I assumed it could breathe through 2 places. Pulling out my hand, it was bloody and looked like it was near the verge of melting off. Was this acid? Weird, I don't feel much pain. Adrenaline? Thank you. Despite its mouth being filled with acid, I shoved my other hand into it. It quickly tried to wrap its hands around my neck. Well, it tried. I hopped over its head, and as I descended I grabbed onto it and held its head in a lock. The sacrifice I had to make for that move was my back crashing against a sharp stone. HK. It hurt so damn much, but Himarvi suffered more. A damn lot more. Thrusting my left arm into its disgusting salivary acidic mouth, I got hold of its tongue. Panicking, it screeched, "Swarhoog." What a disgusting ear-piercing sound. Gripping its tongue, I pulled it back like it was a string, ripping it straight off from its mouth. It went into a panic, swinging its limbs even more frantically than before. I used all of my strength. Out of nowhere, it got leverage, pushing me off by somehow extending the range of his elbows. Damn it! This thing didn't know how to give up. Standing up immediately, I got ready to confront it, but nothing was in front of my view. No sharp spider legs, no acid, nothing. It was just on the ground screeching. Swargoog. Swar. Its struggle for life ended soon after. Huff. Ha ha. We did it, Himarvi. You truly were amazing. From it, a heavy gray sphere and mist were released. It stayed around its body, slowly elevating. It was corrupted, disgusting, and revolting, akin to spoiled milk, and smelled like it too. No, maybe even like rotten fish. Haha. As I was about to open my mouth to laugh, I remembered how I ate Himarvi's life. I don't want your filthy life. Throwing its tongue onto the ground, I walked away holding my chest. My hand was blooded with purple blood, and was on the verge of tearing off. Damn it. When the pain comes back. Oh boy. Svergi Utilda. Huh? What the hell? One of them? No, 6. Huh? 13. 13 more of those things began walking toward me. How? When I ate Hurlus, I got stronger. Turning back to face the spider's massiveness, maybe 5 times Sari eel's size. It seemed a tiny bit smaller than earlier though. Should I? If I do take it, then I maybe can survive this, right? I don't have a choice right now. You would understand, right? Himarvi? Even with Hurlus in me, she couldn't answer me. After all, she is really dead. I suppose whatever this Illis thing is, it's not her soul. Is it just one's living energy? This is getting bad. Why did I end up in this situation? Why? Damn it. I can't think of hating myself now. I have to survive this first. But to take in the same list that took her mom's life, I would be a monster far worse than the current one I am. I don't see how I am going to survive this time though. Maybe I don't have a choice. That's quite the waste, you know. Huh? Who is that? Descending from the sky was a beauty with long straight hair so long it probably reached her hips. Her rich black hair and beautiful smile could steal any man's heart. She had a skull mask on the side of her face. The mask was the same as Neil's. She also had a long black coat, and leather, and steel armor. Landing near me, she casually walked to the spider with a huge scythe on her back. The blade length was maybe from my toe to the torso. Is she blind? Her smile remained as she nodded to the rhythm of the song she was humming. Thank you for the meal. She clapped her hands and inhaled the illis through her nose. In a second it was sucked. Q. Question mark. Monsteruses are always so damn revolting. Her demeanor changed. Nevertheless, it's the power that matters. She placed back on her smile. Who the hell is she? She took a seat on the dead spider and crossed her legs. She grinned. You might want to lay low. With the mere swing of her scythe, a messy dense mass of purple flame was generated. The flame sliced through the air. Ducking down, a wave of flame flashed over me, removing the torso of every monster. What followed next was a fountain of purple liquid spraying the area. Like a sudden flash flood, they painted the entire area with their purple filthy blood. Thwoosh! Splash! The blood swarmed down and bathed me. Along with pieces of their bug parts, spider legs and abdomens. Ah! Blinking, I wiped the blood and pieces of flesh off my face. Body parts and blood, all over me. Sick. Oh my god. This is disgusting. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. The woman waved her hand above her head and a blast of wind scattered the blood and body pieces away from her. She took in a deep breath and sucked all the monsteruses into her, gulping them down. She made a gagging reflex. That's insane, but the question is whether she is going to try to kill me. What's your name? She was talking to me now. My name is Serial Himarvi. Is that so? Such a feminine name. And what are you doing in an area like here? You don't look like a spy. What the hell is a spy? I just managed to wake up here, my memories are foggy. I say foggy when I have no memories of my personal life whatsoever. Oh. Is that so? I couldn't afford to show disrespect if I wanted the life that was given by Himarvi. I was slowly moving my legs and moving my hands to try to hide my constant shivering in the hope it would go away, but I don't think it's working. She continued. So, I am assuming you aren't aware of what country you are from. No, none of that. She peeked at my attire. My pants looked like simple black trousers. Right now, it was covered in purple blood and disgusting shreds of the spider monsters. I swung my head up, since looking at that sight made me feel too blag. A large amount of saliva poured from my mouth. Tears welled up in my eyes as I wiped my mouth. I have to endure this for now at least. I stood up and bowed before her. My forehead was drenched in sweat beads. I squeaked out, I am sorry for showing such a disgraceful action. In front of you, miss. Ah, it's okay. I didn't know I was so ugly that I would make someone vomit at the sight of me. Huh. Wait, what? I didn't even imply that. No, it's not like that. Keep your actions to a minimum. I am not done investigating you. Also, I was kidding. Her words were cold. So cold, it felt like her hand was around my heart. Yet she said that with a full smile. Doesn't she stop smiling? But I would rather she smile than her cutting off my head. She started back talking. Go on, I will make my assumptions about you while you ask questions. This will feel more natural than an old regular investigation. Trying to understand this woman would cause my demise. Well, is there any civilization nearby that would accept me? Right now in a world and place I don't know, it's more than obvious I am going to need a place to stay. Oh? You don't have a place to stay to? Well, I thought that was obvious based on what I said. No, it may be possible for you to migrate to Deflin, the capital city of North Oriatar. You seem like you may be a valuable asset. Why would she assume I would be a valuable asset? I don't remember doing anything amazing or seeming somehow powerful. Anyway, Deflin. Huh? Well, I don't have a choice if I want to have a place to stay. Are there monsters there by any chance? That's the first thought that crossed my mind. I don't want to deal with man-eating creatures like those, not until I acquire more power. Dancing her head rhythmically to the sides, she took on a bigger smile. Nope, unless you're considering a slayer like me. Chapter 3.5, Silver-haired. No monsters, but slayers? If I had to guess. No, it's better if I ask, slayers? Twinkling her legs, she replied, yep, I am a slayer. Think of us as vassals of slayer masters or a state. We obey our master's requests and/or deal with threats to our nation, or we participate in the games. Huh. So like warriors that belong to others? I don't understand what she meant by the games. Despite that, I am interested in the power she displayed. That was for sure beyond normal. It must have been what Himarvi called Imperia. By the way, can you inform me about what is Imperia, or how you do things like this, Angelus? And what's that spherical object that lifts from the body? Taking a deep breath, she seemed annoyed. How don't you know such basics? Surely, you couldn't have forgotten everything? If I didn't, I wouldn't be asking you about that stuff. I wish I could say that. Regardless of what I want, I rather have a neck attached to my body. Sorry. I don't, I replied. She looked at me as if I was stupid. I literally told her that I had had foggy memories. Ugh. Okay, calm down. Don't get upset. You can't afford to do that. Guess it. She moved her head forward, finding interest in me as if I was a toy. Guess? Oh my god. Okay. Based on what I saw. It's a power in someone which allows them to perform magic? The piece of shit did make a remark saying I had no Imperia in me or something along those lines. And I think Sariel also commented about using Imperia for the first time when she spawned the massive flame creature. For some weird reason, her eyes twitched and her smile felt nearly genuine, like she had remembered something. Not bad. Not bad. She looked away before fixing back her nasty gaze on me. She spoke with confidence. Well, Imperia is the power extracted from the ilices that we consume, which allows us to perform powerful actions or acts. That's the simplified version. Illis is more complicated. If I remember right, it's not one soul, nor does it represent one's life. It is simply something in every living organism that represents our nature, desires, and core personalities. Though, most people think of it as a tool of an individual that allows us to generate power so that we may kill our opponents. You understand? Ah. A weapon. Yes, I do, I responded. Out of nowhere, a great deal of pain assaulted me from my arms. It was as if a million animals were slowly but in unity tearing off my flesh and rubbing salt in it. It hurt. My knees collapsed to the ground as I began to panic and gasp in pain. Ah. Damn. It hurts. The adrenaline, it must have finished, and now the hell of pain comes. It hurts. It hurts. It bloody hurts so bad. It hurts a lot. The pain hurts. I don't want to suffer, I don't want this pain. I slammed my head on the ground, thud. I don't know why. But in pain, my brain thought that if I, thud, slammed my head, and the pain will only hurt there. My vision became red, it seemed blood flowed to my eyes. That's not good. Despite that, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts so bad. It hurts a lot. So much. I slammed my head on the ground again, this time. I wanted to beg for the pain to stop, as if I was threatening to hurt myself more. Blood was flowing out more from my head. Tap, huh? I looked up, and the lady had a veil in which she poured 1/3 of the red contents into a bandage. Show me your arms. Also, this might hurt, a lot. I tried to raise my arm, but it was as if they would melt off. I was unable and not wanting to do as she requested. Tears welled up in my eyes. Suddenly, she began wrapping the bandage around my arms. I didn't even see her move here. Ah. Stop. It hurts. With all that venom coursing through your body and only those injuries to show for it. You really are valuable. It felt like hot metal was ripping my flesh apart. In pain, I tried to move away, but her feet were on mine, keeping me still. Her strength was insane. Then she shoved a sponge ball into my mouth. Bite onto it. She began wrapping the bandage faster right up to my elbows. Ah. Ah. Argh. I bit down on the sponge ball as tears streamed down my face. My head. It's feeling light. All done, no need to cry for something like that. She wrapped some on my head too, in which a burning sensation came forth. Ah. The pain was dulling. Did it have some painkillers on it? Thank you. She leapt back on the spider's corpse. Sure. It took a very long while, but the pain was easing up and it felt like my hand was connecting to its tissue and bone. My body lost strength as I collapsed on the side. I was still conscious but tired. Very tired. While patting the corpse of the spider she was sitting on, she called out to me. You might want to come by me for a second, huh? Tilting her head, she gave me a slightly nasty look. So it's like that. As I began moving toward her, a shadow covered the entire area as if an eclipse was occurring. What the hell? Not having time to look up, I dashed towards her. Mere moments later, something came crashing to the ground. Boom. The shockwave blasted me right to her. As I was zooming into her chest, her index finger began moving to my chin to deflect me. Ah boy. Here we go. My chin was an inch away from her finger when all of a sudden, huh? Why didn't I feel as if I collided with iron? Her finger should have been as strong as steel, right? Opening my eyes, she bent her body slightly, giving me space so I can taste the sweet hatred of the rocky ground. Thud. Ouch. It didn't hurt an insane amount but it still hurt. Crouching low, I grabbed onto the spider bodies. Another monster attack? At least this miss will handle it. Whoosh. What was that? The dust raised up but quickly settled down. The woman wasn't even bothered by the shockwave one bit too, but did she really have to play me like that? Skewer. A sound of a dying mammal barely squealed. It came from what just landed here. William, it's mine. No. I did all the work, I deserve it, Celeste. What? But my puppets took most of the damage. They were tanking. Heck with that. Let's kill it fast so we can get more Vitulus before it fragments even more. Fragments. I was confused. The woman looked at me. Of course, you don't know shit about this too. It's impossible to get all of the Vitulus of a slain creature. And why is that? I wonder if it's like it's just too dense to absorb, or if there is a danger to it. She was deep in thought. She snapped her finger, remembering. Right. When it's dying, parts of Vitulus slowly start to drift away to the upper realm, becoming less tangible and less visible. Like when a light source loses its power over time? Fragmentation of Vitulus. I wonder if the Vitulus feels any pain nor anything. This entire thing about absorbing Vitulus is more complicated than I thought. The corpse was the dead body of the massive spider, the one they called the apex. It was riddled with many slashes, and it was missing both arms. It seemed chunks of its flesh were bitten off. It died a painful death as it should have. Then there was Neil arguing with a piece of shit. Neil stomped on the dying monster spider's head as it gasped for air. Crush. Thud. Its head caved under the wheel of his foot and splashed purple blood all over it. I guess it's obvious we will just share it. I didn't realize at first, but Neil didn't have a single scratch on him, and the other dude had a couple of abrasions on his face. They sucked up the Vituluses, with great disgust. It almost looked like Neil was choking and trying to vomit. While the other guy poked his tongue out in disgust. Neil looked in our direction and waved at the woman. I am surprised you didn't try to steal it, Celeste. Oh, don't think of me as some thief. She gave a slight chuckle. You are a thief. Neil quickly responded. Turning her head to the side, she sighed in guilt. William then asked, Did you get all the fishers by the way? Turning back towards them, she nodded. I killed every single one of them and got what we came for. She shows them a black hand-sized cube, a black box. Neil gawked at the box. Hey, let me see that. He rushed towards her in an attempt to grab it, but she kept him away from it with her feet. No, you act like a child a lot. I am afraid that you will lose it. Bullshit. He spoke under his breath as he gave up. My senses regained completely, and I realized I was near monster spiders. Quickly, I tried to move away from them, but they were all over. Averting my eyes from the monster, I gave a little wave to Neil to alert him of my presence. Neil was nice to me, so I assumed announcing my location to him wouldn't hurt me. And from what it appears, I am assuming they are slayers too, and they are something of a team, though I should be wary of him. As I waved, the lady pointed at me. I found this kid here. He doesn't seem to be a spy or a fisher. Though it is weird he could reach here on his own, I must admit, especially because of all these dangerous animals in the forest. Spy and fisher. I realized one thing, fisher doesn't have to deal with fishing. It even seems the fishers they are talking about are enemies of them. Oh, him? We met him before. Neil is well bent on talking to the kid. I mean, he came from a rift after all. I only sensed his presence all of a sudden when other fishers weren't alive. Through a rift. You know that's impossible, right? The woman was skeptic about his statement. Well, I couldn't think of a better reason. It's not like he had his presence hidden, 'cause he doesn't have a single bit of Imperia in him. Neil crossed his arms before giving his take. And we can't read his soul too. It feels like something is blocking us from doing this. Exactly. He has no Imperia or main ability, so he clearly doesn't have a passive Dersku, and he doesn't have any protection gears or items. The woman said with a low tone. She focused her hostility and curiosity on me. I know this feeling, the feeling that any wrong move I may make could be my last. What can I say in a time like this? Absolutely nothing is coming through my mind. William rubbed his chin. Hey, imagine what kind of a beast he would be if he became a slayer. And that hair color of his. Huh? I didn't expect to hear that from him of all people. No, I am getting my hopes up. He probably meant it in some sinister way. Though, they keep mentioning my hair color, like it's something important. What's the big deal, or rather what's the meaning of it? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too. The lady jumped from the spider and landed in front of me. Allow me to restate what I said earlier, you are coming with us or I will get killed. I looked directly into her eyes. Her eyes widened. Oh. Turning to the other she said, I like him. Huh? Wait, what? I don't even get why she said that. I already asked her for a civilization to stay, which she said was Deflin. So that part was unnecessary unless, of course, she wanted to show who was in power. William muttered, though this is disappointing. Aren't silver-haireds supposed to be legendary strong? Like the type to make you go, Holy Mother of Jyaxu? Jyaxu? This must be this planet's name. Right? No, that's too big of an assumption. At least this country. No, this country is supposed to be North Orientar according to the lady. Well, the lady said, in case your memory is anime shit type of bad, Jyaku is this planet's name. What a nice way to compare my memory. Neil shook his head. Though. We can't deny the fact he is mysterious, and it could be something we have never seen before, despite the fact he looks like us Reapers. Regardless, let's see where this may lead. And what's so interesting about my hair? I asked. Right, we can be born with any color of hair except silver. Silver-haired individuals are only known to exist in the world of desires and conflict, Ishmanti. They are ridiculously powerful. They are seen and even worshipped like gods. Ridiculously powerful. Is that some lame joke? No, it's obvious that it's a mistake since I am such fodder. It's rare to see you show any concern or think ahead. William looked at him. Whoever said I was showing concern? If anything, I am curious. This Ishmandi thing, where is it? I am gonna assume it's on another nearby planet. I asked. Natasha laughed. It's in another universe. You've gotta be kidding me. So me having silver hair is something nigh impossible and legendary. Reapers can't be born with silver hair. My existence is mysterious. I do not know who I am, And I am someone that can consume the embodiment of the desires and core personality of an individual. If anything, I think I'm the devil. Though hearing about how ops silverhairs are, it would sound nice if I wasn't so goddamn weak. Are they screwing with my head? Don't mess with me. Sigh. Honestly, I have a bad temper, but who wouldn't be angry after hearing that? Yet knowing they're so pathetic. During their conversation, William looked at the spider that the woman was sitting on a while ago. Oh. I remember that thing. I am surprised it survived against me. The way it's crushed, it can't be by the works of you, Natasha. He looked at me. Did you do that? No, moving my eyes to the dead Himarvi, I pointed at her. She did it. It was all on that girl here. She saved me from it. It's because of you that I am alive. You give your life to someone as disgusting as me. William said nothing. The lady moved her eyes to the dead bodies. For a moment I thought I heard a slight chuckle. Surely I must have heard wrong. You know. I should give Himarvi a proper burial. Walking towards Himarvi, I took a broken off leg of one of the spiders, and dug the soil up, throwing the excess dirt nearby. The soil was extremely tough, so it was difficult to dig deeper than 4 feet. After doing that, I gently picked up Himarvi and placed her in the burial place along with her mother. Goodbye, and thank you for everything. I grimaced as I covered her dead body with the soil. You know, her death isn't the thing that is bothering me the most, it's the reason why she died. She died saving me when I didn't want to do the same for her. I have been saying that for a while now. My thoughts send. Maybe I've been saying that many times now, but how can I not? How can I not feel disgusted and revolted by myself? It's annoying. Nothing can be done about it. I would have said hopefully her soul found peace and rejoined with her mother and sister, but we took her life. Neil walked by me and stared at the burial. You have some memory of them? I wish I knew about her. No, this girl killed the spider and gave me her life, and saved me. In the end, maybe she did it to become just like her sister. But it doesn't change the fact that she died for me, and for that, I am always grateful and indebted. Wish. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and every single one of them turned their heads at the source. What's with all this? Is it some signal? Huh. Where is that little punk? What's taking him so long? The lady seemed annoyed. Wait. It's in the infirmary. Her tone dropped. William laughed like some maniac at her. You damn fool. Ha ha. What are they talking about? For a second I was thinking she could be talking about someone else, but she said it. So it's something, I'm assuming. Pointing at him furiously, she shouted, Shut up. You are the one responsible for it being hurt. From the bush, heavy swift sounds were made. A giant furball leaped from the forest and landed at the side of Neil. What the hell? Is that another monster? Taking a step back instinctively, fear was commanding me. I took a huge breath. I had a blade leg from a dead spider monster. Maybe I could use it to slice its neck when it tries to kill me. I might have to sacrifice my left arm. Don't worry, it's my rider. Neil petted it. Your rider? What was that even supposed to mean? Ignore him, no one calls them riders. They are anima shifters. A very rare and special breed of animus which are capable of undergoing various forms, the woman added. Anima shifters, huh? That's interesting. It was a giant rat. I was not kidding when I said the giant. It seemed to be almost as big as a house. It also had snowy white fur. The tail was covered with black iron like an armored shell, and its claws seemed iron-plated too. Its paws were massive, rectangular shaped with claws, maybe twice the height and 3 times the length of its head, and its head had something like an iron helmet, mouth trap. Wait, its tail even had a mace. Something like that. I wouldn't even be able to slice its head off even if I tried to. But it should be slow with that massive paw. Yeah, it's an iron Tritson. Stuff you would never see here, and it's in its combat state. Combat state? Like some shapeshifter? So that's what she meant by shifter, huh? So, can a monster be tamed just like this anima? I asked Neil. Nah, monsters can't be tamed. They only want to kill and create chaos. Pretty evil shits. I see. Don't worry. Melon doesn't bite unless its huge mouth trap opens. He jumped and sat on it. Well, if you say so. So, Melon is its name. Well, it isn't showing me hostility, I guess. Would be funny if it bit me when I jump on its back, wouldn't it? Ha. Ha. No, that would not be funny. Are you guys coming or not? He asked. Well, I don't see why not. The lady broke into a nervous laugh. Nah, no. That thing, nah, I will pass. William, where's your dark horse? It's been so long. Shut up, he's coming. Taking for Eve, a massive crab-like creature, possessing a dark brown exoskeleton crawled up to William. The exoskeleton had a gaping hole in front of it, where its head was supposed to be, but it wasn't a hole that was formed from damage, it looked organic. One pincer was large, maybe a meter wide and long. Its left pincer was rather small, maybe thrice the size of my hand. From behind it, a weird green slimish creature popped up. It was shaped like a slime that had limbs that were in the shell. On its head was a helmet with the same color as its shell. It was as if the crab-like body was its host. She was flabbergasted. Willie. That's not wait that crab went through neftomorphosis again? Nefta what? Nodding proudly, he rested his hand on his waist. You bet. It finally got a traveling form. To hell with this. Her smile was about to reach its breaking point. She ran and leaped onto Neil's rat, grabbing me too. Landing on its fur, it felt awfully comfortable, and clean. She crossed her legs and sat opposite me. By the way, my name is Natasha Ferial. Ah, I just realized you didn't tell me your name before. I have bad manners. She smiled proudly. With a tone of betrayal, William asked, You have a problem with sushi? Isn't that the name of a food? Surely he couldn't have named it that. Neil broke into a bizarre laugh along with the woman. Ha! The fact you named it that is the problem. Neil then fell back on Natasha's arm. Those arms are as nice as ever. Before she could open her mouth, the rat glowed silver and morphed into a different form. It became longer, and all the dangerous-looking augments began changing, and while it still had the iron, its autonomy became far closer to a rat. What just happened? I was so confused. Traveling form. That's the form that's most fit for traveling. Neil snapped his finger. So it can take on different forms that suit its master's desire better? Or situation, maybe. Its legs resembled a rabbit's after all, so I assume it leaps forth a lot. With a dash, it launched itself into the forest. Whoosh! Holy hell! That thing is fast. I could feel the air pulling my facial cheeks apart. Dashing and leaping, the rat began running on the ground, then leapt over the thick tree branches, moving through the air. I wouldn't deny it, this is kinda cool. Chapter 4, Lumina and the Gate. Point of view, Lumina, shit, shit, shit. Sweat poured down my face. Come on Nectar, move faster, please. They gotta be alive. Foosh. I was on a flying creature that resembled a huge stingray, an elderback ray. It was gliding at full speed straight ahead. It drove through all the trees, even the man-eating ones at full speed, swiping its antennas at supersonic speeds, causing all the trees in my way to be obliterated without any mercy. Shunk shink shink. I looked around, my expression grew darker. On trees, the ground, and in the lakes were dead people scattered all over. Along with monster corpses. Just what the hell took no? That's a foolish question. I already know who are responsible for this. The cuts they had were sharp and clean. Not something done by monsters. Not those monsters, at least. Nectar continued moving until we reached a destination I determined was right to descend on. I stood up and stared at the bloody ground below me. What a disgusting sight. I moved my legs into the thin air, then dropped from Nectar. I fell as fast as a missile. Boom. Despite my light weight, when my feet touched the ground, it caved in, creating a small domain for me. Oh. I placed some force when I dropped. Jumping from the crater, I landed on my knee. In front of me, judging from how loose the soil was, it was probably a burial. My steps were heavy. My short white cloak and golden hair danced to the flow of the wind. Taking a small breath of air in, I focused on my right eye. It flared open, emitting a wave of red energy all around me. My vision x-rayed through the ground. Surely the worst case couldn't have happened? The enemies couldn't be so vile to kill a little girl, right? I mean, she is just such a young, sweet girl. The way she smiles. No one would harm such a beauty. Yeah, she is alive. Alive. They wouldn't kill her. I bet even Mom is alive too. Yeah. Knowing Mom, she maybe is going to say something along the line, "I haven't seen you for so long." As she rushes to hug me. Then why the hell am I so scared? Why the hell can't I keep my heartbeat from beating my eardrums so harshly? Why am I scared? Why? Why am I so damn stupid? They are alive. So why wouldn't my body just accept that fact? My mind looped into a hurricane of thoughts as I became more anxious by the second. Badum. My right eye can see the unknown. Through the rocks, through the soil. Shortly after, there was no need to look further. A dead woman and child were in sight. You can't be serious. My legs gave out. Badum. Why? Just why? Why did this have to happen? Badum. Energy flowed through every vein of my body, causing my skin to exert heat waves and strong air pressure. Badum. Why? Damn night ttt. Why? This shouldn't be real. I slammed my arms onto the ground furiously, repeatedly, and wildly, like a wild primate losing any sense of self. Thud. Why? This isn't fair. This isn't right. What did they do to deserve this? Thud. Why couldn't someone save them? Over and over, I took my rage out onto the environment, creating vast craters and shock waves that whipped the nearby trees away. What do I have to live for anymore? I know I swore to serve her. She said if I became her servant she would grant me the capabilities to save my people, so she lied to me, didn't she? She said. She said it I would be able to. Then why couldn't I? Huh? Why the hell couldn't I? Tell me. In the end, I just push the blame on others, huh? It's no the one at fault may not be me but rather the ones that killed them. The ones responsible for the slaughter. The North, West and even that bastard East nation are all responsible for this. Nectar shifted into a smaller form of itself and rested on my shoulder. It caressed my face with its head, wiping my tears. Nectar. You wouldn't leave me too, right? It began shaking its head and pectoral fins in fury as if I said something outrageous. Ha, thank you Nectar. You were always there for me from the start, after all. I embraced him with a hug. Right, I will never let the Reapers harm you. I will never let anyone take you. I will not lose anything dear to me anymore. I will not show mercy. I will kill them. No, revenge never leads to true happiness, right? Yeah, alright. Of course, if you kill someone, then they can't suffer. So we will be the bane of all the cardinal nations. Getting up, I ordered Nectar, dig them up. We are going to bring them to our homeland. Nodding its head, it glowed and took on a very wide form that dwarfed me in comparison. Taking flight, we bolted to our homeland, Purinban. I took out a device from my long black baggy pants. A middle-like disc, a report disc. I contacted someone. The Difflin Slayers managed to retrieve one of the black boxes, apparently. When are we going to get it back? Soon, Master Aloud Sharon, Fuga Uri, Wary Sen, Tarzan, and Red Cherry to help on this incoming mission. So it would be possible for us to make a raid and obtain the black boxes contained by Difflin and other nations. And take revenge, if you are interested in such things. Revenge. Honestly, Carrion, I just want to rid this world of its corrupt nations. But that is a naive goal. So I have one even greater that I believe I will achieve. It's to save those that remain of my people, Spyrise. The goal I always had. Right, that's why I am helping you, after all. By the way, thanks for helping me with this. Sure. We ended the call. Grui. Nectar increased its pace. Point of view, Sari Eel. There were creatures that had snake-like bodies with wings zipping from branch to branch, and gliding through the air. Even man-sized bats flew around. Below us were bears with fire for fur, unbothered by the flames. Even man-sized worms and leeches with the shape of birds were fighting with each other. This is insane. Even the trees were wait, was I seeing things? I focused in front of me a bit. What is that? Neil, who was resting his head on Natasha, made a slight snap of his wrist. Maybe just some man-eating trees. No biggie. Man-eating trees? How isn't that a big deal? I tried to maintain calm but failed, of course. Cause. He opened an eye. This will happen. Huh? What is he talking about? Is he going to destroy it? Melon leapt towards the tree. The tree bent its trunk, and a split appeared near the crown of its body. It splitted its mouth open, displaying jagged teeth stained with blood. It flourished them towards us. Not only it, but all the surrounding trees stretched themselves to us to get the taste of our blood and flesh. No one was concerned. Even Natasha was busy poking at Neil's forehead. I watched intently as the rat brandished its claws. Shank. It morphed its front legs into a massive iron rectangular paw with claws and absolutely decimated the trees in one swipe. The trees were destroyed in a messy manner, causing their pieces to fly around. Wisp! They made weird sounds upon being obliterated. The rat descended to the ground, morphing its paw back to normal and kept on running. That was absolutely insane. Damn, my heart was racing for a while. Melon morphed its head. Its neck became buffer, and a dangerous-looking helmet formed around its head. Any creatures that were in its way got brutally bitten off. Partial transformation. Neil smiled. It's bizarrely amazing, I muttered, still amazed by Melon's power. You haven't seen anything yet. My own is so much cooler, Natasha said with confidence. Nah, mine's would kick yours ass. Bullshit. No bullshit. Absolute bullshit. They argued. There was a lake that was slightly green. From it, birds with fins jumped and soared over the water before diving back into it. There were other fishes with very long bodies in the mix, maybe 8 meters in length but with front and hind feline-like legs. To be honest, this is astonishing. It is mind-blowing. I can't stop ogling at the exotic fauna and flora. This is amazing. Pathetic. A little girl died for you, but yet, here you are. You have completely forgotten about her sacrifice. Ungrateful, disgusting shit. You should be the one to have died. I was just. I didn't mean to. Oh, the range of trees started to end. As we moved out of the forest, an extensive field with the same weird jellyfish grass and large floating flowers opened itself to us. Far ahead of us was a massive iron wall. Like those that would fortify a city. Neil sat up. That took long. Where are we? I asked. Natasha rested her head back. We are near Deflin, the capital city of the North Nation, one of the 4 cardinal nations. The land of pink reapers. Natasha began searching through a small pocket bag of hers. Then she took out a small bag from it. She opened it to check the contents. I got a small view of it, a sack of ink? Come here a seconds, What are you planning on doing? Come. Fine. I moved toward her. Bend your head. Hey. I ain't into that erotic shit, bend. Damn her. I bent my head to the same level as her belly. Her armor got a bit of scratches on it. A liquid was poured over my head. Afterwards, her fingers ran through my hair. What are you doing? I asked. Your hair may attract too much attention. My hair? But how is that really a bad thing? But didn't you say it's supposed to be a good thing? The unknown scares people. Ever heard of psychos? Do you want them to kidnap you at night and start demanding miracles? Also, people would assume you are some imposter imitating a silver-haired and will kill you. Ah. What a life to live. I have to worry about someone finding out what I am and then inflicting harm on me because of it. How fun. I sat up. Most of the ink had dried up. Using my dirty shirt, I wiped the excess ink off my neck. Ahead of me was Deflin. Huh? Now that we were closer, I got a clearer look at the walls. It was massive. It was maybe 25 meters tall. So tall, it would probably take over 13 Williams stacked onto each other like a ladder to reach the top. Above the walls were people standing on it. I couldn't see them properly, but it seemed to have women and men watching us. I guess they are guards. Also, there seemed to be structures rooted on top of it too. They were probably cannons. Tink tink tink. Behind us was William on his giant crab-like creature. However, unlike before, it looked combat-oriented. To describe would be difficult, but it was around 4 meters tall. The legs were dark brown, but it had a torso. Maybe about half a meter in length. It had red shells on its sides. Its head resembled that of a carapace, but instead of being flat, it was a triangular. It had a massive space in the shell's front with a yellow slug resembling a monkey with no fur in it. The crab head was long enough to completely shade it from the sunlight. It had a shoulder and an arm that looked like a fusion between a person's and a crab's arm. Above it was William sitting on it like a monk. That's pretty badass, I admitted. I do have to admit. So that's its final form. Neil stared at in astonishment. Grhhh. Melon turned to face William's pet. Was it jealous? Neil caressed its head. Hey, hey. Don't be like that. Sushi just looks pretty badass. And your final form is a bit lackluster. With a complete dead stop, we were sent flying forward, crashing into flowers. Ah, that hurt a bit. What was that for Melon? Come on, why do you always have to be so sassy? Neil complained as he tried pushing it. In response to Neil's dissatisfaction, it shrunk to the size of normal mice. It then leapt onto Neil's head with a single bound. It yawned, then proceeded to stretch out its petty arms, and lay on his hair. Fine. Neil sighed, giving up. Is that sanitary? I was curious. With how it slaughtered those animus and man-eating trees, it surely got a lot of blood and flesh all over it. Well, it should have. Yet, its fur was still snow-white like before, as if it never got dirty. Melon's ears bent back in aggression, and growled. Did it feel disrespected? It was definitely making a threat. Neil laughed. Of course it is. It belongs to a subrace of the family of Royalratu. They are very intelligent and clean. Royalratu, huh? Royal. It didn't give me that image. The rat puffed up its chest and mouth with pride as it smirked. Though, I can't act as if that thing isn't special. It can undergo 4 forms such as that small one. I would assume it is its pocket-size form. It had a traveling form and a combat form, and apparently, a final form which Neil considers to be lackluster. He is with us, so you can drop your sword, Ril. Natasha engaged a conversation with someone, but who was Ril? Turning to face Natasha, who was standing directly in front of me, she was confronting a man near her. He had the face of a man that gets a lot of girls, emerald pupils, and smoky gray hair that formed into a ponytail. He had a black long hooded cloak, and in his hands were 2 swords. Despite being called Reapers, I realized that Natasha and William were the only ones I have met so far with a scythe. Though, it's too early to make that assumption since I only met 3 who seem to be combat-oriented, excluding this real guy. Oh, wait, looking a bit more at him, the gray-hair guy had an actual scythe on his back too. I guess Neil is just the outliner for now. Oh please, Natasha. I wasn't going to kill him. He then moved his eyes onto me. You are not from here, that's for sure. As I was about to say something, Neil rested his hand on my shoulder. He is from a far village. Apparently, his village was burned down from the rift that opened when we went to destroy the Fisher settlement in the Forest of Hungers. The dude got nowhere to stay. And this is the city of the Reapers after all. Not to mention he is pink. One of us. Where else for him to go but among his people? He kept it secret that I suddenly appeared on their radar and that I came from the rift. That makes a lot of sense. If William's first thought and justification for attempting to kill me was that I came from a rift, then who is to say they are any different? Wouldn't they just try to use that soul reading thing on me? Though I am curious about how exactly it works. How much information can be read from me? I called out to William, who was near me, in a low voice to ask, "Hey, what's that soul reading thing? What does it do exactly?" "Oh, it's a basic sensing technique. By reading the immaterial essence of someone, we can obtain basic information, such as race, general age, sex, probable imperial capacity, and their current basic state of mind. We don't actually read souls since those don't exist. You can obtain all that information just by looking at someone. And souls don't exist. Huh. Then why call it soul reading? But ignoring that, does that mean she is dead? Dead? Nothing like an afterlife? So I didn't devour her life. I know, let's not get into this. Right now, I should be caring about not letting that William accident happen to me again. I asked William another question: are there any loopholes to it or flaws to escape getting read? Well, you need the person in your viewpoint, and the information gets limited based on the target's control over their soul pressure. So that's what Natasha is doing. It's unlikely for me to be able to keep my soul pressure thingy hidden? I asked. Well, yeah, if you can't even use Imperia, then you for sure don't have access to that technique. What a pain. I have to rely on Neil and Natasha's negotiating skills. To think I am putting my trust in someone I just met and they are going through this just because I am different. Though, I guess the potential they see in me is worth it. The two men quickly sidestepped to my left and right, drawing their weapons with nothing but hostility. A bloody trick? That's no normal Reaper. They shouted. Huh. If I had to guess, one of them used soul read on me. Then realized they couldn't, like they were denied access. Great, now I got those guys that want to kill me. The older man who was dressed in the same outfit as the other guy locked eyes on me. William brandished his scythe and moved closer to protect me. Neil spoke, "Hey, what are you guys trying to do?" His hands released that gross darkness, the same from earlier. I backed up a bit. On the walls, the guards there whispered to each other like children. What is happening? I am trying to see too. Who's that new guy? I wish I knew. It's my first time seeing Neil on edge. I said. They whispered, but their voice wasn't so low. Real flourished his blade at William. Why are you protecting him? Surely you two have noticed this guy's immunity to soul read? William gulped as Natasha folded her arms. Isn't that why an investigation department exists? Shouldn't you ask some questions, you buffoons? The real guy shouted at her with a flustered face, just because you are hot doesn't mean you can call us that, you know. The other man who was wielding gauntlets took a fighting stance. Neil, William, and Natasha. Surely, you three are aware this isn't normal. Especially since it's beyond obvious that he isn't using conceal, and even conceal doesn't function like that. Neil responded, no shit. I decided he will become an ally. He is not an enemy. The man's eyes were stuck on Neil. And what if he becomes an enemy? Neil shrugged. I am strong, am I not? The two men slowly nodded. Then that's all there is to it. I will just deal with him if it comes to that. Neil spoke, looking away from them. Well, I am not exactly surprised that's his resolve. Oh well, I just better not come up with any crazy ideas. The real guy placed his swords in his scabbard. I take your word for it. The other man with the gauntlet stretched his arm to me for a handshake. Sorry about that, the name is Fana Urihatsu, and that other guy is real Hatsu. He is my brother. A quick change in attitude. Looking at the man's hand, I hesitated. What if it's a trap? Would he take a risk like that? That's what I am wondering. Not handshaking him would seem disrespectful. Let's take a risk. Seeing how Neil showed him aggression, I am betting it's safe, 40-60. I shook his hand and replied, I see. There was a detail I missed. They had cloaks with the symbol of four scythes interlocking with each other, The scythes respectively were pink, blue, white, and green. I wonder what it represents. I assume since it's interlocking, it represents unity. But using scythes? Maybe it is something else. A relatively short but extremely thick gate swung open. Neil was talking to Melon, which was still on his head. It shook its head repeatedly. Melon jumped into his hand. Neil pressed his finger on the gemstone embedded in Melon's collar. He made finger movements like he was writing. The gemstone glowed, and then Melon dashed away from the gate, running away from the city. Neil took in a deep breath and began walking towards the gate. Then he turned to us. "What's taking you guys so long? Take your time." Natasha moved forward along with William. And so I followed them. This place, all around us, we aren't safe. I know. I don't feel safe one bit, but if I had to pick between having a knife in my stomach or having a scythe constantly on my neck, waiting for me to make a wrong move, I would take the scythe. As I walked, I felt as if the Grim Reaper was waiting for me to make a wrong move so that he may claim my life. Neil rested his arm across my shoulder. "Hey, don't get too scared around me. If I didn't make a threat to show I am in control of you, then we would deal with more shit." "Oh, but what you said about, it's true. If you do anything like betray us, then I will be the one to kill you. However, I don't see a problem if you don't betray us." It's not that I don't understand his reasoning, it makes sense, but that doesn't change the fact that something like that would cause anyone to be wary. I am wondering now, what would he consider betrayal? Could it be something as simple as not following orders? And what if those orders are something that bends my moral compass? Okay. This was the only response I could truly give. He pulled his arm back as we entered through the gate. Chapter 5, What Are Slayers Like? Neil gestured towards Natasha. "We are in the city now, I think it's safe to give me the black box." Natasha nodded and took out a black cube and handed it to him. Neil looked at me. "All the best." Then with a huge bound, he leapt forward, disappearing from my sight. Oh. Right. I should have thanked him again. Too late for that now. Man, I didn't pay attention to the environment before, but here have quite a bit of crows flying high in the sky. They were circling both inside and outside of the city. Regardless, this place looked rather safe. It didn't spark me as beautiful though. The buildings were made out of concrete and wood. There were little kids playing. People rode on feline-like creatures that looked like a mix of donkeys and big cats. To my right was a street market. There, people were selling fruits, vegetables, necklaces, and items of all sorts. Buy 3 and get 1 free. Some advertised blue apples or just odd-looking fruits. Most of the men and women were dressed in attires that resembled a robe but seemed better fitted for everyday living. "Hey there, sir." A man missing a couple of teeth called out to me, "Your clothes look really dirty, doesn't it?" Unfortunately, it is. I am still covered with the filth of monsters. The blood had dried up. I assume I got accustomed to the smell. Wait a second. How didn't Melon get dirty from me? I mean, sure they clean themselves, but it's not like it had the time to do that. Can it clean itself with some cleaning power? Or does its fur not get dirty easily? Whatever, I will think about that later. Very much so. It is filthy, I responded to the man's statement. Well, come. He grabbed my hand. Hey, why is he so damn pushy? Has he never heard of personal space before? He dragged me to his nearby stall and began to try to sell clothes to me. Here. Buy 4 of these and I will give you 1 for free. That's taking hard selling a bit far, don't you think, you old geezer? I don't even have a single cent on me. And even if I did, why would I buy 4? I only need 1. Pulling my pockets open, I said, "Well, what type of money do you use?" "Huh? Well, Sol marbles of course." Sol marbles? I questioned. "What the hell is that? Marbles?" I was expecting coins. The man squinted at me before folding his arm in displeasure. Humph, an immigrant that doesn't even know what Sol marbles are? He started chewing me away with multiple waves of his hand. Go on now. You dragged me here and now dismiss me as if I am some dog? What's wrong with you? What? What are you if you don't have money? You wanted me to give you this stuff for free? I am not saying that. It's the fact you dragged me here against my will and then chewed me like I wasn't a person. How can he so stupid to not understand why I am upset? Eh? So what? He can't be serious. I think I am truly getting agitated. Sorry eel. As I was about to snap at the man, Natasha called out to me. I raised my head to nod to her. Right, that's my name. Being called that feels weird. A weird tingle in my heart. She pointed at a different stall. Ignore that bum, this one here seems decent. Well, if you say so. I moved toward her. The bum did not take lightly being called such a thing. He raised his voice. Who are you calling a bum, you slut? William, who was sucking on icicles, raised his eyebrows. He's dead. Natasha didn't face him, she took a marble from a pocket and flipped it in the air. Her thumb collided with it. Bang! The sound rang out in my ears as it shot near my face like a bullet. The marble pierced through the man's shoulder, leaving a small hole. Arg! He screamed in pain. No way she did that. Is she insane? Sure, the guy is a piece of shit, but going that far is too much. The man was on the ground bleeding, holding his shoulder in pain. Help me. The people around began glaring at Natasha, but as soon as her gaze met theirs, they quickly shifted their vision away in fear. Natasha sat on his stall counter. You should be aware that pointing your tongue rudely at a slayer can, and will lead to you getting harmed. Who the hell would respect you people? You all act like you're superior to us. Looking down upon us as if we are rodents, rodents that need you all to survive. We pay taxes, and you all use that damn money that funds you all to abuse us. Huh? But you all need us to survive. Who are the ones who fight monsters? Who are the ones who fight in the games? Who are the ones responsible for keeping this nation secure? Who? Is it the civilians? Or is it slayers? The man simply glowered at her, not daring to reply to Natasha's statement. Huh. Slayers aren't good people at all, are they? I thought slayers were supposed to protect the people. They fight monsters after all, but that was a stupid assumption of mine. When I observed her near unhinged character before, it should have been more than clear that she wasn't a good person. Based on the way he is talking, it seems to be normal for them to be taken advantage of. That is sad. People rushed over to help him. If I were to become a slayer, would I become just like her? That sounds ridiculous. Natasha walked off, fixing her hair in the process. She walked up to me. Has the demonstration of my cruelty altered your view of me? Did she do that to see how I would view her? If my opinion of her would change or not? She is insane? I think so. Here I am talking to myself as if I have two consciousnesses in one body. Though, of course, it changed my view of her a bit. However, what can I do about it? I require their assistance. I am not going to put myself at a disadvantage. I suppose not. You did make it clear the first time we met that you weren't exactly a good person. Even still, that matters not to me right now. Natasha withdrew her eyes from me and nodded. She clicked her tongue and took out a marble. A red marble with an inch round bottom flat surface. She moved onto a nearby stall and slammed the marble on the woman's counter and made a request, an outfit for this guy here, please. While shivering, the woman nodded her head as if she was in the presence of a warlord. Why yes. Damn. Why did she have to be so scary to innocent people who are just trying to make a living? If I were in their shoes, I would hate her. I know my words wouldn't mean anything to her, so I wouldn't even bother asking her to be kinder. After all, I just met her. Though I was curious about that Sol marble thing. I asked her a question. Hey, Natasha, are there other types of those marbles? Like bronze and silver? She seemed confused. Huh? No, this currency has 4 types of marbles signaling different values. Those are Valu, Balu, Galu, and Hailu. So that's how it works. Those names are weird though. Anyway, if I'm guessing how the value works, it's probably something simple. I asked her, 100 value equals 1 balu, 100 balu coins equal 1 galu coin, and that same logic for Hailu, right? Yeah, that's about right. You are familiar with money, huh? Kinda. I just guessed it, to be honest. Well, I based it on the idea I had of how coins would work. The stallkeeper came back with an anxious smile. She shoveled the clothes onto me. Is she trying to get it dirty with the filth? Geez, what a pain. Now to change. Surely it has a change room? It should, since the stall was relatively big in comparison to the other ones. Is there a space to change in your stall or something? I asked. Yes, yes. Follow me. Seeing her shirt drenched in nervous sweat made me feel bad for her. Please try to endure it. I walked in. The clothes she gave me were a thin blue robe. Well, it's not something I would want to wear, but it's better than what I have. I entered the change room. To be honest, I am surprised there is a change room in this stall. I was just hoping, despite doubting it to my core. I walked out of the change room with my new clothing. Natasha clapped. It fits you pretty well. It does? Well, I guess. I stretched my limbs out to judge the outfit from a new perspective, since inside the stall was dark. William patted my shoulder as he took his leave. Natasha moved to my side. So it's just me and you, huh? Oh, just shut up. It does seem so. I mean, that is the case. Want to look around the city? Yeah, sure. Natasha walked ahead. Well then. Let's go. Right. I walked side by side with her. I would rather sleep, to be honest. To sleep on a huge soft bed, but here I am walking in the city. What apostrophe s. Our goal? What are my goals? Isn't my goal to become stronger so I can protect myself, and of course, so I don't have to watch kids die in front of me? And, what about you? Myself? What about myself? It was because I was only thinking about myself that she died. If you had run to help her, you and her would have died. But what I did was what? Was it evil? Selfish? That may be true, but if we don't have the power to do anything, we will be helpless just like today, and we will leave more people to die. Isn't that exactly why I said I want to become more powerful? Yes, but the reason to become more powerful is just as important. Just shut up. My head hurts. Talking to myself this much is causing me damn headaches. So this is the Temple of Kama. Natasha pointed at a huge building, which made all the buildings around it appear small in comparison. Well, she said it was a temple after all, it would be lame if it wasn't much bigger. Who is Kama? It almost sounded similar to karma. It's said to be the great protector of this world. Apparently, she used to be on land a couple of thousand years ago, but suddenly vanished after stopping a world war, or so the legend goes. But who cares, to be honest? Kama sounds like a legend. I could cook up something better in an hour. Natasha took a bend to the left, which was filled with restaurants. Here are where restaurants and food services are designated in this part of the city. So restaurants are located in specific areas of the city. I wonder how that works. Like, if someone wants to open a restaurant on their land, is it impossible for them to do so? The rows of restaurants were of different sizes and shapes. They had labels on them such as seafood, hog dishes, ground food, sky food, fruit dishes, etc. The street was extremely clean. I mean, the city in general isn't dirty, but it surely was nowhere as clean as here. I suppose you got to make the area extra clean if you are gonna be selling food. It seems each restaurant offer different types of food. I wonder, what type of government runs this nation? A monocracy? Hopefully not. After all, I don't want to deal with ignorant kings or queens. Let's get something to eat. Natasha pulled my hand as she entered a bright-colored restaurant. It had a label that said, Hagdashi's, but named, Hans Food. I assume the labels are to categorize the type of restaurant, but they each had their own brand. Inside the restaurant were a lot of tables filled with people eating massive roasted meat, veggies, and flat long types of pasta. This some good stuff. Where do you all get this quality and quantity of hog squills? They take so long to mature. Hot damn. A man joyfully shouted to the chiefs. The chiefs replied. Haha. We can't tell you that, now. The only thing I can tell you is that the Silverback Hunters Association is the best at what they do. The smells of the meat being prepared did smell delicious. Natasha asked me, what do you want to eat? The dishes consist of mainly hog skull meat. I don't have the appetite, I told her. With all the stuff I have seen today, I honestly wish I had the urge to eat something, but no, I still smell like that damn monster. Not as much, sure. Even if I didn't smell like it, I have been going through traumatizing stuff all day which would kill any desire to eat for days to come. How sad. Natasha took a seat on a chair around an empty table and gestured towards me to take a seat too. Even if you aren't going to eat, you might want a seat. Natasha gestured to the waiter. Give me 10 pounds of food. Yes, Miss Natasha. Natasha began tapping on the table making a rhythm. I might have to go on a mission soon along with the other two. Huh? Already? It's getting a bit dark too. That's kind of disappointing. I see. I acknowledge her. Wear this. She gave me an ad hat and said, just keep your hair in it. It also creates an illusion over any hair that may show, making the hair seem black. Make sure not to lose it. And if it comforts you, think about me. Why is she willing to help me so much? I mean, I know the basic idea of why she is helping me, but is she simply investing in a friendship relay so that if I become worth something great, she will get good treatment? Or maybe she is somewhat of a kind person, but why show this much kindness to me instead of the bare minimum? Kind person? After what she did to that man? No way in hell. She is just confusing. Even if that's the case, I am grateful. Thank you, but why didn't you give it to me back then instead of dyeing my hair? I just remembered. Oh. Well, damn. She doesn't even seem that forgetful of a person. I want to ask a question. Why did you attack the man earlier? I know he insulted her, but I am hoping there is a real reason. I felt like it. She leaned her head back. Ah. Just because she felt like it. Yikes. Two men entered the restaurant. They were dressed very differently from civilians and slayers. They had the robe outfit, but it looked far more professional. They also had baggy pants too. The two men walked near us. Our God. What's going to happen now? Are they mercenaries hired by the bum guy to eliminate Natasha? Or people who already had issues with her? The shorter one spoke with annoyance. Why didn't you bring him to the investigation department, Natasha? Wait, they're here for me? We are from the State Slayer Department 1, we are responsible for investigating, monitoring, and controlling migration into the country. Oh, of course, people are here to investigate me after what almost went down outside the gate. Natasha responded. My bad. She stood up and waved me goodbye, till we see again. Soon after entering a room in the station, they closed the door and started to question me. What's your name? One asked. Sariel Himarvi. What a weird name for a male. I know. This is the second time I have heard that and it surely wouldn't be the last. Where are you from? How the hell am I going to answer that? I assume he wants to know the name of the place. Me giving a direction wouldn't be good enough. Yet, I don't have a choice. I replied, I moved from village to village. I never knew the name of the places. I doubt that lie would work. You speak the language pretty well. And your accent is similar to ours, no kind of dialect? Language. Huh, I am wondering if that puts me in the green. I guess if I was moving from village to village, the way I talk would be different. If I had also forgotten whatever this language is, negotiating would have been damn impossible. Well, time for the big stuff. Why can't we read your soul? The second guy spoke. Of course, that question. The question I have been asked all day long. What excuse can I come up with? If powers exist, then surely curses must also be real, right? I think I was inflicted with a curse of some sort. A risky lie, the success rate is probably 20/80. The first guy responded, who knows, probably. Either way, we don't trust you. You're an abnormality. It's like trying to look at someone's face but the face is magically being blocked by a wall. The second man nodded at the other man. He then moved to the door and stood in front of it. Ha! Every single part of my body was screaming danger, that this was bad. I quickly tried to reduce their suspicion. Hey, calm down. Just listen to me, man. I don't know why you can't read my soul. But you are just having a misunderstanding. Their eyes harbored evil intent. There is no misunderstanding. Oh. No. Neil and Natasha wouldn't take kindly to this. Neil threatened the wall guards because of them making threats to me. What do you think will happen to you all, huh? I stood up, but where could I run? Nowhere. I was stuck in this room. The second guy responded. We are aware. I thought they feared them, but they don't. Oh. This is truly bad, but even still. I don't get it. Then why? The first guy walked towards me. Because we can't take any chance. Our nation has many enemies, you could be one of their pawns. I am not. What can I even do to convince them? Why me? Again and again. Why is it always me? I can't believe this is happening to me again. Haha. I thought inside the walls were safer. I was among Natasha, so I felt safe. Now, look at me. What did I do to deserve this? I have done nothing wrong, damn it. So stop. We shouldn't have left the side of Natasha. Maybe this is a setup by Natasha. We are going to die. The life that Himarvi gave us is going to be worth nothing. Why did you enter here with them? Why didn't you demand the investigation to take place outside? The first guy drew a knife. I am desperate. I can be a valuable asset. Natasha told me that. So, maybe that would be useful enough. We doubt it. He grabbed onto my shirt and drove his knife to my neck with the goal to behead me. Thump. Your head shall mine if you continue with that action. A woman announced her presence. The knife stopped directly on the skin of my neck. The man seemed confused. He looked up. Huh? What are you doing here? I turned back. The doors were off the hinges. The second man was on the floor. It seemed the impact of someone knocked him down. Well, the person was obviously the young lady here. It wasn't Natasha. It was a young girl who seemed to be around my age. She had a dress with colors mainly consisting of purple, white, and black. Her hair was dark purple, and the dress was elegant like one of royalty. Chapter 5.5, Hated by the World. The man on the floor panicked. Hi, Miss Raphael. Why? She looked at him as if he was scum, and then walked in. He is with me. They tried to object. Hi, Miss Raphael, he is Dange. I said he is with me. They fell quiet. The first guy backed up from me and bowed his head to her. We are sorry. Ah. I was saved. I thought I was going to die. Then I saw it. The look she gave me. It was as if she was trying to peek deep into me. She for sure tried to read my soul, didn't she? So this scene will play out again? In a different way, I assume. Has she really come to save me? No. Like hell. Why would anyone? She can't be trusted. Trusting her would lead to our downfall. I know. She folded her arms. Sariel, you can leave here. You will be coming with me. How does she know my name? I am confused. Nevertheless, I am treated like a dog again. To follow the commands of randoms. Well, what choice do I have right now? I walked towards her. She gestured for me to follow her as she walked outside. The way she walked looked like it took a lot of practice, a walk that people would stop to gaze at because of how beautiful it was. There was silence for some time until she broke it. Are you truly the one Neil appointed me to protect? Wait, so that's what happened? She is here because of Neil? I guess that means she isn't going to harm me? Well, probably. Either way, Neil really did save me again. That guy. Answering her, I cleared my throat. Yes. Oh, you somewhat fitted his description, barely. Oh right, Neil wouldn't have told her about my silver hair for sure. That would be foolish. I assume she said I somewhat fitted the description cause of the knit hat which Neil wouldn't have been aware of. He most likely told her about the soul reading immunity. She hasn't made threats yet. I know it will happen, so I will ask, what's the chance of you threatening to kill me instantly for some weird reason? She was surprised by my question. She looked at me as if I said something absurd. My question was reasonable, wasn't it? What have I done? Was my existence just that horrible to them? She replied, I can guarantee you that I wouldn't. Of course, she said that. What was the purpose of me asking that question? If her intention was to kill me, why would she have said yes? How stupid can I be? Very stupid. I know for sure if I try to escape, I will die. I wish that Natasha and William came to save me instead of some random girl. She asked me, did you eat? Hesitantly I replied, I am not hungry. Why is your stomach making such sounds then? Huh. I am sure my stomach didn't make such sounds. I have become hungry, that's for sure. It was as if my stomach was collapsing upon itself. I really wish I had an appetite to eat in that restaurant. I replied to her, it must have been my foot dragging on the ground. Sarcastic, aren't you? You have quite the face to be having such an attitude, so contrasting. But I can understand why. My face. I just realized. I have no idea what I even look like. While walking, people bowed their heads to her and clasped their hands while saying, good day, hi Miss Raphael. She would wave at them in a very refined and elegant manner. Good day. One of the civilians muttered as they walked past us, weird. I don't see her guards. Guards? Wait, who the hell is she really? Her outfit, that coat, the way she walks, the way she waves, and smiles at them. And the fact people bow their heads to show respect to her. Is she a princess? I asked, who are you? I am Raphael Musagan. As you already have guessed. I saved you because Neil requested it. That's not exactly what I meant. But as she brought up Neil, I am curious about him. So I asked, where is he right now? Don't bother looking for him or his teammates. Why is that? They are most likely on a mission as always. Even if they aren't, they are rarely in this city or so I heard. She spoke with apathy. Oh, great, the only people that were willing to protect me are now not in the city. Wonderful. Excellent. I couldn't be happier. Have your hair been dyed? She looked at me in a confused manner. Huh. Why did she just ask that? I quickly replied, no, don't lie to me. My movement ceased in an instant. I made eye contact with her cold eyes. I gulped. It's just. Why did you ask? It was silver? She knows? She knows. How would she know? Neil. Why did Neil tell her that? Wouldn't it ruin the reason for keeping my identity? Do you have more of the ink? She continued with her questions. How much did he tell her? Those questions must have been rhetorical. She already knows the answer to everything. No, I replied. How long ago it was since you dyed it? I guess there is no secret to try to keep now. Though, why is she asking this, and why now? But to answer. I don't know how long ago. Maybe an hour? No more than that. 2? Natasha died it maybe 2 hours ago, I answered. Only 2 hours ago. What's the issue? She seemed mind-boggled. I don't get it. Is there something wrong with the dye? She threw me a mirror which I barely managed to catch. It looked very expensive with all the shining gems on the handle. She commanded me. Look at it. Oh. This is my face. I look. Rather cute? Those soul races of mine were shorter and thinner than William, Neil, and Natasha's. Raphael said, look at your hair. The ends of my hair. Are those dreadlocks? They were out of the knit hat and had spots of silver all over them. That's weird, was my hair not properly dyed? Curious, was the ink from an ink sac? Yes. She knows a lot to immediately guess it. I am wondering if they are famous for being low quality. It would make sense if that's the case since Natasha gave me this hat. Though, it could be another rhetorical question. I really can't tell if she is honestly asking or already know the answer to it. She pondered a bit. That's surely weird since it takes around 32 days for ink from the black decompresses to start losing effects. I see. That's clearly bad news. Even worse, it seems this hat thing isn't working as Natasha intended. I proceeded to make sure every single strand of my hair fitted in the hat. She then asked me, by the way, what's your goal? That's a random question. Why is she curious? I did think of my goals earlier. I said I wanted to obtain more power so that I wouldn't have to watch innocent kids die, help people in general, and protect myself. I want something else now. I think I want to know myself. I want to at least know where I originate from. I wonder if I have siblings. I want to at least know that before I die. Though having two goals isn't impossible, weighing which one is more important can be. I want my memories back. That's my answer. Soon after making that firm statement, a sudden cry for help broke the momentum of the conversation. Ma. Ma. A cry of a child. Turning to my right was a child crying intensely. She. Sariel. Without thinking, I rushed to the little girl. What's wrong? She was even younger than Sariel, maybe 7 years of age. Yet here she was by herself. Despite crying, she whirred out, my ma. My and my father. I don't know where they are. Where last were you with them? I will bring you to them. Before I could hear the child's response, Zaphael called to me, you don't have to go through such trouble to help her. Her mother should have been more responsible. Who in their sane mind would think that upon seeing a lost child? It seems every single one of these reapers has a crack in their mind. They are all deranged in some form. I raised my voice, would you really leave a little girl like this by herself when the night is approaching? That would be foolish. It would just be better to bring her to the local Slayer station so that the parents can much easier locate her. I want my parents. The child crying got messier. Her dress, which looked rather expensive, was getting drenched in her tears and snort. How can I not try to help her find her parents as soon as possible? Sure, but she wants to find her parents now. I can do that, and if I fail to do that, I will just do as you said. I picked her up and asked where last she was with her parents. She pointed in various directions. I guess she wasn't too sure herself. Zaphael shouted at me, where are you going? To help someone in need. I ran in the directions the girl had directed me. When I approached the areas, the little girl pointed to the restaurant district. I just noticed there was a sign saying, 4th Restaurant District in the street leading to that area. I have no idea how I missed that the first time. I went through many restaurants asking if they saw her mom. All the answers were no, though for some reason, I think they were lying. The look in their eyes gave that feeling. Malden. Where are you? A woman was constantly shouting a name. Oh right, I never thought to ask the girl her name, did I? That was a huge blunder. Mama. Huh. The child responded to the voice. Oh. It seems we found her mom. Soon after, a woman came running along with a man. I assume he was Malden's father. I placed Malden down, and she ran to her mom, who eagerly picked her up. Malden. The man who was with the woman quickly grabbed my hand. You better stay away from my damn daughter. I don't understand what he means. Stay away from her? I was the one who brought her here for them, didn't I? I asked, what are you even talking about? The father pressed me against the wall, shouting, a damn commoner like you dare to touch my daughter. You should be lucky my first thought wasn't to kill you. What? I just tried to help your damn daughter who was left alone far from here. The mother gave her thoughts. You could have simply brought her to the local Slayer station. We were looking for her and to find some damn commoner. Again. Trying to take our daughter. She looked at me with disgust. Huh. I just tried to help. They said I should have brought her to that station and all, but they were here calling for her, weren't they? So. How is what I did bad? And to look at me like that? A commoner? I get it, clearly, a kidnapping attempt was made on Malden in the past, but if I was trying that, why would I have brought her here for them? And let's say they thought Malden was always here, then why wouldn't I have tried to flee with her or stop Malden from calling her mom? I honestly just wanted to help. I felt defeated. I didn't want praise, but I didn't want to be shit on too. Is that too much to ask for? Arrogant mongrel. The mother kept her stare of disgust. The man spoke to her. Go with her. The mother nodded and walked away along with Malden. Malden turned back towards me and waved me by, but I was too shocked by what was happening to even wave or smile at her. Why do you hate commoners? I don't get it. Is it because of some pride? I asked the man. You are a commoner and all commoners are twisted in their own way. Yeah, I guess there are some nice people. But in the end, they're evil and you are just like the rest that tried to steal my daughter. Maybe trying to kidnap her or some bullshit. You tried to help her? Really now? You think I would fall for that trick? Again and again. I said this over and over, you dumbass. I only tried to help. I don't care about what happened in the past with you. I am telling you what I did. You can ask your damn daughter to see if I am lying or not. The man began to massage his shoulder, then like a bolt of lightning, a punch sank into my stomach, elevating me off the ground. Ugh! It burns. It hurts so bad. Cough cough. It felt like the air was forced out of my lungs, and I came crashing down. Why? I just want to go home. But where is home? I want to kill him so badly. I want him dead. I tried to stand up. The first attempt I made, I couldn't. I used the wall to push myself up. I think I will just leave. As I tried to walk away, the father grabbed my shoulder and then embraced my face with his fist. Thud. My head slammed back onto the concrete wall. HK. I was going to call my friends to beat you up, but I will teach you a lesson myself. Go kill yourself. I hope someone actually does kidnap your daughter in the future and torture her. Before I could finish, the father instantly slammed his feet onto my chest over and over. I want to fight back. I want to kill him. I want the pain to stop. But I am too weak to defend myself. As I was getting assaulted, people who saw what was happening ignored me. I am weak. I am unlucky. Ain't silver-haired supposed to be strong? So why is this happening to me? Why did I make a promise of wanting to save others? Why did I promise Sauriel that? I hate every single person. I hate them all. That promise of mine. If I were to gain power, I will not use it to save those crying for help. I will use it to kill them all. That promise of mine's, I will break it. Ha! Yoo. That was a workout. The father stopped assaulting me from exhaustion. He gave a deep exhale and walked away. Fall off a cliff and die. You piece of shit. I did learn a lesson. The next time I see a child crying for help, then I will ignore. Before I could finish my thought process, I felt a deep pain in my heart as if I had sinned against myself. I know what I did wrong. Sauriel. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am shit. I am trash. I didn't mean it. I wiped my nose from the constant blood flowing from it and leaned back on the wall. I think my lip was busted too. Was I truly in the wrong for what I did? No. It's okay. It's they that are wrong. Not you. They. Right. Of course it is. I mean, all I did was try to help a kid. Exactly. You brought them their child and they showed nothing but violence and disgust as a result. What else were you supposed to do? Leave her crying on the street? Hell with bringing her to the station. How would you have known that was a custom? Exactly. How was I supposed to know? Maybe because Zafiel told me so. I understand why Natasha hurt that man earlier now. The people here are shit. A young girl around my age with dark purple hair squatted near me. A savior? She looked at me curiously. What? Are you trying to be a savior? Zafiel asked. No. I just wanted to help. Oh. Your day hasn't been going well. It's almost like your luck is trash. She was telling the truth. Though, I hate to hear it coming from anyone but me. I had to ask a question. Maybe she would know. Why am I so damn unlucky? I have no idea. Maybe it's because you are different. People don't like what they can't understand. They attack it. They kill it. They hate it. I don't deserve that, damn it. She stood up. I wonder if that's true. Maybe it's also punishment for mocking silver-hairs? What are you yapping about? I was mocking silver-hairs now? What? By doing what exactly? You have silver hair. From stories everyone has heard, they are a group of overwhelmingly powerful beings that has silver hair. You don't fit that definition. If someone was a legend of some sort, they would normally get praise and have life easy. But I am like the demon sent to this world, and the world punishes me for living. This silver-haired shit is all bullshit. I don't care for it. Whatever country I am from, I want to get back there immediately. Zaphael looked away. You want your memories back, right? She had caught my full attention. Yes. There exists someone who has the power to alter memories, and maybe that person could get it back to you. How do I meet this person? And when can I? I had to meet this person as soon as possible. To get my memories back. Hopefully, it will contain a lot of good stuff in it. I want to know my home country so I can get the hell out of this hell zone. She walked in front of me and smiled. I didn't like that smile. My body knew it was bad news. Confident words left her mouth. Become my slayer. A vassal of mine's, and only mine's. Your life shall belong to the great Zaphael Musagan. Chapter 6, The Land of the Musagans. I have to become her slayer? I don't understand what she means. What does she mean by becoming her slayer? Like to be owned? What? That was the only response I could give. Zaphael's smile remained. You don't understand what I mean by that? There are slayers that serve those of the high class in society. We refer to those as vassal slayers. No, why would I desire to be owed? Why? Did you not hear me before? Don't you want your memories back? I heard that part, but I don't want to be owned. Since the damn day I awaken, I have been commanded as if I were cattle, over and over. Why would I desire for that to happen again? And worse, to be recognized as property? I want to know how the hell would being owned by her benefit me? I have to know her answer. How would becoming your slayer get that person to help me? The only chance you are going to have at meeting this person is at the games. You would need to be powerful to gather her attention and offer enough for her to be willing to make a deal with you. A deal that doesn't include you becoming a puppet of hers. What? I have to participate in whatever the hell they call the games. But that isn't what pains me. It's the part where I have to be powerful and useful enough to make a deal where I don't become a puppet of theirs. What's with these people and owning others? Is it their king? But, I don't have a choice but to accept reality in order to obtain what I want. I will have to become the property of others. How pathetic of me. I asked, what are the games that I will have to participate in? I have a feeling that the name disguises its true nature. It's a survival series of 100 events held in the center of the multiverse, where hundreds of thousands of slayers from each world join in to participate against slayers from other worlds with a goal to beat the games over the course of 20 years. By doing this, they can obtain power, fame, and a sacred reward. Other worlds? And hundreds of thousands of slayers fighting against each other? Hell, I don't want to be involved in that. Who would want to fight such unhinged monsters? And they call those games? Are they sick in their head? Do they enjoy it? How many times would I ask if they are sick in their head when it has already been made clear that they are? Are you a slayer? I had to ask. I was one. Currently, I am a slayer master. Someone who can own slayers. To say you can own people with such ease as if was a norm. Yeah, it must be the norm of these people. Though, I wonder, since she was a slayer, did she also participate in the games? I wonder if that's the case she is so respected. She did say slayers get fame through these events. I asked, those games, You participated in them? Did you enjoy them? Did you enjoy fighting and killing other slayers? Was it fun? I wanted to know what her response would be. No, I have not participated in the games. Not yet at least. Also, I think you have this misconception about the games. We didn't name it that. They don't participate in it because it's fun. There is nothing fun about that hell zone. Slayers participate in the games because if they don't, their world would be punished. The punishment is the destruction of the world. Many participate for selfish desires, sure. But their participation leads to one thing, the survival of their world. Oh. I did not expect that. I guess the rewards of fame and power are just bonuses. The real reward is not dying, huh? I want my memories, sure, but to fight in some 20-year-old survival conflict? That sounds hellish. However, what choice do I have in order to get my memories back? I wonder, are my memories worth me risking my life and killing others? No way. I am still a coward after all. Zaphael started back speaking. Don't you want to be strong? I know what she is doing. I know she is trying to manipulate me by planting stronger desires in my heart, but yet, after being assaulted today, being placed in many near-death situations, and being commanded ruthlessly where I had no choice but to follow their orders, of course, I would desire more power. I want to stand up for myself. Yes, I do. I gave an honest reply. I can make you powerful. Of course, she will say that. But would it be worth it to give ownership over to her? Yes, it would be. Not suffering at the hands of others would make it worth it. Besides, I would simply take back my freedom when I become strong enough. I tried to stand up, but my legs were wobbly. As I nearly fell down, she caught me and helped me stand. After a couple of seconds, I managed to maintain my posture on my own. My entire body of course responded in pain to my resolve, but I could endure it. I thought your body would be in such a bad condition that you wouldn't be able to stand on your own this early. You're more resilient than I expected. Far more resilient. She was surprised. I leaned on the wall a bit. I think I can make a request to her now. You know. We can talk about all this later? But I think I want to be cleaned of my blood and filth. I don't trust her. She has made it clear earlier that she isn't doing it out of my interest, but she is willing to assist me if I give myself to her. Something like a partnership. Zaphael gave a genuine smile. Are you also still not hungry? Ah. My stomach was loud this time. Only a tiny bit. Well, my body very much disagreed with that statement. Ha. She began to laugh. She covered her mouth to block her loud sounds. Weird. She somewhat looks like she isn't an evil person with that laugh. She looked normal. She stopped laughing and began walking. Let's go to the residence of the clan of the Musagan. Huh. Where is that? And clans? That is like a super big family, right? As we walked, a carriage driven by a much more beautiful big cat donkey-like creature stopped in front of us. A driver was present on the creature. I should really find out the name of these things. Maybe at another time. I will refer to them as feline donkeys for now. Donkeys. Weird, I have an image of how they look but without context. That's an odd detail to know. Though, I wonder how different things would be if I didn't know stuff such as cities, people, the sky, a sword, etc. She turned to face me as a man dressed in a black and purple robe opened the door of the carriage. The main color was purple and ruby red. The exterior was adorned with intricate carvings and gold accents. Zaphael told me. It's relatively close to Diflin. Wait, it's not in the city? Ha. Of course not. Why would a ruling clan reside among ordinary civilians? She entered the carriage, which had beautiful crimson seats. Ruling clan. I am definitely going to ask what the hell is that? I have no idea what a ruling clan is. I entered the carriage and took a seat opposite her. Her eyes widened in shock. Wow, Neil wasn't joking when he wrote to me that your memories were nearly completely wiped. Anyway, they're clans that rule a cardinal nation. That is a very simplified version of what these clans are. That just sounds like royals. I wonder what the difference is. Wait, I am dumb. She said clans, which are plural, not singular. If it was a single clan, it would sound more like royals. As I dwelled in thought, she pulled out a device from a small bag. A flat metallic disc device. It looked technologically advanced. She spoke. Message the family home housemaids. Prepare extra dinner for a guest. The device responded. Message sent successfully. What is that? You can send messages to people from far? She nodded. Yes, it's called a report disc. Based on a generation of it, you can connect to someone virtually anywhere. Oh, that's a lame name. I bet they cost a lot too. Oh. That must have been how Neil contacted her. But, didn't she say that Neil wrote to her? Maybe it can send messages via writing. Are you sitting well, hi Miss Raphael? The driver asked from outside. Yes, you may proceed. As you command. The carriage started to move quickly. Oh. This is much more stable than the ride on Melon. Though that is expected since we are in a carriage. Huh. What was that feeling? It was as if someone was staring at me. I think I have gotten a sort of sense of when someone is trying that soul reading on me. It's a sudden uncomfortable feeling. It wasn't from Raphael. Her eyes were closed, she was resting. Maybe from the driver? But he's outside controlling this creature. Again, a deep uncomfortable feeling swelled in me. Death is coming. Death is coming. The idea of trying to ignore it wasn't a damn option. My hand began to tremble. My chest began to tighten up. It was becoming harder to breathe. Why was this happening? Raphael opened an eye. What's happening? Why are you afraid? Sariel. I wonder when I will get accustomed to that name. That's not what's important right now. I can feel that I am being soul-read. It's making me wary. I was honest with her. She pondered for a while. There is no need to be wary. My guards wouldn't allow anyone to come close enough to hurt who I deem shall be protected. She says her guards, but are they invisible? There was no one in the carriage but us. She noticed me looking around to see if there were any hidden persons. She pointed at the ceiling of the carriage. They're above there right now. One of them was inside a while ago, though. However, it's expected that you wouldn't have been able to notice them. On the roof? What kind of guards are they? Damn spies? And she wants me to believe one of them was inside with us? Are they literally invisible? Hello, hi Miss Raphael. Good day, hi Miss Raphael. We took a slow stop. It seemed we had arrived near the gates of Deflin. Guards from inside opened it up for us to pass through. During that, they greeted Raphael. I am wondering if I am supposed to be calling her Hi Miss. That sounds like too much of a hassle. We began moving again, far quicker this time. There are windows here. I scooped to the edge of the seat to look outside. There were a lot of flying animals and fish with legs moving around. I wonder how fast it's moving. Whoosh. Ah. My hat. The wind nearly blew my hat off, or so it felt. The hat didn't move an inch off my head. The carriage just randomly increased its pace. It didn't take less than 15 minutes for us to come across a road path that was crafted with concrete. It looked so clean. There were rows of purple flowers on the edge of the roads. The flowers ranged in sizes equal to Williams to the size of my palm. There were also pink leaf trees too, but not as many as the purple leaf trees. They sure love purple. Purple hair, purple clothes, purple flowers, purple trees. Holy shit, they are obsessed. After 10 minutes of traveling on the road, we approached a massive black iron wall. It was probably 3/4 of the length of the walls of Deflin. There were many guards around it too. I wonder, did you observe the defense towers on the walls of Deflin? Raphael embraced the sight of the flowers through the window when she asked me that question. I have no idea what she was talking about. Were they invisible too? I quickly replied, nope. I guess so. Since the walls are so tall, it can be hard to see those towers. However, since our walls are shorter, you can probably observe them. They are pretty identical to Difflin. Huh. I gawked at the top of the tower. It was hard to see since it was dark. Don't they use lights to flash on people approaching the wall? Or do they possess night vision? But from what I could make out, it was a tall, rectangular tower built on top of the walls. A small part of the front of the tower facing us had a glass screen. I noticed people in them. There were an insane amount of those defensive towers. There was probably only a distance of 2 meters between the towers. And between those distances were massive cannons. They weren't messing around with their defense. The guards quickly opened the gate for us to pass through. When we entered, the first thing to be introduced to us was a sprawling garden. It had many flowers of white, black, and purple. The garden was filled with an abundance of exotic fauna, and the air was filled with a loving fragrance. There were a couple of small ponds filled with lilies which ranged with the same color palette as the flowers, white to purple, and black. There were even man-sized swans with 4 wings swimming in the ponds. Other carriages also drove up and down many different roads. Though the carriages didn't appear as luxurious as this one. The sidewalk was also occupied by people walking around. Almost all of them had the same hair color as Raphael. Though, they seemed to be taller than Difflin residents. The adult women here looked 6'4", while the man seemed to be 6'2". That's the most frequent height I have observed so far, but I only saw like 60 of them, so there is that. Difflin residents seemed to be around the same height as Natasha, but I didn't keep track of their height since I was a tiny bit worried about my safety and all that good stuff. We quickly arrived near a town. Then we followed a route to lead to a mansion bigger than the other mansions. The carriage took a dead stop near the estate. It only took a quarter of a minute for the driver to open the door. Raphael held her dress like that of a princess and nimbly walked out. Obviously, I followed her. There were servants at the front of the mansion with their heads bowed towards Raphael. There is a detail I didn't expect. None of the servants had purple hair. Maybe that shouldn't be surprising. It's obvious the Musegan clan are the ones with that unique hair feature from what I have observed. Since that clan is of high prestige, expecting there to be servants from the clan would be dumb. That's what I think at least. He needs his wounds taken care of. Get Olivia. Raphael was quick to command them. One of the servants nodded. As you wish. And disappeared. Oh. Even the servants are super spies too? My god. Is that your new trainee? A tall woman with very long hair said as she approached Raphael. And yes, she also had purple hair. However, to my surprise, she had a long beautiful dress which was white and light pink. She seemed to have dodged the curse of purple obsession from that clan. God bless. Raphael's expression quickly changed into one of controlled rage. Are you still training that helpless boy? Near the woman was a young dude who appeared to be a bit older than me. Just like me, he had a hat over his head, but a tall hat that only covered the front of his head, making his soul races impossible to observe. Though, his contempt for Raphael through his expression was very noticeable. They must know each other, and it surely doesn't look like they like each other. Are they rival sisters? Like siblings who are trying to obtain the crown? Please don't tell me I am going to have to be involved in royal politics. The woman didn't take in kind Raphael's statement. What does he have to do with anything? Because you waste your time on someone who possesses no potential. The woman moved her eyes of rage onto me. What's your name? Why the hell did she direct her attention to me? Is she planning on taking her rage out on me instead of Raphael or something? What did I do? Okay, calm down. What's my name? Am I going to have some backbone? Especially since she already tried that soul reading on me. I took in a deep breath and asked instead, what's your name? Miss. She was surprised. I am no miss, I am a lord. My name is Louis Musegan. My name is Sariel Hamarvi. I responded. She moved closer to me. Why would you train to become a slayer just to have her as your master? That was an easy answer. To obtain something important. Raphael grabbed onto a small compact rectangular object from her back, which lengthened out into a black and purple scythe. I am getting sick of these bloody colors, She pointed it at Louis. "Don't disrespect me in front of my face." Louis responded. "All I am doing is talking to him. I know what you want. So, what if you do, mongrel?" Zaphael's lips were about to purse with a fit of rage, but she calmed down. "I really don't want to keep having this violent relationship with you. It would be far easier if I were to kill you right now, wouldn't you think?" Around Zaphael intense heat and air pressure began to spawn from her. Louis laughed. Before walking away she said, "I would be the one to kill you if anything. Pathetic rodent. Even more pathetic your father." Her father? For Louis to bring it up in such a way, they must not be sisters, not by father at least. Before I could finish my trace of thought, in an instant Zaphael dashed towards Louis, launching her scythe at her back. Suddenly chains wrapped around the scythe and Zaphael, seizing her movements. "Ugh! Sapphire, free me!" Two women suddenly appeared near Zaphael. The one restraining her with chains had similar armor to Natasha, except unlike Natasha's it wasn't completely black, but blue and white instead. It looked light without much metal. She appeared to be an assassin in short. There was an odd detail about her right iris was an inch longer than her left one. She also had dark blue irises and lighter blue pupils. "Stop this!" The one called Sapphire responded to Zaphael. The green-eyed one was in the middle of Zaphael and Louis. She looked similar to Sapphire. Instead, her irises and pupils were green. Just like the other woman, her irises had a darker green compared to her pupils. She appeared to be an inch shorter. Her left iris was an inch longer than her right own. It was as if she was the mirror of the Sapphire woman. The armor somewhat reminded me of William's. Since her armor consisted of a lot of metal and appeared very protective, but it wasn't bulky. Are these the guards that were in the carriage with us but went unnoticed by me? Judging from how quickly they can appear out of nowhere, I can believe that. Louis fixed her vision on the two new women. They had complex expressions as if they had a complicated relationship with each other, well, except for that hazel person. She was expressionless. Moving her focus onto me, the Sapphire woman who was restraining Zaphael shot sharp glares at me. Huh. This definitely isn't the first time she met me to look at me in such a way. I know this, not just because of that look but the fact that she didn't try to soul read me. Even that Louis woman and dude did it to me as soon as they met me. I wonder if that's some social custom of the people when they meet a stranger for the first time. Well, I will also have to be careful around her, just like every damn Reaper there. Damn, I miss Natasha and Neil. That green pupil woman. That weird looking ring on her finger is causing my eyes to hurt at the sight of it, not figuratively, but literally. My eyes were throbbing. What the hell is that thing? Well, wouldn't you look at that? The maiden and the second choice are fighting. There were people who seemed to be of higher worth in comparison to the other musicians who voiced their opinions on what was going on. Zaphael shot a stern look at them, causing them to withdraw their disdainful glares and go on with their business. Sapphire freed Zaphael from her chains. The way her chains moved was weird, it was as if they were animated. They quickly lost their mass, shrinking down to thin frail chains, and drove back up her long sleeves with movements similar to a snake. Weird, very weird. Louis spat on the ground and walked away, with her last words to Zaphael being, "Like your brother, you would be the scorn of the clan." Chapter 7, The Land of the Musagan, Part 2, Damn her! Zaphael huffed as she tried to regain her calm composure. She walked into the mansion, telling me to follow her. A servant opened the massive doors that towered over us. To my surprise, the place didn't have much purple in comparison to everything else in this land. The walls were painted white, ruby red, orange, and of course purple here and there. There were glistering gemstones of various sizes and colors, and attention-stealing paintings of people. There was one of a younger Zaphael with an older man and woman. I assumed they were her parents. "Where is the food? Has it not been prepared yet?" she asked one of the servants. The servant replied, "The ingredients were ruined while the chiefs were preparing. As a result, they had to restart. It should be done in 20 minutes. Zaphiel then checked her report disc, which was ringing. A damn meeting with the elders at this time? Bet it had to deal with that useless rodent. She fixed her gaze on me. I might be back the next day. Oh, okay. Leaving me by myself here? I don't know anyone here. She should know I have trust issues. Wait, would she? I called out to her as she was walking away. But how am I supposed to stay here by myself? She replied, you are not by yourself. Sapphire will keep you safe. She exited the building. Then the blue-eyed woman walked in. Damn it. That woman looks like she hates me. Okay. If she is a guard of Zaphiel, she should listen to her. Wait, if she is a guard, why wouldn't she be with her? Well, maybe only one is required since the green pupil woman is nowhere to be seen. A servant came up to me. I shall bring you to one of the guest bathrooms. Please follow me. Oh right. I have to get clean. Finally. The monster's blood on my arm was feeling very weird. I wonder if monster blood loses its smell when they dry up? Because now that I think about it, there is no way my nose could have just gotten accustomed to that disgusting fresh smell that is still present in my memories of when I awoke in this country for the first time. I followed the servant. We quickly arrived at a massive bathroom after walking up a long series of stairs. It was a grandiose and large space. It appeared to be designed to bring comfort. The walls were adorned with intricate patterns and elegant fixtures. In the center of the room, there was a huge bathtub. I think I can get accustomed to this life. Might as well treat your dog well if nope, I am not comparing myself to a dog even if I will be viewed as such. The servant asked, do you request assistance with a bath? I am not some child. I don't need someone helping me with such things, and definitely not from some man. No thanks, I smiled at him. He nodded and dismissed himself, closing the door on his exit. I released a huge exhale. I felt a deep weight removed from my shoulders. I removed my clothes and undergarments. Taking off that robe was a bit more difficult than I expected. I was now butt-ass naked. Good stuff. The bathtub tap was currently running water, despite the tub already being filled with water. Sploosh. The sounds of running water were quite therapeutic. I have no idea how to use that word, but it feels relaxing to listen to. I slowly entered foot first into the bathtub. Glup glup. Man, the water was so warm. It was the perfect temperature, a little on the hot side, but good enough. The idea to dive in was tempting, but I don't know how deep it is, and I don't want to act too stupid in another person's expensive house. I completely submerged myself in the water, enjoying the greatness of life. Finally, a good thing happened in my life, well excluding Neil and Natasha. William is kinda okay. I still have a little grudge against him for being a complete asshole to me. This thing is deeper than I expected. I think I am around 5'6" if I estimate my height relative to Neil's, though I simply guessed his height. Anyway, if I stand on the floor of the tub, up to my lower pecs would be water. So where is the soap? Oh, a soap dispenser near the tap. Give me e. After 15 minutes passed, I was done. I grabbed onto a bath towel and wiped myself dry. Oh, no clothes. I would have expected them to have placed some here. Oh well, I will call for one. Making my move to the door, someone knocked on the door. Is the one called Sariel in here? Huh? That's an unknown voice to me. Is it another servant? The tone of her voice made me think not. It was a strong voice, like someone of importance. Yes. I am here. The question is what they want? Despite Zaphiel's assurance, I have to be cautious. How can I help you? Help me? Ha, funny. I am here to check on your physical condition. I am Olivia, the doctor of Zaphiel's Festiva. Festiva? Ignoring whatever that is supposed to mean, I did remember Zaphiel telling one of her servants to get a person called Olivia. Now the question is it actually them? Ending my train of thought, the door swung open quickly. The doors slammed onto the side walls, still being on their hinges. The steam from inside the room quickly swarmed outside. You got to be kidding me. Someone as aggressive as that is in no way a doctor. More bullshit? The steam clouded my vision, where only a silhouette could be seen. A hand moved to face forward. Not in my direction. Too much steam. The person raised her voice. Like a ghost was in the room, the windows were pushed open. And then a strong pressure of air and heat pushed the steam back, forcing it out of the windows. A woman donned in yellow, and red was revealed through the steam. She seemed like a woman in her 30s. She had black hair and her expression looked like one of annoyance. Damn. New enemy. I backed up a bit. Please stop. I am just a very lazy woman, so I couldn't wait for you to open the door. Anyway, I am who I claim to be. She rubbed her elbows. And now why would I believe that? Though, why would she need me to be off guard? If she is capable of doing all that, wait for a second, why would a damn doctor have such powers? The same power I observed from William, the original Sariel, and Zaphael. That heat and air pressure generation. She is a slayer, isn't she? Taking a step back, she sighed and then sat down. I want to go back to resting so bad, but here I am, trying to win the trust of a nearly naked child. Ugh, people are gonna think I am a pedo. How boorish. She talked to herself, then moved her side onto me. Ah. Hell with it. Then, with a taken back look, her eyebrows furrowed. That feeling again, Soul Reed was done. Run, we have to run, now. I know. Well, damn. I have to do a physical exam if I can't check for your injuries with that technique. My arm was grabbed from the back. Calm down. I don't want to put you to sleep. I should, though. The wind whipped around in response to a fast-moving object. She has super speed? Is that what those personal guards did? No, they didn't generate any gusts of wind. I tried to bulge, but her grip strength didn't allow me to move. Then she released her hand grip off me, but weirdly, I still felt as if something was restraining me. It was replaced with a tentacle-like sensation, though I can't recognize the texture. Only that it was hot. Damn hot. Is that a method of torture? She walked in front of me, grabbed my arms, and gently pressed it in different manners, then she did that to my head and chest. Despite the hot sensations in my legs and arms. I thought she would be doing something else. She is really checking the condition of my body. But the damn hot stuff. I tried to persuade her. Hey. Okay, I get it. You truly are the doctor. Can you stop that heat thing from hurting me now? She looked at me and went deep into thought. I will in a minute or two. It being hot isn't deliberate. It's just a feature of it. I call bullshit, or maybe it's true. Sariel did create a flame demon. Natasha's scythe generated a blade of flame. Are those powers based on heat and fur? No, Neil's dark powers contradict this idea. She pondered for a second. That shouldn't be the case. I heard your condition was far worse. I should double check. She flexed her fingers, and stretched them out. What are you going to do? I don't think I like what is going to happen. This may feel uncomfortable. She put on a glove. Oh, no. No. Is she going to put her finger up my ass? She leaned forward and moved her left hand right near my face. Please open, I don't want to use whip to open your mouth. If I do, it will hurt a lot. Whip? Did she mean whip? No, she is clearly referring to something else, but that isn't important right now. What the hell does she want with my mouth? She began to swirl her finger as if to warn me about what will happen if I refuse. Damn it. I hesitantly widened my mouth. She nodded at my action. She then extended her fingers again and inserted them carefully into my mouth, pushing aside my tongue. She appeared apologetic. What is going to happen now? The pain you feel on your skin will now be in your body. However, it wouldn't be as big. Huh? Is she gonna throat? Before I could finish, it felt like tiny hot rods given life were laid in my throat. The movement was akin to tentacles. It felt like many tentacles with the size of a string swimming throughout my body. Hot. They were driven to every single inch of my body. My bones, muscles, stomach, and so on. Get this shit out of me. Damn it. I tried to close my mouth, but my teeth didn't bother her fingers. It felt like they clashed against a tree. Then the hot tentacle-like stuff dissipated from inside me. She pulled her fingers out of my mouth and appeared surprised. Your condition is perfect, as if you were never harmed. Odd, very odd. But my job here is done. My restraint suddenly disappeared. Ugh. My throat feels violated. Cough cough cough. Gross. She walked away, but before exiting completely, she turned back towards me. I will call a servant to bring clean clothes for you. She pulled a veil which had red liquid contents from her long red coat and lowered herself and placed it on the ground. This is a velo healing balsa. Despite the fact you seem to have no injuries, I am very concerned. Drink it and any minor hidden injuries should be healed up. Thanks for not trying to kill me, I guess? No thanks for the damn throat violation. That veil thing looks similar to what Natasha poured on the bandage before wrapping it around my arm. But I need to drink it instead? Is it a different type? Well then, those bath towels didn't betray me, thankfully. What an experience. I stretched out my tongue, it still felt weird. It had no taste, but just a weird feeling. Though, I wonder if those balsa thing leaves a lingering healing effect. It would make sense why I healed fast. It must be those windows. I didn't spot them at first. I moved on to the windows and checked it out. Down below there were a damn lot of guards. They were communicating with each other. It's your shift now. Put your guard up, young fella, you may need to get busy. What's new today? Well, hi Miss Safiel allowed some weird kid in. You can't soul read him. The younger dude didn't seem fazed. So he is just using conceal? The older guard who was walking away took a sharp stop. That's not the case. It's like a block stopping you from even seeing it. What the hell? Another freak? Yeah, dude. It was bad enough when she allowed that shadow lurker to be under her wing, a child killer and that criminal. That certainly did kill the mood for me. A freak, huh? Of course, people don't like us. The second you thought you were safe, was you being foolish. I know. But being constantly wary sounds miserable. Being dead sounds worse. That balsa thing, don't trust it. If the guards are sharing such words about you, what makes you think the servants of this house are any different? You are right. I held the balsa firmly in my hands. I don't think it's poison. But, it's not like I need it anyway. I threw the bottle randomly and it happened to land in the bathtub. Splash. Sorry Miss Olivia, I am sure you are a great person. However, I have trust issues. Shush, the cold breeze from outside embraced me, reminding me of my half-nakedness. I wonder, did the servant get lost? If I had to jump off here because of an emergency. I will not survive that fall. I studied the distance from the ground to where I was. I was probably 9 meters off the ground. I walked around the room looking for useful objects. A wooden chair. Break it and use it. I picked it up and broke off one of the legs. It wasn't sharp, and there is nothing here that can sharpen it. I am being way too overcautious. I rested the chair on the wall to give it support. There were more towels, so I folded a lot on the seat of another chair. I don't think it would do much to absorb shock. A couple of minutes pass when someone knocked on the door. I have brought clothes to you. Oh, that took longer than I expected. You can just leave the clothes by the door for me. This is silly. Yet, my mind feels conflicted. I believe I am unnecessarily cautious and yet, I believe I should be way warier. I see. After 5 minutes passed, I opened the door and picked up the folded clothes, and went inside to put them on. Oh, this looks pretty nice. It doesn't look fancy or expensive, though. A sudden chill settled on my neck. Soul reading. The feeling of deep stares stopped and then restarted. Stopping for a single second and then starting back in an instant, it was like a rapid cycle. Over and over and over. They wouldn't stop. My body kept screaming, Someone is watching. 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 G. Someone is watching. 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 They are staring. I am feeling sick. They keep staring deep into me. They refuse to stop. They cough, cough. I feel disgusted on the inside. I want to rip the skin off my body. I wanted to vomit. I want to pluck my brain out. I need it to stop. Stop, ugh. My stomach violently shook, urging me to vomit, but vomit what? I had no food content to upchuck. I have to go. I went to dash out of the window. I grabbed the chair with the towels to cushion the fall. As soon as I leapt off through the window, I felt the sudden increase in wind flow and the lack of ground to stand on. I tried to move the chair under me, but I couldn't manipulate my body in midair with such momentum. Damn it. I didn't think this through. However, I didn't descend. In an instant, an icy cold texture enveloped me. Huge metal chains wrapped around me tightly, squeezing the air out of my lungs before vigorously slamming me back into the room. Cough, cough. Damn, if it's tighter, my body might burst. But those chains wait. Why aren't there any lights? Clink clank. Rattle clank. The sounds of chains moving about began to fill in my ears. The sounds weren't just coming from the ground. It was from the roof, the walls. All around me. The chains wrapped around me weren't still. They were constantly moving, writhing, slithering and twisting their form in a menacing manner as if they found their prey, which they did. Then in front of me in the pure darkness, I noticed a slight reflection of light. It was blue light. No, that light source, it was the blue glow of someone's eyes. Eyes that seemed erratic, as if they have finally cornered their soon-to-be victim. Rattle clank. Clink clank. The one who is set to guard me is the one who wishes to kill me, Sapphire. Her cold words reached me. Oh? Trying to escape, huh? Aware you did something bad, huh? Scared for a reason, huh? Aren't you? I have to escape. But how can I do that? Those chains are super strong. She is doing it again. I was feeling deep stares, over and over and over. Deep stares, deep unsettledness, deep chills. Stop it. Stop it. Stop, 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 stop. I can't stand it, it makes me feel sick. Stop it. My heart was beating so hard that it started to hurt. My throat began to ache. My body shivered with no hope of returning to normal. She muttered, I can't read your soul just like her. Her expression of disbelief quickly switched to one of pure rage. Outrageous. I can't let someone as suspicious as you stay here. Your masters think I am foolish, huh? You all keep trying and trying. It doesn't matter if the Temple of Kama sent you or those filthy shadow lurkers did. You will die here today. I have no idea who she is talking about. It is about Zaphael. It must be. Sounds of footsteps made their way towards me. What's with that face? Then I felt her roughly grab my chin. Before I break you apart, which one of the two sent you here? Sick, I feel sick. I have no idea what she is talking about. But my thoughts all scream that someone is trying to read me. They keep trying. It feels gross, it feels scary. It's terrifying. I want it to stop. I hate it. She squeezed my face. You did not answer me. She is staring, They are staring. They are trying to look deep in me. She is staring. They are staring. 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 Staring. She is staring. They are 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 staring. Make it stop. My consciousness started to drift. I was nearly killed the first couple minutes I awoke in this place. Then I was chased by a spider monkey monster. A child died saving me from it. I was then at the mercy of a scythe woman. Soon after I reached the gate, I was again threatened. Soon after I was investigated, again, I was nearly killed. And again, it didn't take after that for me to be assaulted and beaten up. And now, this is happening. Those deep stares keep following me. Did Zaphael lay this as a trap for me? Her so-called guard was left behind. And now the guard is telling me I am working for someone to threaten Zaphael? Trickery. I thought that since we wanted something from each other, she wouldn't betray me. I am a fool. No one can be trusted. Not even Neil, and Natasha. But she asked who I was. I am clearly the person she wants to kill. I cleared my throat and tried to spit on her, however my spit was quickly scattered over my face along with a stream of hot air pressure. Ah! I can't even humiliate my enemy. She started back talking. I heard the boy was supposed to have half silver hair. But your hair is black. What the hell is she talking about? I don't know, I don't care. I don't want to even want to think. I have no trust in your existence. It seems she had a talent for yapping her mouth non-stop. Observing how I didn't care to respond to her, she clenched her hand, causing the chains to tighten even more. She is planning on popping me like a balloon. She then swung her arm, bashing me onto the roof. Then she pulled her hand down, causing the chains to respond in kind, jolting me down. Splash! Crack! She sent me into the bathtub, breaking it in the process. Argh! I tried to keep my screams internal, but without thought, I bellowed out in pain. I refuse to die like this. I am sorry, Sari Ilhamarvi. I widened my mouth and then quickly slammed my teeth down onto my tongue. I rather go out my own way. Chapter 8, The Land of the Musagan, Final Part, Point of View, Sapphire. The boy had lost consciousness. His head bent forward, almost as if it was too heavy to hold up its own weight. Not to mention, through his lips, a considerable amount of blood was flowing out. Did he bite his tongue? To lose consciousness so randomly, he must have gone into shock. Did he plan to choke on his own blood? I couldn't hear any breathing. Not even a faint sound. Is it a trick? Killing oneself to avoid information being tortured out of their self is a common strategy. I stretched my fingers out, causing the chains of mine to quickly slither back into my sleeves. The sudden speed caused the air to rustle. His body dropped down face forward onto the shattered bathtub. His injury was lesser than what I expected. All over his skin were cuts caused by my chains and the jagged pieces of the bathtub. His head was bleeding profusely. It was the result of being slammed into the bathtub. Well, I messed up. I wanted to investigate him, not attempt to kill him or get him to try to kill himself. Ugh! What a pain. I will wait for him to wake up. I lowered myself near his ears and whispered, I know you are alive. I can sense that you are alive. He didn't respond to my words. Hello? Why was there a sudden sound of broken glass in here? One of the servants came rushing into the darkness. Well, they tried to rush in at least. The entrance was blocked by my chains. So many rows and columns of them, she would think it was a weird wall. I thought those chains would block off enough sound, seems I need to increase their amount. Suddenly, the mat under me was pulled, making me lose my sense of balance. An attempt to make me slip. Then a sharp object was shoved into my abdomen. It pierced through me, grating and tearing through my intestines. Pain would ensue, pain should ensure, that would have happened if I wasn't who I am. If I wasn't Sapphire Hunami. The sharp object didn't break even a single layer of my skin. As matter of fact, The wooden object had broken off me in an instant. I laid my eyes below my crotch area. There the boy who had glass stuck over him made his attempt to kill me. Though, unlike before, many of his injuries seemed to have disappeared. Around his lips was a red liquid, not blood. It was a healing balsa. Did he use that while having those glass pieces in him? Is he a moron? In response to his failed attempt, he tumbled to my side, embracing the floor, shocked by how badly he failed. Enraged he screamed, Why? Why? It doesn't matter if he screams, my chains being wrapped around the rooms will not allow his sounds to reach anyone, not after one of the servants heard what happened earlier. But it doesn't even matter anymore. If he is truly that weak. It seems you are not an enemy. He stopped screaming and slowly turned towards me in disbelief. What are you talking about? I thought by chance that you were an enemy in disguise and Neil too. But even near death you didn't or couldn't use Imperia. If you were an assassin sent here, you should have power of some sort. He stared at me as he slowly backed away, shaking his head. He tried to form words, but they all seemed like the gibberish of a child. He must have felt that he was going insane. From the top of his voice, he screamed. You tortured me for that? Yes. There was no need to lie. That was my reason. His knees collapsed. Ah, I do feel bad. I will apologize. In an instant, any thoughts that didn't have to deal with what was laid in front of me disappeared. I was shocked. It was almost like my eyes were deceiving me. The right half of his hair, which had silver spots, was slowly spreading whiter. The amount of silver was increasing, and quickly. Could it be that he shows his legendary powers when his hair converts into silver? So the entire time he was holding back. He desperately tried to stand up. All this done to me. So unjust. So cruel. His eyes made contact with mine, eyes that embodied death. He wanted to kill me. He is a threat to her. I have to kill him this time. Die. Immediately my chains targeted his head with enough force to blow it open. A corpse will soon appear in his place. Hi Miss Safiel, your guest is getting killed. A sudden disturbance reached my ears. What the? Who? My chains were an inch near his head. A second later, he would have been headless. Who said that? I feel like I can remember that voice. It must be that breath. I quickly rushed to the windows and behold, it was that child of Louis. He waved at me with a smile. That shitstain. Even if the guards don't believe him, they would rush here just to check what is going on. Where was Sapphire would be the question. Sapphire was nowhere to be seen during the death of the guest. From inside, the one called Sariel made eye contact with Jasper. Jasper shrugged his shoulders as he walked away, saying, Choose. Choose? Am I invisible to him? That brat knows I can't attack him because of what that would entail. What now? I retracted all of my chains and aimed my hand at him. I wouldn't attack. That is what he thinks. Do it. Huh. In the window's reflection, a chair came hurling at me from behind. I step aside, making the chair miss its mark by a large margin. That silver shit is still trying. He dashed outside of the room. Now, why would allow that to happen? With a dramatic swing of arms, a large mass of chains locked onto him. Clang. Clink. Clang. Clink. 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 Clang. 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 Clink. Clink. Clang. Clink. 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 Clang. 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 Clink. Clang. Clink. 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 Clang. 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 Clink. Clink. Clang. 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 Clink. 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 So many chains, the room could barely contain them all. I don't care if it will. As long as I kill him, it doesn't matter what else happens. Your fangs will not reach her, I will make sure of it. My chains were about to claim his life. However, he suddenly came up with a filthy tactic. With a desperate call for help, he screamed at the top of his voice. Hi Miss Safiel, your servant is betraying you. HK. My chains halted. He messed with my mind. He knows she isn't anywhere here. He grabbed onto the guard railings of the floor and leapt off it. Point of view, Sari eel. My shoulder responded in pain to the sudden crash. Fortunately, I landed on a sofa. Even still, it hurts like hell itself. Damn it, endure it. I have to run. I got back onto my feet and ran to whatever exit I could reach. Dashing across the path, I noticed an open room with a window. This may be my ticket out. Before I could find some joy in my potential freedom, chains slammed down with the fury of a giant, destroying the floor I was on a second ago. She is insane. I threw myself recklessly into the room. And quickly moved to jump through the window in time before the chains could reach me. However, as my body slipped through, some chains caught up to me. Weirdly, it seemed they had a different idea in mind on how to deal with me. Revolving around me were over 5 chains. It seemed they wanted to rip me apart more than the others. Clank. 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 Each one of them was knocked back. I didn't see it properly, but it seemed like a spinning object was used to deflect them. I managed to have succeeded, but the new mission was to survive this fall. I quickly envisioned myself slamming into the ground shoulder first, destroying every bone in my body in a violent manner. The glass pieces from the bathtub would sink deeper into me upon impact, more than crashing into that sofa did. Damn it! As I descended with the speed of a tree log, my body was stopped in its tracks, preventing me from a sad fate. My body was enveloped with the boiling hot tentacle-like sensation. Damn, it hurts. It was similar to that thing the Olivia woman used when it tended to me. I wonder if it should call it ghost tentacles? It wasn't a sudden stop, fortunately. That would have hurt a lot because of velocity and all that. I was then pulled behind a tree with furious speed. The guards saw me and as a result, came running toward me. What are you doing? The hot tentacle thing dissipated and I crashed near a tree. It wasn't a bad crash. Immediately I started back running. But where would I go? I had no idea, honestly. Just anywhere but here. As I ran, I tied my hair with a towel I stole from inside the bathroom to cover my silver identity in case someone spotted me. Found you. Just kill already, damn it. Do they have some super sense or something? 2 guards that spotted me were catching up quickly. However, each one of them lost their standing, as their legs got hit by an object. Whatever it is or who it is saving my ass right now. I ran and continued running. I wanted to stop. My heart was hurting me. My throat was dry. My hamstrings were in pain. I was in pain, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't. I can't. Sapphire stared outside as she angrily smashed her fist onto the wall. Crack. Well, he is gone now. She managed to release those words from under her breath. The outside guards who didn't chase after Sarah lost Sapphire, aren't you gonna chase after him? In response to their question, she shook her. He is no longer here. Besides, a certain brat is helping him, making it impossible for me to get involved without it causing a lot of drama. Sapphire dismissed herself, leaving the guards to ponder among themselves. One of the guards was kicking stones. A conflicted feeling was developing in his heart. He licked his lips to prepare himself for what he was about to say. He knew he was going to sound insane, but he had to voice it out. I swear I saw silver-like hair. The other guards laughed at him hysterically. Come on, dude, now isn't the time to be making silly jokes. He felt a bit embarrassed but also began laughing at himself. Ha ha ha, yeah, you guys are right. I must have been tweaking, imagining stuff. Oh wow, he is now speaking like a peasant. Tweaking. Next, he gonna be saying, "What's up, shopkeeper?" They mocked his manner of speech. Point of view, Sari eel. While running, I made contact with the carriage in which I hopped on, and hang on to the side barely. My grip was struggling to keep myself from falling off, but I didn't have a choice but to try to endure. Hopefully, they don't notice me. Even still, I am not superhuman. My grip will give in eventually. I searched for anything on the outside of the carriage I could use to better prop myself, and I found a flat, sturdy structure at the back. I don't think the space was enough to sit on. Though, it was far better than my current predicament. I moved, struggling against the speed of the carriage, and sat on it. How long will it take till we exit out of this place? Since Raphael Ryder was moving a lot faster than this guy is. During the traveling, I gazed at the half moon in the dark sky, double half moon I guess since there were 2 moons. That dude that was with Louis. He saved. No, none of these people can be trusted. How naive do I plan to stay? Get it through your thick skull, sorry eel. Though, ignoring that, the issue I have right now is people seeing me and guards not allowing me through that gate. I need something to fix that issue. I have an idea. For many minutes, I was keeping track of every single moving carriage. And then I finally spotted one that could help my situation. This one appeared to be built to transport a lot of objects and not people exactly. I made that assumption because of the number of carts behind it filled with housing furniture. I could see the pieces of furniture through their small windows. I suppose they didn't care for thieves. When the other carriage drove close to the one I was on, I quickly dropped down and grabbed onto the last cart of the carriage, and entered it through the open back space. Okay, I am safer here. My eyes began to tire. I think I am exhausted. Of course, I am. I haven't even eaten. I would have rather eaten instead of getting cleaned. My head began to slant forward. Each second I jolted it back. Damn it. Stay awake. I frantically woke up. Damn it, I had fallen asleep. I checked outside the carriage, which was still moving but a lot slower than before. I recognize this place, Difflin. Back to this hell of a place. I guess I better get off before the guy comes to check his items and then finds me. I managed myself around the objects, hopped off, and ran behind a house. My legs gave out and I slumped down. My body hurts. That balsa didn't heal all my injuries. Though, the pain I felt was probably from the insane running or mental fatigue, or everything. At least, I wasn't in as much pain as I was before. My arms and legs were filled with that jagged glass. I could feel it on my face too. Drinking that healing item made my wounds close around that stuff. I wasn't aware at the time I had those glass pieces in me, all I knew was I was hurting. Tink. Huh, a glass piece fell off me. Weird, I couldn't see much, but touching my body, the glass began to fall off as if they weren't in my flesh. What? Damn, you took quite the beating. Huh? No. Not again, not already. Another person. Up on the roof was him, the one who aided me back in Raphael's mansion. What does he want now? I have to get ready to move. I don't want to run blindly. Sapphire nearly killed me when I did that after I tried to distract her by calling out her master's name. The dude curled his hair strands. In case you're wondering, I like to look down on people from high. So that's why I am up here. He is trying to drop my guard. Why would that work on me? Seeing how I didn't react to his statement, he raised his arm as if to say he surrenders. He coughed into his fist. Ahem. I didn't come to kill you, by the way. Yeah, sure. I am not going to leave my eyes off his hands. You can talk, you know. He seemed annoyed. I finally responded. I know. What an ass. He reached for something in his pocket and pulled out a balsa veil. If you believe it's poison, then I assure you it's not. Though, if you drank one recently, then you will need a 24-hour rest period for your body to get rid of most of the balsa in your system. He threw it at me. Which I caught without thinking. Well, he wouldn't have to worry about me drinking it. If it happens to be poison, I finally have a weapon. But, I have a strong feeling those reapers are gonna be immune to poison. Though, I wonder, if he is merely acting like he is here to help, why do it? I had to know. Why help me? 'Cause I wanted to, so I did. I don't understand. Who would believe that? He did it 'cause why not, basically? Huh? Why wouldn't he think of a better lie at least? Tell me the truth. I reacted. And like before, he responded. I said, I wanted to. So I did. He is mocking me. Like hell. You have something up your sleeve, I know that, but I am not so stupid as to believe that. He didn't seem taken aback, it seemed he expected that reaction. Eh? I don't know what you were talking about. Anyway, did you form a contract with her? Does he think I have amnesia? Does he think I have random amnesia that just happened out of convenience for my enemies? You are gonna answer my question. You ignored, he repeated himself. This punk. I don't even know what the hell is this contract he speaks of. Either way, I am sure I didn't sign anything. I responded, no, I didn't. Samson released a deep exhale of relief. What is he so relieved about? He is acting like it would have affected him in any sort of shape. Geez, that's good but sucks for me. Lady Louis seems to have some interest in you. His expression changed as if he admitted to something he didn't want to. This lady of his can keep her damn interest to herself. I am not going back there. I made sure he knew that for a fact. Well, she isn't a bad person. She could seriously help you. However, the fact is it would seem like she stole you from the next to be leader of the Musaegan clan. And she would face backlash from other branch families that want to get nice with Zaphiel along with the clan elders, probably. Regardless, it's not like I am so stupid to waddle myself back into the hands of these freaks. The irony of them calling me a freak, when they are the ones that should be treated as outcasts. Ignoring that, he wants me to believe that Zaphiel is to be the next to be clan leader. Well, damn. Seems her rivalry between her and Louis isn't some princess stuff. She is already heading to the crown. But someone as young as that leading a clan? How backward can these mentally challenged reapers be? How the hell can she be the leader of the clan at that age? Or do they mature at a very young age? She is too young currently, so she isn't the leader right now. Instead, the firstborn of the second family branch is leading right now until Zaphiel becomes an adult. Whatever, that has nothing to do with me. He observed my lack of interest and then moved on to another talking point since he was clearly too bored to go on with his life. Right, you want to be a slayer, right? Oh, another damn spy. Or is he a mind reader? Now I'm thinking about it. How did he know where I was to assist me? I would guess the noise made. But only one servant noticed that. Weird, only one did? Oh. Could it be that evil woman managed to make sure my screams weren't heard easily and the servant was simply near? Or could it be that every other person was aware of Sapphire's actions except for that servant? I don't know. He being suspicious is not a new thought to me. Not for a single second did I think he wasn't. He scratched his chin. You are watching me weirdly right now. You were with Zaphiel for a reason, and I didn't know you want to become a slayer. It was a wild guess. A wild guess? How dumb do I look? I must seem mad dumb. Holy shit. Sure. Just like how you helped me, cause you felt like it, knowing exactly where I was to. I mocked him. Maybe a bad choice, but I wanted to let off some frustration. He appeared embarrassed and sighed. What I said about guessing is true though. She has slayers under her. And you are the same age as me. Having a slayer trainee from a rival festiva around my age range sounded interesting yet nerve-wracking to me. Like I would have to push myself even further to not disappoint Lady Louis. His eyes wandered away as his voice began to tremble a bit. You what? Nothing, I don't feel anything. He exhaled. Though, I was lying when I said I helped you cause I felt like it. I hate Zaphiel, as a result. I wanted to mess with her. A guest showed up, and that was a good opportunity for me. I knew where you were cause I could sense you. Anyway, you needed help, and my action would have messed with Sapphire, the right hand of Zaphiel. Oh, and yes, I was the one who deflected the chains off you and messed up the guard's footing. Fortunately, Sapphire didn't put much strength into those chains when she sent them after you, making it possible for someone like me to interfere with their trajectory. I actually can believe that, I would like to say. Sorry dude. For the life of me, I don't believe you. I thought Zaphiel wouldn't betray me since her reasons for assisting me were selfish and she made that clear to me. Yet she did. She left that so-called demon to torture me. So even if his reasoning sounds selfish, it could easily be concocted. He coughed into his hand and spoke again. Right, before I go I will give you some advice. If you desire the power of a slayer, it would be in your best interest to get a slayer master to train and sponsor you. Becoming a slayer is incredibly hard and expensive. Is that so? Well, I will test my luck or push that goal as far back as I can. I shrugged at him. That is not to my interest. He stood up and walked to the edge of the roof from. Well, it's your choice. He was going to leave. This dude is so weird. Even still, I felt like I had to make it clear what I thought of him. I don't really trust you or know if to fully believe why you chose to help me, but. I swallowed my saliva and raised my head back towards him. Thank you for saving and helping me, even if you try to kill me in the future. Sure, I guess, but where do you plan to go? I wish I had an answer to that. Where am I going to stay? What am I going to eat? I wish I could answer those questions for myself at least. I told him, around the area. Well, all the best. He seemed to start prepping himself to make a leap, but he stopped and faced back at me. Oh, yeah, I want to ask you your name, from you yourself. That feels a lot more, respectful? He is a weird dude indeed. I know for sure he heard my name when I told it to Louis. I guess it's courtesy. Sariel Himarvi. His eyebrows raised and then furrowed. He must have been confused about why it sounded like I had a woman's name. I sighed. I know, it sounds like a woman's name. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Your parents must have wanted you to be a baby girl, huh? His smile faded. Relatable. Well then, it's nice meeting you. My name is Jasper Musagan. He smiled before disappearing in the dark with a leap. What a guy. Well then, time to survive. Chapter 9, Conflicted Massacre, Point of View, Lumina. I had fallen asleep during the travel. The sudden decrease in nectar speed woke me up from the dream that had just started. It was about me being a cloud. Sigh. Nectar had been traveling for over an hour now. He didn't just stop for random reasons, something must have been up. Wiping my sleepy eyes, I looked forward. Something was different. A distance below me was the faint glow of lights. Far more than what I expected to see in an area that was supposed to be completely deserted. Why was there a bustling town in front of me? Why were the streets brightly lit? Why was it filled with activity? This place was destroyed a long time ago. Did my mom lie to me? No, that couldn't be. Sure, I was never raised here, but my mom told me a lot about it, that it was supposed to be destroyed upon being attacked. Stop, Nectar. I stood up to see everything ahead of me clearly. Instantly, Nectar came to a quick stop. I enhanced my hearing to listen to the words of the rodents. Mom! Check this out. Wow, you made this? That language and accent. They are Reapers, North Reapers. What are Reapers doing here? They took over our land and rewarded it to their kind? The land was for us Spear-Eyes and Spire-Eyes alone? Haha. I said I didn't want revenge. What a filthy lie. I could envision my next actions. This place will be lit on fire. They will scream. They will suffer. They will. A deep disgusting grin sprouted. Then my expression settled. I was calm now. I began massaging my shoulder and neck. I moved forward and leapt off Nectar. I will take back what belongs to us. I spread my arms wide, feeling the rush of air around me as I glided through the sky. Emerging near the ground, I somersaulted and grounded my feet into the middle of the road, causing the road to raise and break apart on impact. Thud. Crack. Debris flew everywhere and plumes of smoke raised instantly. What was that? Someone crashed into here. People shouted amongst each other, worried about what was going on. A scared child asked his mother. Mom. What's that? I really want to kill them, but for some reason, I feel abnormally calm. Like a leaf flowing through the air. Is it that I am so angry that I can't express it? I stretched out and squeezed my hand. My arm was shaking violently. I see, I was keeping my emotions in rather. Moving out of the crater, I made sure everyone could see me clearly and so I could see them clearer too. There were a lot of children. Sariel. Lumina, watch this. I want to be cool like you. Wow. You got these from Ishmandi? Thank you. Damn it. Why did I think of her? Why? I can't bring myself to it. I must. I squatted to the ground, my head in my hands. Leave this place in 30 seconds. If you all don't, I will kill you all right here and now. I would feel pain if I killed the kids. With the opportunity I gave them, the parents can flee with their children. I don't want to kill little kids. They stared in fright, backing up slowly. Some quickly ran away screaming, "Get the town slayers!" 29 seconds. 28 seconds. Suddenly, a shadow was casted over me, blocking out the light that had been shining on me a second ago. An old man with arrogance looked down on me. "Eh? This is my land, you worthless hog. You better get the hell out of here before I let my vassal slayers kill ya." His land, he says. Such disgusting creatures. This isn't your land. Yes it is, you damn fool. The Hashiri clan rewarded it to me for my undying loyalty to them. He screamed intensely. Then he pulled his arm back to bring his fist down to my head, hoping to deal my damage. Crack. My head was stiff on the impact, not bulging a bit. However, his wrist didn't respond well to the resistance. It completely broke upon hitting me. Ugh. His face was enveloped in horror as he backed up terrified and in shock at the pain. I stood up, releasing intense heat and endless pressure through my skin. "Oh? Tell me more. Tell me how foolish I am? Since you're so damn confident about this being your land. Do you even know a damn about it?" He anxiously took out his report disc and began clicking buttons on it rapidly. He still desperately responded to my statements, taking offense by my words. Back up and hell. Do you know the history? What did I know about this place? Everything. I know all the history of my people. More or less. Sure, I wasn't raised here, but my mom did tell me a lot of stories. His eyes widen. Wait, you almost sound like you're one of those things. Things? What things? Me being a spy? He doesn't even have the respect to call me by what I am? Not to mention, I clearly look like one. Has he never seen my kind before? I am not pink, red, blue or any other filthy color. I am a spy. On the tip of the roofs many slayers landed, fixing their eyes on me. They called the man. "Master, we have arrived. I want to make them know what I am, to make them know that I am a spy. However, if someone manages to escape and tell the nations that a spy conquered this place, they would think it's a fisher group and send in dangerous slayers that even I can't deal with it." The master screamed at me. "Kill her. Now." They heard their master but stayed still. They could sense the difference in our levels. There is a common saying, if the opponent is 5 levels greater than you, flee. If the opponent is 10 levels greater, then you should have never placed yourself in that situation and should anticipate your soon death. Unfortunately for these average reapers, I was at a far greater level than them. I slowly moved my arm forward facing them all. Maybe they were worried about trying to position themselves in my blind spots, thinking I would have kept a far greater reading on them compared to those in my own sight, since that's a common strategy to deal with potential threats. Every single one of these enemy slayers' eyes opened wide. From the palm of my hand, a flash of heat and a wave of endless pressure rushed forward with so much force, the ground I was standing on became even more brittle. The pressure wave I generated ripped apart the roads and every single obstacle in its way like a flash flood. They dashed forward in front of the man. He was probably a noble if he had slayers and was dressed in such a way. Their skin glittered slightly red. They must have used that defense technique. It didn't make a difference in what will proceed to happen. Huh. Arg. Damn it. They screamed as they were easily blasted away. They are amateurs. I don't think there was a single average slayer among them. How sad. I could have just sensed the exact difference in levels, but whatever. The nobleman got blasted on the side, rolling like a pig on the ground. He was bleeding from his chest. Holding onto his wound, he shook his head in fear. How? They used plotting. What a fool, that's why not anyone can manage slayers. I assume he isn't exactly a slayer master. He is most likely a Valen, this land must be managed by him. The town needs its own state slayer force after all. Unfortunately, they didn't have much slayers, and what they had didn't have much experience. And sadly for these slayers, an incompetent fool like him is the one to direct their orders. I mocked him, you truly are foolish. It's a risky technique that makes your body much more harder, even rigid. Why would anyone use such a move against a pressure wave? Where all that is needed is to push them off their feet. They should have used weeb to anchor theirself to the ground to resist the external force. Congrats, you amassed yourself a group of amateurs. Worse again, since their planning was broken. They were now disoriented. It's a technique with high reward, high risk after all. He girded his teeth, tightening his fist. It seemed he had more fire in him. I can use Imperia too, you mongrel. He swung his right arm at me, forming whip. A red whip-shape object that was generated from his arm lashed at me. I grabbed the whip, and pulled him, causing him to be propelled towards me. As soon as he was in my arm range, I aimed my hand towards his throat. As my hand approached his throat, a leg of one of the slayers I trashed around came bolting towards my neck. I don't know who you are. But I am going to kill, he declared. I had enough of this. From my shoulder, streams of extensively long whips sprang forth and delivered death to them. I killed them. Ah, ARGH. People screamed in fear upon seeing the death of the nobleman and the slayer. No one is escaping. I had enough of this. Had enough of reapers. Had enough. Had enough. Had enough. I hate them, I hate reapers. Over 13 whips began to generate and whirlwind around me so fast that the air wailed continuously. Swoosh! The width span of the whips was half the size of my body. The destruction it will cause will bring an end to everything. Despite my vision being covered up by the whips, I released it all. In an instant. Expanding forth, the whips stretched and brought continuous streams of death into the world. Help! Spare me! My daughter! They all begged for mercy, but they received nothing but pain. The same pain they all brought onto us. This was for us being chased down. Killing us, raping us, harming us. They don't deserve anything. The destruction continued for many minutes. Huff. Huff. My whips dissipated slowly. All around me was barren land. Not a single trace of trees, buildings, and people. Not even blood. Dancing in the air was tattered small shirts, torn apart shirt of children. You killed children. It doesn't matter. They deserved it. They are reapers. All reapers deserve to die. Before I could finish my thoughts, I remembered them. Sharon and Fuga-uri. We are family, a bond greater than friends. If they heard what I said. Damn it. It doesn't matter right now. I am sure they would understand. No, they wouldn't. Nectar. From high in the sky he came rushing towards me, and glided around me, awaiting commands. My mom and sister's bodies, give me them. He used his tail to hand me their corpses. I proceeded to shape a whip into a shovel and dug in the soil. Oh right, I should do something about any corpses that may be out of my sight. Nectar. Devour any body part remnants you spot. Many individuals managed to escape the chaotic destruction. Fortunately for them, Lumina wasn't paying attention to her targets. They had survived. They will report what had happened here to Deflin, and they will achieve revenge for their fallen brethrens, many thought. So they ran and kept on running in the absence of light. As they ran, they tripped over each other and screamed for help. In the darkness, red eyes lit up on a nearby branch, in the sky, and from behind them. They were surrounded by the glows of red eyes. They were unfortunate. They came across dangerous animus. Those animus had been blessed, for they had come across easy prey. Seeing the people in shock, the animus began moving forward. They would have the flesh of those present, and so they took action, launching forward. A young man, A Reaper, checked his report disk. Lumina is supposed to be here. Right? Near him was a short girl with red hair, also a Reaper. One who went by the name Sharon nodded. Yep, seems she went on a massacre. The male Reaper, Fuka-uri, replied, so what do we do about those that may escape those animus? The two were only a couple meters away from the crowd that had barely escaped with their lives. The same ones that were being targeted by giant multi-head wolves, tiger longhawks, and other absurd creatures. Sharon leaned off the branch she was sitting on. No. I think we could use them by chance. He was confused, but he trusted her. So he asked her, so what? You gonna stop those animus? Move. Ugh. He stretched his legs and leapt forward so fast that even Sapphire would have to try to keep up with him. In midair, he grabbed an array of kunais, and hurled them at each animal head, killing each one. Then he landed on the multi-head wolf. I am still too slow. He assessed his performance. There were a couple of people who were mauled by the anima attacks before Fuka-uri could save them. The despair in every single one of them began to fade away. Instead, hope swelled in their hearts. Unfortunately, ignorant of what will happen in the near future, they began to thank him. Thank you. Back there is a rogue slayer. She killed everyone and the Valen too. Fuka-uri rubbed his neck, not showing any concern. When they noticed his leisurely attitude, they became confused. Finally he responded. Is that so? So why are you all alive? Why were they alive? Who would ask that question to survivors of a massacre attempt? No, only someone who somehow has a relationship with the ones responsible for such horrendous crimes could think to ask such a thing. Even still. Even with the fact they could barely see the person present. Due to them being Reapers, they could sense the immaterial essence of a living creature, what Reapers coined the term soul. Despite the fact it was no soul. If they were to die here, there will be no afterlife. That immaterial essence will disappear along with them. Because of that unique sensing ability that Reapers possessed, they could sense that he was a Reaper, one of them. So why would a fellow kin be in the works with an evil spy? Huh. I don't understand what you mean. Some voiced their confusion. Because we survived? Why would you ask such a weird question? If you are asking how we survived, then it's because we got lucky. He sighed. He faced them, and took a deep breath. I am sorry. But I can't allow you all to go on. A mother who was keeping a tight hold of her daughter began to shake her head. The news she heard broke her heart. She thought for a second that somehow, her daughter was safe, but unfortunately things got worse. In front of Fuka-uri a woman glided down. Sharon stood forth near Fuka-uri. With sympathy in her voice she apologized before saying, it's unfortunate that you all would have to suffer such a fate. The crowd couldn't believe what they heard. But you guys are Reapers too. There is no way you could be working together with her. You are all Reapers just like us. The pair showed no emotion when they responded. We are aware of what we are. Point of view, child of random woman in the crowd. Everyone was so frightened. I don't understand what's happening. I thought we were saved by a mister. Please spare my daughter at least. Mom screamed, her voice cracked as she begged. Her arms was shaking. Why was she so worried? Why would I need to be spared if we were getting saved? The mister who killed those animus responded to Mom's plea. No, Mom mouth got unhinged, she was shocked. I felt the trickles of tears from her face. Her face was contorting with rage. They must have said something bad to Mom to make her that angry. HK. I am sorry. I wish I could have been a better mother. Mom began to caress my back as she closed my eyes. What was she doing? What was going to happen? Mom began singing the same song she always sang at night, sleep my little baby. Sleep. In the room of a princess. Sleep. Hick, why is Mammy crying? The sounds of mother crying quickly ceased. What happened? In the end. You couldn't use it on a kid. I heard the voice of the mister. It's best if I were to kill her. Kill me? Why? Kill? It's a damn kid for crying out loud. What choice do we have? Can't you just do the same thing you did on the others? There is no purpose to using it on her. She would have no use. I want my mother. I could feel her arms, so why was she no longer singing to me? Sing to me. Comfort me. Mama. Mammy. I desperately called out to Mom, hoping to get a response. Regardless, I received nothing back. Someone picked me up. And a song I was the most familiar with streamed to me, but it wasn't from Mom. Sleep, my little baby. Sleep. In the room of a princess. I want to see who it is. Did Mom change her voice? Then there was a touch on my face. Suddenly, I felt tired. The woman muttered as she ended the song, sleep. Forever now. Forever. Why would I want they? Chapter 10, Regrouping. Point of view, Sari-eel. Damn it. This is ridiculous. I was resting behind a building that was basically vacant. The number of people that passed around it was virtually zero too. Whoosh. The cold air didn't make things any better for me. All over my skin were goosebumps. I was trying to heat up myself by constantly rubbing my hand over my arms. If the cold wasn't bad enough on my body, it was probably worse on my mind. It was constantly reminding me of the cold chains of that mad woman. I am not scared. I am not scared. Stay calm, stay calm. SHRT. The sound of claws scratching a wall echoed from behind me. Immediately, I moved to see what it was, having my guard up to the max and ready to run as fast as I can if I was required to. It was just a feline four-legged creature. A red cat with spiky fur. A cat. I thought of this before, but the fact I know these names of creatures and can associate a mental image of them with names despite never meeting them before, is so weird to me. Like, a cat, but what is a cat exactly? I have the image but can't imagine the image being real. It's like it is part of my imagination, something I just made up. Well, that wouldn't be impossible. That's kinda scary. What else could I have also made up and thought to be true? What a hassle. I slouched back on the wall. Wait, did I leave it back at that place? I dug through my pockets and found it. Pulling out the cloth material, I held a knit hat in my hands. I was worried that I may have forgotten to put it in my pocket. This belongs to Natasha. A reaper, a slayer. I said I couldn't trust any of them. Yet, why was I frightened by the prospect of losing it? Oh, right. I make no sense, huh? I think I don't want to trust reapers and slayers at all. That's the logical mindset to have. I gazed at the knit hat. I removed the towel from my hair and placed the hat on, fixing my hair strands in it. However, I am not logical at all. Merely having it on my head makes me feel calmer. It makes me feel somewhat safe, even if I know that I shouldn't allow myself to feel safe. It's so weird, I know so little of her, yet. What she gave me is the only thing I can hold on to so that I wouldn't feel doomed. Is it because I am desperate? It wasn't a long time ago when I thought Nail and by proxy, Natasha were involved in what happened to me at that Museum place. If it is true, then I have no hope. But, I must cling to any hope. Or do you? We can end it here. You should end it here. What do you have to live for? Just die already. Oh. A deep sense of sadness washed over me. There were tears at the corners of my eyes. I can't keep going like this, but I don't know how to stop. I feel trapped, and suffocated by everything that happens in my life. I sank down onto the floor, my back still against the wall, and rested my head back against it. In that moment, I knew for sure that I was and will always be utterly alone in the world. Nobody could ever truly understand the pressure and pain I am under, and neither would they care to understand. They would hope the weight would kill me rather. How long is it going to take for that blue eyes woman to come kill me? When will she? Would it be when my guard is down? When I am asleep? But why? Whether my guard is up or not would be irrelevant to the outcome. She outclasses me by such a ridiculous margin after all. Even still, I must stay awake. However, my eyelids began to become heavier. I must stay. A queen among peasants, someone who would demand the attention of the entire world. Someone who would declare themselves the most important of all creations, such a voice approached me. I did not expect this turn of events. It seems that memory contingency didn't provide so much assistance in your bare survival. Maybe it did. Huh? Where am I? I didn't pay attention to what she was saying since what was going on around me was far more concerning. I have no idea where I am. How did I arrive here? Around me was an empty space that housed 8 floating stars, with the light quality ranging from the first to the last one, which was very dim. Though, that wasn't the most jarring thing here. Why? Why was in front of me a damn woman on a thick golden throne? No, that was no ordinary woman. She was ridiculously beautiful, far more than the likes of Raphael and Louis. She had unnaturally cloud white hair. The wavy hair didn't seem bound by gravity, since it floated behind her with elegance. She was adorned in a white dress fit for royalty, a long necklace, and luxurious golden armlets. Who the hell are you? I tried to back up as I shouted, but there was nothing to walk on. You can think of me Let me see, yes, think of me as a spirit. I am System, that's my name. A spirit? Wait, she didn't say she was a spirit but to think of her as one? Then what exactly is she? She must have meant it figuratively. I don't care for your name. What exactly are you? Think of you as a spirit? Are you jesting? Does it look like I am jesting? She took in a deep breath, seeming disappointed. I can't answer most of your questions since I can only manage to interact with you for 23 more seconds because of certain circumstances. I have no idea what she is babbling about. However, I like the fact her interaction with me would soon end. She wouldn't have to worry about me asking many questions when all I want is to get out of this weird space right now. Despite that, she couldn't have brought me here for no damn reason. What do you want? For you to prosper. Her response was instant as if she expected me to ask that. What? I don't even know you. Why would I believe that load of bullshit? I bet she is going to try to say, since I am a silver-haired I have potential. Like I can be gaslighted into doing what you want with such a move. I was curious what she would say if I were to ask her why. Why do you want me to prosper? Because I am in you. Whenever I see how pathetic you are, it makes me feel quite sad. In me? Deadness? Now that's something I did not see coming. But. What? What do you mean by that? Well, I suppose that is a lie. I am in you in a sense, and a part of you is also in me. It sounds confusing. What's this bullshit? Is she some crazy woman? Now, why would anyone believe that? Whether you choose to believe me or not is irrelevant. You are in the mental space of my domain, and you will be here in the future. You will either accept reality today or another day, it makes no difference to me. Wait. I will be here more in the future? I thought she only had a couple more seconds here interacting with me. She rubbed her chin and clicked her tongue. I am close to running out of time, I will be getting to the point. I desire to give you power. Yeah, that's definitely a trick. Holy. She has red flags written all over. Oh. I understand what she meant by me thinking of her as a spirit, because this half shit is a damn demon. Trying to make a devil contract with me. Are you supposed to be an evil demon spirit that takes control over me and go on a wild spree? Is your goal to break free from inside me or something? She showed confusion. Huh? Then her confusion turned into loud amusement. She laughed. Ha 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 ha. Wouldn't it be better to let you die so I would be free if that was the case? Maybe? I guess that can make sense, or she is just trying to deceive me. I responded with confidence. You can't trick me. Her upper lip raised with an expression of irritation. Why would I give a damn about trying to deceive you? If I want to, I will. Sure. You talk big for someone who is sealed in me. Her right eyebrow raised. Who said I was sealed in you? Wait, huh? She couldn't be in me by choice. What would she achieve by doing that? She smiled. I am in you by choice. Her response was way too coincidence. But, I guess it would have been easy to predict my thought process. If that's the case, then why stay with someone as weak as me? Because I want to and I can, so I do so. That doesn't make sense. You did it because basically, why not? Isn't that the same thing Jasper told me about why he saved me before revealing it was a lie? She obviously has some hidden motive. But, if she is here, and trying to make some demon contract me, then she must need me. I am not a demon. She raised her voice. Huh, what just happened? No, yes, I can read your mind. Your thoughts aren't exactly silent, you see. You have to be kidding me. She began to caress her armlets. And I don't need you, you need I. How is that so? Simple, I can provide you assistance and allow you to develop far faster. Something you need to prosper in this place against such opponents. Did she try to change her way of saying I desire to give you power speech? It's not like I didn't notice it in a near instant. I pointed at her. Now, what if you try some funny shit with me? Like, trying to take control over me. Unfortunately, due to the nature of my being, I can't lie to my holder. In case you were to ask what's that, since I am technically in you, you are my holder. Well, why would I believe that? She clicked her tongue. You love that sentence, don't you? Well, I would love to answer that if time wasn't coming to an end. Maybe you desire to suffer mercilessly against that woman again? Your memories of that event are traumatic. I wonder how you will react to the sounds of random chains in the future, or will you be alive to worry about dealing with PTSD? I know what she is doing. Didn't Zaphiel try that manipulation that time on a lower level? She walked off her throne, approached me, and stretched her hand out to me. There isn't more time remaining. I will give you the capability to generate Imperia and activate a power of mine in you, one that should be defaulted to my holder. Now, what in turn for you? In turn? Huh. Think of it as a contract, I suppose. Yes, a taste of the weak contract for the greater ones you may seek in the future. Well, since you can read my mind, you already know my response. I refuse. Oh. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. I did say to think of it as a contract, not that it was one. I don't need your consent. The space around me began to fade, including the woman. However, her words didn't fade from my ears. I heard everything clearly. She is going to do something to me. Point of view, Lumina. While sitting in my self-pity, I could feel the weight of my depression keeping my head down. Stomp stomp. Sounds of footsteps developed from a distance along with a sudden shout. Lum. I couldn't make it out. Two figures were moving in my direction from the darkness. I couldn't see them properly, maybe because of the number of tears in my eyes which kept constant no matter how badly I wiped them away. They came back for what reason? I have no idea. They just don't learn. With an uppercut motion, an intense pressure wave drove in their direction. Whoosh. I heard a woman shout in surprise, "What the hell?" However, I couldn't make their voice out well because of the endless pressure wave which was creating loud wind currents. It didn't matter anyway. Is she blind? A slim male figure was just as surprised. The woman immediately dug her fingers into the ground and sent the ground up to use as a shield for my attack. She is no ordinary slayer. If he is with her, then he is probably as experienced. My pressure wave shattered the earth shield. However, after impacting the ground shield, the force of the wave was weakened too much to do them any harm. Damn them. I told you to leave here. So go before I kill you all. The male figure locked sights on me and like a predator of the sky, launched forth at me with deadly short swords. He was fast, too fast for me. In response, I got serious. My life may be threatened now. I brought both my arms forward, I gently jumped off the ground by a mere inch, and then released a mighty cannon of endless pressure. It was far stronger than what I had displayed here today. The wave was a focused stream, having its area of effect narrowed, the power of the pressure upon the victim will be greater. The pressure generated so much force forward, it blasted me back, creating the distance I desired. The air roared, and the ground shook from its power. Regardless, despite the sudden worry that he displayed, as soon as his feet touched the ground, a bright red color glowed from his leg armor, and he defied my prediction of his fate. Boom! His speed increased drastically, making it possible for him to avoid the attack. However, it seemed he couldn't control his speed since he went crashing onto the ground in a distance far away. I know that move he used. That's an advanced technique, a powerful one yet relatively dangerous. Who are these guys? Did some of the escapees manage to report what happened here to Deflin already? They only sent 2 slayers here? Isn't the slayer squad composed of 5 slayers? Damn it. I knew I should have hunted them all down. I have to force them to keep using techniques so that they wouldn't be able to use whatever abilities they possess. Who in the corner of my eye, a weeb sharply shot towards me. I quickly backflipped to avoid it. I ejected a pressure wave from my legs to accelerate my movements in the process. With the perception of the world flipped to me, the man who had seemingly crashed a distance away to avoid my attack was now mere inches away from me. Instead of using his short swords, he formed 2 large whips in order to restrain me instead. Why not go for the kill? As I was about to push my hands to face him to deliver a blast of illness pressure, my leg suddenly got wrapped by a whip from the woman who I had lost track of. Damn it, I should start using my null eye. No, I don't need it for them. She swung me high in the sky, then accelerated the speed and slammed me into the ground. Thud. Arg. That hurts. She then increased her number of whips to restrain me. Wow. The woman exhaled. The man on the other hand wasn't so confident in their victory. Wait, that is made out of Imperia. They know about my main ability. The woman realized what he meant, and they both quickly rushed to restrain me with their arms instead. Unfortunately, they were too slow. Her whip defied her and now chose me as their master, untangling me, and then quickly ensnaring herself and him, choking them in the process. Struggling to pull the whip away from their necks. The dust created by my attacks settled down and their faces became apparent. It's us. You damn half-born, premature, failed abortion. Free me. Half-born? Failed abortion? Huh. What is she talking about? Stop being an ass. The man insulted me. That voice and face. Fuka Uri and Sharon? Huh. That was them? Fuka Uri panicked. Sharon. Save me. This hurts. Damn it. I am dying. Sharon whip began to shake violently, breaking apart. She messed with the flow of her whip by forcing Imperia into her body, causing her body to react badly because of the external source. Since when has she become this smart? Cough cough. Sharon was coughing, gasping for air. You shit stain. I swear I was going to beat your ass. Like, I was holding back big time. Why didn't you guys announce your names to me? Or call me by my name? Fuka Uri shouted at me as he grabbed onto my shoulders. We did. Sharon nodded intensely. Yeah. You were just obsessed with killing us. They did. Sharon turned around to observe the area. You sure did a number. Here. It's just shreds of bloodied clothes all over. Fuka Uri picked up a torn shirt that must have belonged to a child. I thought there was nothing. No, don't think about it. Okay, so where are the other 3? Sharon was sitting on the ground, bored. I responded, on the way. I hope they are safe. Ha, you must be excited to see Red Cherry. Well, I guess. Who wouldn't miss her? Fuka Uri smirked, he. I know what you mean. Oh? I grinned at him. So did Sharon. What do you mean, by I know what you mean? Sharon teased him. Far away. Flap flap. Soaring through the air was a woman with red hair and large black leather wings. She danced in the air, enjoying the wind pressure against her body as she traveled to Lumnia's destination. This was the woman named Red Cherry. While Fuka Uri was considered generally the fastest, and Sharon was considered the most potentially dangerous and powerful one. Red Cherry was known as the physically strongest among them. She wasn't the only one traveling towards Lumina's destination. On her left and right were two men. The left one was Wary Sen, the tactician of the squad. On her right, Tarzan, the one responsible for range attacks. They were on her sides, so could they fly? No, they didn't possess wings. They weren't part of the same species as Red Cherry after all. As a result, Red Cherry was using whips to hold them while traveling. Though, this traveling was more nausea-inducing to the passengers than it should have been. That was because of the childish nature of Red Cherry, who was currently twirling and spinning in the air. Tarzan clicked his tongue at Red Cherry. Seriously, what's with all that air dancing? I bet you are just enjoying flexing your ability to fly. TCH. He desperately wanted to hide his jealousy of her capability to fly, but he had reached his limit. Red Cherry laughed at him. You bet. I would have thought that you would have gotten over it by now. Ever since you were a kid you have been jealous. She then took a sharp stop and flew in front of him, grabbing his hand, drawing him towards her. Wait, I am not. We aren't kids anymore. He pulled his hands back. Wary Sen, who was observing the two, blasted a pressure wave at him, forcing him onto her. She quickly grabbed his arm. See, I gotcha. Tarzan took a second to gather what had just happened. He then screamed at the top of his voice towards Wary Sen, you betraying bastard. Wary Sen chuckled and began laughing loud. Ha ha ha. Red Cherry gave him words of comfort. Don't worry, I wouldn't go that fast. Though her voice sounded comforting, the evil smile on her face contradicted that idea. Spotting her mischievous grin, he began to panic. Sweat beads formed on his forehead. Hey! 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 Don't! Not giving him the gratitude to finish his last words, she quickly took speed to the sky, piercing through the air like a jet. Flap! Their altitude acceleration came to a still. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, boom! With a sonic boom, Red Cherry zoomed to the ground. The air filled her mouth, pulling her face back, causing her to have a comedic expression. Tarzan, on the other hand, was probably in the process of having a panic attack. His head shook violently in all angles. Wary Sen was safe from all the dramatic moves since the whip didn't transfer most of the velocity at the moment. As Red Cherry approached the ground faster and quicker, the ground almost seemed like it wanted to kiss them. Cherry! Tarzan couldn't take it anymore. In protest, he bit her shoulder. Ow! Red Cherry swiftly changed angle, flying back up. You know. For payback, we are going to do more crap. Red Cherry planned to execute her revenge. Wait, huh? She began to perform a series of twists and turns. She spun and somersaulted as she danced through the air. She flew in circles. She then picked up more speed, swooping and diving through the clouds. That wasn't enough for her. She had to do more. She grabbed onto Tarzan's cold arm to reaffirm her grip. He is alive, I think. She took in a deep breath, and executed complex maneuvers, tucking and rolling through the air. She twisted and turned as her body became a blur, moving past the speed of sound. Then she took a slow stop. Ha ha ha. She was amused by herself and of course the reaction of Tarzan. Tarzan's mouth was frozen open. Cold. Cold. Holding him tightly, Red Cherry eagerly looked around, then back at him. She wondered if to do that. You can let go now. Red Cherry ticked off his fingers from her arm, dropping him. I hate you. Cherry. She stayed still in the air. Wary Sen rubbed his chin, amazed by what he had also just experienced. Oh boy. You are going to do that, ain't you? Flapping her wings, she gave multiple nods. Bet. It always traumatized you guys. He shivered as he recalled memories of old. That. Bring back up bad memories. Proudly smiling to the heavens, she grabbed onto her waist and proclaimed with confidence, Ha! Now! Full speed! Never fear! For I am here! Tarzan could feel his body closely approaching the ground. He pondered how badly it would hurt to fall from that height. Probably less than getting punched by Cherry, he thought. He then shook his head and began taking things a little more seriously. He stretched his limbs, facing his hands below him. I will use blast force, bang. The next second he was in her arms, bridal style. Oh my! I didn't know you would be so excited for me to have you in my arms. Tarzan's back was stiff upon the impact of her catching him. Unfortunately, gliding with a person at that type of speed normally leads to death. Enduring the pain, Tarzan made contact with Red Cherry's spade-tipped tail. Clearly you are excited too, judging from the twirling of your tail. He raised his eyebrows. Feeling embarrassed, she tried tucking her tail between her legs. Nope. Not at all. Sure. Now would you mind? Drop you again? Huh. No. Shrey, point of view, Lumina. I was resting my head on Fukari's shoulder since unlike Sharon, his shoulders were quite big, so there was more space for me to relax on. He didn't mind, he often says I am too light to bother him. I began to sense Imperia coming our way, 3 Imperia signatures. And I recognize each one of them. They finally arrived. I moved my head off Fukari, who sighed in relief and began massaging his shoulder. Standing up, I muttered. Here they come. Sharon appeared confused. She pointed in the direction they were coming from but then turned towards me to ask, wait. Why do I hear the screaming of a war-traumatized man? Fukari, who was resting his chin on his palm, replied as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, it's Tarzan. She must be messing with him again. Boom. Whoosh. In the blink of my eye, an intense surge of wind tried to push us back. It shook our hair and armor dramatically. Before me was Cherry. On the ground was Tarzan vomiting, and Warrison holding his head in pain. She greeted me with a smile. Long time no see. Long, she says as if we're apart for a mere couple days. Yeah. She graced my face with her palms. What happened to you? Too much has happened to me. Too much. But as I stared into her eyes, I didn't want to keep my emotions to myself. I wanted to scream it out. I desired to cry it out. You know. My mom is dead. And little sister. No big deal. People always die. After all, right? We are realm slayers, so we know that, but. I began crying, stuttering as I talked. She hugged me. Go on, I am always here for you. Ah. I don't have to deal with all this pain by myself, of course. I have Red Cherry and my friends. I gritted my teeth. Even if I had those around to support me, my heart. It still hurts like hell. Chapter 11, Search for Food, Point of View, Eel. I woke up in a frenzy. My surroundings were the same as I remembered before I teleported into that woman's so-called domain. Though, she did call it a mental space, if I remember right. So I was only there in my head. How does that work? Maybe it's like having a dream or an imagination. But that doesn't mean anything right now. She did something to me. I scanned every single part of my body, down to the crevices. I spread my mouth apart, running my fingers in it with the goal to see if anything was out of the ordinary. But there was nothing different. Damn it. Which means the change must be something I can't observe, like. What was it that William said? The immaterial essence of me. I can see why they simplify it as soul, it's much easier to say. She said something about giving me the capability to generate imperia. Now, why do I feel no difference? And how do I generate that thing? Remember what Natasha said, Eel. Turning a loose into imperia. Is that what she said? I can't remember exactly, but I think that was the idea. Now, how do I do that? While pondering on how to use imperia, a sudden pain assaulted my stomach. Ugh. Ah. I dropped to my knees and held my stomach tightly. It was cramping. It was hurting, far more than before. I need food. I need to get something to eat soon or I will starve to death. Now. How am I going to obtain food? It's not like there are trees with fruits in this city. While ideas rushed through my mind, I noticed the darkness slowly getting lighter. In the near bottom of the sky was the sun rising. I was asleep for a long time, it seems. What a damn pain. What now? The only damn option is to get a job. What's the chance of that happening with those garbage reapers soul reading me? Not to mention, I would be putting myself in danger. What choice do I have? I made strides around the streets, looking for job opportunities. Something with physical labor, I assume. I noticed street cleaners removing plastic from the drains and sidewalks. The road itself wasn't usually busy. Wait, what the hell is that? There was a weird gray outline around their body. What? It wasn't only him. I swiftly checked every single person that was walking around. They all had outlines except for those a great distance away from me, too far for them to even notice me. Few of the ones who made eye contact with me, however, had an orange color. That is weird. That woman did do something to me. Is this what Imperia do? Or is that the default power she claimed? How in the world is seeing colored outlines on people beneficial to me? I have to worry about that later. I need damn money for food. I approached the street cleaners. However, as soon as they realized I was approaching, their expression changed, making me aware that I was not welcome. We want nothing to deal with people who are comrades with Neil and his crew. Their outline also changed to orange. This thing is so damn jarring. What is the condition for the damn colors? Wait, they didn't try to soul read me? I just noticed something, not a single person on the street soul read me. That is weird. Wait, maybe it isn't weird? There must be a reason for it, but what could be it? Ugh. I have to worry about that later. I have to worry about my stomach right now. I could beg, but that's putting myself in debt to these wicked creatures. Something they said is a bit weird to me. They want nothing to deal with me because of Neil? When Natasha harmed that man, it was clear that the civilians and Slayer's relationship wasn't good. So being associated with them makes things worse for me, since it affects how civilians interact with me. But, he specified Neil's crew and not Natasha's, despite she being the one who harmed the shop guy for no reason when I was with them. Neil was nowhere there. So that means, Neil must also have a reputation worse than her. Or it could be that Neil is the leader. What do I say? What can I say? Nothing. I backed away and looked for other job opportunities. Sadly, it went the same way. I was met with disgust, anger, and rejection. Nonetheless, my day wasn't a total loss. I think I figured out a bit about how this outline thing works to an extent. The gray outline probably meant they have no ill intent toward me. The orange was probably that they don't like me, so potential threats. One of the men had a red outline. He seemed to have something wrong in his head though. He simply stared at me with a knife in his hand. I didn't approach him, he was behind a shop and I accidentally made eye contact with him. So red probably means danger. However, it was originally gray but only changed to red when he noticed me. So this outline thing simply reads their intentions towards me. Wait, is that how soul reading works? William did say, you can read someone's basic mental state with soul read. No, soul reading is a conscious decision that apparently gives you a lot more information on the person than what I get from the outline. One thing is for sure. This thing is extremely useful to me. Maybe that weird arrogant woman is actually useful. Now the question is, what was it in for her? She said she felt sad because of how pathetic I was. Yeah, right, I must have stupid written all over me to believe that. I am not a demon my ass. The first day went like this. With nothing to eat, the hunger didn't stop. The next day. Do I have to steal? That would make me a criminal. Not to mention, I would be stealing from people who probably worked hard for their products. Why does it matter? They are reapers, why give a shit about those creatures? Right. They are reapers. Besides, what choice do I have other than starving? Starving? Huh. I squeezed my hands. I feel weaker, but not as weak as I thought I would be for being this hungry. Either way, I will constantly grow weaker. Till I can't move, that's for sure. I walked for a long period of time while holding my stomach. I want to shit. I had been working for a damn long while. Man, that dump was crazy. A man walked out of what appeared to be a toilet stall. Which I quickly rushed into. Oh wow, it's hygienic. I expected it to be dirty. I wish the damn smell wasn't dirty. I blocked my nose since it smelled like shit. The toilet was low and rectangular. Based on how low it wasn't to sit on, instead, I would have to squat over it. After I was done and washed my hand in the sink, I exited the stall. The stomach pains were getting worse. I need to steal. I have been walking around these streets for a while, I know where the small shops are located. Unfortunately, those that sold food weren't near. Damn it. Maybe I will steal some money and use it to get food. I would have to travel for a damn long time for food stalls, shops. I could steal from the food many shops a distance away, however, if I am here already, I might as well take any opportunity I can get. I approached a line of people who were checking out shirts from a small shop. Come on. Come on. Let's see who here looks the most stupid. Found one. A couple of men had their arms crossed and appeared to be impatient. I walked near one of them and kicked him. Huh. Fury was set ablaze in his heart. Immediately, I turned towards the man behind him and acted out. Why did you punch him, dude? The innocent man was confused. But, before he could finish, a colossal fist broke his nose, causing blood to gush out. Holy shit. I didn't expect that much violence. I expected violence, yes, but not a broken nose in an instant. You piece of shit. The angry man jumped onto him and continued punching him. Fortunately, it didn't stay one-sided for long. People joined in against the angry man, kicking and punching him. The fighting created a commotion. Many money, pocket bags and other stuff fell off their pockets as they fought. I stole a couple and not a lot since I didn't want to make it too obvious to any witnesses. And after that, I made sure to run away. Stay back. A squeaky voice screamed from a distance. That sounded like a child. A scream of desperation. On pure instinct, I stopped and turned toward the voice. The fighting among those people was increasing, and it seemed some people also were taking advantage of the chaos. Like the two men with knives threatening two kids. The kids had black lines all over their bodies. It looked like the physical manifestation of darkness. The girl appeared to be a little older than the boy. She courageously pushed herself in front of him. She was most likely his bigger sister. I will not be giving you our bag. She was more confident and determined than her younger brother. Those kids are in danger. I can't do anything about that. I just have to walk away. Someone will help them. This will be my new beginning. I will be strong enough to save someone when they are crying for help. Strong enough to save children like you. I will be the light of life and hope for those in distress. I am Sari Ilhamarvi. Memories slapped me across the face. That's right. I said that. Didn't I? I cleared my voice and yelled to the high heavens, those thieves over there. They stole your all money bags. I pointed at the thieves. See? They're even trying to steal from kids too. The thieves were confused about my bold statement. Stealing money bags? We didn't do that is what they probably thought. Huh? What? We didn't steal shit. Bingo, just as I thought. Yeah, the kid is lying. The other thief tried to convince the mass of people who were slowly halting the fighting. People value their money way too much to continue fighting when it's at stake. Who would believe those thieves? They had knives directed at two kids after all. The men began checking their pockets for their money, finding nothing. Their glares focused on the two thieves. You punks. I am going to break their head in half. They rushed at the two men to deliver hell onto them. Why were the two kids still here? Damn it. What are you all waiting for? Get out of here. Hearing my aggression, they got frightened and ran away. While running away, the sister shouted, "Thank you." Whatever. After the kids ran for a while, they turned their direction and rushed to a woman. It must have been their mother. The mother's physical appearance was almost similar to theirs. Except, the mother's skin color was red and she possessed no cell races. That's very weird. The mother hugged them tightly. The boy pointed at me, telling his mother something about me. Ah. No, not that again. I backed up and ran away. I learned from my mistakes. I know I will get beaten up just like last time. Huff huff. I ran for a while. I pulled something from my pocket. Money isn't all I stole. While the fighting was going on, some people had baskets with sphere-shaped bread, which I for sure took. I took a deep whiff of it. The warm smell filled my nose with joy, begging me to devour it. With a huge bite, I bit 1/3 of it and struggled to swallow it since I had nothing to drink with it. So damn good. I continued to chew down on the multiple pieces of the bread I stole. Finally, I have eaten. Ha ha, I am no longer going to starve. Despite that, my stomach pain was worse. I felt hungrier. Like, it was punishing me for not satisfying it. I need more. And I don't want to take the risk of stealing. Especially if I am going to steal a lot of food and not just small bread buns. The most obvious idea would be to use the money to buy food. I began to rub my chin, pondering about what could play out negatively. A day ago, I was looking for jobs of all kinds. It's not like their mind will reset and forget I appeared to have no money and was in desperate need of a job. The fact all of a sudden, despite not getting a job, I have quite a bit of money will make them suspicious of me. Something randomly popped into my head. If the people don't like Slayers, why were me and Natasha able to enter that restaurant without any resistance or people looking at her weirdly? Could it be that some restaurants are for Slayers? Whatever. I think I have stayed in this miserable place for far too long. I want to exit this filthy place and get away from the awful sight of those disgusting reapers and the like. Outside there also have those massive animus, weird trees, and monsters. That's bad news. Just as much bad news in this place. Why worry about monsters when you can worry about Slayers? I held the pocket of money in my hand. Yeah, they will think it's suspicious, some will think so anyway. Hands foot. It's quite the distance from here. Time to start moving. I am pretty damn sure there must be other restaurant districts in this place, but I have no idea which street they are in. I could look for them. But that's if the people there have an okay relationship with Natasha's and Neil's comrades and associates. Traveling. 45 minutes later. I had finally reached that damn restaurant district, the 4th restaurant district. And my restaurant of choice was obviously the one Natasha introduced me to, Hands Food. Damn, let's see what bullshit I am going to be greeted with. I wish I could disguise how I look somehow. It's not like I can change my face. I entered Hands Foot and expected to be met with negativity. To my surprise, the people who were busy eating didn't care to notice me. Every single one of them had a gray outline, which meant they were aware of me too. I took a seat on a chair around a table and waited for a waiter to come to me. Hello, here is a menu. What will you like? Oh. I am not getting kicked out. I took the menu and quickly scanned through it. It was just these hog dishes, whatever creature that is, cooked and prepared in a vast amount of different ways. I responded, whichever that would fill me, and whatever that amount will be. I remember Natasha asking for the amounts of food in pounds, but I have no idea how many pounds I could eat. The waiter nodded. Absolutely. It didn't take longer than 20 minutes before I got a huge plate with sliced roasted meat. The smell was begging me to tear it apart with my teeth, and so I did. I ate, and tears flowed through my eyes as I did. After I finished eating, I paid the required amount, which was about most of the money I stole. Damn, this place was expensive. I had 80 vilas and 2 balu, I am now down to 80 valas. The dishes cost 200 worth of vilas. Whatever, now for mission, leave this place. Now do I want to go through those guards? Neil did make threats to 2 of them from last time. I made my way to what I assumed was the first street, the one which led to the city gate. No one was going in and out. Are there any conditions for entering and exiting through the gate? I spotted a man who was leaning on a wall. I might as well ask. I approached him, greeting him before asking, "Hey, do you have to pay to leave the city or something?" The man raised an eye, maybe upset his peace was disturbed. "I don't want to talk to someone they." His words dragged as his eyebrows raised with curiosity. What caused that reaction, you may wonder. Me pulling out my bag of money did. How does 40 villas sound? I smiled. He clicked his tongue. Yeah, you got to pay a fee to enter and leave unless you're from a North ruling clan, slayer, hunter, or a noble. Oh, I wonder if it's a lot. I see. What's the fee? And is it expensive or do people simply not travel much out of this city or into it? Me assuming people probably rarely enter and leave this city is dumb. I didn't observe much of what was going on there since I was far away from this part of the city before making my way to that restaurant. Nah. There was a rift recently. So as soon as the bell rang, everyone who belongs here came running in. Well, of course except for those who also don't have to pay a fee, I guess, and people who have a permit of allowance. I don't recall hearing a bell. And he said recently, so it could mean earlier this week or it could be when I was in the land of the Musagans. I asked, when did that bell go off? He tilted his head back, looking at me as if I was stupid. You're new here or something? He inquired. Yeah. Shit. Makes sense. You know what the compass of rifts is, right? No. He released a snort. The hell? He shook his head and explained. Okay kid, first, your parents must have hated you a lot if they weren't willing to tell you this basic stuff. But whatever, each one of the 4 cardinal nations got that shit. It detects rifts in the range of the respective nation, then bang, they ring a super large bell. It's impossible to not hear it. So I have no damn idea how you can ask me if the bell went off or not. Gee. It must have happened before I lost my memories. Okay, about that rift stuff, so it locates the rift, then what? Slayers are sent to it? So slayers deal with it? I asked. He rolled his eyes, it seemed that was obviously the answer. Slayers are sent to locate where the rift is. And the people who will be in its range come running in after a couple of hours or days, depending on how far they were. We close our gates, slayers are sent to deal with the monsters when the rift opens. Then the people who came here to be shielded from the rift monsters go back to their villages or towns if they still have one remaining. Yeah. Being in a village sounds scary when giant monsters can just randomly attack it. Although, I didn't know they had such systems in place to handle monster rift threats. Oh. Well, I think that answers my question. I will just ask for the cost and then get out. By the way kid. He crossed his arm and fixed his eyes on me as if he wanted to read my mind. However, there was no soul reading. Yeah? I am not sure what his question is going to be, but it's probably something I am going to have to get on guard about and think of solid lies to counter it. If your knowledge is so damn bare. Did you migrate here illegally? Did I? I mean, I wouldn't consider it so. He laughed. Ha, I am the same as you, bro. Don't think I am going to snitch on you. Either way, we can't leave. Not only you got to pay a fee, but you also need to show residence papers and a traveling pass. If you aren't a civilian, you aren't got a residence paper. Not to mention, you would need to be registered under Deflin's protection list to get a traveling pass. Damn it. I don't need someone to tell me twice that this is bad news. Why couldn't he turn out to be some kid trafficker? No, I refuse to believe what I am thinking. Wait, so what? Am I stuck here? He clicked his neck and walked past me. Forever, unless you smuggle yourself out like how got in. No way. It was night again. I managed to climb up to the concrete roof of a building, that way I would have more peace. What now? I looked at my hand. I assumed that the Department of Immigration is responsible for giving residence papers. Well, I know how that will end if I try to go back there. I would die. Ugh. Being weak is upsetting. I stretched my hand to the sky. I need to leave this place. And survive both inside and out there. I need power. This Imperia thing. If she gave me that danger outline, then she would have kept her word on the Imperia generation, right? Of course not. Stop being silly, if she did. Then how? Do I use it? Generate. Imperia? Dot. Huh. What's this? From deep in my head there was heat growing. The heat intensified, becoming fire. It felt like there was an inferno ignited in my brain. Argh. Help. It burns. It's hot. I launched the back of my head onto the ground, intending to knock out the fire, but it was still burning. Of course it is. The flame isn't out of my body. It's literally in my brain. It hurts so bad. Far hotter than those ghost tentacles. Shit. It was making its way down my spine and limbs. It was boiling me from the inside. Like lava itself. Help me. Everything started getting darker. In the panic, my foot went off the roof. Oh, shit. I tripped over myself and my body felt weightless. I am going to be consumed by flames. Chapter 12, Shadow Lurkers. At the Musagan residence. Point of view, Zaphael. I read the report on what happened at the family house a day ago. The bathroom was damaged. There was a lot of blood in the room. And because of the intervention of one of Louis's children, Sariel could escape, barely. Why? This was not according to my plan. The rage I desperately tried to contain began escaping, causing my hands to tremble. My temper passed onto the paper, tearing it apart. My eyes fell on Sapphire. Both she and Hazel were standing before me. Why? Whatever the reason was, it wouldn't change the anger that was in me. I wanted to lash out so badly it was irritating. She replied with no remorse. He was too suspicious, so I tried to interrogate him. Interrogate? What kind of interrogation would leave the guest bathroom so badly damaged? With so much blood in it too? Why would she need such extreme force when all she would have to do is question him? I responded, "You are lying to me." I have no reason to lie. Knowing her, she really doesn't have much of one. I already know why she attacked him. She must have thought he was sent to deal with her, maybe thinking about me as a secondary priority. Sapphire looked away, sensing how angry I was. Damn it, now I have to think of a way to get him back. Sending someone to search for him is easy, however, that would be the easy part. There is another issue at hand. Next to Sapphire, the greed-eyed woman, Hazel was simply switching glances at me and Sapphire whenever one of us was talking, not caring much about the conversation. Hazel finally spoke, "Should I go retrieve him?" She moved her body to face a direction, her eyes glowing red. She most likely already was keeping an eye on him. Sapphire glared at Hazel, upset by her question. She clearly intended to never see the sight of Sariel again. Unfortunately, Sapphire succeeded in her goal to an extent. Getting him back is nearly an impossible task, especially since he most likely thinks I was also involved in Sapphire's violent interrogation. I replied to Hazel, "No, right now he has no trust in us." Hazel responded, apathetic as always, "Why does it matter if he has trust in us or not? You want him, so why don't you just take him?" That's the issue with Hazel. She doesn't understand people and emotions at all. You can't drag someone by force and force them to work for you and not expect future betrayal or pathetic work ethic. Sapphire gritted her teeth and raised her voice in objection to our ideas. "You are talking about him trusting us? I rather want to know why we should trust him. We have no reason at all to trust that creature. For all we know, he could be a fake. It isn't impossible. Shadow Lurker's medical technology could make it." I had enough of her. I already told her why I accepted taking him under my wing. It wasn't because Neil requested it. I have many selfish motivations. Because he could be useful. I don't have to trust what he is. I want him. To obtain my goals. Sapphire sealed her lips. I am a bit surprised. I thought her opinion regarding him being an assassin would change since she observed how powerless he was. Also, from what you said, he was weak and couldn't use Imperia. So doesn't that change the idea that he could be an imposter or assassin? Sapphire nodded reluctantly. I don't want to take chances, but... She clenched her fist. But, isn't that also evidence that he can't be a silver-haired? I would believe that too. How can someone so weak belong to a legendary group of people who possess so much power that they are recognized as the strongest, only second to Gises? However, his hair was enough evidence. I asked a question: if you came across a dragon, would you question if it's a fake because it couldn't fly? Her face squinted. Yes. Trying to get through to someone as stubborn as Sapphire was futile. Whatever, I will just say what I was planning to do. It's odd, but replicating silver hair? Maybe his power has to be unlocked. I don't know, but the evidence is clear. He has silver hair. But you messed up by attacking him, making him flee, and destroying his trust in us. I was afraid of making the same mistake. Now, what to do? How do I achieve what I want? How do I get him to regain trust in me? Hazel voiced her opinion. Save him on his deathbed. Oh? Yes. I smiled. A task that will be done by both you and Sapphire. Point of view, Sariel. Air rushed into my nose, waking me from my slumber. I stretched to grab something to save me. I am falling. I am not falling? I thought I had for sure fallen off a building. Where am I? There was a ceiling above me, and I was on something soft, a bed? Immediately, I tried to move my body. However, something was different. It feels like I am drained of energy. I could barely move my neck. In the corner of my eyes, near a door was a child. I recognized him. It's that boy who nearly got robbed. How did I end up here? I think I remember falling off that building. That damn useless Imperial generation. I would think it was a trick, but from my interaction with people who had strange powers, there was always a lot of heat radiating from them of their powers with few exceptions. Regardless of that, I am pretty damn sure they didn't look in pain when they used those weird powers. Something must have been set up. Is the condition that I must suffer? My brain being ignited to use Imperia? How is that even possible? The shock of being in that much pain would just make me unconscious. It's damn useless. From the door entrance came walking a red-skinned woman, the woman who I suspected to be the mother of theirs. Now I think about it. That was a stupid assumption. Their similarity is near zero except for their weird black darkness mass of lines around their body. Whatever. This is just bad news all over. I have to get those damn legs to move. I desperately tried to move my legs off the bed, but my body barely listened to me. There was quite a bit of pain in them, too. Move. Shit. I accidentally slipped a bit and came crashing onto the wooden floor. What a nice experience. The lady rushed in to catch me. She was just a tiny bit too slow. Damn it, being this vulnerable is disgusting. I don't want her touching me. Who are you? And what am I doing here? I tried to confront her, however, my face could only engage with the ground since I didn't even have the energy to turn my neck toward her. She was surprised by my expression. I couldn't see her, but I could hear the tone of voice. You are really lucky. You fell off that building head first, but it didn't seem to be that bad. She was there? No, she must have used context clues from seeing me on the road bleeding. I exerted as much force as I could to move my back onto the bed frame to get a good sight of her. Her outline was white. White? I don't recall ever seeing that color on someone before. Is it supposed to mean she has good intentions for me? Since gray means neutral, and white is lighter than gray. Could there be a loophole to this power? Like, for example, if someone has conflicted feelings towards me, or rather, what if someone thinks they can help me by killing me? If it reads their intentions and interprets them as good since the person thinks their intentions are just, would it be possible for their outline to be white? Now what if intentions categorization are simply based on what I perceive as contempt, impartiality, generosity and danger? I will find out the answers to that sooner or later. My eyes dragged down to my pants, which looked similar to what I had before, but it was black this time. Did they change me? My arms, I am sure it was a bit dustier. You had a lot of blood on your outfit, and it was practically ruined. I was even shocked someone could survive losing that amount of blood. It shouldn't be possible. Oh, I guess I got lucky. Weirdly, I have a thing for surviving situations that I shouldn't. Well, whatever. She helped me out for whatever reason. I can maybe pay you back tomorrow. Or not. I am not going to take on the risk of stealing to repay her. I am going to need the money I already have to buy stuff to eat. I am happy she didn't just leave me unconscious in my blood, yes. However, even as good as my luck is when it comes to surviving shit that I shouldn't, when it comes to being placed in dangerous situations, it's horrible. Like this situation I am in now. I am not restrained by external forces, nevertheless, I am by the exhaustedness of this body. I wonder if that's the result of the fall or imperia. It's probably the former. Right, I should thank you for saving my children. Her children. Oh, so I was correct, huh? Well, they do look quite similar, not contradicting what I said earlier at all. Those two kids, the younger brother, and slightly older sister, walked in. The boy was in front of her with a macho expression and his chest puffed out. He is trying to act tough, huh? As if I didn't see him earlier. Ha ha ha. Why did I laugh? His sister clasped her hands. Thank you for helping me and my brother from those thieves. They are thanking me. Huh. Something must be up. That woman did thank me, but I ignored it. Yet. The boy seemed anxious and competitive with his response. Yeah. Back then. You helped us. It's not that we needed your help. But. It's much appreciated. Oh. Why did that feel so weird, like a sudden coldness in my chest? Like something that shouldn't have happened. If it wasn't for their white outlines, I would have tried to run away. I feel uneasy. I don't like how it makes me feel. The sister lightly punched her brother's shoulder, then turned back to me. Ignore my older brother. We mean it really, thanks. Ouch. He rubbed his shoulder. No way. Don't fall for it. Ignore those outlines. It can't be trusted. Did you forget we said we would never trust a Reaper again? Have you forgotten what that trust has done to us? Do you wish for it to play all over again? No, not simply again. It would be worse this time. Every life-threatening situation we have gotten into has escalated. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Let me think for my damn self. Every damn time something happens, you keep yapping shit. You keep saying horrible stuff, keeping me in a sphere of negativity. I know, I. My weird thoughts, the thoughts I hate and love. The random thoughts that hate and worry for me. I know it has helped me. I know the reality of the situation I am in, but let me feel something different for once. Well then, trust them. They helped you after all. My thoughts were sarcastic. I never said I trusted them. There is a jarring question I want the answer to. The area in the city I met them was very far from where I was last night. Of course, there is a possibility that they didn't live near that part of the city, but near where I was. I guess I was going to assume that parents wouldn't send such young kids by themselves so far, but their mom was there with them. That doesn't disprove my concern. How did they just find me? It wasn't in the daytime too, where it would be easy to spot someone from a distance. Miss, how did you find me? I asked. Well, I didn't. It was those kids that found you. Specifically, Kai. Kai, huh? Upon hearing his name, he grunted and turned his head away, and crossed his arms. How did this Kai find me? Could it be the same way Jasper did? I responded, is that so? Even that kid looks twisted. Should I have left them to get robbed and maybe killed? Why did I think that? I would have thought by now that I would have fully accepted these thoughts, but I don't think I ever will. But, this voice has always been correct. I have more trust in it than these outlines. The thoughts helped me survive, and changed the way I think, after all. The brother then glared at me. What did he want? Mister doesn't look like a good person. You got an expression that looks like those of a criminal. Evil eyes, evil mouth curve, evil look. His sister moved to cover his mouth, saying, stop being so rude. Kai. What's wrong with you? The mother was upset. Kai shouted, so why did you help us? Why did I The mother was quickly moving to him. It seemed she was going to punish him. I don't want her to. Don't hurt him, please. I didn't take offense at his words. I don't think he deserves that. The mother stopped and apologized on his part, and made strong eye contact with him. He shouldn't apologize either. I helped them because of Sariel. Not just the promise. It's an action I did to make the life of Sariel feel more worth it. So that I wouldn't have wasted the life she gave me. Even if I nearly did back at Musagan Place when I bit my tongue. I gave the kid a nasty look. You look like the type to get you and your sister killed, so I didn't want that to happen. I have no intention of telling random people my reasoning, especially something that is so close to me. Koi's eyes set ablaze, taking a lot of disrespect from my words. I was aware my words were disrespectful. But I meant it as a tease or mere insult, not something someone would take a lot of offense by. Though. I can see why it would be vulgar. My bad. I am strong. I will never get my sister killed. I am strong. Very strong. I will always protect her. Because I am her older brother. You piece of shit. His eyes really harbored rage for me. His outline even changed red. Well, that is my fault. Maybe my luck also extends to my words. Whatever. He can try to delude himself, claiming he is strong as much as he wants. Wait, did he say he was the older brother? Ha. Ha ha ha. How are you the older brother, despite her being bigger than you? This was hilarious. I would be ashamed if I were him. The sister seemed sad for her brother. So she responded for him, well, it's because of our genes. I took more on my father's side, so as a result, my Reaper side allows me to have very rapid short growth spurts. Unlike my brother, who took more from my mother's side, his growth spurts are constant and for a longer period but at a slower rate. The mother's arms folded. I am happy you are taking your education seriously. Of course. The girl nodded vigorously. Wait, she specified Reaper side. There are other sentient Reaper-like species? Sariel and her mother didn't look like Reapers. They had very pale skin that looked like it was a tiny bit translucent. Not to mention their cell races looked nothing alike. I didn't really think about it, but they were a different kind of people? Wait. When Sariel's mother asked me, why did I hate them? And when she called me a Reaper, it should have been obvious. Why didn't I think of that sooner? I guess it makes sense for there to be even more species like them. Like she here who lacks cell races, got red skin and those darkness lines. Kids, I think the soup should have finished cooling off by now. Go get a bowl of it for him. For sure. He can starve a bit more. The boy walked out. The kids were out of the room. Is this where the cliché of bullshittery continues? You aren't a Reaper, huh? I made the first statement to break the silence which encapsulated the room. She took a seat on a chair. Well, it seems this is your first time meeting a non-Reaper. Actually, it isn't. No, it's my first time meeting your kind, that's for sure. I wonder if that came out rude. She raised her eyebrows, a bit surprised. I am a Reserio. You may have heard of us. We are called shadow lurkers here. Upon saying those last words, great hatred boiled from her voice and eyes. I was born in the kingdom of North Zamaruia. Because that nation demands people to undergo Slayer training. And if they possess potential, they would be drafted into the army with no choice. And, those that didn't show potential would be drafted into the army at any time a big conflict was to start. I didn't want that life. So, I fled here and married a Reaper. In other words, I am a coward. Though it's funny to me that Koi, despite inheriting more from my side in comparison to Lilin, is also a coward. She had a pained smile. Ha ha. Wait, whenever someone said shadow lurker, they were referring to them? Is it because of those weird lines of darkness on their bodies? The reason those kids and I are especially grateful is that your kind are especially very discriminatory against my people. Since my kids were unfortunate, they inherited some of my dark appendages. So that's what they are called. They even reached up to her eyelids. She raised her full arm to display the dark appendages, rotating her arm to what was possible. She continued, "Normally, Reapers don't care if we get beaten up, robbed, and whatever. Oftentimes, they turn a blind eye to murder. Not to mention, the laws aren't particularly in our favor. There are laws that are against many prejudicial treatments of us. However, there are some laws against us, making sure to keep us in the lower part of society. What am I supposed to say? What can I say?" She leaned her head back. "Nonetheless, I guess I understand why. Back in northern Samaria, Reapers would receive far worse treatment. It would be surprising to see one not killed on sight." She laughed. "It's kinda hard not to be just as prejudicial. But I got a husband who is a full Reaper and 2 kids who are half Reapers. I even got some Reaper friends who are nice people. I see. The way Ricerios are treated like scum, I can relate to that. A little too well. Having a child with the kind who hates you sound pathetic, though. She is an okay lady. They are watching. They are staring. Question mark. Chapter 13, Thank you. Huh? Did she? She held her head in her hands, overwhelmed by the memories she was recalling. Then it couldn't be her? Then who? My energy felt somewhat restored. I looked at every single part of the room, but there was no one hiding. Even if they were hiding, I probably wouldn't be able to see them. Could it be that mad chain woman again? Despite being a Reaper who knows not of them, you helped them. I don't know why, but thank you. I wanted to pay attention to the potential threat that could be on its way, but her teary-eyed thank you grabbed my attention. Thank you? A real thank you? For me? No. Way. The kids, then her too? Tears streamed down her face. Thank you a lot. A damn lot. I. Drip, drip. Huh? Droplets were falling on my pants, and even my face was wet. I passed my hand on my cheeks. Oh, I was crying too. My heart was beating fast. There was a warm feeling over me. My actions were appreciated. How couldn't that not make me happy? I just did it cause I felt like it. Yo, you don't need to thank me. I tried to keep a strong front, but I easily broke down crying. I tried to wipe it away, but it wouldn't stop. So, I accepted it. I am happy. But why? Why does a thank you make me feel this way? Just because my actions were shown gratitude? That's silly. That's ridiculous. She noticed my crying and moved to my aid. Did I say something bad? Why are you crying? She moved her hands to me, but she pulled back, seeming to remember when I made it clear before that I didn't want her to touch me. Even still, I am happy. I don't want her to touch me, but if she did, I don't think I would be upset by it. She handed me a handkerchief. Here. I wiped my tears with it. She then asked me a question with a somewhat curious expression. Are you from some elite family? What an odd question. Why would she ask that? What would give that idea? No, why? She pointed at my head. Well, you have some special hat. Which seems to be impossible to remove. It had a lot of blood on it, so I wanted to remove it from your head. It wouldn't even bulge. It was like it was stuck. The knit hat. I didn't know it had that feature. Hell, I am happy it does. It would be so weird if my silver identity were to be revealed so easily. I answered her question. No, I am not. This is a gift from a slayer. Someone who helped me a lot. Natasha. Well, she is one of the good, she is on my side. For now. Did you forget we declared she was in the works with Zaphael? And that you trust no one? Shut up. I will think as I like, no matter how contradictory you think I am. Creak. A door relatively near creaked open. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps of someone approached, the sound getting clearer. A hand outstretched, gripping the frame of the door, before making their appearance known. Who is that? The woman didn't react as if anything was out of the ordinary, too. He must be someone she knows. Hi, stranger. He was a big man. He had steel and leather armor. Over his shoulder was a pelt of a white bear-like creature. What is this? Who is this? His outline is gray? So no threat? I don't believe it. Reveal more information to me. Examine more of the outline. I focused intensely, hoping it would reveal his true intentions or thoughts of me. His outline suddenly covered his entire body like an aura. However, the aura looked weak. And for some odd reason, I could determine how strong it was. It's not 50%, it's 33%. Yes, the aura felt like it was missing 77% more substance to be filled. You came home early. How was work? The woman smiled at the man. Wait, is he the husband? The man greeted her. Hey, good night. It was busy like always. He raised a plastic bag towards her. I got the ingredients for your medicine. I can make it now. Do you want to help me? I am quite tired. She walked towards him. Sure, I know how to make most of it already. I can do it myself. Most. I am not taking a risk with you accidentally messing up the process. She sighed. Whatever. She then gestured towards me. He helped Lilin and Koi with some thieves. He got injured, and they found him, so that's why he's here. His eyes widened. He made eye contact with me. Slowly, his outline became white. Oh. I spotted him here when I was approaching home. Noticed something different, too. He tried soul reading on me. So he must have been the one responsible for soul reading me a couple of minutes ago. He then turned away and walked out along with the woman. I tried to stand up, using my arm as support. I stood up, but I was shaky, my balance was off a little. Other than that, a lot of my energy had returned to me. A random thought occurred. This observation power of mine is because of that demon woman. What if my luck is also because of her? Then why is she in me despite claiming to not be sealed and free to live? What does she have to gain from me? What's her actual goal? Well, whatever, this thing has my attention right now. That or thing. If outlines can create a branch of similar powers, then this strength sensor must have a purpose similar to outline. I assume it's so that I can measure the threat levels of individuals. Then I will call the level scanning feature. Level scanner? Have I ever tried it on non-living things? I focused my eyes on the bed. However, there was no outline, and no sort of information came from it. That's disappointing. We're back. The kids announced themselves. The boy held a bowl of soup in his hands. And it was a lot of brown yellow liquid with what appeared to be some sort of ground provisions in it. The smell of the soup was also rich with herbs, spices, and meat. Thanks for the food, I responded. I wasn't hungry. That meal I ate many hours ago still got me semi-full. It doesn't matter how nice they seem. Don't take food from people you just met. I don't think that woman would do something like that. Why take the risk? We said we can't. True, be quiet. She isn't a reaper. But, I guess you're right. It's not like I am starving, anyway. But, I am not hungry, so I wouldn't eat it. I finished my response from earlier. Huh. Lilin expressed confusion. But Mom worked hard on it. The boy stopped moving to the table and angrily turned towards me. I am just not hungry. My gaze was sharp. You. He roughly placed it down on the table. His sister seemed embarrassed by his behavior. Kai, being a coward is bad enough, but being this emotional is shameful. I am not a coward. Yes, you are. Maybe you shouldn't call your brother a coward. It seems he is trying to be a brave person you can look up to. I avoided eye contact with them. That's what I think, anyway. He is annoying, though. There was silence for a while until the one named Lilin broke it with a question, "What's your name?" I have been giving out my name freely willy. I think I should have been more careful about it. Well, it's probably too late for that. Sariel Himarvi. And yes, I know it's a girl's name. Koi's eyes jolted towards his sister to see her reaction, then to me. He then cackled, ha ha ha. Wow. Mister is a little girl dressed as a man for sure. Girly name. Ah. I suddenly don't regret making fun of him earlier. Damn little shit. Lilin appeared deep struck. Huh. You aren't from around here? That's a very weird name. Even weirder than the naming culture of my mom's home. Mom's home country isn't that weird. It's just a tiny bit different. Koi rolled his eyes. I guess. Of course, it's weird to you all. If a group of people is from a different species that don't mingle with others, then their naming culture would surely be different. Where are you from? She was trying to piece my identity together. I am from a distant village. That's all. After some minutes passed, the boy checked the time on her pocket watch. It's our bedtime. So we are going. Right. The sister nodded, standing up and walking out with him. Before completely exiting, the boy Koi turned towards me. Make sure to eat the soup. It's healthy for you. Yeah, for sure, I responded. I had no intentions. But. I strolled towards the table, took a seat, and stared at the soup. What could go wrong? I have a bit of luck surviving the unsurvivable after all. The special reaper who can't be read. A confident voice rose near me. Huh. Turning to engage with the one speaking, it was the husband from earlier. He was somehow sitting on the chair near me. How the? His sudden appearance had me frozen in fear. He waved his hand in an attempt to soothe me. No need to be cautious. I just wanted to talk to the rumored kid. Ah. I knew that rumors were spreading about me. But, damn it. This guy is obviously a slayer. His armor from earlier made that clear. I swallowed my saliva and coughed to clear my voice. I am not sure what you are talking about. He smiled, calling my bluff. Ha ha. I heard you were with Natasha and William. Even Neil defended you. You must be someone interesting, huh? My heart began pounding. I knew the purpose of that question and where it would lead to. Well, thanks for helping my children. I appreciate it big time. He lowered the tension in his voice. Huh, that's all? I thought he was building up to a narrative for a reason. Maybe the narrative is irrelevant since I am the one who helped his kids. He then started back talking, though, I will say, be careful with who you hang around. No one likes Neil. The William guy is stubborn and only has a desire for revenge. The Natasha woman is a sociopath. It's so odd that she helped you. But you are a young lost male. I guess she might have seen him in you. He must be very familiar with them. And no one likes Neil? He seems a bit weird, but other than that, he seems like a nice person. Well, nice compared to other Slayers and Reapers. It would be a waste to not ask about them while I am here. Does Neil got a nasty history? He does alright. The dude isn't liked because the ruling clan he belongs to kicked him out. He was proven useless and not fit for the position he was to inherit. And he has that childish yet serious demeanor. He is scary. A ruling clan, huh? How many of those clans rule this place? I wonder what he did. Oh, and Natasha, she has another reason for helping me? I would definitely want to know that. Who is the him you meant when you were talking about Natasha? I asked him. Ugh. Her younger brother died. I don't know much about it. But her mom was in some Slayer cult, and so she sacrificed him. Holy shit. That sounds awful as hell. I can see how that would mess someone up. That level of emotional trauma would make me sick to my core. There are some old Slayers who are familiar with her mom, Rob. They said you looked a bit like Natasha's younger brother. Damn. I see. He definitely killed my appetite. Well, I didn't have much of one, anyway. I stood up. Thanks for telling me about that, but I think it's time for me to leave. Sure, by the way, you should be careful. There are some nasty rumors of Slayer trainees disappearing outside of the city. Is this a joke or not? How does he know I am a Slayer trainee? I can somewhat understand Jasper's reasoning. But unless this guy stalked me or there are rumors about it. It's not like me walking with Sapphire was a secret. I am not even going to ask how he knows. I nodded to him. Right, can you show me outside? Right. He pressed his hands down on the table to stand. Wait, That wasn't normal. Both of his arms had scratches. It didn't look like claw marks. Instead, it was closer to no, I don't even think about that. I should really go. In the house of Koi. When the sun rose the next day, the kids rushed to see if Sariel was still in their room. They had slept in the parents' room that night so that Sariel could sleep over. However, there wasn't a sight of him. Koi checked every corner of the room, hoping he was hiding somewhere. Nonetheless, he found nothing but disappointment. His dissatisfaction soon got worse. Why? Is the bowl of soup untouched? He muttered as he looked down at it. His arms shook with rage. Many thoughts ran through his head. Of course, he didn't eat it. We Ricerios are too damn filthy for a full-blooded reaper, huh? Lillian wanted to believe that wasn't the case. It wouldn't make any sense, not after he helped them. He may have forgotten. No matter how much she thought about it, that was the only reason she could come up with it. Stop making an excuse for him. But, then why did he help us? Like how would I know? But, it doesn't even matter what his reasoning was. What matters is that Mom spent a lot of time making the soup. The least he could do is eat it. He grunted. Koi. While this was going on, their mother, who was in her room, began coughing. Cough cough. As she violently coughed, she spat blood up. Upon hearing their mother's rough coughs, the kids ran to her attention. Mom! Did you take your medicine? This wasn't out of the ordinary for them. Every couple of days, her condition would suddenly worsen and then return to its normal sick self. The kids looked through the medicine cabinet, searching for her medicines. Where is the medicine? The boy searched every part of it, finding nothing. Lillian checked all the cabinets, hoping it was misplaced somewhere else. Oh! Here are some. She had a complex expression. But these will only last a couple more days. Lillian took it and brought it to her mom. Her coughing had ceased, but the pain that came with it was still apparent from her anguished expression. Your father went to get more. Point of view, Sariel. A suspicious individual approached me. He had an arrogant grin and seemed to be someone of high status. He asked me, Hey kid. I heard you were looking for a job a couple of days ago. You still want a job, right? Well, I am a thief now. However, it's clear that I don't like the risks that come with that. Though, even if I was desperate, my instincts would inform me that this guy is bad news. And even if my instincts were bad, the outline of him was orange. Though, I am curious. What is this job? Working on my farm, which is a distance from here. You work on a farm far from here? Oh wow, it's not like I can see the danger signs written all over that one. I will pass. I walked away, not waiting to hear his response. Huh? He thought I was so desperate that I would take his job opportunity without thinking. Hell, the reason he probably came up to me was because the news of me eagerly looking for jobs spread. He heard I was desperate to make some money. He heard I was an easy target and made his way excitedly towards me. Pathetic. Hey! Where do you think you are going? He grabbed my arm. Do you like being homeless, you filthy kid? The hell is wrong with this psychopath? Remove your damn hand off me. He released my hand to my surprise. I thought I was going to have to use the glass of the bouse I got from Jasper to break on him and blind him in the process by stabbing his eyes. Useless child. He grumbled away. When he turned away, he had a cloak, similar to the type those slayers have, but only in shape. It had the design of a white bear with metallic organic partial shells on its back, and a ground trap sign under it. Is that what they call the silverback? A silverback cloak. I saw a couple around. They are hunters who belong to the Silverback Hunter Organization or Association, whichever one. I have seen individuals who I think are slayers because of their armor, and all of them had cloaks. All with different symbols. At first, I thought they each designed theirs differently except for some, like the gate, wall slayers. That isn't the case. I saw slayers with the same cloak as the wall, gate guard slayers, who I assume didn't work with them. Anyway, Those with original designs seemed to belong in a collective, since there was always someone with the same cloak design. Oh, and they all had a scythe symbol of some sort. Others had the trap sign. I think the trap is to distinguish between slayer and hunter. Well, whatever. Time to make this money feed me for some more days. 2 days later, trying to steal had become nigh impossible. I don't know how, but their guard around me had strangely risen. And I wasn't talking about random civilians, I was talking about street vendors. Did a witness spot what I did a couple of days ago and told them about it? Chapter 14, The Three Evils, Point of View, Luminia. Now that we have all reunited, it's time we make a move towards my goal. Everyone noticed the change in my demeanor and instantly fixed their eyes on me, awaiting my declaration. I took in a deep breath, calming my emotions. The North Nation has some black boxes. We make our move there as soon as possible. Tarson was the first to respond to my announcement. The North? That's suicidal. Cherry nodded. Yeah, I would get absolutely wrecked trying to take on merely their country slayers. Fuka-uri added, as he fidgeted his blades, we wouldn't even have to worry about their slayers when they have multiple lords who are often in Difflin or close enough to it. He stopped, then pointed at Sharon with his blade. But we have a plan for that. Huh? The two came up with a plan on their own? Something that doesn't involve brute force, I assume. Warrison asked to confirm, so, who are we sending to infiltrate Difflin? Sharon raised her hand. Fuka-uri and I. Fuka-uri weaved his shoulders. Yeah. I expected them to reveal the plan, but it seems they wanted me to ask. How are you guys getting into Difflin? Sharon leapt and stood on Fuka-uri's shoulders. She pointed at something behind her. Huh? I had no idea what she was pointing at. Wait, a mass of people were just standing there as if they were robots. They are all under my command. With Fuka-uri camouflage transformation, or whatever it's called, I think it's possible for us to sneak into Difflin. Fuka-uri sighed. You had the name correct at first. I still don't get it. How would having a mass of people magically help? It's not like they can be used to fight. The city wall's artillery would easily kill them. His camouflage transformation has a limit to how differently he can change things after all. How would that work? I don't get it. Hopefully, they can give an understandable explanation. Sharon began explaining. Oh. That's a nasty plan. So that's what is going to happen to them. That's sad. I tried to move my eyes off those puppet reapers, but something in me was commanding me to stare. Maybe it was guilt. I reluctantly moved my hands in their direction. This isn't my first time killing people. I have done it many times before. I killed a lot of those people. I felt I was justified, so why did it give me no satisfaction? I feel filthy. I know the reason, but knowing the reason doesn't stop the pain. Warrison then pulled a big rectangular device from his bag. A field processor, it's responsible for processing data. The device split into two, the lower part becoming a near 180-degree keyboard, and the upper part, a monitor, stood levitating in his eye view. Time to make a better plan out of Fuka-uri's and Sharon's own. While Warrison was calculating data, I had something else in mind. I will be leaving to the mountains to look for spy hidden villages. Cherry rushed to my side. I am coming too. You are going to need someone to transport you, after all. No, I don't. I motioned behind her, signaling Nectar. Did you forget I have him? Her face scrunched up in irritation. I am coming either way. Whatever, I don't mind. K. Cherry suddenly grabbed my wrist. Wait. She then leapt off the ground with blinding speed. This mongrel. Why is she so damn childish? This isn't a damn time to be playing. What are you doing? I heard Kassoth Animus carry their young in their mouths. I am not a young. What was getting into her? To me you are. Sure. Nectar. I called out to him, who instantly rushed to me. Cherry was disappointed and released my arm. Nectar caught me using his tail. It then flew high in the sky. We're heading to those mountains. I pointed to the mountain range straight ahead of me. Well, it's not like Nectar would know what I was pointing at since he couldn't see it. Fortunately, it's accustomed to me. As a result, he knows what I want at all times. Cherry flew near me. Bah, let's go already. Boom. With a sonic boom, she bolted forward. She was disgustingly fast. Move at full speed, Nectar. I am feeling competitive. Gooey. Not wanting to lose to Cherry, it rushed towards her at a frightening speed. A lot of time passed before we finally arrived in the mountain area. Where would my people hide? I know it has to be areas that would be difficult to reach or see. I want to avoid using my null eye as much as possible because of the strain it puts on my brain and eye. Well, whatever, I don't have a choice. The pupil and iris in my right eye faded away, then emitted a 360 red wave. With this blessing, I can see the parts of the world that normally can't be seen. I focused on my right eye. Immediately, far in the distance, something caught my eye. What the hell is that? Is that thing a white drift? Then something else came up in my vision. Something far more concerning to me. Grimslayers. I stood up, ignoring the wind pressure pushing against me. I found some bugs. Cherry. There are 3 slayers over there. I directed her attention. Huh? She decelerated and landed on Nectar. She then squinted her eyes in an attempt to see what I was talking about. GH? Upon seeing the individuals, she was so shocked that her mouth remained agape, frozen in surprise and disbelief. She was speechless, unable to process what she had laid her eyes on. She then gulped. I can only make out the masks. But it is a Grimslayer mask. At least we are not in their range. She was correct, but they weren't just any Grimslayers. Those are pretty famous. If I remember right, they are called the 3 Evils. The relief she was embracing for a couple of seconds completely disappeared when I said who they were. Wait. Them? Okay, but hey. She forced a smile. At least we will not interfere with them, right? She was anxiously waiting for an answer, probably wondering why I was silent and wasn't responding to her question. Nectar, full speed towards our enemies, I gave an order. Goo you oo. It roared forth as it reached max speed. Cherry rushed at me. Make it stop. No. I leapt back. She followed my trajectory, trying to get a hold of me with the goal of grabbing me and flying away. She is fast, much faster than me, but with my null eye, I could see the actions she would make before she even moves, which allowed me to dodge her with relative ease. That is why Fuka-uri is considered faster than her. Cherry is only fast when she flies. So her traveling speed may surpass Fuka-uri. However, Fuka-uri's combat speed was greater. Fool! You are not that strong. You would get yourself killed. Tears welled up in her eyes. I don't care. I get it. You hate Reapers, but this is insane. Oh, so that's what she thinks is going on. I guess it makes sense. There is a misunderstanding. I am not going after them cause they are Reapers. I gestured towards my right eye. On one of those Slayers' sides is the blood of my mother. Well, it seemed like the blood was washed out. Unfortunately for them, my kind blood can't easily be removed. Cherry gritted her teeth. Even still. It didn't matter what she thought. We had already reached our destination. I took in a deep breath, and stepped off Nectar. Fosh. The air currents greeted me, ruffling my clothes as always. Lumina. Cherry quickly took flight at me. TCH. Rapidly, I responded by releasing a pressure wave at her. The intense stream of hot air hit her chest with the force of a huge tsunami, knocking her back. Sorry, I muttered. I straightened my limbs, and released a stream of endless pressure, boosting the speed of my descent by ridiculous amounts. I am in range. Thud. I made my presence known to them with a thunderous entrance. The one with black hair and a long coat over his armor was the first to talk. What's this? The woman folded her arms. I was wondering when they would drop. It was annoying since they were watching us like vultures. They know I was watching them from a distance? Why didn't they attack me then? They must lack a range user. There are only 3 of them. Course they are missing members who have abilities for those roles. The woman and the big man in the bulky armor drew their sides. The man appraised my expression. Well, she clearly wants to fight. Really? Sad. The woman pitied me. However, her pity soon disappeared as she took a greater look at me. Wait, that's Soul, a spy? And you look like those two. Upon hearing her calling me a spy, the two tilted their head in confusion and also took a sharper look at me. The huge guy gripped his scythe tighter, releasing intense heat through his armor. One of those. This guy seems to have some vendetta against me, as if I took someone from them. They are the ones who attack and kill the innocent. I am the one who deserves to be angry. They are responsible for my mom's and sister's death. They did nothing to deserve that. Nothing. But, I want to know, what the hell would they say? What did she do? My own rage began boiling up again. The woman seemed confused. What is she talking about? You don't know? Despite stating that I seem similar, huh? I am asking. My mother. And little sister. No, all of Spy's, what have we ever done to deserve this? The bigger dude flaunted his scythe at me. So you're one of those terrorist fishers? And you ask what they have done? Don't make me sick. They destroy and kill. They don't care about anything but destroying. Huh? So he is one of those? What a stupid double standard. When you all do it, it's okay, but when they do it, it's bad. And calling us fishers. Basically what they call spies who seek revenge for what they have done and continue to do to us. So it's wrong once the same shit happens to you? How ironic. The older guy was about to rush after me, but the black-haired guy stopped him with his arm. Wait, on her neck, that symbol. The family of the Nmoisi. Your master, she is a, he saw the crest. Nice eye, enough of this talking. This half-breed whore has yet to answer. My words took her aback. She acted like my words offended her. Half-breed, whore? Well, I was merely keeping an eye on your friend up there. Would you perhaps be upset if I were to kill her? Her tone of voice, she genuinely wanted to know. What a piece of shit. Of course scum like that killed my mother. Her scythe didn't have the blood of my sister, but she probably killed her with some other method. Oh wow, that touched a nerve. She laughed a bit. Chill. She is not one of our targets. Our mission is to destroy any fisher civilizations. I know that. But why? Am I looking at things too one-sidedly? Since fishers go around attacking villages, could it be that she was a victim of such things? Was your village burnt down? Nope. Why am I doing this? Just like all Grimslayers, because I was told to. And I surely don't mind doing it. Oh. Right, these are Grimslayers, a bunch of insane people. I think I want her head. Instantly, I launched towards her. I am at a disadvantage against her since my body isn't built for physical combat. Whereas she is clearly a physical combatant. I will just have to put constant pressure on her using my ability and a lot of techniques. While fighting, I would need to search for any weak spots, aim for them and relinquish her life. She wasn't fazed, she in turn leapt at me. Shit. Pressure waves, releasing a stream of endless pressure from inside someone's body. Interestingly, the intense heat and air that results from generating Imperia can be used for many things other than simply blasting it at someone. Immediately, my entire body, except for my feet, released an intense, constant pressure stream. Creating a pressure barrier. A technique with the purpose of keeping someone away from you. I was hoping it would lessen the force of the attack from the woman, but, instead, it played how she wanted it to. She didn't jump forward in order to clash with me. The woman smiled. Thanks. She twisted her body midair and faced her back to my pressure guard. Then used the force of the pressure to bolt herself into the air. Why would she? No. It's because of Cherry. High in the sky, Cherry was looking down at me. She was probably awaiting the perfect opportunity to swoop down and grab me. Cherry was keeping her presence concealed. However, The woman knew where she was. Maybe she could figure out her location because of her experience dealing with opponents who like to keep hidden? Yes, that would make sense. Her role is definitely an infiltrator, so detecting opponents who conceal their presence is a big part of her training. That doesn't matter now. I have to stop her. I seized the pressure barrier and formed whip, trying to get a hold of her damn leg. However, she was far out of my range already. Cherry noticed her and quickly tried to fly away to avoid her, but the woman quickly threw throwing knives at her, which pierced through Cherry's wings. Arg! Cherry cried in pain. I have to save her. Fortunately, those guys aren't interfering for whatever reason. I mustered all the force in my legs to shoot up. The woman formed a whip, grabbed onto Cherry's leg, and pulled her violently towards her. Upon reaching in her range, her scythe sank into Cherry's stomach. Instantly, blood gushed from her wound. I was too late. That hurt. Huh? Most of the blade didn't go into Cherry's stomach, luckily. Cherry pulled her arm back and sent a punch with all her force, hoping to make her fall back onto the ground. That would be nice. But what is that? Around the woman's arm was a thick mass of darkness. You are ridiculously strong. Way too strong to be normal. The woman smiled. I was near them. I was close enough to use my ability, my power, huh? Why did it suddenly get dark? Thud. Ugh. My stomach hurts. It hurts, it hurts. What happened? Wow, you didn't see that coming, did you? I could hear her voice over me. Did she somehow attack me? How can she move that fast? Slayers are not equal. Upon learning to generate Imperia and channeling Imperia into your body decides how it would react to this new energy. The ratio of how much stronger, faster, durable, smarter you will become all depends on your body's reaction to Imperia. As a result, Slayers fit into 5 major battle roles. The fastest ones are infiltrators. In turn, Imperia engineers. Engineers are the second weakest in physical capabilities. Since you're an engineer, you must avoid close-range combat with the likes of Slayers who have the roles of high physical combat prowess. Infiltrators for one are way too fast for you. I really should have taken your lesson to heart, teacher. I did most of the time, but I messed up this time. Thud. 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 Huh? Cherry's still fighting? I can't see it. Oh, Cherry was vigorously fighting the woman. I will call her the first evil. Cherry is a bruiser, the battle role which possesses the most physical capabilities out of all the roles. Cherry swung many attacks at the first evil. Regardless of Cherry's fighting spirit, the first evil acrobatically avoided all her strikes. She was much more powerful than Cherry. Oh right, infiltrators are faster than bruisers. Even if she wasn't an infiltrator, there is another variable that matters the most in battle: levels, the numerical measurement of the strength of one's illus. The more powerful one illus is, the more Imperia they can generate. And, well, the stronger they become. So it doesn't matter how much advantage Cherry has because of her battle role, she is outclassed in raw power. Ha! Except for one thing, Cherry is special. Cherry dashed back at the first evil, who was bleeding from her lips. How? You. My attacks are mysteriously less effective against you, yet your attack's power and speed fluctuate. That's an interesting ability there. The woman wiped the blood off her lips. Cherry was breathing hard, her shoulders weaving. Cherry, she is going to die. I have to warn her. But I can't open my mouth. I was gagging, but I had to tell her somehow. Be behind Cherry. I barely shouted. A scythe drove near her eye. The big dude had gotten tired of waiting and joined in as soon as he saw his squimmate injured. She wouldn't be able to block it. In 1 second, she will be headless. William. You're right. The black-haired guy rushed towards him with panic in his eyes. He wasn't fast. The first evil was, though. She dashed to his right. Nictor wasn't just any ordinary anima shifter. He had defensive capabilities that would put fear into almost anyone. In order to save Cherry, Nictor ejected 2 stingers after William. The woman deflected one, but the other took her by her lap. How nice, she got herself injured for her friend. Too bad it is heavily poisonous. Damn it, it hurts. She dropped from the air and slammed onto the ground. Cherry rushed towards me, grabbed my motionless body, and then bolted to the sky, reuniting with Nectar. Go go go. She urged it. She didn't have to tell him twice. We were already flying the hell out of there. Even as fast as Nectar is, he wasn't fast enough to escape that big guy who was definitely a bruiser. Cherry dug her fingers through her side bag, grabbing onto random amounts of stun grenades she could. She squeezed them in her hand before hurling them at the evils. A bright flash and a vulgar screech were released upon the grenades hitting the ground. I can feel my consciousness fading. Damn it. I really got taken out by one attack. How pathetic. And not only that, I placed Cherry in a dangerous situation. I am sorry. I coughed as I attempted to apologize to her. Cherry's face was covered in sweat. She had her hand on her chest, gasping for air. Are you suicidal? She didn't make eye contact with me. I am really sorry. I was stupid, I was foolish. I am sorry. I am sorry. I know you are angry and want revenge, but if it gets you killed, then it's not worth it. No, you're wrong. When it gets people I care killed, then it's not. Are you that hard of hearing? What about yourself? I had forgotten my goal. It wasn't revenge, it was to save my people. I can't die before that. I don't want revenge anymore. I don't want to see you hurt. I don't want to die. Cherry moved over to me. I hope so. My right eye and my brain were throbbing like someone was poking at them. It hurts so bad. Everything is getting fuzzy. Point of view, Red Cherry. I checked my bag and her bag for any healing balses, but all the veils were crushed. Damn it. Why can I sense a fast approaching person? I swiftly got on guard to prepare to fight. To my bewilderment, it was the black-haired, Grim Slayer. He was casually sitting on Nectar. How? He isn't that fast, he shouldn't be. His body was also radiating unnatural amounts of heat. How? Can you move so fast? Are you not an Imperial engineer? I can tell that you are one. He removed a glove from his hand. Yes, but I am quite special. From the glove, purple hair fell and danced through the air. He then pointed at the sky leisurely. Reluctantly, I looked up. What is this? Staring at me above the clouds was the head of a giant, menacing bird with an extremely long beak. You know, finding the fossils of this thing was difficult. When I was younger and found out my parents died, I wanted to use that power on them, thinking I would bring them to life. But people looked at me with disgust when I suggested that. Even I only realized much later in life that I can't bring things back to life. When something dies, it stays dead, never to taste the breath of life again. He lowered his gaze to Lumina. He was implying he was going to kill her, wasn't he? But can he control the dead of some sort? But that bird didn't look like a zombie or a fossil. So what, can he make clones of them? He then raised his head and said, this thing high in the sky was an anima that was fossilized. I heard it was so powerful that with a single scream, it would bring destruction to cities. Now, with my power, it is even more powerful than its dead counterpart. So imagine what it would do to you if you make the wrong move. As if I didn't know you were showing it to threaten me. What do you want? Right, you two. Are you lovers? What? I couldn't tell if he was joking. His expression wasn't serious either. What? No the hell. What does our relationship have to do with you? He merely waved his hand. Answer now. Intense pure Imperia rushed out from his body, seizing my breath. I could feel all of his murderous intentions. He then rubbed Nectar. Also, try any of that stinger trick and I will kill you and your master. She is my sister. One of the two I have. Biologically we aren't, but I grew up with her, and everyone else on the crew. I was an adult from the time they were kids, so I was like their older sister. We are close. Close, like family. He looked deep into me. He did that soul reading stuff to determine if I was telling the truth. Is that so? Then take care of your sister. Honestly, I would rather not mess with Anmoy's family. I know how revenge-hungry your family leader can be. And since you and that girl are clearly special, it would be a big mistake if I were to kill one of you. He then gestured towards the sky. The massive bird broke off and drifted into the air like mist. But if you attack us again, we wouldn't hold back and we will make sure that you will never know the taste of pain again. Chapter 15, To help, you must hurt. Point of view, Red Cherry. Wow. I thought I was going to die. My body gave into the fear it was holding in. I collapsed flat on Nectar. That guy is scary. At least we got spared. I would love to sleep for eternity after just experiencing that shit. I should check on Lumina. Her right eye surrounding veins were convulsing. She overused that eye. I touched her eye to check the temperature. Hot. It was ridiculously hot. It made the heat of Imperia seem cold in comparison. I gazed over her body and her open wound in the chest. Her chest plating was broken, and blood was flowing from within. Her condition was horrendous, but she will survive. With my power, I pressed my hand on her chest. Point of view, Lumina. I promised to give you the power to save your people, didn't I? A giant of a figure who sat on a throne leisurely said. A figure surrounded by 9 units. Yes. I kneeled before her. Your kind can never live in peace in that world. If you desire, I will allow you to bring them here so that they may live not in fear. Though their voice and expression seemed to possess no emotions. Deep in my heart, I felt like I was truly valued and appreciated. With tears in my eyes, a cry begged to be released from deep inside of me. I was happy, because I can bring my mom and siblings here. Everything went black, fading back to my memories of old. How long ago was that? Much more than a decade for sure. The games, once you become a participant, you can't go back to your homeworld unless you have a very rare item. I did acquire some. I used them all to check on my mom and my siblings. I always brought back the treasures I won. The teddy bear was one of them. It wasn't special in any way, but I knew Sariel would have loved it. And she did. Wow. You always give me the best gifts. I can never do that again. It's gone, gone now. Gone. Gone. Gone gone. Point of view, Sharon. Huh? Who is approaching? Faye. Ryuj. The sky animus I instructed to keep surveillance of anything approaching, warned me of a fast-moving anima with 2 people on it. I see. So it's those 2. Boo.rh. Injured? What did they meet to mess them up? Wary Sen, Lumina, and Cherry are returning. Lumina is badly injured. I declared in the tent. Wary Sen was lying on the floor, meddling with his field processor before my words caught his attention. Instantly, he launched himself on his 2 feet. Huh? What? He moved his head in their direction, sensing their Imperia signatures. He rushed outside, taking his bag out, quickly taking out bandages and other medicines. If Lumina was still this injured, then they must have already used healing balsa, or maybe they had their own destroyed in the fight. Nectar arrived. As soon as he did, Cherry rushed forth with Lumina. We need a balsa. That's all they need? And they need one? So someone confiscated or destroyed their own, huh? What's with Cherry's wings? They look like regenerated flesh. If they targeted her, removing her capability to fly would be smart. I gazed at Nectar. Were they afraid of you? Gooey Gojk, that makes sense to an extent. He is an Elderback Ray, after all. If it didn't belong to Lumina, I would have added it to my arsenal. I got one. Warison almost tried to administer the balsa to her, but Cherry stopped him with her arm. He was in such a rush that he had forgotten about the rule set up by Red Cherry. The rule was that if she was in the vicinity, no medicine or item shall be used without first being handed to her. Cherry grabbed it and then poured the contents down Lumina's throat. Cough cough. Lumina instantly began having a rough cough fit. She spat liquids all over her neck. Her eyes opened. Oh. I am alive. Of course you are, you moron. I was so worried. Cherry hugged her tightly. Damn, who did you meet to mess you up like that? Wary-san got down to business immediately. Whoever it was, I don't think I want to get involved. I don't want to die such a lame death. Even I have things I desire to see. Foolish desires. Lumina sat up. The three evils of the North. 3 evils of the North? A shout escaped my mouth. I was too caught off guard. Those 3? Natasha, the smiling assassin, Neil, the fallen leader, and William, the berserk. I fought Natasha in the past before. If I wasn't as prepared as I was, I for sure would have died. Fortunately, I defeated her. Red Cherry nodded with regret. Yeah. They are nasty strong. Well, only one of them engaged us in a fight. Which one? I asked. The woman. Oh. So they fought Natasha. Good thing they didn't fight Neil. Lumina stood up, dusting herself. She cleared her throat. We have to go back there to stop them. Huh. Fukari and Tarzan, who were observing what was going on from the sidelines, mouths dropped in shock. I must have heard wrong. She understands what they did to her, and she wants to go back? Has she lost her mind? Tarzan asked Cherry as his voice broke. She must have. Fukari covered his mouth, maybe actually believing that she was no longer sane. Honestly, I believe she is broken. Lumina clenched her fist. They attacked Spyri villages, calling them fishers. They are going to destroy the Spyri hidden village in that area. And before you guys ask me how I am sure there is one, I have my right eye. Okay, that is one thing. But, that doesn't solve the big question we have. How do we stop them? I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to know what big brain idea she came up with. She moistened her dry lips by licking them. White rifts. She took a pause. A level 8 one. It should be formed by this week at a distance above the hidden village, half a mile above the village. I saw it in development, the weird tears in reality. What? A level 8 white rift. Rifts, tears in reality, which form portals to other worlds, worlds filled with monsters. That's common knowledge, but there are different types of rifts. A black rift releases monsters, not allowing anything in. While a white rift does the opposite, it sucks everything in, forcing those sucked into a world of monsters. Rifts only have 10 levels to measure how powerful and intelligent the monsters in them are. In short, a level 8 white rift is scary. But ignoring that, I don't get it. How does that help us fight them? She continued, why don't we use the white rift to our advantage? What? Whoosh. We were traveling above the clouds to that same mountain range. Lumina encountered the 3 evils. Talk about a suicidal mission. Nectar then decelerated, lowered its angle, and zoned in what appeared to be a village surrounded by a dense forest. The animals here are quite powerful and dangerous. Massive flying reptiles with enormous stomachs began flying side by side with us. Those were chefards, a king and a princess at that. Their eyes locked onto us, they were filled with rage. Their mouth began to release intense green light. Everyone on board looked at me. Calm down, I am getting on it. Stop. Instantly, the 2 chefards closed their mouth and flew away. Yeah. I am pretty damn powerful. Nectar then increased its speed, seeing that there were no opponents to threaten him. Well, only those high-ranking chefards would dare to challenge Nectar. We began approaching the village closer by the second. Kids were playing out, though, their joyful expressions quickly flipped into terror. Poor kids, this must not be the first time strangers on flying creatures descended on their village. Those 3 grim slayers lacked a flying anima. Well, it doesn't matter if they had one. This mountain is filled with dangerous animals anyway, and I made sure to tell them to attack any person who was in their vicinity. Let's go. Nectar suspended itself in the air. Lumina walked off. We followed suit too. Adults with spears quickly locked and aimed at us on top of roofs. Which nation do you all belong to? Are there more with you all? They demanded a response, threatening to relinquish our life if we did anything but answer. Lumina pointed at her vesculin, her V-shaped head appendage. I am not a reaper. None of us are. We are spirais. Each one of us pointed at our heads, making sure our vesculins could be seen. Of course, that isn't true. Fukauri camouflage transformation does exactly that, changing our appearance. Another thing, only reapers can read and sense someone's immaterial essence, making these spirais incapable of sensing that we're imposters. This way, they would believe us. They would be more likely to at least. Massive black hands descended from the sky to crush us. Well, the plan backfired instantly. Lumina took in a deep breath. Instantly, the massive black hands broke off like brittle stones and blew off like sand in the wind. Way! How in the world? Many of the villagers were bewildered. Of course, they wouldn't be enough to stop them. They tried to use Mordexus at us. Regardless of their attempts, their power didn't give birth onto the world, making them question what was going on. Of course, this was all the doing of Lumina. Hey! Why did you attack me? Lumina was furious. An old man whose body appeared 70% opaque furiously swung his cane. Why would we believe you? Do you know how many of our kind have betrayed us? For money, protection, and even food. And all of a sudden you come from the sky and expect to believe you aren't here to bring malice? That was a good point. I didn't think of it. Werison did bring it up, but Luminia told him to just come up with a plan to handle it. As a result, we have another plan in our pocket. One Lumina wants to avoid as much as possible. Cherry was displeased with the anger shown to Lumina. She strongly stepped forth. There are Grim Slayers on the way here. We came to help you guys evacuate from here to somewhere safe. Fukauri added, you guys can take us as prisoners till you all can trust us. That did not convince them at all. They had a better suggestion. What about we kill you right now? I saw that coming from a mile away. I can't blame them. I would have reacted the same way for sure. The people who hid inside their houses as they watched us through their windows began chanting. Hurry! Kill them. They are probably just buying time for their allies to reach. Lay them to waste. Don't listen to whatever they say. Cherry tried to convince them. No, we are being serious. We are telling the truth. Obviously, her words fell on deaf ears. Everyone here's eyes were filled with depression. They all have suffered a lot. This plan isn't going to work. Our goal was to get them to leave this area, but that wouldn't work, not with their consent. I should do it now. Stepping forth in front of Lumina, I moved in order to start. Lumina gripped my shoulders, halting my movement. Don't. Not. Yet. Her voice contained a lot of aggression. She is still trying? What part of this looks like we can get them to believe us? A new person joined the conversation, an old man with a body that looked translucent. His voice was way older than the one that was already present. Wait. Let's hear what they have to say. The spearmen on the roofs weren't in favor of his suggestion. Old man, have you gone insane? Of course he has. Look at how translucent his body has become. We can't trust them. The old man sighed, shaking his head. If it doesn't add up, we kill them. Bah. Whatever. They seem to have settled, agreeing with the man. He gestured to Lumina. He probably saw her command me and thus assumed she was the leader. Right, so tell me, where is the original home of us, Spirais, Purinban? Lumina replied instantly. When was it destroyed? Over a century ago. How old are you? I am not sure. It is not in our culture to keep up with our age, but I think I am between 35-38 years old. Oh? He raised his eyebrow. So where were you raised then? I was raised in the East Nation. I can't recall the territory's name. Ah. He rubbed his chin. When did they try to exterminate our kind? It has been over a century since our kind was targeted. So when was your first time experiencing trying to be killed by reapers? About 26 years ago. How did you survive? This guy was hitting her with a question after another. How long was this going to keep up? Lumina's hand shook when she heard the last question. I could sense the rage welling up in her soul. My mother and father do not trust the East, so they planned an escape. We were able to escape because some reapers who were meant to surveillance the territory were bribed with money gained from stealing. While escaping, news spread and we were chased. My older brothers and sisters were killed, but my mom and dad survived. I, on the other hand, was separated from my family. I got lucky finding someone willing to help me. Because of him, I have become a realm slayer. The man's expression didn't change. I see. You didn't have to suffer like the rest of us. That is nice to hear. Lumina snoozed, flared. Fukahuri rested his arm around her to soothe her. Don't get work up. It seems Cherry wanted to be the one to do that. Lumina was her best friend, after all, and Cherry is weird. Her obsession with us and our affection is probably because of her trauma. Lumina nodded to Fukahuri. Right. One spearman shouted, wait, a realm slayer? Doesn't that refer to slayers who participate in the games? Another spearman nodded. It does. Which begs the question, how the hell could you participate in the games? The only way to enter is through the wormhole. The same damn wormhole surrounded and guarded by slayers of the major nations, only allowing slayers that have the realm slayer's license in. Yikes. Seems Lumina gave in a bit too much detail. Well, it's not like we can't easily explain that. Sure, Spire Eyes are systematically hunted down, so obviously, they wouldn't be given the privilege of becoming a slayer. But that's simply the legal method. The old man waved his hand in dismissal. That's false. That's the only way to enter legally, I would say. It's not like bribery isn't a thing. He knew a bit. Now. Who is your master? He pointed at every single one of us. Now, why would we seriously answer that question? The name of the one we served should not easily be revealed to anyone. Warisan said, Famsir. Don't lie to him. Tell me. You don't want to know, I stated. His eyes widened as he took steps back. You. It must be one of those. Fear crumbled his will. He had guessed right, unfortunately for us. The spearman inquired what he meant. I don't get it. Explain? They're keeping their master's name secret. The only time realm slayers do that is if their master isn't from their home world. But it's more than that. I am sure of it, they belong to a family. One of the Dark Lord families. Damn it. I guess being that old would lead to you knowing stuff that you shouldn't. There were some social clues he must have picked up to have guessed that we served a Dark Lord. With fury, he raged, Dark Lords are the pinnacle of evil. Absolute evil. As a result, you can't be no different than them. Lumina shouted back, she isn't like that. She took care of us and offered us protection. She isn't evil. The man shook his head, refusing to listen further. Kill them. Tarson was getting heated up too. Hey old man. You didn't even hear everything she had to say. So what? Did you think we would believe you all? We can't trust you all. There are many trained slayers capable of cosmetics to attempt to look like us. There have been many hidden villages that fell for that trap. And even with that story you just told, you have gone lazy with your shitty backstories. I have heard it before. In other villages where we once lived, we heard it there. We fell for it. Yes, I suppose yours has some originally in it by a tiny bit. But we know you are lying. She isn't lying, I shouted back. I was getting annoyed. This was irritating. I looked back at Lumina and asked her once again, do it now? Absolutely not. She has gone mad. What other option is there? What else can she possibly suggest? But if they stay here then they are going to die. If you do that to them, what do you think would happen to any trust they could develop towards us? In the end, it would be counterproductive. This moron. What damn trust? This is why she is no longer fit to be a damn leader. Her foolish emotions are getting in the damn way. Which do you rather? Their feelings. Or their damn life? Currently, they were trying to pierce through our heads with spears, but our weeps were constantly deflecting each strike. Red Cherry was on my side. She calmly told Lumina, "It's not right, we know, but you need to choose now. Choose the fate of other people." What about that sounds right? What part of it? I think she seriously wanted an answer. Strong emotions were being held down by her. Warison, however, had gotten tired of Lumina's indecisiveness. "Stop being a hypocrite. You have done that many times before." "I want to be a hypocrite," she screamed at Warison, who simply stood still in front of her. "I see," he replied. "So, do you let the three evils slaughter everyone here? Including the children?" Wow. I didn't expect him to go that far. But it for sure would be effective in working on her. Lumina's eyes flared open, glaring deep into Warison. She was making threats with just her eyes. But, Warison didn't falter. He stared deep back into her eyes. She turned her head away. She took in a deep breath. "Damn it. World command, Sekai wa watashi no I no mama ni Majiko no mori no junin wa jun ni saru." She isn't taking a risk, huh? The old man collapsed to his knees in fear. A world chosen. Haha. Why did it choose you? Why would the world have chosen you? Lumina stepped forth as she finished her exchange. "Because I was born lucky." Suddenly, every single one of the residents screamed, feeling something happening to their bodies. "What's happening to me? My head. Make it stop." Lumina was holding back tears. She made a big decision. "Well then, it's my time to shine." I launched forward. Chapter 16, Work. Point of view, Lumina. Sharon dashed forth like a pouncing predator. In a matter of a minute, she had tapped the neck of every single one of them. She quickly returned to us panting, down on a knee. It seemed she had strained herself too much. That was the other reason why this was Plan B, and one to be avoided. Small quantities of blood were flowing down Sharon's nose. I have reached my limit. Since I am far away from the puppets in Purinban, I was already pushing me to the max. So what's the plan? I could tell her to stop. I already made the people temporarily dazzle so that they wouldn't be able to escape. I could make them into puppets myself. But the sacrifice would be severe if I were to use that type of power again. Darkness in the shape of tree roots crawled up to Sharon's neck. She stood up. "I will use the dark state. It offers a lot of enchantments, but it's not like that power doesn't have its drawbacks anyway." Fukari cautioned her, "Hey, don't push yourself too hard with that stuff. I don't want to carry you back. It forced a heavy toll on the body. The greater the percentage of the power you demand, the greater the toll would be." "I know," she replied. I guess she didn't think his concern was warranted. I asked, "So, they are all under your control now?" I had to make sure what happened back in Purinban wouldn't happen here. She nodded. "Yes." Warison gazed down the mountain slope behind us, maybe wondering when those three will arrive, or he was probably paranoid thinking they could just show up any time. Tarson was getting more agitated by the minute. "Where do we move them now? It's not like we can travel back to base. Sharon has reached her full capacity, probably using 1/3 of the dark state. She can't use more power, and since her limit is full, there are no animus for her to command to bring the puppets in Purinban to a closer vicinity to lessen her strain. The number of trips it will take Nectar to transport them would take too much damn time." He is right. Our options were severely limited. Warison closed his field processor and projected multiple translucent clones of himself, which spoke, "We hide those here. They would still be able to sense them, of course, but that would be the point. They would be used as bait." Bait? He knows for sure I wouldn't agree with such methods. Why would he suggest it? Let me finish talking. I said bait, not as sacrifices. We lay traps here, and as you mentioned before, a white rift will form at a distance. The traps will lead to them getting sucked up. Simple as that. Well, a bit more complicated, but I will explain it in complete detail soon. Fukari rubbed his chin in thought. Now, what's to stop them from enhancing their sense of smell to track us? I get that they can't use their animus because it would attract more attention from dangerous animus, but that doesn't change they can use their own noses. Wary Singh patted nectar. Good question, so let's put some work in. We litter this place using animus feces. A lot of them are afraid of nectar, right? He will bully them into shitting a lot all over. That is disgusting. But effective. I think Fuka-uri agreed with me because of his gagging expression. Well then, my trust is in Wary Sen. He proceeded to command them, Tarzan, set up your black arrow traps along this route over here. I will also assist in the traps. He gestured towards us. Drug yourself on enchantment balances. He then locked his eyes on Cherry. Sharon wouldn't be able to participate. So you and Fuka-uri are going to handle the leader of them, Neil the fallen leader. Before that, Fuka-uri, you are going to be doing a lot of camouflage transformations for us. I am nervous, but I can do it. With my friends, no my family by my side. I can save my people. Okay, Suicide Crew, commence. Tarzan raised his fist into the air. Well. That isn't very encouraging. Ha. I smiled. Confidence was boiling up in me. Right. Point of view, Sari Eel. She, the one who called herself System, wasn't joking when she said it wouldn't be my last time meeting her. I was in her middle domain again, and I for sure wasn't going to pass on a damn question I wanted an answer to. That Imperial generation was rigged, wasn't it? I felt like my brain and body had lava poured inside of it. There is no way she is going to convince that was natural for Imperial generation. If it is, then I will stay powerless instead of trying to become dull to such pain. She shrugged. This is what happens to everyone else who learns to generate Imperia. It isn't as painful for other Reapers because they go through intense heat training to prepare for that moment. Bullshit. I guess I can see the power being worth it. No way. That pain is hell itself. She continued, of course, the first time is the most painful, that's because Imperia flow through the body through two vessels, which is called the Imperia system. What? Is this legit? Even still. I don't get it, why would that explain why it was so painful? Like, what else? The system is only formed after someone generates Imperia for the first time, if they survive the intense heat, that is. The vessels are made out of a denser form of Imperia which lines up to your entire skeletal structure and connects to a part of your brain. Through those vessels, Imperia will naturally be channeled. You wouldn't have to worry about the pain of Imperia generation anymore. Okay. Wait, she said, if I survive? So I was extra lucky? But according to her, it's safe now. Well, I know better than to just believe in strangers. I see, I responded. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask about those outline stuff. By the way, that outline power is pretty useful. I appreciate it. I have multiple questions. She nodded, awaiting those questions. Okay, first, when I check hard to see how strong someone is. Why does it feel like they are incomplete? Right, it's because of what slayers universally use to measure the strength of someone's Illus and natural power, Illus level or Injust level in short. Normal people have a hard limit of level 100. As a result, people's Illuses appear to be incomplete because they are incomplete. Oh, if what she is saying is true, then it would explain that. Next question time. Okay, what other features does it have? I hope I can see the future of someone. There is no more, that is all. Well, that's disappointing. Well, whatever, these powers are beneficial enough to me. Whether Imperia only hurts like hell the first time is something I wouldn't test anytime soon. I honestly thought I was going to burn alive at that time. By the way, it is called Deep Sight. You keep referring to it as outline or other foolish names. Her tone was slightly agitated. So that's the name, huh? It does sound a lot better than outline. Well then, Sari Eel, do you have any more questions for me? She asked. No, I don't have much really. Well, it was kinda nice talking to you. Same. I like how worried you were when you thought I betrayed or tricked you with the Imperial generation. I still don't trust what you said about it. I know. She then snapped her finger. Well then, our time is coming to an end. Till we see each again, I look forward to chatting with you. Yeah. I feel 30% the same way. She does have a really nice voice. The night passed quickly, and the day came. Which also meant the hunger will come back too. At least when I talked to her, I felt no hunger or desire to eat. There were more of those silverback hunters doing business trades. All that meat in such a short period? Isn't your sector the farming one? You expect me to believe you all raised that many animals and made them mature so fast? What's the big deal happening here? The hunters responded, nodding with confidence. For sure. Our boss got a secret technique for raising animals. I wouldn't be surprised if it's through some illegal methods. Many days passed, and my hunger continued to fester. Surprisingly, I wasn't getting slimmer or I couldn't notice it. I am worried that I would be consumed down to my bones without even realizing it. Sure, I was able to purchase whatever small foods I could with the little money I had remaining, but it barely did anything for my stomach. At least some didn't turn me away. What are you doing? A man asked. I didn't recognize the voice, nor did I care to see who it was, so I ignored the man. You look kinda hungry, he continued. I proceeded to ignore his statement. Can you talk? This man is irritating. I turned to look at him. To my surprise, he had a white outline. What do you want? I asked. I can offer you a job. I happen to be a runes craftsman. Huh. I have no idea what that means. I want a job, yes. But it's most likely a trick to take advantage of me like that hunter guy. What does that have to do with me? I responded. Well, like I said, I can give you a job. For a living, I purify and cut runes, which are stones that can augment someone's capabilities. I then embed into objects which are inserted into armor, weapons, and accessories. What else are you going to say? I don't care about what you do to stones. My name is Audiobook. He folded his arms. You can choose to starve or earn money. In case you think I am planning anything suspicious, I am quite popular and my workshop is in this city. I do feel like I don't have much of a choice. I need money to purchase food after all. My other only option is to starve and die since stealing is no longer an option. Also, his outline is white after all. But, what would I be doing exactly? It's not I have any experience with what you call runes. I had to know if it was going to be something outrageous. You will learn. It's that simple. I arrived at his shop. There were many other shops around it, but they all had the brand as this one. It seemed he wasn't lying about being quite popular. You might want to take a shower, you smell. Yeah, going days without showering would do that. Right. Where is the shower? He pointed down. Downstairs. Just walk straight down the stairs and take a bend to the left. I nodded and followed his instructions. I am wondering if I am putting too much trust into this oddly deep site. My instincts are telling me not to follow his instructions and enter a bathroom. You will die. You will be chained. But, my knowledge and trust in this power are telling me to take the risk. It may be worth the money. This place was well made. On the outside it seemed to be made out of concrete and aesthetic stones. The wood covered the concrete on the inside to give it a better look. I stared at the washroom door and then looked at any escape routes I could take if anything went south. There were no windows to exit through. I am putting too much trust into this deep site. I then entered the washroom. It was relatively small. I took 10 minutes to shower. My eyes were stuck on the door the entire time. It was definitely because of my memories of getting attacked back in Zaphael's home bathroom. The entire time I showered, my blood pressure was through the roof, anxious about what I suspected would happen. Thankfully, nothing happened. There were clothes outside the door. It seemed he placed some there. I donned them. They fitted a little big, but it was good enough. I moved up to the floor he was on. My hair was still a little wet, but I tried to dry it as much as possible anyway. By the way, there is a plate of food on the table, he told me. It seems this area is for workers to eat, get ready for work, have lunch, or maybe to get cleaned after finishing work for the day. I took a seat around the table where the plate of food was. It was a lot of pasta, vegetable, and meat. It smelt pretty good, nowhere as good as Lillian's mom's soup though. I am starving so badly. I shouldn't eat it. But I am going to put all my trust into this deep side power. I began eating. The moment the food laid on my tongue, my mouth commanded me to shove everything down. I ate it all in a single minute. After I finished eating, the Soria man called me, "Let's start working on a project." Right. I actually have a job now. It was a floor lower than this one. We walked lower down. When we walked through the hallway, I caught over 14 different employees cutting big hard crystals. They were all working in small rooms, and each room had many tools. Seeing those workers made me wonder, why did pick me? I asked him, "By the way, why did you want to hire me? If you are popular, you can easily get employees. You seem to be a homeless kid. I decided to give you a job so you can obtain money to no longer be homeless and hungry. It's as simple as that." It's not my first time giving kids who seem to have no future a job. So he is just a nice guy? He is portraying himself as a nice guy at least. I would like to think so, though. Deep Sight may disagree. We entered a workroom. On an iron table was a huge red crystal block. It probably weighed 500 pounds. He rested his hands on his waist and asked me, "So we have to cut from this? We need a small stone from it, so that it can be embedded into an object made to harness its power. What do you think is the first process?" I wouldn't know. How would I know that? You are being silly. He knows that I don't know it. He is trying to build my critical thinking skills for this job. If I had to guess, measure how much needs to be cut, then proceed to cut it? I assumed that this was the basics. He expressed satisfaction with my answer. Good guess. Oh, by the way, these are called runestones, only when they are cut and refined are they called runes. Anyway, the first stage is called the planning stage. You will figure out the best possible shapes of the stone to minimize waste and maximize the use of the rough stone. So for that, we will take the measurement, and using that measurement, we will sketch how we want the rune to look after cutting it. He handed me a measuring tape, and I followed him as he took measurements of the rune stone. After we did that, we took the numbers and divided them by 50, and drew a sketch using those figures. The sketch had perspective views of the front, top, and side. We made multiple changes to the sketch, since a lot of it wasn't coming out to his taste. Also, my drawing skills were kinda shitty, so I had to erase a lot. After we did that, we used a marker that left a bright light on whatever it was pressed on, forming marks for us on the runestone. Soria took a tool from the long wall shelf, that also had many other tools on it. The tool had a compact, sturdy design with a rotating abrasive disc that was perpendicular to its handle. He gripped the string attached to it. His forearms and back muscles bulged as he prepared himself. He then vigorously pulled the string back as if he was going to rip it apart. Bang 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 bang. Is this thing going to explode? With me being so close. There were rapid, constant sounds of explosions in the tool before the disc started spinning at deadly speeds. It's a very expensive tool, but it makes work fast. He handed it to me. Just follow the markings made. It was heavy, but I could hold it. Although, it looks like a pretty scary tool. I held the handle and the second handle, which was above the disc. I began cutting the huge runestone. It cut easily, like a knife through butter. However, I couldn't follow the markings properly, so when I finished, it looked very rough. It's not my fault my hand was shaky. Not to mention this is my first time. There was a lot of red dust being blown out of the room by a fan attached to a wall. Soria towered over the cut runestone, checking out the job I did. Not too bad for your first time. I think he is being nice because the stone is so jagged, it doesn't even look like it was cut by a sharp object. Well then, it's not much of a big deal. He grabbed a tool that also had a disc, but was built with the purpose of grinding stones instead of cutting. That's my assumption because of how different the disc looked. It also had an iron guard around it, too, making it impossible to use as a saw. I practically spent half the entire night grinding it down. To be sure I was doing a relatively decent job, I used a runestone as a reference. Fortunately, there were many in the room which were discarded. The next day, Surya came in to check my results. He held it in his hand and rotated it around to examine every speck of it. Yeah, you have a little talent for this. In a couple of weeks, you would be good. Oh wow. I think he is getting over himself. I don't plan to work here any longer than what is necessary. It sucks I wouldn't be here long enough for that. Ha! He flicked the stone at me. I rushed to grab it. Why did he do that? Is he trying to break it? As soon as I grabbed it, I was reminded by how damn heavy a stone half the size of my knuckle was. It is ridiculous. It probably weighed over 20 pounds. Why is it so heavy? I guess the stone could just be very dense. The more energy it contains, the greater the weight. He ran his hand through his pockets and pulled out a pocket bag. But here is your payment. I thought you wanted a job for a long period of time, but oh well. I guess this is more like a commission. He handed me 15 ballas. Wow. I didn't expect that much. I think he gave me too much for what I had to do, but I am not going to complain at all, that's for sure. Oh, I appreciate it. When I was about to move upstairs to the exit, he stopped me. I see that a lot of slayers don't like you. So hold this. He threw me a dagger in a scabbard. I caught it. Oh. Thanks a lot. Finally a weapon. I have been in a need of one forever. I can feel more comfortable in dangerous situations finally. Yeah, it is illegal, but whatever. Illegal, huh? The back of my head is saying it's a trick to set me up, but I will ignore it, because the front of my head is saying maybe he isn't a pretender, after all. On one shelf, a gauntlet caught my eye. It was so shiny. And looked powerful. I asked him, how much do they cost? Way too much for you. Besides, it is too heavy for someone of your level. Oh right, levels is a thing. I guess I would need to level up? Such a silly term for getting stronger. I would need to acquire more lenses to absorb sounds better. I exited the building. I couldn't just leave like that. So I turned back towards him. Thanks a lot, old dude. You aren't that bad. Then I walked away. I am not old. Chapter 17, The Plan. Okay, it's time I get the hell out of this place. There is just one problem. How do I get myself the residence paper without it ending in me getting threatened? I can't think of anything. Lilin. Kai. That was the voice of Lilin and Kai's mother. She was looking for them, it seems. I hope they are safe. They should be safe. Or they are dead. The thieves came back and slit their throats. I will ask her what's going on. I ran to where I heard the shouts coming from. Contrary to what I expected, she wasn't there and the shouts stopped. She must have finally found them. I hope that's the case at least. Creak. The city's gate opened wide. Natasha. Could she be entering? I haven't seen her in forever. Hopefully, they returned. I could ask her about all that nonsense with Zaphael, so she can confirm they weren't involved in it. So that she can confirm, you say? You are so desperate for hope. I thought your name was supposed to represent that you were hope, not how desperate you were for the hope that everyone hasn't betrayed you or will not betray you. Shut the hell up. I rushed closer to get a better glimpse of who was entering. Oh. The excitement and hope that was developing in my heart faded away and disappointment replaced it. It's just Jasper and that woman, Louis. It's been a long while since I talked to him. Maybe I should greet him? Nah. I turned away. Bonk. Ouch. Something hard hit my forehead. Who the hell did that? Looking up, on the roof of the tall building was a person standing on it, Jasper. It's been a while, Sariel. He juggled pebbles in his hands. It's ridiculous how fast he can move. This super speed is definitely something I am going to get. I asked him, "You are a slayer, right?" I am pretty sure he was one, but I wanted to make sure. If I could obtain power like that without becoming a slayer, then it's clear what I would be doing. So please say you are not a slayer. No, not yet. I am a slayer trainee currently. A trainee? So he is that fast and still only in training? Ridiculous. So, I probably have to do slayer training for that speed, I am guessing. Oh right, I wonder what's this guy's level? I looked deep into him. The deep sight gave me the results of 26%. So he is level 26. That's higher than most people here, who aren't even above 10. Since he is a slayer in training and can use that ghost tentacle thing, he most likely can use Imperia, since I am pretty damn sure that Imperia makes that ghost tentacles possible. After all, Imperia make people capable of acts that surpass the normal. Man, just thinking of it makes me want to try Imperia again, but memories of that experience is keeping me away from it. Can you use Imperia? I asked him. I was already sure of the answer, but it was a setup for another question. Jasper stretched his fingers, and a flow of red energy streamed out of his fingers. For sure. It looks similar to water vapor, but just red and much more visible. Jasper's eyes then focused intently on me. He is going to try that shit. Don't try to soul read me, I warned him. Huh, I wasn't going to try. Oh right, I wanted to ask, when you use Imperia, does it burn? Jasper appeared a bit confused by my question. He shook his head. No, but it did hurt a lot when I generated Imperia for the first time. So system was telling the truth. So, if I use it, it wouldn't hurt? I randomly remembered feeling like I was coated in lava. An icy shiver ran down my spine thinking about it. No, I refuse. I am not experiencing that again. Jasper then asked me with a worried tone, why do you have residue of Imperia on you, though? No way you could have learned to generate Imperia. Imperia residue? It seems using Imperia leaves a trace on the person which can be sensed or seen, I assume. Maybe there are more conditions to it since I can't see what he calls Imperia residue on him. I generated Imperia, I answered. His eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, Imperia is something that isn't easy to use? That makes sense. System implied that generating Imperia for the first time could kill someone. Since it's clear that I had no training to prepare for the heat of Imperia, it makes sense for him to be so flabbergasted. I didn't know how to respond. I for sure wasn't going to tell him about system. Responding with a silly question will do. So, it's not so common, huh? He shook his head. Not at all. Near my ear, I could feel moist air along with whispers. Yep, I am surprised you can even see Imperia. Who is that? Quickly, I jumped back. It was her, Bluey. She waved and smiled at me as if her entrance wasn't very weird. Her outline is gray. Unlike Jasper's white outline. I am not dangerous, she said. She literally looks like a manipulative person who keeps a fake persona. Maybe not her looks exactly, but her charisma rather. She fixed one of her hair bangs that waved in accordance with the wind. Her eyes remained on me. I heard what happened to you back your island in Zaphiel's house. Your island? Is that the name of the land of Musagan? I see. What else was I supposed to say to that statement? She took a big breath and exhaled, seeming irritated. Damn, what a waste. Her eyes then promptly focused on the edge of a roof like she spotted something. What is it? Maybe it was the voice of someone who caught her attention? Though, it seems it was important since she dramatically moved her focus onto a random roof. Wait, did I just say maybe it was someone? Are there more people like Jasper who just like to stand on roofs? I strongly doubt that. While she maintained her focus on the roof, she asked me, you are looking to grow stronger, ain't you? Oh. This again. I don't want to serve you. I shut down any idea that was going on in her head. How disappointing. Well, what do you want currently? To grow stronger on your own? Obviously. And some freedom. I no longer want to be in this lion's den. I will admit, Soria, the kids, And their mom are nice people, but most of the people here don't like me. So will you hunt animus in the wild to absorb their illness? Animus. I didn't think of them having illnesses. That would be the best way to get stronger. Maybe that's the common method. I thought I would have to kill people. I nodded. Yet you are stuck in the city? Unfortunately. That's the case. Well, I could make it possible for you to leave. She smiled. She can? But that smile of hers. It seems there will be an exchange of some sort, or it would benefit her, somehow. How? I asked. I can easily write a letter of allowance since I am from the Musagan clan. Which would bypass any rules regarding entering or exiting the city. She can do that? Belonging to a clan comes with a damn lot of privilege. Though, what will be the trade? What is it in for you? I asked. In the future, be friends with Jasper and maybe punch him if he ever does anything stupid. That's all? Wait, is he someone who can't make friends? He seems relatively friendly. Maybe his attitude of looking down on others makes him disliked by normal people. Why me then? I am sure there are other people around his age that she can get to be friends with him. Or it's as I guess, the attitude of his makes it impossible for him to make friends. Jasper has taken a liking in you. He isn't someone that gets along with people easily or understands them. He seems to get along with me easily. Maybe there is more to him that makes hanging around him difficult? Well, that can wait for another time. I want that letter of permission. Letter of permission sounds silly. I wonder if that's not the full name. Maybe it's a letter of entry, exit permission? I answered her, no problem. Now give me a letter. She took a scroll from her small bag and began writing on it. You should only go to the forest of Aeginsis. Anything other than that would be too much for you. She then marked the letter with her signature and gave it to me. She then handed me a map. Use this. I widened the map to check out where this forest of Aeginsis was. While scanning through the map, I finally found it. It didn't seem to be a vast area, but it was so far. I sighed. Thank you. Sure. She walked away. Jasper waved me by as he jumped down to walk together with her. I approached the gate. The guards there fixed their ugly gazes on me. What do you want? One asked me. I showed him the scroll. His face tensed before grabbing it and reading it. Oh, that. You don't need it. We were already told to allow you to leave. Huh? Wait, what? Who did? I don't know. I was told by my boss, and the boss was told by someone. I could leave the entire time? This had to be some lame joke. Open the gate. He told another guard, who seemed responsible for opening and closing the gate. The gate opened, allowing me to leave. The question of who told them to allow me to leave is still bugging me. And why? I have a bad feeling about this. Bad feeling or not, I will not choose to stay in this city. I will face those issues when they come up. I walked out. Many of the outside guards made sure I could see their ugly mugs and clear disdain for me. I ignored them and continued walking straight forward. The fresh air outside filled my nose with freedom and the grand grasslands introduced itself to me. Finally. I am out of that hell zone. Point of view, Neil, Natasha, William, and I had finally arrived at the hidden village of Spirars. Though, to our surprise, it was vacant. Not a single life could be seen or sensed. None except for the likes of those violent animus. Natasha held her nose, disgusted by the aroma around here. This place stinks. She mumbled. Yes, it smelt like pounds of animal shit were poured all over. William covered his nose with his arm and pointed wildly at all the feces. Yeah, because this place is covered with literal shit. Natasha then pointed at a relatively small watchtower. That building, it is a watchtower. I see someone in it. Something weird is going on. I wonder, did anything happen earlier which can explain why this village is empty? I know for sure there were people here since Natasha told us so when we were climbing up. We got attacked by a spire. So obviously, she could have alerted them. That was the current and most obvious answer. But Natasha had put her in critical condition. So, There is no way she could have reached up here before us. Then there was that sky animal which was traveling to this destination. This place has strong animus, so how it effortlessly avoided getting targeted is a question I want the answer to. Sure, there is a simple explanation that the animal was simply a lot stronger than the others. As a result, the weaker animus avoided it. But I doubt that is all there is to it. After all, this place has many powerful animus too. That doesn't matter now. If there is a person in the watchtower, the person would have alerted others that we had arrived. Since they clearly knew we were coming here, they must have evacuated. We will force whoever it is in the watchtower to give us all the information we desire. What will happen to the innocent people here will be sad. We will slaughter them. Sure, maybe William is doing it out of revenge, but I and Natasha had absolutely no interest in their suffering and death. Though, what we felt or thought was irrelevant because we are Grimslayers. I will have to keep doing this to keep Natasha and her safe. No matter what I have to do, if it is for their sake, I will do it. Soon, we will take the lives of everyone here, and look for the last remaining stolen black box. I looked at Natasha, signaling her to make the move. She nodded. In an instant, she rushed inside the watchtower. With confidence, she smiled and greeted them. Hi, wait, what the? Boom. What was that? An explosion went off? Shit. It blew her up in the sky. The damage she took badly ruined the right side of her armor. I commanded William, hurry. William dashed forward to Natasha's aid. A damn trap. But why didn't Natasha use her ability to protect herself? With that kind of explosive power, they are probably planning on sacrificing the entire village in order to defeat us. I have to prepare for the worst. I will use a technique that would allow me to feel the vibrations in the surrounding air. Huh. It's not working. Why is that the case? I tried again. It failed. I am bewildered. What in the world is going on with me? Wait. Something doesn't feel right. Something is bad. We are near a slope, somewhere someone could conceal their presence and then sneak up behind me. Without delay, I quickly turned my attention around me. In front of me was a flood of huge sharpened tree trunks all moving at life-threatening speeds. And to make it worse, they weren't any ordinary trees. They were enhanced with Imperia. Imperia could be used for many things. Not only could it make people stronger, but it could also make objects stronger. So something as simple as enhanced tree trunks could literally skewer me, even with this armor on. I responded to the attack by creating a pressure guard. My body ejected pressure with the purpose of protecting myself. The trunks were destroyed and scattered to the side. I was succeeding. Not a single one will hit me. Scratch. Who's a ear? I glue. My eyes. Something bright hit me. It burns. It hurts. All I could see was damn white. And to make it worse, my eardrums felt like a thunderbolt struck them. It was also low pitch and sounded absolutely deranged. A stun grenade was used, a very high-grade one. How didn't I see it coming? My sense of balance was off. I was too damn disoriented. But my pressure guard needed to stay on still. Still. How the hell didn't I see any stun grenades heading towards me? I need answers. Think, Neil, think. The trunks were an obvious diversion for the use of stun grenades, which were probably attached to the trunks. I rubbed my eyes, and immediately started creating some distance. I retreated and hid behind a house for cover. Unfortunately for me, the houses were made of wood, so the cover they gave me was only visual. It would bring no protection whatsoever. It doesn't matter. I will show them something scary. I snapped my finger in an attempt to bring forth the clones of monsters and animus I had slain. My power wasn't limited to puppetry after all. Snap. No. No. No way this is happening to me. Again, like before, the same way I couldn't use the technique, I can't use my ability. Crash. The house I was hiding behind got demolished swiftly. I think I may actually have to fight to survive. I quickly dashed away from the incoming onslaught of those tree trunks. I channeled more Imperia into my eyes, enchaining them to spot any stun grenades attached to the trunks. There were none, but there were red stones attached to it. These were explosive stones. When broken or damaged enough, they explode, damn it. They were slightly damaged. Why? Oh, so that's the reason. It was because if the object they are attached to were moving at such ridiculous speeds as they are right now, the air pressure would fester the damage, causing it to explode. But that strategy is very stupid, unless they have a tactician who used a field processor to make the prediction of how much damage the stones could take when thrown through buildings, and in addition to how much air pressure would it take before it explodes. All that was necessary so that the timing would be perfect. Why didn't they just use explosive tools instead of raw explosive stones? The tactic they were using was so ridiculous that only a child could come up with it. But, that's what tacticians do, come up with plans to guarantee victories. It appears that they didn't have grenades on them, or maybe not enough. Or rather, after hitting me with a stun grenade, I would expect more grenades. So they used something that was very different to make me confused. I would be confused long enough to get targeted by something else, or it was so that I wouldn't notice the stones. Right, maybe they expected my eyes to filter the stones out since I would have been eagerly looking out for grenades. And hell, they succeeded in me being surprised, delaying my reaction for at least a second. I moved back, trying to backstep. Something was weird. Why? Why wasn't my body moving as fast as it was supposed to? Since I was a child, I have trained my body and knew the limits of it. So why was my body suddenly not moving as fast as I wanted it to? There were many items and weapons used to change the course of battle. I only knew of one thing in this world that was used to lessen the strength of a slayer, a weakening special stone. There was just one issue, that shouldn't affect me. My armor had augments made to negate the effect of most grades of weakening stones. This meant the opponents here were very wealthy if they could afford such a high grade of weakening special stones. It also meant they are definitely willing to use other expensive items and equipment against us. That is the other issue, there is no way they should have access to such wealth. Then an explosive stone glowed bright. It's going to explode. As soon as I saw the shockwave and flames release from the shattering stones, I created a pressure guard. Boom. Countless explosions rang out around me, assaulting me. As soon as one was triggered and exploded, the fireball that expanded, ignited all the others, causing a chain reaction. Boom. 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 Huff. Huff. I think it stopped. My guard was overwhelmed. Most of my armor was badly damaged. It was practically non-functional. I removed my helmet since the bent metal was stabbing the skin of my throat and forehead. My skin had some burns and some metal pieces were in my flesh. The iron pieces were from my armor, which broke off during the explosion. Shit, it hurts. Thud. A fist violently sank into my jaw, uppercutting me to a far distance. The punch sent me flying out of the village and into the forest. I am going to kill whoever that's responsible for this. These pieces of shits. My body went through many trees and dug many meters deep into the dirt. I am in pain, but I am alive. I felt my jaw to check the damage. The bone was fractured. It didn't matter, it will heal fast. I stood up and wiped the blood that was slipping out of my mouth. But why punch me all the way here? Drew Ui. Keiki. Oh. All around me were violent animus. They threw me here so that those animus would weaken me. There were massive blue saber-tooth-like creatures with the size and fur of a woolly mammoth, I think. I am not so familiar with human animus. Whatever, they're called Apicians. Above me in the sky were gigantic Draphian. They were winged snakes the size of William. They had 3 pairs of wings, each at 1/3 segment of their body. They locked their eyes on me and deemed I was a danger to their home. Someone who should be killed. They launched at me, determined to be the ones who shall salivate upon my flesh. Melon, I spoke. From my hair leapt a rat with snow-white fur. With a glow, It enlarged itself, taking on its final form. A form that was a combination of his traveling and combat states. Melon's massive iron rectangular paws were no more. Instead, they were the same size as all its feet, but still coated in iron. Over 3/4 of its body was now covered in iron. Melon roared forth to intercept those animus. I tried to use whip, however, nothing would form outside of my body. Nothing again. Okay, next experiment. My body became stiff and incredibly hard. So I can use this technique. I released it, returning my body's elasticity. So I can use Imperia techniques once they don't exit my body, huh? Okay. First off, a weakening stone at such a degree is insane. And where did they get this quality and quantity of explosive stones? At first, I thought they were just wealthy, somehow. But, now that I dwell on the size and how bright those stones were, I am sure they look like middle-grade explosive stones. Yet it had the effect of a high-grade explosive stone. And even worse, I can't use Imperia out of my body. This is pretty worrisome. Yui. One of the saber-toothed mammoth creatures extended its fangs to me. I backed up, dodging the strikes. Click. Then I stomped on something that made a sound I didn't like. Not again. Boom. An explosion went off, flying me further into the forest. Huff. Huff. I am getting stressed. I had many battles where I struggled, but I never had to worry about not being able to use my ability or most of my techniques. The sunlight that was hitting my forehead quickly disappeared and was replaced with a shadow. Another, again? I looked up, and what came rushing in after me was a woman with crimson hair, black wings, a tail and a small horn on her nose bridge. She was the one responsible for all this. Chapter 18, I am Neil. The winged woman came at me with intense speed. I managed to dodge her punch, barely evading it, most of it anyway, since I got scratched. It seems she was also equipped with a huge metal gauntlet. But damn, she is ridiculously fast. It's that same rodent from before. She was with that spire eye. Maybe her friend has died and she came back for revenge. That's quite the plan she built. Did she also get a tactician too? The other important question is, why isn't she affected by the weakening stone? I saw her fight Natasha. I was able to read all her physical capabilities. She should be much slower. Is her armor capable of negating a weakening stone of the same grade as the one being used right now? She made contact with the ground and began walking towards me. You really shouldn't have considered sparing me. Her comment made me smile. Yeah, I shouldn't have. She stood in front of me with no animosity. It seemed she wanted an honorable battle, even after weakening me to such a degree. I touched my jaw, it seemed most of it was healed. I only need 10 more minutes for it to be completely recovered. Immediately, she drove her fist to my abdomen. I kicked her arm, making her fist avoid me, barely. I am at a disadvantage here. Wow, you are not so bad. She found amusement in this battle. She quickly moved forward with the momentum of her fist. Then she swung the hard side of her wing at me in a swiping motion. Huh. I raised my fist to block the wing, which aimed for my face, and then backed up. My armor was still working and that defensive technique called plotting came in clutch. I thrust my feet at her head. In the same motion, she twisted her chest to face me and made one flap of her wings in a panic to evade my assault by flying horizontally. Flap. If she had tried to go up, I for sure would have made contact. I made a comment on her skills. Seems you are pretty skilled. For a succubus. Upon calling her a succubus, any joy she had from engaging in combat with me disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with utter disgust. Don't call me that. I will kill you, you heinous demon. Sorry, since when did succubus think they could talk back to anyone? Weren't your kind slaves to the Zamaruia kingdom? Hell, sex slaves, right? I always wondered, why do mere objects think they have rights? As obvious as it was, I was trying to get under her skin. I will get her agitated. I will make her make rash decisions. Her eyes were bloodshot. She began hyperventilating. It seemed my tactic was working. However, that was short-lived. She shook her head in a motion that seemed like she was trying to calm herself down. I know what you are trying. You are a Pink Reaper. From what I heard, your people had good relations with the people of Sarushia. You don't believe what you are saying, and you aren't racist against my kind. Oh. Well, that didn't go as planned. Though, I think it would be a different word since we aren't part of the same species. She then leaned her body forward, preparing to launch. But, it doesn't matter. I will make sure you die such a painful death you will regret even calling me that. And saying such hideous things. Whoosh. She flew high in the sky, then descended down even quicker. Now, why would I stay here to get attacked? I ran to my right, but as soon as I did, I felt a cold sensation on my neck. Plotting. In response, my skin became hard, causing the blade to only cut through the skin of my neck. I nearly died. I leapt onto a tree branch and held my throat to check the damage done. It seemed it really didn't go further than just my skin. The woman paused her descent and watched me in the air. The new fighter checked his blade, irritated he missed his shot at killing me. It seems I'm outsmarted, outnumbered, and outpowered. I made a statement that would build up their spirit. The new guy turned towards me, he was a Reaper like me. So let's see how you all would end up losing to me. I confidently announced. I am Neil, the fallen leader after all. Point of view, Natasha. 10 minutes before. Gah. The explosion sent me high in the air. I didn't think of trying to outrun it. I was going to use my ability, but it didn't work. My legs were in a lot of pain, that kind of explosion did me nasty damage. From afar, William came rushing towards me. He stretched his hand, trying to use whip, but nothing happened. He was confused and tried again. While moving in the air toward me, he made contact with something and was violently pulled down to the ground. Huh. He let out a gasp. What touched him? Wait, a trap? He slammed harshly on the ground, which broke into a square, making him fall deeply into it. I had to worry about myself right now. I manipulated my body through the air and ejected less pressure through my foot to slow down my descent and gently land down. I clenched my fist. Swung my arm about. Punched in front of me, all in the hopes of somehow making my ability work. What is going on? I have never experienced this before. I know prisons are made of cosmos blocks that emit a type of radiation that disturbs Imperia, but the radiation range is apparently very short. And not only that, you can feel it. I can't feel anything of the sort here. So there is some witchcraft going on. Will is still stuck? From my backpack, I took my surveillance crow and threw it in the air. The crow-shaped device flew over William, reporting visual information back to me through my report disc. All over William were tiny insects crawling about every single inch of him. His entire body was covered by yellow insects. He vigorously rammed himself through the surroundings and ground to try to free himself from them, but that was to no avail. Then he stopped. Wait, he is going to use pressure guard to push them off. William. Those are igniting insects. Dawn, boom. Damn it. He did it. In the pitfall trap, a massive explosion went off. Tremendous flames and shock waves destroyed a great portion of the surroundings. Boom. Another explosion. The feedback forced him into the air, and blasted him off like a rocket. Weren't they all over his body? If they were just under him, the force projecting him up would have made sense. Oh. Maybe that was the second explosion. The second explosion probably consisted of igniting insects under a thick layer of dirt below him. So as soon as the first explosion went off, and burned down to that layer, it triggered those to go off soon after, blasting him up. In the sky, the skin around his limbs twisted, and like before, he was dramatically pulled to another destination. Will. I leapt forward after him, but I stumbled and nearly tripped. My legs were still damaged from the watchtower explosion. Who is responsible for all this shit? When I find them, they and their entire generation will know death. Before I can think of doing that, I have to fix whatever the hell is going on with my body. I am aware of my durability and how high my pain tolerance is, but to take that much damage from the explosion is something that shouldn't happen to me. I am a damn country slayer. Not a lowly village, town, or city slayer. Something is definitely weakening me to a large degree, and not only that, there must have been more to that explosion. I should be out here helping William, but he is William, far stronger than me. He can handle himself. I sat down, removed my armored boots, and examined my legs. It had some burns and many wounds, but there has to be more, right? That poison from that damn elderback ray stinger. It was still coursing through my veins, making me weaker by the hour. Wow, look at you. You seem so hurt here. So vulnerable. I recognized that voice. Turning towards the source, it was the same spy woman who was too slow to react to one of my attacks. She was pacing around. You're as vulnerable as a defenseless child. Like my little sister and my mother. I could see and sense the anger radiating from her, but she was different from before. She seemed more cautious, and not as emotional. I did not know the expression she wanted, but I reacted the same as always, a bright smile. She was confident, for some reason. I stood up, not taking the risk of putting on those boots while she had her eyes on me. You think you are winning, ain't you? I asked her. She didn't respond. How boring. Say something interesting. What's the matter? You are looking at me like I killed something dear to you? I tilted my head innocently at her. Her arms tensed, and her nose furrowed. You know what you did. Well, she is still emotional. Voila. I dashed at her as fast as I could while not overdoing it because of the weakening and damage I had taken. In mere seconds, I was near her. I grabbed my short skirts and swung at her neck. But she wasn't planning on being such an easy victim this time around. She ejected pressure from her chest, shooting herself back. Then she blasted up and back again, creating distance. She was fast? Beyond my speed being hindered, I am sure she is moving much faster than before. Did she take a speed balsa? With how fast she is moving, she must have taken more than that. I touched the ground, and was about to make a jump for her again, but the ground suddenly felt weird. A trap. Just like her, I rocketed myself forward using a pressure wave. Boom. An intense explosion went off, destroying rows of houses in the process. Wow. That was pretty lame. While moving, I checked out the explosion. Ah, those explosions shouldn't be as powerful as they are if their ranges are so limited. Bombs that focus all the energy in the locked radius. For example, a bomb that can destroy a nation, but instead all that energy is contained in a small radius. Could that be the case? Ridiculous. I have only ever heard of humans wielding such things. But of course, there is a market for everything, though, I refuse to believe they got their hands on those. What other explanation is there? They must have used one in the watchtower. I focused on the spire, increasing my speed as much as I can while limiting the damage being done to my legs. She used the same tricks to keep creating distance between us. Nonetheless, I was catching up. With every second I was getting half a meter closer to her. But every time I touched the ground, or an object, there was a trap there waiting for me. Either it was spikes, high voltage, or again, boom, boom, boom. Explosions that succeeded in getting me. Huff. Huff. My armor had completely broken off. Regardless, I kept moving, no matter how much blood left my wounds and my flesh burned. I rushed to a big house and grabbed the bottom of it. I struggled as I uprooted it from its foundation, then hurled it at the spy girl at bullet speed. What is she going to do now? Run again? Doesn't matter, the houses I will hurl will simply set off the traps for me. Wait, she isn't running away? The spy dashed on top of the building, using the momentum to flip it over. While still in midair, she kicked the edge, blasting it toward me. Ah! Nice trick. I grabbed a massive nearby tree, reinforced it with Imperia, and swung it like a baseball bat toward the house. Before the tree snapped in half, it connected and the house hurled right back at her, crashing her in the distance. Boom. An explosion went off on the spy girl, eradicating the house. Spire eyes have a habit of imbuing their environments with imperia. I could see some houses lack such enhancements, but this one had a lot. Someone important must have lived there. Anyway, a strong house means it can get backed by a strong tree. She struggled to get up from the explosion. Before she could stand up, I flashed my scythe toward her neck, attempting to decapitate her. Immediately, her skin hardened. Ha! I laughed. I had a feeling you were the one responsible for messing with external imperia manipulation. You know the trick: if you don't want someone to use their ability, force them to use an imperia technique. You can't use both at the same time. How did you know? She looked at the blade. The entire fight, you didn't use a single technique other than pressure waves, nor did you use any application of your ability. I almost wondered if that weird right eye of yours was part of your ability. I will end her. My scythe shape bent and became a mass of darkness. The form resembled black heavy oil. It flowed onto her flesh. I will return its form back while it's all over her, killing her in the process. You can have it back. What? The spire eye grabbed onto it and swung it at me. The messy liquid nearly touched me. Huh? How? I barely dodged it. She then flourished the mass of darkness. So that's what you can do. You can coat whatever you touch in darkness, which deforms whatever is affected by it into a messy liquid. I know there is more to it. Point of view, Neil. I fought the two fiercely. I clashed fist to fist with the woman and intercepted any knife thrusts by forcing as much imperia into my legs before kicking his hands away. The guy spun the short swords as he kept looking at my hair. You're one of those, ain't you? How can he tell? Is it through the use of his ability? Maybe, I responded. So, why aren't you using that hereditary power? You are from a ruling clan, after all. The winged woman didn't appear to understand what was going on. Wait, this guy is holding back? Yeah, he responded. Oh, that makes sense. When he showed up behind me and Lumina on Nectar, his body was radiating a crazy ton of heat and he did say he was special. Not to mention, there was no way in hell an Imperia engineer of his level could have moved that fast. Sure, he could have focused Imperia in his legs, but I am positive even if he did, he shouldn't have moved that fast. Oh my, she had common sense, huh? Well, I don't like using it. It hurts. Good, let us kill you. The woman rushed after me, swiping her leg at my head. The guy dashed onto trees to reach behind me to cut at my back. I rushed forward towards her leg, grabbed it, and swung her back so that the knives would stab her. In that same motion, she elbowed my back. In response to that attack, I gripped the little hair that exited from the helmet and slammed her face into the ground. Thump. The guy moved onto her shoulders as she rushed back up at me. He used it as a platform to dash at me, slicing at me. So, I blocked his attacks with my arm. Blood sprayed. Damn him. I thrust my foot into his abdomen, sending him through a couple of trees. Huff. Suddenly, my head started to feel weird. I looked at the woman, even though I couldn't even see any skin of hers, and only her eyes through her visors. She was appealing to me. She was strangely beautiful. Her eyes were so dreamy. So, attention-grabbing. Huh. What the hell? Focus, Neil. Her kind specializes in pheromones. She is trying to manipulate you. Before I realized it, she was near me. She grabbed me by the waist, violently picked me up and body slammed me into the ground. Thud. My back. I focused as much strength as possible onto my back and arm and struck her chin. Her chin moved up, and part of her helmet dented, but she didn't stop. She pressed her knee on my chest and began mercilessly slamming her forearm against my head. Thud. 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 My nose bent to the force and broke. I tried to push her off, but my consciousness was weakening with each strike. Huff. Huff. Damn, he is out. She got tired. We beat him? Neil, you are strong, ain't you? Yes, I am. Why is that? because our ancestors passed down the power that guaranteed them victory during wars. The power that has survived for centuries up to this point. Yes, it is because we are. Intense heat radiated from my body, far more than what was normal for slayers. I stood up with blood flowing from my nose. He is still alive. The woman rushed at me again. I know, I responded to her. Without delay, she quickly tried to strangle me. In return, I also tightly grabbed her neck. The guy moved quickly to my low right to slice open my abdomen. Before that could happen, I kicked his face, sending him rolling back. The woman kept her assaults on my neck. From my skin, purple hair elongated and multiplied swiftly. My black hair grew and slowly revealed its true color, purple. Around my knuckles, chest, and shoulders formed ugly layers of shells and my body grew larger monstrously fast. Right now, even William would have to look up at me. Horror washed over her face. You're Musagan. Yes, I am. I pulled my arm back and choke-slammed her to the ground with all my force. Crack. Boom. A massive shock wave threatened to destroy everything. All the trees in sight were destroyed violently down to their roots. The ground even broke under the force, making a crater for us. I walked over to her unconscious body and awaited him. But wait, I can sense Imperia being used. If that's the case. I extended my hand to the sky. Up here. The clouds parted ways for the massive bird of terror that was formed by I. A deep shadow cast over the entire forest. Any creature that enjoyed the sunlight was now greeted with a creature that harbored hate for everything. It took in a deep breath before its beak split into two. Skewy. Chapter 19, White Rift. A deafening scream echoed in the world. The shock wave rippled through the air. The ground shook violently as the very earth itself was torn apart. Any trees that were still alive were instantly blown apart. Boom. Crack. The entire forest was no longer. And what remained was a barren land that appeared as if an earthquake had gone rampant. There will never be life here again. Before it brought destruction, I had leapt on its back. Even as strong as I am when I transform, it would have badly damaged me. Then suddenly, my bird became brittle and faded away. The hell? I lost my standing and free fell. I tried to summon it again, but nothing happened. It seems the same Imperia neutralization trick was used again. I guess a creature that huge would easily be noticeable. Thud. I touched down on the broken land. There were many splits in the earth. Fall in it, and you might end up 14 meters deep. There was a lot of debris and dust swarming around, which I moved through. The damage done here was significantly less than what it should have been. The weakening also affects my ability, it seems. I looked around for the woman, but she wasn't in my sight. I doubt she got pulverized. To my left. Turning in that direction, there was the same guy. Most of his armor was broken off, and he was bleeding heavily. On his shoulder was the woman. Just like him, her armor was broken off and she was heavily wounded. Her undershirt was torn off too, her back and shoulder had weird scars. No, those were branding. I didn't recognize what it meant too. Who is she really? And there was another weird thing, her wings were now partly white. It even looked like she had a black wrap around the wings. White bird-like wings. There was something more, the guy's face had cracks? It seemed he had a mask on. The mask broke off revealing his true identity. What the hell? Are they? He held a part of the mask, seeming to be only slightly ticked off. He didn't have pink skin or any of the colors of a reaper. Instead, it was brown skin. You are not a full reaper, I commented on his appearance. No, I am not. He touched his face, and his shape began to change in a vulgar way. His skin became purple and his appearance grew monstrously. Shells developed on his chest, shoulders, and knuckles. Let's fight. Huh? He can transform? He isn't from my clan, so how? And his form resembles mine. Not only that, but during the previous fight, neither of the two displayed any application of their abilities. This means their external Imperia manipulation should have also been restricted, just like me. I should try to see if anything has changed. From my hands, I formed a long whip. Huh. Is this person turning the feature off and on? He must have contact with whoever is responsible for it, so he can make his moves accordingly. Using that bird consumed a lot of Imperia, so I have to be careful with how I fight in close range. Not to mention, taking on this form affects my mind, so controlling Imperia is much more difficult. I took a stance against the Weird Reaper. Immediately, he rushed after me, baring his fangs like a wild predator. He is fast. I dashed after him, flourishing my claws. We clashed. He bit down on my shoulders, but my shells protected me. I swiped at his throat, trying to claim an easy victory. However, he pulled his neck back and then headbutted me. Thump. He jumped into the air and took on the form of the winged woman in order to fly high in the sky, then bulleted down onto me, taking on a form similar to the bird that brought destruction here. He attempted to stab me with a beak. Fortunately, I leapt on top of it and broke his beak with a single elbow strike. Crack. Quee. He screamed out. I then touched the broken beak. Control. From my fingers leaked a mass of squirming darkness, which rushed to the holes in his body. Suddenly, the darkness evaporated along with him, revealing back his true form. The trick was used again. He wasn't surprised, but immediately resumed his assault with anger in his eyes. He threw two throwing knives at my neck, which I quickly blocked with my forearms. It didn't enter that deep into me. Huff. Huff. He was gasping for air while holding his jaw, which was broken. Like I would give him time to relax. Using a pressure wave, I focused it on the tip of my finger. It shot forth like a laser. Bang. He lowered himself to the ground to dodge it. The moment he made that maneuver, I quickly bolted towards him. He noticed me and instead of trying to run away, he grabbed stun grenades from his pocket and hurled them to the ground right in front of himself. Pow. Surfing. Damn it. The bright flash and disgusting low-pitch sound nearly messed with my senses again. It doesn't matter, I can sense where he is. Unlike before, I will not allow myself to be disoriented. I will follow my killer instincts. Letting this side take more over. I relaxed my mind, allowing my body to react however it wanted to. Groa. I sprang at him with my jaw fully unhinged. I would bite his entire head off with a single bite. I felt the air move over me, and then a knife was lodged in the back of my neck. Damn it. Your skin is too tough. And it's hot. The knife went through a lot of my neck muscles, but nothing further. This guy's combat speed was really nothing to joke about. He jumped off me. The woman who was knocked out had regained consciousness and was trying to stand up. Oh. Yes, I like that. I dashed after her. The guy tried to stop me, but I released a widespread pressure wave, keeping him at bay. She had no idea what was going on. Before she knew it, she was in my clutch. HK. She let out a sound as I brandished my claws against her neck. I am playing dirty this time around. Point of view, Natasha. From fighting the Spire I realized what she was capable of. Her ability revolves around Imperia control. The applications of it are, she can create a neutral range where Imperia can't be maintained. And she can manipulate anything made out of Imperia. That's what I figured out. I moved back as many massive whips slammed around me, attempting to turn me into meat paste. I no longer have access to my scythe, so I can't use that flame swipe. What a pity. I moved on to the crown of a tree and dashed to another in an attempt to move to her blind spot. During that, the trees were annihilated. She was desperately trying to limit the number of platforms I could use. I aimed my whip at her, but as soon as my whip was formed, it faded away. Damn her. She keeps doing that annoying tactic. She keeps activating that neutralization and then turning it off. I charged at her. Instantly, I was met with a fierce pressure wave that came like a natural disaster, blasting me tens of meters back. I didn't falter from the wave attack. I personally didn't like using pressure waves for attacks. I like to get all up and personal. Okay, Natasha. Make her fear you. I took in a deep breath. Incoming was 10, 5-meter wide whips. Use it now, My body lost its form, deforming, breaking down into a liquid-like form, a mass of darkness. In an instant, it was as if space was skipped. My body rose up right in front of her. I could also coat my body in my deforming traveler, which allowed me to deform things and make them travel incredibly fast as a pool of darkness. Her face tightened in fear. Around me, the darkness disappeared, but it didn't matter. I had many weapons, short swords, knives, daggers, etc. I chose daggers. I threw them at her shoulders, they pierced through her bones, releasing a nasty sound of muscle and bone being ripped apart, which rendered her shoulders useless. A sad screech leapt out of her small throat. Then I used my momentum to push her down onto the ground. I grabbed one of the daggers from her shoulders and thrust at her throat. My blade dented her neck plate. Only a dent. What kind of armor is this? I can tell what it is made of, but it shouldn't be that good. Could it be the use of an ability? Even if it was the work of someone powerful, since the Spyrai was using the neutral field, it should negate it, right? Unless it's more complicated than that. If someone uses their ability, which can create an effect on an object, and the effect doesn't need to be maintained via Imperia, but instead, the effect becomes part of the object, does that mean the neutral or no Imperia zone would be useless? I suppose so. So there must be someone who can make things stronger. It would explain the effectiveness of those bombs and traps. While I was over her, she didn't make a single move. She was watching me keenly, observing my every move. With lightning-like speed, I aimed my dagger through her visors. She wrapped whip around her arm and manipulated it to stop the stab. The blade sank through her flesh. Arg! She let out a pained grunt before kicking me off her. She used whip like that? Why? Oh. She used it to move her arm because if she had used whip directly to stop it, I would have kept the pressure directed through her visor, forcing her to keep whip active, eliminating the chance of her using zero Imperia zone. She is smart. Then a huge, long sharp bone came flying towards me. I quickly caught it. It was the stinger from that thing. Looking into the distance, it was the Elderback ray. I have to avoid getting hit by it. The Spyrai sprinted at me. Die. I too want you dead. I swung my feet at her neck. Using her useless shoulders, she swayed her arms, using the motion of her torso to block it. Ah! She screamed. It felt like there were prickles on her armor. Weird. I docked low, another stinger nearly took my head. I grabbed the stinger I had in my hand and threw it at the ray. It tried to dodge it, but its wing got pierced. The only thing that makes this thing feared is its poison. My guard was dropped for the Spyrai to kick me, in my clutch? You shit. She kicked my face. I bit down on her feet and punched her right in the clutch with all my force. Saliva sprouted out of her mouth. You. In that same motion, I rammed her with my shoulder and threw my body intensely on her right shoulder. She screamed in pain. Arg. Arg. I picked her up by her neck. Wow. All that planning and you still lost. I did not lose. She spat blood on my face. She is funny, very funny. I could feel my smile reaching its limits, it couldn't grow any wider. Blag. I dropped to my knees and began vomiting green liquids. My leg hurts. My face hurts, every single part of me hurts. I kept vomiting. Even merely vomiting was hell itself. It felt like my body was getting eaten from the inside. The Spyrai, who couldn't even move, began laughing. Ha ha ha. How do you like the poison coursing through your veins? Does it feel nice? Poison. What? Oh, come on. You think I just allowed you to get close to me like that? That I just turned off my Imperia neutral field for no reason? You got up real close. And all over my armor had those stingers broken into tiny pieces on the armor. You felt the pricks, didn't you? So that was the reason. Ha. Ha ha ha. She laughed and continued to laugh. Tears flowed from her eyes, and even mucus ran down her nose. Huff. Huff. It was getting harder to breathe. Point of view, William. I have no idea where I am. I heard the sound of that bird, Neil must have gotten desperate to actually use it, or he was pissed off. I got tugged by some weird stuff that was invisible. It felt like a coil. I was able to break it easily, though. I walked around. One thing was for certain, my strength had returned to normal. While walking on a hill, above me were two hooded individuals. I couldn't see their faces either. Whatever, I would just sense them. Before I could think to do that, they removed their hoodies. They had pale skin that was slightly translucent, golden hair, and a V-shaped cranium appendage. Fissures. My vision became red. Make sure no Reaper survives. Everyone was running. The village was on fire. No matter how much we ran, the fissures would pop up through the ground like ghosts and slay anyone who tried to escape. As they brutally murdered the villagers, they would scream at them, "How's the pain? Is it not nice? Do you not enjoy it? I don't like those memories." I launched at them. "I will make sure they all die." With a heavy punch, my fist sank into one, or so I hoped. As if he was an illusion, his body vanished away, and something wrapped around my arm and dragged me into the sky. This one was completely invisible. And those illusions. It doesn't matter. I ripped out whatever that was around my arm. I couldn't see it, but feeling it was enough. Though, it's weird that I can't even sense the Imperia whatsoever. To be able to sense lives, and Imperia were something essential to Slayers. Although, it seems I'm going to have to do without it. From afar, what appeared to be a Reserio, screamed, and a massive black directional symbol arrow came rushing to me. That is all? As if something like that would affect me. I swung my scythe, cutting it down in half. Weird, I could sense the Imperia in that one, so why not the others? Whatever. I projected myself toward the man using a pressure wave. With all my force, I extended my legs towards him, hoping to crush him like a pumpkin. Thump. The earth broke apart, but like before, the image of the person vanished away. Another damn illusion. This is confusing. Isn't he the one who used that directional black arrow? Then it couldn't have been an illusion. Also, I don't think it's really an illusion. It's affecting the real world, after all. I was standing on broken pieces of a tree trunk, which only showed up now. Maybe it was an illusion. So what's their plan? They kept moving me further and further away. I assume it's to group up on me. Massive spiral colors formed a meter away from me. The colors were comprised of black, white, and gray. A damn white rift. Instantly, the ground broke away as it got dragged in. I tried to resist the force, but I was like a mere bug to it. No. Point of view, Neil, I was obtaining information from the dude. The condition was that I would keep his friend alive. So that trick, why are those explosive stones so powerful? I asked. He pointed at her. Her ability revolves around effectiveness. He was trying his best to speak despite his jaw being messed up. He had some good pain tolerance. So that's what happened. She must have also used that on the weakening stone. No, she must have used that on everything. Such a useful ability. I asked another question, who is causing my Imperia to not work outside of my body? He hesitated. Our crew member. She can control the radius of that effect. Can she control who it affects, too? No, she can see or create holes in the radius, so if she not knows where I am standing, she can create a hole here, where I wouldn't be affected. So she doesn't know where they are right now? Well, he could be lying. Hey. You are pretty handsome. The woman tried to seduce me. She did that pheromones nonsense again. This time, her voice was compelling and soothing. Whoosh. Suddenly, strong currents were pulling everything in a faraway direction. The hell? She shouted in shock. I returned to my base form and pulled my report disk to check on Natasha. There was no service. The guy looked at me and then pointed afar. We made sure to get rid of any communication capabilities, but you really should check on your friend. He pulled out his report disk and showed me pictures of Natasha rolling on the ground in her vomit, growling in pain. I am going to kill him. Are you going to save her or not? He asked me. What if it's fake? I countered. He shrugged. Then nothing. It is probably fake, something he made up last minute in case they lost the advantage. Yet, it's Natasha. I can't take a risk. Nee. From his report disc, Natasha was making out those words. She haven't called me that since I was a teenager. I tried sensing her. I could sense her life getting weaker. It could be a trick, but I don't care. In an instant, with a flash of heat, I completely transformed. I am coming, Natasha. I traverse the surroundings quickly, locking in Natasha. I wonder. I tried to flow Imperia through my fingers, red energy swarmed out. Oh, I can use it. Through my hands, the hideous flow of darkness bent and shaped into a feline-like monster. I gripped it by its tail. Using its extreme speed, it dragged me to Natasha. She is near. Over her was the spire woman. I recognized her soul. I leapt off the monster, which immediately targeted the spire. Roar. Huh. As it nearly crushed her throat, it faded away. So she is the one who did that trickery. I kicked her away and picked up Natasha. Her vomit covered her face so much even her eyelids had the green stuff over them. In the sky, many stingers rained down on me. Damn it. I bent over Natasha and used pressure guard to deflect the stingers. She has the poison of an elderback ray flowing through her veins. Getting hit once guarantees death if the poison isn't directly removed from the body. Getting a high dosage of its poison in less than a week? Ha! She will be dead soon. The woman said, apathetically. This is seriously bad. Your friend, you should go check up on him. She tried to laugh, but her tone was monotone. What is she talking about? She gestured with her head to the white rift far, far away. Someone was hanging onto a massive tree that was being sucked in. The shit was probably over 1,000 meters long. William was desperately trying to climb horizontally of it. It wouldn't matter, since the tree was getting sucked in at a ridiculous rate. I poured the last remaining healing balsa I had into Natasha's mouth. I then wiped the puke off her face. I think the rest were destroyed during the fight. Now to deal with William. We have to save him. Nee. I know. William must have noticed us from afar. Run. Of course he says that. I took in a deep breath. I was going to make a bad move. The Musagan clan could transform. There were normally 3 states, each one pushing the body and mind further to their limits. However, as long as your mind remained sane, you could push your body further. My body began mutating beyond the 3rd state, growing bigger, and uglier. Even larger shells developed all over my body. Kill all. Burn all. Destroy all? No. Stop. With a gasp, I returned to normal. I couldn't push myself further. I have to save him, myself. I have to take Natasha with me since I can't leave her anywhere. I rushed forward at William. I will grab the tree he is attached to, then I will transform, focus all my Imperia into my pulling related muscles and drag it back. That was the only option available after all. But damn it, I also have to worry about that Spyrai who is waiting for me to use my ability or Imperia to use her trick. Why didn't I kill her then? I have no idea, maybe saving those 2 as soon as possible made more sense at that time. Such stupidity. If I killed her, I wouldn't have to worry about interference. I suppose that is the other risk of the transformation, the strain on the mind, it makes you make rash decisions. I reached towards the tree, however as soon as I went to grab it, I felt something pull me. What the hell? Natasha saw it. Oh, that trick they used for William. Before I could regret any decisions made, the tree William was grabbing onto was cut. They planned that, didn't they? The tree for William to hold on to, it was Turosen. It was so that we would think we could save him. In mere seconds, we were sucked in. Chapter 20, A Victory. Point of view, Tarsan, a nightmare of a situation was going on. Land ripped apart as it got sucked into a portal. The power of a level 8 white rift was no joke. Hell. I feel like I am going to die. What's more concerning is the fact there is a white rift at that level. We know rifts only appear near civilizations. So there are two things at play: someone used a black box to create one, but that isn't possible since Lumina saw the rift development. So, it's the other option. A sudden shock washed over me. It wasn't some realization. It was what I saw. Under the ground that was ripped apart, a massive portion in it seemed to be empty, like a shell with no content. I used Weep to grab the farscope in my bag. From what I could see using it, there were painting on the walls, chairs, and so on. So there must have been a massive civilization living underground. They kept their presence concealed and maybe all moved out through a tunnel when they observed what happened to the Spire village. They were probably Spies too. The place crumbled away as the white rift pulled everything towards it. Ah! Help! My arm! Huh? From the place, many screams echoed out. And like a nest of ants, a massive number of people were getting brutally sucked in. Each one of them looked like Spies. So they didn't move out. They probably felt the tremors above, and only tried to move away from this area, traveling underground, but they were too slow. Even now, I am struggling to not get sucked in. I currently had two of my black arrows pierced through the ground as pikes to try to move forward. To think I am this far away from the rift, and it's having that kind of pull on me. Hell. I heard white rifts only strongly affected things in a 4-mile radius. I am pretty damn close to being outside of its range for crying out loud. But at least I know for certain, those three are not going to survive. A rift of that caliber would require the mobilization of nation slayers. My black arrow's shape began to wiggle, they were getting weaker. Soon they would break. Damn it, just a bit further. Snap. Oh, both broke and instantaneously, I felt my body being pulled. Grab onto this, Tarzan. From afar, a Weep quickly shot at me. It's Sharon. I sent my Weep to grab onto hers. Immediately, I came to a hard stop. Inside of me felt like it was tugged harshly. I am alive. You are the best, you know that. I shouted praises at her. But, it didn't seem like she heard them. She was getting pulled, her legs slowly drawing closer. She then swung me with all her force towards her. Right outside of this rift's strong radius. I hurled into her. Tumbling. I hugged her tightly. You saved me, Ga. You can thank me later. We have to get out of this place. For sure. We both ran at full speed away from it. She is supposed to be mentally strained to her limit. Is she using more of the dark state than she should? Don't worry about me. I can do. Her words dwindled along with her speed. She went limp. I caught her and continued running. So, she went unconscious, huh? She pushed herself past her limit in order to rescue me. Ahead of me was the escape project we made beforehand, a wooden pointed cylinder, which was empty on the inside for people to enter. Warrison slid the door open and popped his head out, very worried. Sure, we escaped the strong radius, but that's all. We aren't simply in its medium radius. Everyone else must have been in it already. Hurry up. Warrison hurried me. Yeah, I know. I rushed in and then snapped my finger. The black arrows which I placed beforehand on the ends of it took effect, bolting it far away from the rift. My black arrows were used as the force to move the canoe. And all the others. Behind us were over 50 of them, carrying the people of the village. Each transport could only hold 5 people, so we had to make a lot. Damn, everyone else was badly damaged. Cherry's throat had a hand-mark scar and she was covered with many wounds. Fukauri too was badly hurt, even more than her. In his arms were both Cherry and Lumina. Lumina's condition was the worse, her shoulders and arms looked like they got stabbed by a dagger or a short sword. Not to mention her bad burns. Warrison and I were the only ones who didn't even get harmed, fortunately. I gestured to Fukauri. He made eye contact with me, but remained silent. His jaw shook, it seemed. Like it was broken. He tried his best to speak in a way we could understood. Chri is okay. She is just going in and out of consciousness. Lumina on the underhand. Lumina's chest was barely moving up and down, it seemed her heart itself was slowing down. Warisin ticked his tongue. And it's not like we can administer a healing bausa since they already have physical boosting bausas running through their body. Either way, they will survive. Fukari moved his hand under Lumina's chest, then he used weeb and shaped it into a blade, piercing through her flesh. What are you doing? I don't understand what is going on. I know he isn't trying to harm her, but it looks like he is. I am saving her. Warisin may be trained in medicine, but I do know a lot. He inserted his fingers a bit into the hole he made. Then suddenly, her chest began to rise and fall again. I don't understand what is going on. Warisin helped me to move my attention to him. He is using weep to wrap around her heart so that he can manually pump her heart. Oh, that's what he is doing. Damn, I am a Riserio, people who are known for being medically advanced, yet that idea didn't pop into my head. Fukari moved his gaze on Warisin. I think she will live. Good. Fukari. I wish I was half as reliable as you are. We crashed back to the base in Purinban after traveling for a long period of time. I kicked the side of the ship, breaking it down. Sharon was still unconscious, but fortunately, she didn't have to be awake for her control to stay in effect. Fukari walked out carrying both Lumina and Cherry. His jaw condition was now better. Warisin, I will leave them in your care. He kicked a massive rock, which transformed into a bed. He then rested the two down on it. He then looked at me. No, he looked at Sharon rather. I handed her over to him. I and her will head to Devlin. It would take us a couple of days, enough time for her to wake up. Already? We just had this deadly clash and they weren't gonna take any time to rest? He shook his head as if I said something dumb. There may be people on the way here, messengers or maybe travelers. If we don't set our plan as soon as possible, then investigations will be done here without a bias in our favor. A bias we will need to create as soon as possible. That's true. I swallowed the saliva in my mouth. That battle must have been tough, sorry about that. I wish I could have helped. I don't know, I felt like he was pissed at me because they took so much damage while I took none. He lightly punched my shoulder. You are being silly. It's because of you and Warisin the plan worked. He hugged me. You did well. He then walked away. Fukari is proud of me. Right. We worked really hard too. But I wish I could have lessened their pain a lot more. Warisin folded his arms. Be careful out here. I know. He leapt away. Point of view, Lumina. I ran and kept on running. I was a child who was separated from her family. I hunt and kept on hunting so that I would survive, I barely did. The cold nights tried to freeze me, and the extreme heat at times left me nearly dehydrated. I am a spire I was hated for that sole reason. I am a spire yet I can't function exactly like one. I was taught to hate who I am. To hate my culture, to hate how I look, to hate everything about me. But, he helped me and gave me a home, and people I could call a family after I lost mine. I remember those words of his as clearly as day. I am a reaper, but I have no desire in harming you. Matter of fact, I want to help you. I can make you stronger, make you better. Chapter 21, Still Standing. Point of view, Sariel. Huff. I came to a stop, panting heavily with my hands resting on my knees. I pushed myself hard to reach this dang forest and now my body was struggling to recover. Sweat poured down my face and my breath ragged. My legs felt like jelly as they tried to stand upright. I leaned back on a tree and slouched down to the ground. I had arrived in the forest. The appearance was what you would expect from a forest. Lots of trees, and weird animals. But it's like that woman said, the animals here were small and weren't dangerous. I was worried about entering here since I wanted to avoid animals that looked powerful. Before entering, I spent a couple of minutes observing any creatures around the area. When I didn't spot anything scary, I determined it may be safe to enter. I ended up running in here since I thought something was chasing me. To my surprise, it was just a small black rodent who wanted a flower that was stuck on my shoulders. Whoosh! Nearby was a river. I knew what I was going to do next. I rushed and dived into it. Splash! The cold water encompassed my entire body. It was refreshing. I enjoyed it, then swam back up to gather fresh air. Only one issue: it was cold. Extremely cold. This thing is a nice bath. But despite how cold it is, it's nice to be submerged in water. I floated on the water, looking up at the weird crustacean tiny creatures moving about the trees. I am gone get accustomed to the cold so soon for sure. Like hell. I am getting out of this thing. I swam to the shore. The water dripped off me. Ripple. Behind me was a black shark with a range of horns across its face. It swarmed towards me menacingly. It's a fish, so it can't walk on land, right? I backed up slowly while maintaining eye contact with it. As it approached the shore, it crouched low. Something was different about this creature, mainly the way it was moving. It moved the same way someone would if they were swimming. Not a motion you expect from a tail, but rather legs. It raised fully from the water and walked on the shore, displaying muscular scaly feline legs. Oh! Of course that's the damn case. I sprinted away immediately, without even thinking about where to go, but only thinking of how to survive. The creature dashed forward with ridiculous speed, kicking up dust behind it. It's catching up to me that fast? It leapt through the air, vulgarly dancing its tongue through its wide grin. That scary shit coated my heart with the hands of death. It zoomed in on me, unhinging its mouth further to the point its jaw was thrice wider than its body. Caw! It howled. Swoop! Var! In a mere flash, a massive man-sized bat with feathers swooped down and snatched the legged shark. The legged shark desperately tried to escape, screeching, "Jah! Screwy!" But that was pointless. With multiple flaps of its wings, the massive bird flew away. Okay. I just got saved because a giant weird bat-like creature was hungry. Nice. No. Not nice at all. How dangerous are the other forests if this Ignisis or however it is pronounced is the least dangerous? I acknowledge the fact that being out of the city would present dangerous animus, I knew that. But, what the hell was I thinking? Not even in the city was that dangerous after dealing with that chain woman. Common sense would have predicted that I avoid forests. Damn it. Was it because Louis said Ignisis had the least dangerous animus? What utter stupidity. I keep making bad decisions, objectively stupid decisions. I would say I wouldn't do that one day, then the next day I would find a foolish justification to go along with it. I think, my luck isn't bad, I am just stupid. Why do I do this? I don't know. But, I know one thing for sure, I truly hate myself. I ran past many trees and huge bright plants, eagerly trying to escape the forest. But, I only met more trees. This continued for so long that I lost count. I didn't know if I did this for tens of minutes or if it was over an hour by now. It took me a while to realize I was lost. Damn it, I have no idea what path to take to leave this place. Maybe I am over-exaggerating about the dangers here? After all, the weird giant bat didn't target me. Then what about the walking shark? It literally tried to devour me. Grow. The air vibrated and trees shook. Again? The sound came from a nearby distance to my left too. In fear, I turned to check to see how close the danger was. I was met with a surprise, something I never expected to see. Why are those two here? Those kids. Lilin and Koi were running away, their eyes inscribed with terror. A white massive bear with silver shells swiped its powerful forelegs at them, breaking apart the trees which they docked behind. Why the hell are they here? Those damn kids. Weren't their mom looking for them? What are they doing here? Damn. I can't try to protect them, I will die. I am so. I don't know what happened, but my body moved on its own. My legs moved forward. This is madness. Suicidal. I know that, but I have to try to save them. No. No. You don't. I do. Arg. The boy went into shock as the bear claw aimed to cleave his throat. In desperation, I swiped a stone and threw it at the bear's eye. Arr! It snarled when the stone pierced through its eye. My shot actually made contact. Thankfully, this thing's eyes are much bigger than they should be for a creature of its mass. Thankfully, it was distracted long enough for me to shout to the kids. Get up! Move! Lillian whipped her head towards me and pulled her brother, who was still paralyzed in fear. As you would expect, she is too slow. Damn it! I reached toward them and grabbed Chloe. I got you. Lillian's eyes widened, horror flashed over her face. As if she was lost in a trance, and moving on pure instinct, she threw her body on me, pushing me down. Swish! My hair shook roughly as something passed over my hair. I made contact with what nearly blew my head off. It was the bear that swung its foreleg with neck-snapping power. She saved my ass. Run now. I pushed her off and threw her brother. I unsheathed the dagger I had on me. In the scabbard of the dagger was a small vial that had green liquids. I am pretty sure it's poison, but it doesn't even matter now since I don't have the time to apply poison to the dagger. You desire death. Red outline, obviously. It's level 10. I had no idea what my level was, but whatever. It doesn't matter. I have already put myself into this dangerous scenario. The bear snorted, then sucked in air before releasing a thunderous fear-instilling roar. Gulp. It pounced at me. At that moment, I crouched low and charged at its stomach. The claws approached my neck almost too fast for me to react. I quickly slid and rolled on the ground, only my forehead got cut. I used my left arm to push myself up, not losing much momentum, and drove the dagger to its stomach. However, the flesh was too tough. I pulled the dagger out and dropped to the ground as soon as it attempted to bite my head off. Maybe my luck isn't so bad. With a dramatic swing of its foreleg, it bashed me into a tree, breaking the tree in the process. My ribs. It doesn't feel broken, but it hurts. Huff. My heart might burst if even beats any harder. I didn't have time to recuperate before the bear sent a barrage of claw assaults at me. I anxiously parried each strike. I couldn't match its strength, so I diverted the strikes at an angle that slid the strikes away from me, offsetting them by mere inches. But those offsets were enough to save my life. Clang. Clang. Clink. Clink. Grow. It bathed my face in its saliva, embracing me with the smell of rotten flesh. It increased its pace. And over, I diverted the strikes. My bow nicked on each strike. If I kept this on, my arms will snap. Thud. 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 This is tedious. Ridiculous. Why risk your life? I get it, those kids helped you, and their mom appears no, she is a good person. But that doesn't mean we have to die. Did you forget what we promised to do? To help kids? To never turn a blind eye to a child in help? I have not. We have not. So what now? You want to save kids? To save people? Noble, but how can you expect to save others when you are the need who needs saving? Clang. Clang. How long will you do this? Fool. You are not special, you will not survive this. I suppose we are lucky, so maybe you will, but we will pay a heavy price. Damn it. I know. For some reason, my vision drastically changed. I was constantly met with swipes from the creature, but now there was blood in the air, and I was facing the sky, descending down. Oh, so that's what happened. Realization hit me in the air. I crashed on the hard ground moments later. My chest feels like hell. I think its claw reached my chest, gorging out a lot of flesh in the process. It hurts so much. Help me. Why is my consciousness now shaky? Do you regret your choice? You don't get it. I didn't just save random kids. I saved people who saved me. Who showed me kindness. Who made me want to trust again, even if it's a little. I wanted to live in my echo chamber where everyone was evil, that everyone was out to get me. But I can't keep up that mentality. It's so damn stressful. How can I think that of Natasha? Of Lilin, Kai, and their mom after all they have done for me? I am happy, I kept my promise to Sariel and I helped people who also helped me. Even still, I really don't want to die. I don't want to die. The bear snarled, it rejoiced over me. Seeing me broken made it grin. Save me. I am coming to help. Huh. That voice, Lilin. Why do I hear her footsteps approaching? Why is she near? She heard my calls for help, didn't she? She must have been nearby. Why didn't she run away? That fool. The bear locked its hostility on Lilin, who tried to whip it with a tree branch. The branch broke off it. And in response to her attack, it snapped its neck toward her in an attempt to rip her apart. I don't want help from kids. I am truly a coward in my heart, ain't I? So what? So what? So get up, now. I forced myself up and drove my arm to its mouth to stop it from crushing her head. Snap. My humerus broke. My flesh ripped open, exposing my broken bone to the world. Phew. Whittling the dagger in my other hand, I plunged it into its throat. Unfortunately for me and my bad fortunes, the dagger didn't go deep into its flesh. The bear dug its teeth deeper into my flesh. It shook and jerked its head in all directions violently. It's trying to rip my arm off its socket. Ugh. This piece of shit. I tried to push the dagger deeper, but I wasn't strong enough. I need power. Through my nose, intense heat and air began pouring out. I need it through my arms, now. A surge of lava jolted down my neck and forced its way through my arms as if there were blockages that had to be broken down. Burns like hell. But, shush. My bones, flesh, and veins had power filling them. I readjusted my grip on the handle of the dagger and in an instant, the head of the bear went flying into high air. Its body twitched as it collapsed, bathing in its own blood. Ha! Ha! It hurts. My arms hurts. Without my intention, the dagger slid from my grip. My arms, head, and neck began to throb. My vision was getting darker. I can't faint. I can't faint. Stay awake. Fight the urge to fall. Endure it. You will not faint. Despite that, my body dropped to its knees. I deliberately tried to move my mauled arm, which caused even greater pain, shooting my consciousness up. I rose to my knees, shaking and throbbing. Ah, wouldn't you look at me? I am alive and standing. Say something. Or rather, raise me. You are a suicidal freak. Chapter 22, Herbs. After defeating the bear, I felt deep satisfaction. The power of Imperia was amazing. My body quickly became heavy. Bad news, standing up was a foolish idea. I fell down, ramming my face onto the hard ground. Sariel. Lilin shook me, checking to see if I am dead. That reminds me, Jasper gave me that healing balsa. In my back pocket, there is a veil. Pour it down my mouth. I barely managed to leak out. She followed my instructions instantly. She turned me over and poured the healing balsa down my throat. The thick liquid ran down my throat, leaving a bitter taste behind. In mere seconds, my drowsiness and pain came to a halt. Grouch. A disgusting sound came from my side along with a weird rapid spasm sensation in my arm. It hurt but not as much. I am happy you are alive. Lilin exhaled in relief as she stared at my arm. Thankfully. Why and how are you two here? I asked her the question I wanted to from the beginning. Her brother came running to her side, looking at me in a terrified manner, not out of fear for me, but for how busted my arm was. Since they weren't looking at my chest, it seemed the flesh regenerated fully there. I guess the balsa didn't do a complete healing. Lilin answered my question after being silent for a while. Our dad went to make a deal with his employer, but he has been gone for days and mom needs medicine. It's not like we can get it in the city since it's so expensive. Koi joined in the conversation. We are kinda lost too. I see. You guys came here today, right? They both nodded. Do the guards just allow anyone out of the gates as long as they have their residence paper and whatnot? Even kids without their parents? Maybe they have a guardian with them and they somehow got separated? Did you all leave the gate with someone? Or do they just allow kids out into the wild? I asked. Well, there was a hunter from the same association as my dad who allowed us to tag with him out. But we were separated from him. She confirmed that they were with someone. That opens another question I have. Why would he let them escape his sight if he allowed them to be tagged with him? They must be some brave kids. I am scared of animus and monsters showing up. Ain't you all afraid of monsters? She was puzzled. There hasn't been any announcement of a rift for a long while. And what if one were to open? Rifts don't just randomly open. Usually, there is a rest period of some weeks before it opens again in a specific radius. So, we are pretty safe. Probably. Oh. So that's how it works? It would be tediously annoying to live in a village and then have a rift opening nearly every other day. Grow. Goo. Many aggressive roars and howls reverberated throughout the forest. You have to be joking. The kids shuddered and scanned around to observe any incoming animus. Luckily, it sounded very far away. I struggled to get up. My movements were unsteady and uncoordinated. I grimaced in pain as I pushed myself off the ground with my only good arm. My other arm's skin and muscle were mostly repaired, but my bone was still exposed and broken. Fortunately, this Balsa thing lessens pain to a great degree. I locked my sight on Lilin and Koi. So, what will you two do? Stay lost or stay with me? I can't promise you two protection. But I can try. I will not leave them here to die. Lilin was surprised. Really? Well, that is a nice offer, but we don't want to be a burden to you anymore. She winced at the sight of my arm. At least my chest seemed mostly repaired, it only hurts a lot. The brother pointed at me with aggression. See, come with you? Who is to say you don't have something set up for us? What? Stop being rude. She pushed him. Behind his eyes was rage. But these damn reapers all play nice. Even Dad family thinks low of us. Like we are worthless. Scum. Rodents. So tell me, why would he, a reaper, ever want to help us without some damn ulterior motive? He gulped and heaved. I am the big brother. I have to protect you. I can't allow myself to be so naive that I would let the same mistakes happen again. He swung his arms in a dramatic manner. I will protect you. She gently placed her hands on his shoulders, maybe to reassure and comfort him. Koi. He fought that silverback bear, and nearly died to save us. He turned his head away in shame. I know, but it's just why would someone go this far for half-breeds like us? Ah. He is just like me. He feels ostracized, like a freak. Everyone treats them badly because of their appearance, because of what they are. Because of that, he refuses to trust any reaper like I. Exactly the same mindset as I. I am a reaper, but I am not evil. I see now. It was stupid when I made this assumption that all of these people were evil, but it made sense to think so. After all, I experienced mainly bad things from them. He too is like that. Even when I was shown kindness, I assume they will betray me, or they are hiding their intentions. So, I can understand why he feels that exact way. As I said before, we are alike. I have to try to gain his trust. But, the last time, he didn't think so negatively of me. Why the sudden change? I can't remember what I did to gain that kind of reaction. Yes, I know I am a full reaper, but again, why would his personality regarding me be a complete switch? It's not like he wasn't aware of that when he and she saved me and brought me soup. Koi. Why do you hate me? Or rather, why do you suddenly think I have some ulterior motive? He scrunched his face. It seems I asked a dumb, and obvious question. Why? Really? You didn't even taste the soup Mom made for you. She went out of her way to do it despite being sick. And you made her feel bad for sure. She thought maybe it smelled horrible. But, it's obvious why you didn't take food from Mauricio. Oh, I didn't eat the soup. Why didn't I again? Maybe it was because of distrust? Wait, no, I think their father kinda scared me. The weird claw marks on his forearm. Maybe it was something else too. I shook my head. I didn't think that. Quite frankly, just like you, I am afraid of slayers and reapers. I had nothing but mostly bad experiences since coming to this city and being separated from my friend, before meeting your mom, at least. So when your father talked to me, it scared me and made me want to leave the house as soon as possible. Eh? Huh. Dad is not scary. Lillian felt embarrassed. Kyle leaned back slightly and looked at me skeptically. Bullshit. This breath. For a second, I thought I was sharing a brotherhood with him. Bullshit if you don't shut your mouth. Hell, I am not going to tell him my life story like I am some character. I don't care what you believe. But, I will apologize to her and try to repay her the next time we meet. I made sure they wouldn't see my gaze. Or rather I avoided theirs. I don't want to see their reaction. Lillian asked, Oh? You would come and stay with us too? She is just childish at this point. Why would a family who clearly doesn't have much money have an extra empty bedroom? I don't know about that, I responded. The answer was obviously no. Why not? She curiously tilted her head. No reason. She pouted and downed her head in sadness. What a silly child. Koi's eyes raced between me and his sister. He opened and closed his mouth, preparing to say something. Well, if you do choose to change your mind and if you eat from mom, then I will forgive you and allow you to have my bed. This kid. He is so fast to forgive. Maybe we aren't so similar, huh? Stop trying to act tough. Lillian sighed. I am not. Whatever, they came here to get medicine for their mom, right? I wonder, what do they have to look for exactly? This medicine you guys are looking for here, I assume it's some plant? So herbs, right? Yeah, we need them as ingredients so Dad can make the medicine. But since we have no idea where he is, Mom would have to try to make it. So that's the case. I remember her mom saying she knows most of it. But the husband wasn't taking a chance with her messing it up, which makes sense. Damn, this is a bad situation for them. I moved my fingers about, to test their strength. It seems I had regained a lot of my energy already. Balsas are really a game changer. I guess it being titled a healing balsa, also meant it recovers one's stamina. So then, let's get to it. I will protect you guys while you also look for it. Then we get out of this place, however possible. Lillian nodded eagerly. Right, let's get Leslie and Lesargillin. Such odd names. How many do you guys have? She opened her side bag and checked. Well, we need 7 more Lesia and 11 Lesargillin. If we can collect more the better. She showed me both of the plants. This purple tree roots shaped one is the Leslie and this orange fire shaped one is the Lesargillin. They sure had some very interesting shapes. Was she sure those weren't poisonous? They sure look like I am colorful and look attention grabbing, touch me and die from poison. Let's start moving then. My left arm was still non-functional, but the pain was bearable. Huh? Already? But you were injured. Koi was concerned. Balsas are great at healing you over time apparently. They looked at each other confused. No, they ain't. Especially something of that quality. Lillian picked up the veil she threw and examined it to make sure of her claim. Yeah, the label here says it's a velo healing balsa. They mainly heal minor damage. Which is a good thing. If it was more potent, then your bones attempting to heal back without touching each other physically would be a hideous outcome. My bones were still poking out of my arm. I guess that would make sense. That doesn't matter now. As long as the pain stays norm. But, I wonder what is the reason for me recovering from injuries which I had assumed was the result of taking a balsa earlier on. Could it be something related to system? Kai agreed with me. Right, but I don't see how you would protect us. We would be doing the protecting. He turned around and walked. But, let's get Mom what she needs. Protect me? My ass. Cocky ass kid. I followed him. We will worry about my arm later, Lilin. Her shoulders dropped. You. Fine, okay. We walked around for a while before reaching an area that was dense with weird plants. Really long ones, some of their scent were so strong it nearly burnt my nostrils. A grin spread across Koi's face as he ran to a plant. Found one. I grabbed him by his shirt collar before he could leave my range. Don't accidentally interact with the poison plants, TCH. I know. I am not stupid, you know. He didn't struggle against me. I know. My other arm began hurting me randomly. Shit. Shit. I leaned back on a tree and bit my good shoulder to exert my frustration from the pain onto something. The kids looked at me worried, then they pulled out a bowl from their bag and a mashing tool and began pounding herbs together. I couldn't see exactly what they were doing since I jerked my head around cause of all the pain. I don't get why they are making medicine right now. Unless, do they also have the same sickness as their mom but to a lower degree? I don't know. Some hours passed. Koi approached me with a big leaf. It had green and yellow thick liquid on it. It was for me? But that didn't make sense. I don't have the same sickness as their mom. I was just in a lot of pain and needed my arm healed back. Fortunately, my chest didn't start back hurting me, only this arm. I don't want any poisonous concoction you have come up with, Ki, grr. The brat shoved the content down my mouth. I am going to kill him. You little shit. He grunted, why would I try to poison you? Just because I say something doesn't mean I actually mean it. I didn't think you were trying to. I just don't want to take a herbal remedy from two kids who picked herbs near poisonous plants. Surely, that could be something to be paranoid about. We can tell the difference between plants. He shouted near my face. I swear to God, I am going to punch this little sucker sooner or later. He pulled back and calmed himself. Besides, since our father is an anima hunter who is also well versed in fauna, we are quite knowledgeable on the animus and fauna in this forest. What we gave you is simply to lessen pain. He clicked his tongue. You are welcome, Miss Sari Eel. A chuckle escaped his mouth. I need to kill him. Chapter 23, A Bad Situation. Point of view, Neil. Soon after arriving in the White Rift. Hell. As soon as I entered this rift, I got covered with dirt, rocks, and other trash that was sucked in. I was able to shape Weep into a ball around Natasha and me, so we were protected. I am worried about holding Natasha while transformed because of how much heat I generate when I do. I have already held her while transformed, sure. But I know damn well that is harming her. I didn't have a choice, after all. I moved through the heavy loads of objects, dirt, and trees above me, reaching the surface. William was there already. William pointed in a direction. When I turned at what he was pointing at, it was hundreds of spire eyes. Huh? Oh, so they were hiding, and their hiding spot got sucked in, huh? I released my transformation and hid my presence from the potential monsters around. William did the same thing. Around the spires were monsters. They were frog shape, but their upper body was many times bigger than their lower body. The upper body was cylinder-like. Overall, they had gray skin, and all over their body were eyes. Not even their head was frog-shaped. Their levels. A deep shiver ran throughout my body. Fear, I felt deep fear. William gulped, sweat ran down his face. Hey. Why are they all level 80? He had a nervous laugh. We aren't in a level 8 White Rift, right? I stared at him. I didn't want to believe it either. However, the situation we were in made it clear that we were indeed in one. We are, William. William bit his lip and held his head in frustration. No, he shook his head in denial. Natasha muttered, I can still move. Even in the situation we were in, she showed no fear. She was a fool. Fear is important in order to survive. Fearlessness isn't something to be praised. I shut down any ideas that were swirling in her head instantly. No, if you move about, that poison would just spread throughout your body faster. I know. But I know she felt weak, maybe even useless. William was more concerned about the current threat we would be under. Neil. Bring out some monsters. Right. I nodded. I widened my hand. Nothing happened. What was going on? It didn't make sense. I was literally in a different world. So how could I be experiencing that zone from her? Unless she did something to me when I was near her. Where my Imperial would be affected no matter where I am. Can I use whip? Instantly a small whip formed around my hand. Huh. So, I can use Imperia out of my body? Wait, don't tell me that I can't use my ability in general? Or could it be just one of my Dirksu? Dirksu is an application of someone's ability. We can make them or our brain randomly generates formulas for us. I imagine stopping someone from using a Dirksu solely would be difficult. Affecting the ability factor, which was responsible for our abilities, would be easier, would it not? Either way, I am in shit. I can't bring forth anything. I am not exactly sure why. I told William, apologetically. You have to be kidding me. I damn wish I was. Crew? Huh, on a cliff a short distance from us, 10 of the monsters were gawking at us. Their mouth broke into evil smiles. Krakaka. Kukra. Maraka. They laughed amongst each other. But they were doing more than that. They looked at each other while laughing, and made reactions to the sounds. They were communicating amongst themselves. That's what's dangerous about these monsters. Monsters from level 5 rifts and higher have intelligence that allows for planning and limited communication. What do I do? If my theory of that spy woman is right, and she is responsible for messing with me, then I must find the flaw with the Dirksu used on me. Dirksus are made out of Imperia and Imperia can affect Imperia. Okay, so think. Is the effect inside of me or outside? I would need to sense it. I closed my eyes and tried to block out everything around me, and searched for foreign Imperia on me. There was nothing. However, inside of me, in my brain that have foreign Imperia. How the hell? Whatever. I formed a whip and aimed for it. Thankfully the Dirksu actually had a shape, a nut shape. I couldn't destroy it. So I tried to push and pull it. Unfortunately, it seemed to only be able to move in a certain radius, not allowing me to extract it. Piece of shit. I will just move its location. It will take away another Dirksu instead. I just hope it isn't something I really use. William raised his voice in fright. They are coming. Okay. I can use it. 2 of those heinous monsters were 3 feet away. To interject them, an ugly massive triangular head of an anima was formed in front of me. It lacked a mouth and only had a massive airhole which was a singular huge nostril. While the back of its head faced me, its front was directed to the monsters. With an exhale, an intense pressure of acidic snort spread forth. I held Natasha tightly and immediately made a run for it along with William. My ability was titled Dark Zone, which was a dimension of disgusting darkness that was obsessed with life and taking control over living things. It took possession of life or what once had life, and if it couldn't, it would make copies of them. From that dimension, I could bring forth what's in it into this reality with a snap of a finger. As powerful as it sounded, it meant nothing to those monsters. The monsters ripped through the snort, which was meant to also be adhesive. With a gust of wind, one of the monsters was in front of my face in midair. It widened its mouth, and a small jaw from inside of it launched forth at my head. Crack! I partially summoned the rib cage of a creature from my dark zone again. It shattered instantly against this monster, the Grey Mouther, I would call it that. I backed up. William swung his scythe at its head. Ting! The scythe bounced off it, leaving William in shock. It took interest in William, and in a mere second later, its eyes sprung from its socket, elongating towards William's face. Damn it! I transformed immediately and rushed in at it, and uppercut it right in its stomach, knocking it off in the air. As you would expect from a creature of such a level. It came back crashing back down like it never left the ground. HK. Above us were the 9 rest. They blew red huge bubbles, like a bullet, they bolted towards us. No way. William rushed towards me. Do something. Right. My ultimate. I tensed my entire body. Every single power in my fibers, I had to bring it forth. With a flash of dark red, an explosion went off. Boom. The bubbles clashed against us. Before it landed, I summoned an amalgamation of everything from the dark zone around us to function as protection. One of the 3 ultimates I made. But that was pointless. They blew it up like it was nothing. GRH. I coughed up blood. William was groaning, holding his shoulder. His arm was gone. William. I am sorry. My eyes then fell on Natasha. She was okay. I barely managed to protect her again. She moved her arm up slowly, mustering all the energy she could. Ha! I have been nothing but a bane in your life, haven't I, Neil? She gently caressed my face. I will survive, this isn't a sacrifice. A bane in my life, she says? Foolishness. If it wasn't for her, I would still be back in that clan functioning as a mere puppet for the elders. She freed me from that. I betrayed my clan for her. Not because I was in love with her, but because she was a friend who showed me there was more to the world than I thought. That I could have freedom. That I didn't have to suffer the life that awaited me. I abandoned it all for her. Swash! A pool of inky darkness encompassed me and William. Our bodies deformed and broke down, losing consciousness in the process. The next moment we were on a broken pavement in a jungle. Natasha used her power to transport us despite her horrid condition. She was now unconscious. Is she? I quickly checked her pulse. It was slow, but she was still alive. I exhaled in deep relief. She was probably mustering all her strength to make a move like that the entire time. Man, Natasha saved our ass again. William barely stood up as he examined the area. He began to wrap his bleeding shoulder with bandages from his small bag. I had both my arms attached. If someone had to lose their arms, it should have been me. Sorry about your arm. I couldn't look at him. It was because I was so stupid he lost his arm. I couldn't protect him. If I used a different ultimate, he would have taken less damage. It is what it is. Nothing you should apologize for. I wish that was true. Even now. My body feels so heavy. I tumbled to the ground, having no energy to stand. Pain. My body was in a lot of pain. I transformed way too much in a short period of time. Not to mention, I used an ultimate which consumed most of my Imperia. I was low on strength and Imperia. I was now useless. William slung me across his right shoulder and placed Natasha on his back. William. He staggered as he walked forth. Clearly, his condition wasn't much greater than ours. William kept moving forward, maybe it was out of willpower. I had no idea. Moments later, he was climbing up a hill. He probably chose to do so that he would be able to see monsters from below. It was also so that we wouldn't be easily noticeable by monsters. But his efforts were pointless. We couldn't conceal our presence when we bled. We would easily be traced. But maybe they were too busy with the spire eyes to bother us. After all, monsters are evil. Then Natasha, who was on his back, began to slip. William. I screamed. Immediately he grabbed onto her, he tried to anyway. Her body dropped quickly. He used whip to extend towards her, but she was out of range. He was probably too hurt to maintain enough focus to make a longer whip. He had to save her. His next course of action was to jump toward her. He extended whip to her, reaching her this time, and then pulled her to his chest and prepared for impact. Thud. He fell down hard, protecting both of me and Natasha. The fall put too much strain on him, so he stayed laying on the ground, incapable of moving. Damn it. Things were just horrible. It's not like we can bring out our animus, since animus are afraid of monsters. Not to mention, I and Natasha didn't have our animus present. Damn it, William grumbled. He pushed himself up and started back climbing again. He took over a minute to cover a meter in distance. The multiple moons began to rise in the sky, where darkness fell. After many hours we finally reached a cave. He gently placed us down inside it and entered. Ugh! Natasha groaned in pain. She was in so much pain that she was biting down on her lips, causing blood to flow down her chin, and she was weakly jerking her head around. I have to get up. I need to move. William stood up. We will probably be here for long. So, I am going to look around to see if there is anything to eat. Has he lost his mind? Stay. No, we will. He collapsed near me. Tears began flowing down Natasha's face. Rob. I killed out you. Chapter 24, School. Point of view, Sariel. The brat asked me, by the way, your body had a lot of illness pressure and heat radiating from it when you sliced the silverback bear head off. You can use Imperia? I was curious what he meant by illness pressure. I knew what illness was. Before I answer that, this illness pressure, what is it? He squinted his eye and looked at me idiotically. You should be the one telling me, but it's like when you guys generate Imperia, it creates the byproducts of heat and this pressure, which is like very heavy hot air apparently. So that's what it was. All the heat was just byproducts. I moved my eyes onto my hand, the hand I used to kill the anima. I didn't expect Imperia to give me that much strength, but it felt weird, like lava was being channeled through my arm. Not only that, it felt like my shoulder and elbow had blockages that the lava had to break through. Yeah, it was my first time actually using it. When I generated the Imperia against the bear, it didn't hurt, but channeling it did. I wonder if it's the same case of it only hurting the first time, I hope, or maybe I used it wrongly. I don't know. Koi was instantly interested along with Lilin. They both got closer to me. Really? So why didn't you use it the moment you challenged the bear? He asked. He was right to ask that. I never used Imperia to fight and had no idea how to use it exactly. I was mainly relying on my instincts. Like, if I trained using Imperia, it would have been second nature to me in a dire situation. I guess my body just relied on the knowledge it was accustomed to. I got lucky using Imperia. I answered, I can't use it well. I will most definitely have to use it again soon. I am hoping it doesn't hurt as much. After that, I fell asleep, giving in to my exhaustion. I think the kids collected all the herbs they needed in the area. A disgusting rotting smell snuck into my nose, causing me to snort and shoot me awake. What's that disgusting smell? It's so horrible. I got up, looking around in the darkness to check to see if there was any half-dead anima around, but there was nothing. How bizarre. I blocked my nose with my sleeve. The kids awoke too, and quickly held their nose. Then one of them said, "It's decaying." Decaying? What's decaying? What were they talking about? But why were they looking at me, my arm specifically? Lilin pointed at my injured arm. Your arm is decaying. Ha. They had to be kidding me. What did they mean by that? Decaying? No way that was possible. I anxiously turned to look at my left arm. My forearm flesh had many patches of ugly green and black all over it. Not only that, my flesh looked exactly like the smell, it was rotting. Kai made a comment, the venom in the saliva of the silverback and any bear variation is capable of rapidly breaking down their prey. Honestly, that completely was out of our minds, since the venom works incredibly fast in a matter of minutes. Somehow, you're alive, and it's only contained in your forearm. I am alive. I survived something I shouldn't. When I had the venom of that spider freak in me, Natasha commented I was truly special since it didn't spread and kill me. Something along those lines. I think, could I somehow just have a very high resistance for foreign substances? No, Olivia also commented on my body having no damage after I got beat up by some noble guy. So does my internal body have very high resistance? No, my bone got snapped. Maybe I healed fast? Lilin said, the decaying smell would keep animus away, but the reason isn't exactly in your favor. Of course it wouldn't be. What is it? I held my breath, preparing for what will surely break me. No, it will not. I have survived so much bullshit. I can and will handle this. Because, other animus will think you have been claimed by a silverback bear, they wouldn't want to interfere with the prey of something of such a caliber. unless they are stronger than a silverback bear. Also, silverbacks are scavengers, so they will happily come for you. Well, that is hellish. Being a powerful anima magnet versus dying from a flesh-rotting venom. What a damn fate. Lillian then focused intently on my arm. We can make an anti-venom. If we collect the saliva from a silverback. Then, I can do it. She had a shine of determination blooming all over her. Now. That sounds like an issue too. That means we have to face off against it. But, more importantly, how do you know to do that? School. She replied as if it was an obvious answer. Schools? They go to school? Or did they used to go to school? I have no idea what time they go to school either. What do you guys learn there? I asked. Lillian gave her classic sound. It probably was her favorite word. I rolled my eyes at her. Koi poked his chin repeatedly, deep in thought. Of course he is too dumb to have gone to school. It makes sense. He slammed his fist into his palm like he had solved a grand puzzle. You know, you're a little shit, right? I quipped. He laughed a bit. But, you're serious about not knowing about school? He thought I was joking. I didn't respond, but he got the idea. He made a dang sound under his breath. Lillian then explained to me. Well, there are many schools for different stuff. Like, the general education which teaches language arts, science, mathematics, geology, social studies, rift studies and history. Then, schools for specific trades and studies. But everyone must go to general school before advancing to those for a career. That's relatively simple enough. Included, there are some schools for slayers too. You want to become a slayer, right? I raised an eyebrow at him. Yeah, I do. After all, I still want my memories back. Even if I have more important priorities. Lillian shook her head in disappointment. Come on, Koi. He has a dagger, he can use Imperia and he came to this forest. It's definitely to level up. So it's either to become a hunter or a slayer. Koi nodded in agreement. Yeah. That makes sense. I made a remark, you are indeed smart. Her face cheeks tinted a darker pink. Well, I mean. If you say so, I wouldn't say no, ha ha. You're blushing? I laughed a little. I didn't expect her of all people to take compliments with that much joy. Well, a compliment as simple as calling her smart. I honestly expected that from Koi. I guess you learned something new every day. Huh. Koi stared at me with contempt. What? What is he thinking? Wait. No. Lillian covered her face with her palms. Oh, he is maybe thinking that's my intention. Gross. Though, being here with these kids made me wonder if I have siblings. Younger ones that I cared deeply for? I wonder if that's also why I feel happy around them and want to protect them? Other than the reasons I already established. If I did have younger siblings, I ponder, what are they doing right now? And will I ever meet them again? Those questions make me so anxious. Damn it. Just thinking about it makes me want to wrap myself around a blanket and ignore the existence of everything. I guess that's why I will find this memory returner in this game's place and get my memories no matter how long it takes. Lillian curiously gazed at me, Sari eel. I raised my head at her. Yes? Do you have a little sister and brother? Do I? Huh. I don't know. Didn't I tell you I can't remember my past or something? Did I? I can't even remember if I did or not. Is the stress starting to deteriorate my mind? Hopefully, I am not having some slow progressing amnesia. Koi avoided eye contact with me and said with a low tone, well. I am sure you were a cool big brother. What a guy. I smiled a bit. I hope that's the case. What if I was wicked towards them and they hated me? Yikes, I don't want to think about that. I hope that isn't the case. What if it is? I will know when I find out, I guess. If you find out. Yeah, if I do. I changed the topic. So, how has school been for you? Since you're a Rosario, I am guessing it must have been painful. She clicked her tongue. Most of my teachers were nice to me. My language teacher treated me and all Risirios with respect. Oh? That's surprising. I thought it would have been bad experiences all around. I am glad to hear it's not horrible. She smiled. Koi jumped in the conversation. The only important school we need is the Hunters School. So we can become anima, fauna bounty, and stone hunters and all that awesome stuff instead of learning boring stuff about this nation's history and how to add angles. He went on talking about how boring school was and how cool hunters were. A stone hunter, huh? Wouldn't that just be a miner? Maybe the stones they hunt are in dangerous places. School. Maybe I should partake in it. Ha. With what money? And also, I wanted to get out of that city for a reason. I am not going back there just for school. Something had been bugging me for a while now. Did the chain woman truly give up on killing me? It has been a while, and it's not like my profile has been low. So what is she planning? Maybe she is just following me, waiting for the best place to kill me? Somewhere like a forest. Damn it, man. Why did I have to think about stuff like that? Shit. I am getting anxious again. I bit down on my lip. I looked around sharply, everywhere I imagined she could be hiding. But there was no one. Of course she could be there and I just wouldn't be able to tell where she is. I remember when Zaphael said there was guards inside of the carriage, yet I had never realized. And when she was in the bathroom where I never noticed her. She was like a ghost. So she could literally be nearby waiting for me. But, why wait? There is no real reason to not have killed me the moment I left the city or kill me in the city when I was sleeping and make it look like some lunatic did it. Damn it. I have to learn how to wield this Imperia. Imperia generation. A burst of energy filled in my head. There was no hot air being released from me, but I didn't feel any greater strength too. Odd. Right, I have to channel it, right? I focused on my arm to make the Imperia move to it instantly. It moved fast, but compared to before, it was a snail. As soon as it flowed to my shoulder, it stopped. Huh? What's with this? The force of the Imperia didn't feel as powerful either. Did my mental state affect it somehow? Why did it move with such a rush when I was fighting the bear? Was it because of adrenaline? I tried again, but the results weren't better. This was a horrible situation to be in. Okay, think that you need this power. I tensed my arm. Ugh! An undescribed amount of pain rushed through my neck to shoulders to my right arm. It wasn't as painful before, but it was half of hell at least. Maybe I am channeling it wrong? It didn't feel like lava at least, but it felt like it ripped through some stuff in me. I released the power. I couldn't deal with that right now. I will use it when in danger. I grabbed my dagger's scabbard and checked the poison that was placed in it. I had no idea how powerful it was, but I would probably need a lot more. Those kids' father is a hunter. And they have some knowledge of poison plants. I pointed at Ko and Lilin. I need you guys to teach me how to make poison. I am going to learn how to survive in this place using all the options that are available to me. Chapter 25, Poison. Upon asking them if they knew how to make poison, Lilin nodded. Of course, such a thing is basic knowledge. Cal held the bowl he used earlier. Well, this thing doesn't have high heat resistance. So we would have to look for a type of nut, preferably a tersanut. I have absolutely no idea what's a tersanut, but it appears it can function as a bowl. Koi got up with a spring. They're extremely common anyway. I saw one on the ground when I was walking around. I will get it quickly. Be safe. I looked at him. Be safe, yay. He mocked me as he casually walked off. I am struggling between being fond of this sucker and having disdain for him. I wonder if I was such an ass when I was younger. What if I also had an older sibling? One I annoyed like this? Damn, man. I have so many questions I need to know. Lilin gathered dry leaves that were littered all over into a pile. She then took 2 black stones from her bag and knocked them together, which created sparks that lit the leaf piles on fire. What was she doing this for? Is it for the cold? I suppose it is a bit chilly, but it's not unbearable. Hey, are you cold? I was curious. She shook her head. No, not at all. This is to extract the poison from the plants. Oh, I don't understand how that works exactly. Can you tell me how that works? The process of it. Boil water, and put the washed, peeled, and cut up poison tubers in it. The poison gets dissolved into the water. Wait for it to cool down, then you strain it out. Pretty simple. I have a feeling she is making it sound simpler than it actually is. Well, since they are responsible for making the poison, I have to think about a better attack strategy. Do I plan to use this dagger for such dangerous opponents again? That's suicidal. I would prefer something with more range like a spear. I have a strong feeling that Lilin knows how to make a spear. But it's not complicated to guess how to do it either way. I looked around for strong-looking branches and broke them. Using my dagger, I sharpened the branches and tried to make them as straight as possible. After that, I sharpened the end. I am back. I brought stronger poisonous plants too. Koi came back running. That was way too fast. When he said he saw it around, I thought it would be a little further than wherever he went. What he had in his hand was a type of nut that was the size of my head. It had a rough, fibrous outer and woody shell. I don't get it, how can we use, oh. I get it. He gestured to my dagger. I picked it up and threw it at him. Whatever the dagger is made out of is incredible. How it could handle the strain of a creature that probably weighed over 800 pounds was insane. He caught it with ease, flourishing it before bisecting the fruit with rather no difficulty. That dagger wasn't light. It probably weighed over 35 pounds. Using it to swipe put a little strain on my middle delts too. Yet he can wield it with such ease? He looked at me. Then I noticed something different. There was a black mass of vine-like material wrapped around the handle. It looked exactly like the same dark appendages around his body. I asked, "You can move those around to assist you in lifting stuff?" "Somewhat. The range is very short, but that isn't the purpose of these. Anyway, that doesn't matter." He gave his sister the tersanut. The bottom half of it had juices in it which looked like water. They placed the tersanut on top of the fire, studying its position too. After that, they began cutting up the tubers and putting them in the tersanut bowl. We waited for hours. Gradually the poison was extracted from the tubers. A dark brown liquid floated above the surface of the water over time. When the kids deemed it was enough, they scooped it up with a leaf. Poison. They faced me. They must have done this many times before. Thanks. I took the leaf. Well then. Time to do some monster hunting. We wandered around. While walking near a pond of water, I spotted many colorful flowers. It was beautiful. The most beautiful flowers I have seen so far. Maybe their mom would forgive me if I gave her those? I also want to keep them as a treasure. I walked towards it to pick them up. As soon as the kids noticed me moving towards it, they panicked. Koi screamed in worry, "Don't!" Huh? Oh, it must be poisonous. The water under the flowers split apart, and a massive aggressive fish that would make William look like a dwarf in comparison tried to devour me. Before I could move back, Koi pushed me away. Thud. The fish then settled back into the water. The flowers shook a little but glistered more in beauty as if it was trying to lure me in again. What in the world was that? I am just bamboozled. He got off me after saving me from almost getting bitten off. He pointed at the flowers. Those flowers are meant to attract naive prey. Pretty, colorful flowers and animus mean danger. I nodded my head slowly, still frightened by what just happened. Being a hunter must be scary as hell, I said as I stood up. Lilin agreed with me. Yeah, but it's kinda fun. Whenever we went with Dad, we learned a lot. Arg. I can feel the pain in my rotting arm getting worse. It's weird, the pain would spread a bit further but my arm seems slightly better, just still nasty. We went back on our silverback hunting. One thing is for sure, they weren't common or easy to come around. Nearby was a giant frog with fur hopping near a huge flytrap plant. Koi raised his hand to his side to stop me from moving. Watch this. I looked intently at the giant frog. You can guess what happened next. With lightning speed, the flytrap vine swung at it, capturing it and forcing it into its mouth. All that happened in less than 2 seconds. Thankfully, I didn't walk near one of those. This place is filled with a lot of innocent-looking dangers. The silverback hunting went on for a long while. At that point, giving up seemed like the only option. Grow. Huh? A thunderous booming roar shook the trees near me. A silverback bear was running at me at max speed. Its nose twitched aggressively. It was definitely locked onto my smell. Run! I ordered. For sure. Lilin took action along with Koi. We ran away at full speed, but our full speed was nothing to the bear. Koi looked at me scared. Okay, ran a different direction from me. Quickly. They nodded and took that course of action. Since the bear only wanted me, it didn't even care that they ran in a different direction. I looked back, it was only 12 meters away from me now. By every second it was getting closer to me by a meter. Run, run. 4 meters, 3 meters. I deliberately ran towards the huge fly traps. The plant shifted its attention to me and its vines shot at me, however, it quickly changed its direction and ensnared the bear. It roared and bit down on the vines, ripping them apart. Keep fighting. I drove the spear into the bear's stomach. Groa. It snarled. Soon after, I stabbed the plant too. We all know how creatures work, once they can think. If there are 2 prey approaching, they will always choose the bigger one as long as they think they can suppress and devour it. Why choose the 140-pound range prey over 800+ pound prey? This is common greed. The bear struggled and died soon after I stabbed it, and so did the plant. Both lost their strength and collapsed. This is some fast-acting poison. It only took like 30 seconds. I moved over to the bear and stabbed it a bit more to check to see if it was faking its death. It didn't move a muscle. Unless it is smart, it's probably dead. I opened its mouth and collected its saliva in the empty balsavale that thought Lilin had thrown away. She apparently had changed her mind on that and thought it would be useful. You know, if it had turned out to be a different breed of a bear. Maybe some bullshit like semi-silverback, I for sure would kill myself. In front of me were 2 biglisses near the ground, slowly rising up. Shit. Damn it. That silverback which I killed yesterday, I didn't take its stamulus. I hope one of the kids absorbed it. It would be incredibly dumb to let it go free. Okay, but how in the world of madness did I forget to do that? Whatever, being in all the pain I was in yesterday definitely distracted me. I will not forget this time. I ate the bears first. It was heavy. It felt like the corner above my stomach was stuffed. And with that, amazing power grew in me. I felt much more powerful. Not twice as strong. I can't measure how much stronger I probably am based on how I am feeling. Although, if I could bench press 300 pounds, I can probably do up to 420-460 now. Then again, that's just what I assume. I would need to test it out to see. I grabbed the plantulus, it felt like I couldn't eat more, but I forced it into my mouth, gagging in the process. I need the power. Something deep in me felt twisted. It hurts. It hurts so bad in the same area. I should have never tried to eat that crap. I tried to vomit it, but it didn't go into my stomach, and the area it went into didn't seem to have that function. I was in pain. In hell. I fell to the ground making disgusting expressions. My head was feeling light. I woke up, Lilin and Koi were staring at me intently. I sitted up. Damn, you guys carried me, huh? I was back in the same area where they made the poison. So I learned something, don't try eating endless after feeling like you can no longer absorb anymore. Koi asked me, what the hell happened to you? You didn't have a single scratch on you. Yet you were on the ground having a seizure. I tried to take both of those ilices from the flycatcher and silverback, I responded embarrassingly. They were shocked. This moron is supposed to protect us? Koi asked his sister. Key. Was I really going to tell a kid to kill himself? That's a bit too edgy. Maybe I seriously have some anger issues I have to solve. Lilin was concerned. You can't absorb more illnesses than your body can handle. In the same way you can die from drinking too much water or eating too much food in a single sitting. Her look was even that of pity. Well shit, I don't know all the rules of illness eating. Lilin then flourished my veil of silverback saliva with her fingers. It seemed she made sure to take it. We would need to force this into the body of a non-venomous anima. The anima immune system would respond to the venom and create antibodies. She had a small book open which she read through. Then the antibodies would be taken from the anima's blood, and used in creating the antivenom that can be injected into your body. How long would that take? I asked her. About 2 days if we use Aloud, which has incredibly fast immune system responses compared to every other common anima. She double-checked her book. Yeah. It is. She kept going through the book, making sure she was correct. This is suicidal. It's a child after all. Well, I am starting to think I do a bit more than just heal fast. I heal fast and always survive the night unsurvivable. So even if it has a 0.5% chance of working, it's better than nothing. Especially since this venom would attract more predators to me. If a string of attacks come at me from powerful animus, I will die. It would be lame to survive so much stuff I shouldn't have, only to go out that way though. I looked her straight into her eyes. My life is in your hands and so I trust you. Her eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. You can count on me. Chapter 26, Deep Insecurities. After Lilin easily found Aloud, a flat blue lizard-like creature, she inserted a tiny amount of the silverback venom in it. We then went back for the corpse of the silverback. It didn't attract any scavengers other than a couple of weird ants. Koi cut the silverback limbs using my dagger. I took a leg while they carried another. We only took 2 limbs since we couldn't carry the entire thing and 2 were enough to feed us. We went back to our original location. Koi threw my dagger back at me. He then pointed at the limbs. You want to be a slayer, cool. But you are going to learn some basics of hunting. You are going to learn how to prepare corpses to eat. Right, learning this would help me survive on my own, but saying preparing corpses to eat sounds gross. Nonetheless, eating meat is eating corpses after all. Remove its fur. That's pretty explanatory, Lilin said. I would have figured that's the first process. I skinned the smelly fur off the leg. It took me about 20 minutes. The kids apparently had knives, but their quality wasn't as good as my dagger. They used their knives to skin their silverback leg. I think Koi had a likeness for my dagger since he used it so much. If I didn't take so long to skin the leg, he would have waited for my dagger to use it on theirs. Anyway, we cleaved the legs into many pieces. After that, we gathered a lot of dry branches and leaves and lit them on fire, then roasted the meat. The bright flames that roasted the meat kept us warm. It was like being around a campfire. Sari-eel, Koi called out to me while maintaining eye contact with the flames. I looked at him. Yeah? Bang. He muttered. I raised an eyebrow, confused. Huh? Bang, bang. Are you mentally unwell? Nah, I am just a bit bored and wanted to trouble you. He smiled a bit. Oh. He is a kid after all. I see, I responded. There was silence again, however, it was quickly broken. How long? How long till we go home? He looked at his sister. Lilin was focused on the flames. I don't know, but I am sure that Dad brought back medicine for Mom and is now looking for us. Do you think that's the case? So the fact we're here is pointless. We came here to obtain herbs only to be lost. Yes. They both lowered their heads, saddened. I wish there was something I could say to make them feel better. Maybe I could lie and say it's guaranteed that their father is on the way. I should make up something to make them feel better, but what would my words do? Absolutely nothing. Time passed. During the roasting, We constantly had to add more branches and leaves since the wind would nearly blow out the flames multiple times and the fire would burn through the branches fast since we didn't put enough kindling. Seeing the flesh's color, shape, and texture change was fascinating. The meat became slightly smaller but the texture appeared firmer. It also looked drier since the flesh cracked and split. When they determined the slices of meat were ready, they removed them from the flames using a long stick, knocking the slices into a huge tersanut bowl. If the stick caught on fire, they would just stomp on it. We had to wait a long while for the meat to cool out before we could start eating. When we finally could, the meat tasted horrible. The meat was very hard too, taking a bite from it required all my force to tear off the flesh. The next issue was chewing it. I hurt my facial muscles trying. As a result, I swallowed the meat in my mouth most of the time after getting tired or pained from chewing. "This is the right way to prepare meat?" I asked them. They nodded. Lillian said, "This is how you prepare fast food. It's obviously going to be hard and taste bad if we don't marinate, age it or slow cook it and if we don't add seasoning of any kind. Oh. Maybe we should have considered those processes since it tastes so ass and the flesh are so hard. But, it's food. I was already hungry and they must have been hungry too. So with no choice at hand, I continued to eat until I was full. There were still a lot more slices remaining which the kids made a herb mix for. They then passed it over the remaining meat which according to Lillian, would preserve it by creating an environment that bacteria don't like. After that, we gathered leaves and used them as beds to sleep in. Well, I couldn't sleep because of the pain in my arm. Snap. 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 There were sounds of branches being broken. A sneaky predator? I rose up, fastening my dagger. I locked my eyes on where the sounds were coming from. Oh. It was no anima, no predator. It was just Koi. He was breaking branches and curving them. He was making a bow, but it snapped. In a rage, he stomped the ground. Shit. Not a single damn thing here can be used for a bow. He walked around in circles, mumbling under his breath, "Where is Dad? What if he doesn't come to save us? What if something happened to him?" Then he stopped walking. If that were to happen, I would have to step up, wouldn't I? But I am not good enough. I wish I was better. I wish I was an older brother she could look up to. I wish I was reliable. I wish I was brave. The stress is getting to him. Damn, he is thinking such things at such an age. That surely would mess him up as an adult if it continues. He marked a tree with his knife. I wish I was as good as her. I wish I was as smart as her. I am supposed to be the one who protects her, yet she always protects me. I want Mom. Koi. He swung in my direction in shock. You're awake? Do I lie and say I didn't hear what he was saying? Would he believe that? He probably would, but I don't want to. Maybe I can help him somehow. I responded, "Yeah. You really do think your sister is better than you, huh?" He didn't reply. "You are pretty amazing yourself. Through the days I have been here with you, I have learned a lot from you." I honestly told him. "I know, but I am still pathetic. That's why I want to be like my father and protect my family. I want to be brave like him. I am a coward. A disgusting coward." He being a coward has been something I have seen twice from him. So he is insecure about that? Yeah, that makes sense. When his sister called him a coward, he did take heavy offense to it. Has your sister always been the one to step up for you? I asked him. Yeah. He leaned his head forward. I used to get bullied a lot. I wanted to stand up for myself, but I was afraid of getting beaten more. But, she always came to my help, always getting beaten up worse than me, for me. How utterly pathetic I am. Oh. That's sad. What should I say? I know, I can relate to being afraid. However, even if I can relate to it, that doesn't mean I can give comfort to someone who struggles with it. Even still, I can try. I understand what you mean. I am a coward too. I know what it's like to run away from frightening stuff. I was afraid to help you too from the silverback, However, my body just moved because of a promise I made, and because you two helped me a lot. You don't sound like a coward if your body could move on your own. Maybe I should have kept that part out. Before that. Right, my name. It is weird for me to have a girl's name, right? I will just try another tactic. Huh. Yeah? I was given that name by someone younger than Lilin. Sariel, the little girl saved me from a monster. I am only alive because of her. I ran away when I saw the monster. When it chose her as its target, I used that to escape. I didn't want to even attempt to save her. Kai's eyes widen. Oh, so what happened to her after she saved you? She died. She died saving me. Saving something as worthless as me. Oh. She was courageous. He mumbled. Yeah. It seemed my experience really did nothing to help him. Of course, it didn't. What was I thinking? Take this with a hint of salt. I cleared my throat. The will, or maybe the desire or the need to change, is what's important to be strong or brave. But it's not going to happen overnight. When you put yourself in scary or stressful situations and you survive them, you should think that you are getting better and braver instead of thinking you are weak and cowardly. Forget about the negativity and stop unnecessarily comparing yourself with others. Compliment yourself a lot too. Since you saved me from that plant fish thing, compliment yourself for how amazing you were then. Kai didn't respond, but he nodded slowly. He does have a deep insecurity, so it makes sense that some words wouldn't instantly change the way he thinks. His change would be a slow progress. Well, I am going to sleep. You should too, I told him. Right. No. Waking us up was a panicked Lilin. Her fingers were trembling, and her jaw shivered. The hell is going on with her? Someone or something is near? I sprang up in the direction she was facing. There was no enemy or anything. She had the lavazzer in her hand, shaking it vigorously. It's dead. It's dead. She began to break down in tears. She dropped to her knees. Despite crying, her expression changed to one of shock. How the hell was I supposed to separate the goddamn antibodies from the bloody freaking blood? And purify it and all that other shit? In a rage, she began hitting her legs repeatedly. I stopped her, grabbing her hand. Let go of me. I am stupid. I am just 12 years old. I should be in school, not in a forest. I rely on notebooks, but that's all they are, just notebooks. Making antivenom is for professionals, not something a kid like me can do. She paused, gathering her thoughts. Did you trust me? How stupid are you? Why would you trust a kid with something like this? Did you want to get yourself killed? She stared deep into my eyes. She anxiously laughed a little. Hell. This thing isn't a lavazzer. It looks like it. I was so wrong, it's funny. I am so stupid. No, you're not. You tried your best. That's what's important. I tried to comfort her. She is a child, and my hopes for her actually making an antivenom wasn't high either. It's just a tiny bit disappointing. If I knew all the processes of how antivenom was made, maybe I wouldn't have any hope at all. That doesn't make it okay. You see how Kai looks up to me, don't you? He looks up to me like I am better at everything. Like, I am perfect. So, I am not supposed to make mistakes, not simple ones. Not obvious ones like those. What if I make a mistake like this with Mom? I want to be a nurse. As a result, I can't make mistakes. I want to be a nurse for my mother. For her sick mother. She wiped her tears. I want to take care of my mom since she is very sick. Kai, who was quiet the entire time, finally spoke. Once we get out of here, Sariel can go to a hospital. I am sure they will help him. Lilin's face squinked. I truly am foolish. Your arm is rotting. For something to rot, it must mean it's dead. Of course, you are going to lose your arm. She roughly drove her fingers through her long hair. Razha? My arm is dead? I looked at my left arm. I avoided making any eye contact with it before since I hated the sight of it. It was as disgusting as you expect. Rotting flesh, And smelling. The only reason small scavengers weren't trying to have a part of me was because they considered me a silverback marked prey. Previously, it looked like my arm had slightly gotten better, but if part of my arm is no longer alive, it can't be healed. This must mean, the only part which got better was probably part of my arm which the venom was trying to spread to. Was I so stupid that I didn't think of something so simple as rotting flesh meaning dead flesh? Did I try to ignore it? Koi gulped. But, if he loses his arm, how will he achieve his desire? How will he become a slayer? If I can't become a slayer, then I can't participate in the games. If I can't, then I can't meet the memory returner and I need my memories back. If I went my separate path. If I didn't choose to help them. What would have happened? It's obvious, they would be dead right now. If I chose to ignore them, then I would be self-pitying myself right now. If everything wasn't bad enough, my state of being was sent into a deeper dive of fear as I heard, Grow Oa. Groa. Grow U. Grurg. Chapter 27, A Chase by a Sleuth of Bears. Groa. One of the roars sounded very different from the others. That wasn't important at the moment. I rushed for my spear and the poison we made. I had to prepare for multiple silverbacks. But I have no idea how I am going to achieve that. Lillian began trembling in fear. I can't do this anymore. I want my mother. I want to go back home. She began crying. Ko tried to calm her down. I know, me too. But, we can't right now. Dad should be here right now. He should have found us already. Mom and Dad probably think we are dead. How can you be so calm? We were supposed to surprise Mom with herbs to make the medicine. Instead, all we did was make her anxious about what happened to us. Koi was in disbelief. Lillian was someone he looked up to after all. That brave person was breaking down in tears before his eyes. He hardened his face, bit his lip, and took a strong stance. Calm? Do I look calm to you? He shook her shoulders and forced eye contact with her. I am scared. My heart feels cold as ice. But. I refuse to be a coward. I refuse to die. Because you are my little sister, and with you here and with Big Bro Eel, I know we will get out of here alive. Or do you want to be bear food? His hands were trembling a lot, but he was suppressing his fear from showing on his face. Maybe seeing her crying and being vulnerable pushed something in him. He never felt useful to his sister, the person he was supposed to protect. She always protected him, so seeing her in so much fear pushed him to the responsibility he always felt he had, but one he could never enact on it because of his nature. Lillian swallowed her saliva and stood up. I don't want to die. I changed the conversation. I knew they were having an important discussion, but we had predators coming here. Those are silverbacks, right? We have to move. Well, I have to since it wants me. But, maybe they would probably fight amongst each other for my flesh. Lillian's eyes met the ground. It seemed she had bad news. It's a sleuth of bears. They work together to hunt down prey. Wait? Sleuths? It must mean like a damn group. They hunt in groups now? That makes no damn sense. We literally encountered them by themselves. Is this some misunderstanding? We never met them in their sleuth packs. Did she also get that information wrong too? Those that are not in sleuths are those that have been kicked out. I suppose they will also read us too. Hell. We dashed as fast as we could. I grabbed their hands since they weren't fast enough to keep up with me. Wow. I am fast. Really fast. I could feel the wind hitting my face intensely. Those kids felt light in my single hand. I was literally holding their hands since I was unable to grab both by their wrists. My hand hurts. Lillian squeaked. Her face was being pulled back because of the wind drag. Koi was trying to withstand it, but I could see the pain in his expression. Their legs couldn't keep up, so their bodies were waving in the air. How much more powerful have I become? Could I take on those? It's a group of them, I would for sure die. I moved Koi to my back and wrapped my arm around Lillian so that I could run as fast as possible while lowering the risk of harm done to them. Unfortunately for them, They would have to endure the pain of the wind resistance. Thump. Thud. Thump. Thud. I looked back. 4 silverbacks whipped their tongues around, spreading their saliva wildly. Their levels. Each was level 17. And they were approaching me at disgusting speeds. Lilin or Koi, use my spear when one of them comes too close to me. How am I supposed to use it when you are moving at that speed? Lilin shouted as loud as she could due to the wind. They were right. And it's not like I can slow down. Try your best, Koi. Damn it. Koi twisted his body around. He faced the bears and grabbed my spear, which was attached to my back. Grow. A bear swiped at Koi. Koi thrust the spear at its foreleg, but it easily dodged the spear. Fortunately, that made it pull back its attacks. Suddenly, any tiny bits of light which shined on me through the dense trees were erased. Something bad is happening. I sharply looked up, and over me was a bear that had its mouth wide open. It must have made a powerful launch through the air at me. I dropped low, skidding on my knees. The friction hurt. Gnash. Its teeth nearly bite into my head. Woof. I made a sharp turn and ran away. That wasn't such a great decision. Inches away from my neck were another silverback's claws. Just like before I evaded, however, the claws ripped the skin off my neck, but it wasn't deep. I pulled back, trying to change my trajectory again. It launched at my side, aiming to rip apart my abdomen. I need an open hand. I grabbed Lilin's shirt collar and threw her above me. She screamed in shock. I then immediately brandished my dagger and parried the strike. Ting. HK. It's strong. It moved its foreleg over my arm, pushed it down, and pushed its head forward, baring its nasty fangs to my face. Imperial generation. With far greater speed than ever before. I drove the dagger through its mouth, killing it. In that same motion, I devoured its solas, driving immense power throughout my body. Ha! I turned off the Imperia. The obvious move would be to use Imperia constantly, but even I can't afford to have extra pain in my body, which would lessen my focus and make me unable to use my only good arm at full strength. I have to use Imperia sparingly. Even right now, my good arm is in intense pain. The same pain as if an object had moved too fast in it, destroying everything in its path. Don't forget Lilin. Koi was incredibly concerned. He gripped my shoulders tightly. I know, I responded. I descended down, taking a deep squat. With a powerful motion, I leapt over 4 meters high and swung at her legs to grab her. I will grab her and then make a risky move, by using the tree as a ground to jump forward. Of course. Things didn't go as planned. A 4-armed yellow fur monkey on the tree attempted to grab her. Move faster. Don't be too slow this time. I grabbed her leg and pulled her down with all my force. Arg. Hurting her in the process. I am sorry. I apologized. The creature didn't take light to that, so it literally jumped toward her. Why? I released her from my hands and bit down on the collar of her shirt to hold her and immediately fastened my blade to slice at the multi-armed monkey. You will just be another one of my damn victims. Shocked by my action, it swung its extremely long tail around the tree to stop itself. That's surprising. Why is this wild animal even attacking now? Was the area we were staying that much safer? But it's not like I ran that far away from our original area. Is it because of the silverback's attack? Since it makes us more vulnerable to sneak attacks? I kicked off the tree, but my position was off, so the angle I bolted at nearly made me crash. Nevertheless, I used my good hand to prevent that. Lilin was currently being carried with my teeth. It would have to stay like this for a while. Lilin was probably disoriented or in pain from all the rapid motions. 2 of them. Koi warned me. 1 bear leapt at me in silence from the back and 1 from the front of me did the same. They were fast, I could feel the hot breath of the one in front of me. Imperia. Ugh! I released a deep scream as lava danced through my lower body and intense pain bubbled up in my arms. I instantly dropped to my knees to the ground, dodging the bear leap strike. While it traveled over me, I sliced it from its jaw to its groin, then grabbed its leg and slammed the bear at the back of me with it, sending it meters away. Got it. The pain in my legs was so intense I stumbled to the ground. It was the intense heat again? Why? Why was it not the same pain as my arms? Doesn't matter, get up. I forced myself to move again. In the corner of my eye was the same multi-armed monkey. It glared at me, pulled its elbow back, and then with a powerful thrust, its arms elongated toward Lilin. Did she have something it wants? I forced Imperia through my back and arched parallel to the ground. You. The arms missed Lilin. She quickly used her knife and cleaved its hand off. K.I. It screamed in pain. The arms whipped wildly, doing damage to a completely nearby black tree. Lilin screamed. Move away from that. That tree is home of igniting insects. Igniting? That doesn't sound good. I could not run back, that bear that was behind me was still on my tail. So, I tried my best to run so fast that I wouldn't get caught up in the boom. HK. I have to protect them. I grabbed Koi from my back and held him tightly in front of me to shield him from impact. Lilin was already in front of me, so I wrapped my arm around him as much as I. The explosion blasted me to a great distance. Thud. 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 I hit the ground multiple times on my side and back, like a flat stone skipping on a body of water. Gasp. It hurts. My whole body was in pain. It felt like I was also stabbed with small objects too, and the burns. It's too much for someone like you, isn't it? What good are you with only one arm? Surviving. I rose back up. My legs were in so much pain. Was adrenaline not interested in helping me today? Hurry, get on my back, Koi. As soon as I said that, my body began slanting to my side. Why? Stay straight. Ignoring my commands, I fell to my side. I had taken too much damage. I got hit with that explosion at a far too close of a range. I didn't even want to see how badly I was bleeding. Groa. Groa. Huff. There were still two more. You should leave me, just take Lilin and escape somehow, Kai made a bold statement while trembling in fear. He was bruised up too like his sister. Me? No, you go. She had tears in her eyes. They were arguing about who should be left behind as distractions, but I didn't care for it. Whatever they thought or said was irrelevant. How am I going to handle those bears and other animals which may be interested in turning the kids into snacks? I can't handle both of those bears on my own. I am even afraid of using Imperia since my body has been so damaged. Why am I scared? Why am I worried? You survived the unsurvivable many times. You stand out from people because you are special. You don't just survive. I get back up from death. This is nothing to you no to us. I stood up straight and took the poison from my dagger's scabbard and covered it all over my blade. If it comes to it, then I would have to rely on straight-up combat. However, it's obvious I would need something better to deal with them. Could I turn them against each other? Both of you, just run. The two most surely will be angry at me for killing members of their group, so they would focus on me long before they go after you two, probably or not. After all, I am the one marked with their scent, but you would die. Koi was being annoying. Shut up and do as I say. Don't you want to be brave? Then do something bold. Run, take your sister, and run. He gritted his teeth. I stomped the ground. Stop being so damn annoying. Lilin was partially confused. No way. Koi was stunned. He wanted to say something but didn't. He grabbed Lilin's wrist and ran. We can't leave him by himself. She screamed as she tried to force his hand off. I took in a deep breath. Thump. Thump. In my sight were two angry silverbacks. Both had deep hatred in their eyes. At least they weren't silent predators. I wonder if they use such loud tactics to force their prey to make loud, drastic, and stupid decisions. I quickly ran to a destination. I nearly met my demise. Fighting them head-on would have been a dumb move. They of course were catching up to me quickly. In 9 seconds they would catch up to me. so I kept running, not daring to let the pain stop me. Thump. Thud. The bears made a powerful leap at me. In that instant, I forced Imperia into my legs and dashed out of their range. Ahead of me was a large body of water with beautiful flowers. While being powered by Imperia, I kicked over a set of flowers and hovered my arm over a nearby one. The bears made a launch after me again, sure they had me this time. To their horror, two of those massive fishes rushed up from the water, their eyes locked onto me, but as soon as they noticed the bears which were inches away from me, they launched headfirst at them, catching them and forcing them into the waters, drowning them in the process. Riwui-ei. Riwui. The silverbacks panicked as they desperately tried to cling to life. Huff. I fell to the ground. My legs were having spasms. It hurts. It hurts. My legs felt like goo, but I did it. I survived. The kids a distance away were staring at something in fear. The fright they had on their faces was like nothing I had seen before. What was it? I looked up to see what they were looking at. Huh? No way. When I heard a different roar, it must have been it. It was a silverback, but it was over 3 times larger than the others and it had a lot more silver shells over its body. The shells covered more other than simply its back. Its abdomen, chest, and head were covered with those shells. It was level 29. It wasn't paying attention to the kids, so at least that was a good thing. The bad news is that it's definitely tracking my arm. Don't smell me. Don't notice me. Its ears moved around, then it locked its vision on the kids. Oh. Shit. I pushed myself off the ground. Argh. Going through a hell of pain. Look at me. I screamed at it. It moved its eyes back onto me. The bear began to move towards me, slowly accelerating. I gripped my dagger tightly. And made a move I never did before. I tried to force Imperia throughout my body. It was hell, pain, absolute pain. Saliva flowed down my chin. I couldn't do it. They struggled to go past my joints, but with absolute determination, they broke past those barriers and introduced more than hell throughout my body. My eyes were wide open as if I could see past everything. I was in so much pain I felt my mind disassociating itself from reality. It doesn't matter, move. I sprinted forward, digging up the dirt in the process. I was sure I was like a blur at that moment. The bear disappeared from my vision in a blur. I am confused. I moved my leg to stop myself, but nothing moved. Thud. I crashed into the ground chest first. Why? What the hell happened? Why can't I move my legs? I looked down at my legs, but there was nothing to look at. My legs were gone. I felt saliva dripping on my face. The bear was now over me. No. Stay back. Before I could take an action, it pressed its paw onto my chest and fitted my head in its mouth. Grow off. Chapter 28, Warning, Warning, Warning. Point of view, Random Deflin City Wall Guard. I am so bored. I wish something more exciting would happen. I was a city guard, I wasn't on the tops of the walls, unfortunately. Starting today, I would be watching to see if anything or anyone suspiciously approached the city. Boom. A small explosion went off in the forest straight ahead of the city. What would have caused that? I said I was bored, but I don't want to actually deal with any damn threats. Okay, be realistic, no one is actually dumb enough to try anything like that on us. We are one of the most powerful nations in the world. Dang, what you think caused that? I want to know. Maybe some igniting amsex? My comrades talked, wondering what was responsible for the explosion. My superior called to me. Yes, sir? Go check out what was responsible for that. Ugh. Damn it, of course they would pick me. Hell, this is what I get for being moved to this damn division recently. Mia Nuba I exhaled. He will go with you. Fauna Uri gestured at another guard who had a lot of experience at being a city wall guard. Yes. At least one person here has some decency. Like, what if something were to happen to me? I walked forward with confidence. I am feeling a bit generous. You know what, I will rush ahead to check what it is, saving you the walking. Huh? Oh, I don't. Minutes before he could finish, I gave him a thumbs up and rushed toward the direction of the explosion. In a couple of minutes, I entered the forest. I could smell the burning trees at a close distance. Uis. You oish man-eating trees? I drew my scythe and sliced through them. Huh. Way, I walked out of the forest. You shouldn't have run like that. The guy had a slight worry in his voice. It's okay. So, what happened? He asked. It seems it was just a fight between a flamer and a dwarf, I responded. Oh, okay. He turned around. I walked to his side and then touched his neck. You had a bug there. He thanked me, then scratched his neck saying, my neck feels scratchy now. Point of view, Sari eel. My head hurts. Everything is black. I struggled to open my eyes. As I did, yellow light made its way to my vision, and with that came random voices of people. Snoring? Someone nearby was snoring. I looked to see who it was. It was a woman. I had no idea where I was or who she was. I had never seen her before after all. I knew one thing though. Random people are threats. I quickly checked my pockets for my dagger, but there was nothing. My dagger wasn't in any pocket of mine or around me. Damn it, and I am in a tent? Shit, I would just make a run for it. I tried to get up, but there was no sensation in my lower body. I looked down, confused about why my legs weren't obeying me. Oh, no legs. It took off my legs. It had my head in its mouth. I should be dead. I. A deep disgust rose from my stomach up to my throat, along with the food content. In my range was a bucket, so I pulled it closer and vomited in it. Grwoke. The leftover vomit in my mouth tasted disgusting. I wiped all the vomit from my chin and lips off with my forearm. A different, masculine voice was near. Finally up, huh? I turned to face him. He had black hair, a bright and confident smile. Oddly, he gave me the same feeling as Neil. However, he had an orange outline. Potential danger. Who are you and her? I asked wearily. He folded his arms. We are the ones who saved your ass, dude. Oh. So, that's how I didn't have my head eaten by that silverback. The kids, 2 of them, did you guys see them? I asked. He pointed to the corner where both Lilin and Koi were asleep. They, right? At least they are safe. That's a deep relief. The guy spoke again, they tried their best to stay up. Tried to stay up, huh? Some time must have passed. How long has it been? Hopefully, it wasn't for many hours. Since you were saved? Maybe about 6 hours? He rubbed his chin as he pondered. It has been that insanely long? I looked at my left arm. Its condition was better, much better. It even looked brand new. Like I was given a new arm. I would love to assume it was my amazing healing, but I doubt 6 hours would result in a sudden recovery, not when I spent over a day with a rotting arm. Was I given a balsa? I asked. Another woman entered the tent. She had a mean mug and looked like an unwelcoming person in general. Just like the guy, she had an orange outline. The guy answered me, yeah. I see. If there are different grades or levels of balsa, maybe he gave me a stronger dose that healed my arm. But the cells were dead. Could balsa do more than heal? My eyes fell onto the half of my thigh which was remaining. When I realized I would only be able to use my right arm, I thought I would never be able to become a slayer. Though, I probably still had a chance. However, that doesn't matter now. Since I no longer even have the capability to stand. There is no damn chance. Now. No chance. I am doomed. Hell. You wish to know about your past life? You wanted to know if you had younger siblings, didn't you? Now look at you. You wanted to be a damn savior. That savior complex you possess led you to this damn route. Look at those kids. I faced the kids. You see them, don't you? They both have their limbs, don't they? Answer me. Yes. So, why? Why did the ones you protected not suffered at all? Why was it you the one to lose everything you wanted? Oh, right. Ha. I wonder, are you gonna become a fighter without legs? Ha ha ha. I wouldn't be able to. But what's the point of this? What? What's the point of you insulting me for what has happened? Is it going to change the past? Or would it serve as a way to stop me from making the same mistakes in the future? How would that happen? I possess no legs. I would no longer be able to do anything. Because you deserve the belittling. I do. Is that so? I see. I had enough of me. I think I know why these thoughts of mine keep attacking me. I always felt I deserved the suffering and pain I received for what happened to Sariel. So, you came along because I thought it was the only way I could feel okay to live. I thought you were probably intrusive thoughts that I could not affect on any scale. But, that's not the case. I was trying to make a separate identity of an enemy in me. I have had enough of it. I am done with punishing myself over and over. So goodbye. I will take on the suffering of the world head on. I don't need myself as an enemy, as my worst enemy. Oh, wow, you're awake. The sleeping woman awoke, rubbing her eyes. I didn't say anything. I analyzed all her moves. She looked young. She was probably in her 20s, but with a rather adorable face that would make someone mistake her for 15/16-year-old, if you were to ignore her body. Her body wasn't anything exceptional or anything that would stand out from the norm, her body was just that of a normal Reaper woman. I guess Natasha stood out from the average Reaper in that regard. Honestly, Natasha stood out in all ways. She crossed her legs and asked me, "Right, that arm of yours. I thought your arm was at the point of no return. I was going to cut it off but the cells were returning back to life rapidly. So you're crazy special, ain't you? You have some weird regenerative ability. Cut it off, huh?" Everything she is saying is already something I have thought about, except the part of my cells returning back to life. I assume it just means my cell replicating or my arm is healing. It would seem so, but I thought it was the Balsa you gave me? I responded. Eh? The grade of Balsa you would need to fix your entire messed up arm would be way too potent for you. So my theory was wrong again. But, how the hell would I have been able to recover my arm on its own? Does my body recover differently than normal? Did the rotting part shut off as it got replaced by cells? Even if I could heal that powerfully, it's not like that would get rid of the venom circulating in my body. It wouldn't make sense to have a sudden recovery after going for so long with a rotting arm. It just didn't add up. Yeah, when the kids told me about it all, I was confused. Well, maybe your immune system is simply not as powerful as your weird regeneration. So, while your arm was trying to recover, it was constantly being attacked by the venom until your immune system could handle it. Is that so? I doubt. The black-haired dude entered the conversation. Could be that. But, you also had Imperial residue all over your body. I suppose the heat from Imperial flowing in that arm burnt the venom away. Which allowed your arm to completely recover since it had nothing trying to kill it. I moved my left arm about. I swung it, clenched my fist, and scratched it. I did all that to check to see if it was actually real. It was. It felt real. Whatever the reason was for me to be able to recover my arm, I hope it also applied to my legs. Hopefully, it just takes a long time to completely recover a limb. That makes a lot of sense after all. The mean-looking woman stared at my arm and then asked me, "Are you some weird taboo hybrid? I heard of a human, Reaper hybrid project that happened about 4 decades ago. What the hell is she talking about? I for sure wasn't over 40 years old. I have no idea what you are talking about," I told her. And humans, I know what they are, I have a mental image of them at least, yet I never met one. I guess it's the same way I know about castles despite the fact I have never seen one before. I guess humans don't live anywhere near here. Whatever. Weirdo. She tried to soul read me. It most likely wasn't her first attempt since her reaction upon failing was a simple click of the tongue. I will just ignore her. There was a more important question at hand anyway. "Why did you all choose to help me?" They replied, "We didn't, she did." "Hira." He pointed at the woman who had her legs crossed. "She did?" I wouldn't have expected that from her. She had no muscle tone unlike him, the mean woman, and the chained woman. "Thanks for the help. I would see when I'm able to leave as soon as possible." My eyes fell on my missing legs again, where my legs should be at least. The guy raised an eyebrow. "Oh wow. That's like asking to be killed. It's nighttime and you go no leg, my guy." That was true, but being among strangers was probably more dangerous for me. Especially since both the man and mean-looking woman had orange outlines. The one called Hira had a white outline, surprisingly. "Maybe his friends are waiting for him?" Hira said with concern. "Friends? Where did she get that idea? Or is it just a general worry and nothing suspicious?" I looked at her skeptically. Maybe your family?" she added. "I have no such thing," I replied. "As far as I know at least." "Oh." The man yawned and walked out of the tent. "Well then, I am going to sleep." I nodded. Before completely exiting, he turned around and asked me, "Oh yeah, how are you feeling right now? Physically?" How was I feeling? Depressed, hopeless. But he said physically anyway. I don't know. Half of my thighs hurt a bit. "Some pain," I answered him. The man looked at the mean woman in confusion. "Okay." He called to Hira, "Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid where you would have to save him from that silverback chief again." She nodded. "Chief? They have titles." Then he and the mean woman walked out. I didn't even get their names. It doesn't matter anyway. "Sorry for the rudeness I showed you, Miss Hira. Thank you for saving me and tending to me and those kids," I told her. If her outline is white, then she seems to be on my side unless she is crazy. I have to make sure she stays on my side. Those two are potential dangers or have bad intentions for me. So I have to get on her good side as much as possible until I can get her to help me even in a dangerous situation. She looked away from me. She didn't seem to have liked my thanks. "No need to. You shouldn't." She then pointed at a white bowl. "That contains a herbal mixture which keeps wounds clean. I advise passing it over your missing leg wound so that it doesn't infect you. I already gave you antivenom for the silverback, so you're safe from dying from venom." "Oh, I guess I should. I don't want a repetition of my arm to happen to me again. If I am even able to regrow entire legs." I tried to reach for the white bowl, but it was too far for me. "I hate this. I feel so pathetically weak." She stood up, walked over and took it. She then squatted near me. "My bad, I will do it myself." She dabbed her fingers into the bowl of a yellow and red thick paste, then applied it onto what remained of my thighs. It burnt a lot, so I gritted my teeth. When she was done, she stood up and went outside. She stopped a moment and with a sad expression she said, "Sorry." Huh. Her outline was flickering between orange and white. She did something to me? Was it the paste? Of course that apostrophe s.pa. I am feeling drowsy. My vision grew darker. This isn't right. Shut up, Hira. Chapter 29, Becoming an Infinite Meat Source. Part 1. HR. Who? I woke up and looked around. It was a concrete empty room. Where the hell am I? How did I end up here? I could hear people talking. I recognized their voices. It was the mean woman and the guy who reminded me of Neil. I heard, "This is not what we agreed to. Are you underestimating me? Are the tattoos not enough proof?" The woman's voice had a bit of anger in it. "They are enough proof. I have to test to see if his regenerations actually work, as we agreed." "I see," she responded. "Yeah, whatever. You might want to get it done as fast as possible." We noticed slayers who we assumed were keeping track of him. They began looking for him again. Right. It seems I have been sold by those two to some new guy. Damn it. The door opened, and the person who walked in was an incredibly fat man. Hell, he probably weighed over 350 pounds. There was something more. It felt like I had seen him before, But where? Upon seeing his blank expression, a deep fear awakened in me. My eyes shot wide open, my skin shivered, and out of pure instinct, I jumped back. I jumped. My legs. They are. A hand grabbed me by my shirt and slammed me to the ground. Thud. Introducing pain throughout my body. My back, my head. Shit. It hurts so bad. Sorry about that, kiddo, but you were incredibly expensive. Anyway, to see if you are as good as they claimed, we have to do a bit of testing on that regeneration of yours. He is going to test it? And how would he do that? Other than. He must be out of his mind. You can only heal and regenerate if your flesh is damaged. He is clearly implying he is going to harm me. I am damned. The man drew a very short sigh. I am surprised you haven't mutated. Mutate? Does having the capability to regenerate turn me into a mutant? I have no idea what you are talking about, I responded. He gestured at my arm. We injected you with something when you were asleep. It's a special type of growth hormone. It is used for animals to speed up their growth rate. Although, the one we injected into you was the most potent one. It should have bloated you up and killed you in mere hours. They did way. Why? Why are you doing this? He sat down. Meat? Am I missing something? You will be an infinite meat source for us. What? What the hell are you talking about? A damn meat slab? Do you not hear how insane that sounds? I am a damn reaper like you. Yo, you can't do that. Are you trying to intimidate me? It must be. It surely must be. His expression didn't change. You think I am joking? I can assure you, you aren't our first victim. We kidnap Slayer's trainees who are training away from the city. Oftentimes it's in the forest of Aegensis. He squeezed his palm. After we kidnap them, we leave bloodied clothes of them behind so that people would think Animus got to them. No. No way. Keep calm, Sariel. He is trying to mess with you mentally. No one can truly be so insane. Cutting up people to use as meat sources? A cannibal would look crazier, not like him. I call bullshit. I will play along with his crap to make it clear I can see through it. I asked him, do you sell the slabs of meat to people? No, of course not. We have a farm, we raise animus. The higher level of the creature the anima is fed, the faster it grows. Wait. Animus growing faster? A farm? When I was in that city, I heard people talking about the ridiculous rate of growth of a specific anima, hogquills. I think he isn't joking. I think he is serious. He is actually insane. He is going to cut me up. I am going to be fed to animus, like I am some food. For how long? Did he say infinite? Will that be my eternal fate? How can that be true? How? The thoughts in my head became chaotic and painful. My pupils were getting dilated. I was afraid of what would happen to me. Even if we inject the growth hormones into animus bodies, they need calories to grow. That's where you Slayer trainees come in. Fortunately, you guys ain't as strong and experienced as Slayers. He continued. My lips shivered as I asked, Silverback Hunter Association? Yes. Oh. Now I look at him better, he was that guy, the guy that asked me to work on his farm. So when you walked up to me in that city to work for you, you knew I could regenerate? He shook his head. Nah. Though, I am surprised you recognized me. I tend to use a lot of tape on my body to pull my skin and fat back to alter my appearance. Oh, and I didn't approach you because of regeneration, hell I had no idea you could do that. I came to you because you looked easy to take advantage of. He then leaned back. Though, I wouldn't lie, I was heavily interested in you when I heard about you, the boy protected from Soulreed. Especially when I heard that suddenly that information on you is getting kept hush-hush. There is nothing I can do, can I? Let's say I try to run away using Imperia. That dude is definitely capable of Imperia with how quickly he slammed me to the ground. I am stuck here. It was frustrating. It was scary. I was scared. I really had bad luck, so deep in me I knew it didn't matter what I did. I for sure would not be able to escape. I am going to be cut up and allowed to regenerate, and that process will repeat over and over with the purpose of becoming an infinite food source to raise animus. All for the sake of profit. I stared at him with contempt. I wanted him dead, I needed him dead. He was taken aback by my stares. What? Those kids' father ain't better than me. And when I say kids, yes, I mean the ones you were taking care of. He paused and made a click with his tongue. Man, you know, I had planned to have those kids kidnapped. One of my employees led them out of the city for them to be brought to me, but shit happened. And what do you know? For some weird reason, those Avalianers saved you. I assume it was here who did it, whatever, it doesn't matter. He set it up? The person who helped those kids exit the city was involved with this guy plan? Then why didn't he kidnap them? I have a feeling it was more of an assassination. The person probably made those bears chase them somehow. I was a simple variable that changed the outcome. Snap. The man snapped his finger. Soon after, the door opened and a beaten, blooded man was kicked in. He tumbled on the ground, his body was restrained by metal cables and he had a weird type of handcuffs on. Damn it, he coughed. His face was swollen and dyed with dry blood. But I recognized him a bit. He was Lilin and Koi father. Chapter 30, Becoming an Infinite Meat Source. Part 2. The man pointed at Lilin's father. This man tried to leave the Silverback Hunters Association, so what better way to punish him than to kill his children in front of him? As soon as he said that, all the background noises disappeared, like the volume had sharply lowered. Those evil words repeated in my head. There is no way I heard what he said correctly. Lilin's father's face contorted with sorrow and rage. Don't do this, man. They're bloody kids. He wasn't bothered by Lilin's father's words. Call me boss. Soon after he said that, sounds and voices screamed out from another room. Stop. Arg. My arms. Ah. The cries of children along with the ripping and cutting of their bodies filled my ears. It replayed and circulated throughout my brain. I bit down on my lip, causing blood to leak. I needed to kill him, but how? How do I counter his speed? His speed reminded me of the damn silver bear that was a blur to me. It doesn't even matter how? I was going to wait for a chance to escape using Imperia. But, I can't do that. I immediately forced Imperia into my legs, enduring the pain that resulted from it. However, a deep pain emerged from my abdomen, and my body slammed onto the walls. Thud. Ugh! A wave of hot air pressure hit me. His palm was currently outstretched at me. You want to see it? He asked us. He is a demon. He killed them and then asks us if we want to see their bodies? What in the world? No way this can be real. I have met messed up people before, but the idea someone could be this disgusting was never something that ever crossed my mind in the realms of possibilities. Hell. I want this to be fake. I am begging it to be an illusion. I will kill you. Lilin's father tried to rush up, but his chains restricted his movements and made him fall on his chin. I will kill you. I promise you. No matter what. The man stretched his hand out to a part of the wall, and a long red whip-like structure shot towards it. Upon hitting the wall, the tip spread like a web. Then he pulled the whip, and a door opened. From it, leaked out a lot of blood, bones, and intestines. He killed them. He killed them. He showed us their damn butchered corpses. Why? They did nothing deserving of this. Absolutely nothing. Their father stared in horror, not able to make a single sound. The insane man tilted his head to his shoulder as if he was bored. Those are fake. Way. Fake? Is he messing with our heads again? He wants to play a game of despair and hope? He then snapped his finger again. Bring the kids in. I refused to believe it. From the same door the insane man had walked in, 2 kids were kicked in. A young boy and girl, both having dark appendages all over their bodies. They were Koi and Lilin. I would be able to recognize them from anywhere. The father screamed in worry, "Are you all okay? Answer me. Now." Lilin and Koi struggled to pick themselves up. They were surprisingly unharmed. But, just like their father, they were restrained. "We are okay." Lilin spat on the ground. However, when she saw her father's condition, her expression changed to deep concern. "Dad. You are hurt. Dad." Koi's eyes of disbelief were stuck on his bloodied and beaten father. It was as if he was staring at a mythical object. Something that shouldn't exist. I wonder if it was for more than a simple reason other than seeing his father harmed. It's probably the fact he had his father on a high pedestal. A strong man who would always protect his family. To see the image of his father broken down to such a degree must have been absolutely soul-crushing. They didn't even notice I was there. Though, I couldn't blame them for not realizing it. The insane man then asked the father with a blank expression, "Who should I kill?" I was right about him giving hope and despair. This sick man. The father couldn't say a single thing. I asked, "Who shall I kill?" He then seemed surprised as if there was some misunderstanding. "Oh wow, I am not talking between those kids. I am asking you to choose between the 3 kids here. The one who was really friendly towards them." He threw his pocket scythe at me, which sank through my shoulder. Arg. It hurts. It hurts so much. Koi and Lilin noticed me. "What are you doing here?" Koi harshly asked me. Like I had a damn choice in that matter. Kill him. The father looked me dead in the eyes. I am not surprised he chose me. But, the insane man is simply mocking him. He wouldn't have paid a lot of money to acquire me for my regeneration only to kill me soon after. Not to mention his plans to use me as an infinite meat slab. "Leave Sariel alone." Lilin was saying dumb stuff again. The man walked towards her and squatted down to reach her eye level. He stared at her and then asked, "Do you want to trade lives?" "Boss. Ignore her. She is a foolish child. You asked me that question. And I gave my response. Not my children." Their father begged. However, the man gave him no response. "Leave her alone." He was scared. "Leave my child alone." Lilin was quiet, deep in thought. This child. I know she can be stupid, but surely, she wouldn't be that dumb. "I will trade my life if you were to free him." Her face was hardened with determination. She was truly that dumb. "No. I will do it." Koi's voice trembled as he made his declaration. Oh. This was not bravery, it was plain foolishness. But, I understand why Koi did it. He would never allow his sister to be killed if he had a choice in the matter. How sickening. Kids shouldn't have to deal with this. Wow. You got some brave kids. The little boy reminds me of you when you first started working for me. So that's their father's name. But brave kids. Even if he is insane, how can someone be so nonchalant about the life of kids? Hey. Kid. According to them, your name is Sariel, right? I didn't respond to him. I didn't have the motivation to even talk, and surely not to him. Not to a disgusting creature like him. I had bad luck. I always got placed in horrible situations, but I always broke free from them. When I escape here, I will kill him. There is no doubt about it. This isn't a hope of mine. This isn't a promise of mine. This is the prediction of the future. Kid, Sariel. He saying that name was disgusting. Someone like him shouldn't be uttering that name from his filthy mouth. He sighed, giving up. Whatever, I can give you a deal. 600 pounds of flesh from you, and I set them free. How does that sound to you? Go kill yourself. He had managed to make me respond to him. Why can't he drop dead already? I had enough of this cockroach rumblings. I want an answer. 600 pounds of flesh from you, and I set them free, or does that not appeal to you? His bland expression grew irritated. Fine. I will choose for you. He walked towards me with his pocket scythe. Using a knife would be efficient, However, a scythe is the iconic weapon of a Reaper Slayer. You obviously wanted to be a Slayer, though, I am surprised you aren't a trainee. Go kill yourself, I repeated my words from earlier. Sad. He flourished his fingers, and in an instant, the red whips or the appendages rather wrapped around my body. He then grabbed my arm. 1,200 pounds of flesh for your first day. He swung his blade down on my flesh, and immediately, my head jerked back. I don't want to suffer. I don't want the pain. I don't want it. Everything became white. Huh, where the am I arg? Deep pain screamed from my arms. It hurts. I winced at my arm. What's that? Why is my body that aflame itself? And there was a large chunk of fire that was supposed to represent my arm which was missing. My chest. It hurts. And my leg. My back. My neck. My thighs. Every single part of my body got assaulted with furious cuts and slices. The flame of my body danced intensely as it struggled to not be blown out by the violent motions. It wasn't by wind. It was by something sharp. Not for a moment did the pain stop. My flesh, which was now flames, was being cut out. Make it stop. Please, someone make it stop. I can't take it. Stop. Stop. It hurts. 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 Ag. I was broken down to cinders, then the flame reformed over an hour, and then the hell restarted again and again. I had lost count of how long it took, how many hours passed. Then the cutting stopped for a long while, and the world of flame slowly disappeared. Water, all around me was water. But I was back in the concrete room. Way. I didn't understand what was going on, but when I looked at my body, it was red. I was dyed in red, but, I saw deeper, there was wood. Immediately I looked up to the ceiling. I thought that was my bones, wasn't it? You bleed a lot, I had to wash it out. But that doesn't matter, it seems you are back with us. He pulled a very deep red balsa from his pocket. He grabbed my throat and forced it down. You are incredible, you know that. You can regenerate so much mass in less than an hour. But, an hour is too long. So with all that amazing regenerative power, can you survive a high-grade balsa? The mere smell of it burnt my nose. I wanted to rip my very nose apart. Then a deep burning sensation ran down my throat and entered my stomach. Churning, burning. I vomited over myself, but he didn't allow for me to push out the toxins, instead he forced my mouth shut. Hell of pain drove to every corner of my body. It burned, it hurt. My body was melting on the inside. Everything was getting blurry. My vision went blank, and like a cycle, I regained consciousness. You survived it. No way, holy shit. The man gawked at me in complete glee, like a child. Before I could say anything, he chucked another veil of balsa down my throat, and that added to the cycle of torture. I had awakened again. Kill me. I begged. Wow. Don't you want to pay your due of flesh for those kids? I don't want to suffer anymore. I squeaked out. So, you are saying let one of them die for you? My eyes fell on them, their faces were warped with horror. Their mouths were agape and their eyes looked like they had lived 1,000 years. It was as if they weren't even in this reality. Their mind was probably dissociating. Hey, you didn't answer me. I reluctantly faced him. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. So, I shall eat you up more, right? No. I don't want more of that. I don't want more of that hell. It hurts so bad, So bloody bad. Drip. Drip. My tears ran down my face. I don't want to suffer anymore. I don't want to suffer. It hurts so much. It makes me feel sick. I don't want to deal with this. Why can't you just leave me alone? I want to sleep. I want to die. I began rocking back and forth as I tried to pull my hair off. The pain from that was a lot better than the recent memories of the hell that was inflicted on me. It was the only thing I could think to distract me from those memories. Their father's voice shook as he begged, "Boss. Stop this madness. Kill me instead. Your issue is with me, right?" I wanted to leave the association because I couldn't keep killing and deceiving young trainees. You don't want the information of what we do out, right? You are going to make an example out of me. So that no one else in this association can think of leaving. So kill me. Besides, you found out he can regenerate, so. So what? Free him? Be serious. I bought this kid for a reason. He isn't related to you. I was messing around when I said shit about they can save him and whatnot. Top. Lillian's lips quivered. She looked at me. Help me. Me? What does she expect me to do? I am not powerful. I am not strong. I am only weak. Disgusting words were formed from her lips. Help me convince him to kill me instead.